like these two, Lamont?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much of an authority on lovebirds, Margot.
I think they're beautiful. How much are they?
$50 there.
Seems reasonable enough. I wonder if I should, but...
You own this here pet store? Yes. You buy pets? Occasionally. Well, I got one here in this sack. Someone threw it off the pier last night and landed on my boat. Now, careful while I open this. She scratches like the devil. Yeah. Now, ain't she a beauty? Fine-looking animal. Hey, you want to buy her? I'm afraid not. We don't have much call for Siamese cats. Well, sell her cheap. All right. Okay. Come on, kitty, back in the bag. Oh, just a moment. Where did you say this cat came from? Someone threw her off Seal Pier, landed on the deck of my houseboat. Guess they wanted to drown it. That's strange. Huh? Nothing. You said you wanted to sell her? Yes. How much? $10, maybe. All right. Now, here's your money. Well, much obliged, mister. So long.
Lamont, I never knew you were fond of cats.
I'm not particularly.
Well, then why...
I believe we'd better be on our way, dear.
But I don't...
Coming, darling?
Oh, all right. Now, will you please tell me why in the world you bought that cat?
It wasn't the cat, Margot. I wanted to buy this collar she's wearing.
What are you talking about?
We'll unfasten it. Now, easy now, kitty. Yeah.
Why, it does look valuable now that I see it closer.
Odd engraving. Seems to be an oriental design of some sort. Hello. Look at this printing on the inside.
24 mirrors and Shang. I don't get it.
Neither do I. Margot, if someone wanted to drown the cat, why wouldn't they first remove this expensive collar?
You're the mastermind, dear. You tell me.
Obviously, the person who threw the cat from the pier wanted to conceal all evidence of the deed. Where's Shrevey?
He said he'd wait in his cab for us outside. Oh, there he is, there.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, where'd you get the cat? Where'd you get it?
Mr. Cranston bought it.
And you just bought yourself a couple of customers, Shrevey. You know where Seal Pier is? Sure, it's down in the waterfront by the carnival ground. That's where we're headed for.
Why the waterfront, Lamont?
I want to talk to that sailor again. Perhaps he can give us a further description of that person on the pier.
Maybe I'm just dull, but I still don't get it.
Margot, darling, people don't go around drowning cats with expensive silver collars unless they have a reason. And that reason might be exciting.
Ooh, what are we waiting for?
There's the pier up ahead, there it is. Pull over here, Shrevey. We'll walk down. Oh, what are you going to do with the cat, Mr. Cranston? What are you going to do? We'll leave her in the cab. You can watch her for us. Gee, Mr. Cranston, I wanted to come along. I wanted to. All right, then, Shrevey. Roll up the window so she doesn't jump out. You better lock the doors, too. Okay, Mr. Cranston, okay. Come on, darling, watch your steps. It's pretty hard to see.
Cheery place. Wouldn't be too surprised to find Peter Lorre behind one of those bushes.
You've been seeing too many bad movies, darling. See, that looks like a houseboat anchored next to the pier. There don't seem to be any lights on there, don't seem to be. Oh, it doesn't. Here, take my hand, darling. We'll jump down the deck.
Thanks.
Come on. Shrevey, take a look through that porthole over there. Okay. Let's try this cabin door. It's locked.
Come on, listen.
Is there someone in there? Mr. Cranston, don't open that door. I can see a guy with a knife. Oh. Look out! It's the old sailor. Look where that knife come from. He must have pulled it out of his own chest, he must have. Oh. Take it easy, old-timer. Who did it? Can you tell us who did it? I don't have the cat. And the cat, I don't have... He's dead. Well, Margaret, that cat of ours must be pretty important if someone is willing to kill for it. My cab's over here. It's over, Mr. Cranston.
If we could just find out who that cat belongs to, Lamont.
If we knew that, we could probably solve this murder. I better call Commissioner West.
You know, Lamont, I have...
Hey! Somebody's trying to break into my cab. Somebody's trying. Come on. Yeah. No sign of anyone. Well, whoever it was must have ducked into those bushes. Oh, look at my beautiful window. It's all smashed. It's,
Well, at least they didn't have time to get what they came after.
Huh? And the cat's still here. Yeah, but what about my window? What about it? Quiet, Shrevey.
Lamont, what?
Wait a minute. Found in that brush. Hey, there he goes, Mr. Cranston. There he goes. Hey, you take care of Miss Lane's review. I'm going after him.
Hello.
Lamont Cranston?
Speaking.
I saw you on the pier tonight. You were chasing someone. I'll be waiting inside.
Maybe you'd better come here.
If you want the information, Cranston, do it my way.
Where will you be?
Inside the building alone. And that's the way you come. No police, understand? If you want your information, be there at 8:30.
All right, mister, I'll be there at 8:30. Pull over here, Shrevey. That must be the building across the street.
It's a deserted-looking neighborhood.
Hey, that building's all boarded up. It's all boarded. Maybe I better come with you.
They're afraid of the police, Shrevey. I better go in alone.
Lamont, that telephone call, it's all so strange. I wish you wouldn't go in there.
It might be a trap, Margaret, but I've got to take that chance. Sooner or later, someone will show their hand. Meanwhile, I can't afford to play dummy. Just stay here and don't let that cat out of your sight.
All right. But be careful, darling.
347, 349. Store here, I suppose. Vacant store, apparently. Put a little light on the subject. Flashlight. That's better. See a light switch somewhere around. See it. Oh, here we are. Now, this looks like the light switch. Right here.
Cranston, in an effort to learn the identity of a mysterious party who has gone to great lengths to regain possession of a Siamese cat, is directed to an address. And immediately upon his entering the building, a terrific explosion is heard. Margot and Shrevey and a cab across the street rush into the building.
Lamont?
Hold the lighter, Miss Lane. I better get this board off him. I better...
Margot?
It's all right, darling. Don't try to move.
Yeah. The board's off.
An explosion right after I opened the door.
Are you all right, darling?
My ears are still ringing. Guess I'm all in one piece.
That board falling on you really saved you from the rest of this stuff. It really did.
So it seems. I wonder what the deal was.
Yes. Why in the world would someone want to kill you?
It must have been the same party who was after the cat. Cat, where is it?
I left it in the cab. When I heard the explosion, I forgot everything else.
Come on. Just as I thought, we're too late.
Too late.
The cat's gone. Well, it looks like we've been outsmarted at every turn. We haven't got much to go on now, only this collar.
What do you expect to learn from
I
that?
don't know. It's engraving inside. 24 mirrors and Chang. It doesn't make sense. Who's Chang? What does 24 mirrors do with it?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Hey, maybe we've been taxing our brains too much. Maybe we've been taxing. Maybe we should go back to the pier and ride the shoots and relax. Maybe we should.
Was that Shrevey?
I said maybe we've been
You
taxing
said the pier. Margot, that's it.
What's this?
24 mirrors. Where would a person find 24 mirrors?
Well, I still don't...
Remember the barker on the pier? His concession was the house of mirrors.
All right, friends, it's just the time since see the house of mirrors, the glass palace.
A briefcase.
The management reserves the right to refuse admission to anyone at any time. Step aside, brother, and let the folks in. Here it is, the maze of mirrors.
I said I'd like 3 tickets.
I said you're blocking the doorway, brother. Everybody likes the house of mirrors. It's something you don't want to miss.
3 tickets, please.
On your way, folks, get out of here and get out fast unless you want to get into real trouble. It's only a dime, 10 cents.
That's the way it is. Shrevey.
Yeah?
Margot.
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Cranston?
Aren't you going in, Lamont?
Apparently we're not wanted inside. Step up here outside.
Are we going to hide from somebody? Are we going to?
Yes, for a minute, yes. Now, I give you the sign. I want you to yell, "Hey, Rube," at the top of your lungs. You got it?
Hey, Ruby.
It's an old carnival term, Margot. It means one of the concessionaires is in trouble. All the others are supposed to pitch in and help them. You ready, Shrevey?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube!
Come on. Let's get into that house of glass, quick. This really is a maze of mirrors in here.
It sure wouldn't be no place for a guy to throw stones. It sure wouldn't be no place.
Maybe you better start counting the mirrors as you pass.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep. Keep counting, Shrevey.
You mean there's more?
Never mind, I'll keep track. Now, let's see. This would be 21, 22, 3, 4. No doorways anywhere. Shrevey, press against the glass on your side. You too, Margot.
Right.
Yeah, I have it. There. Come on, out this way.
It's kind of an alleyway. It's kind of...
Yes, but look across the way. Doesn't that look as if it might be an Oriental curio shop?
And this looks like a gun in your back, friend. Keep your hands up. Don't turn around.
If I'm not mistaken, Shrevey, that will be our barker friend.
So you're the guy who yelled Rube. I thought I told you to keep out, friend.
We couldn't resist your spiel. You paint such a colorful picture.
Lamont, I think I'm going to faint.
Shrevey, grab her. Hey, what's up? You ought to learn to keep your mind on your work, friend. Let things distract you and people are liable to steal your toys.
Now, look here, friend.
Get up now, Margot. Nice work.
Thanks, darling.
Long explanations for me, so make it fast. Why were you waiting here for us with a gun?
I saw you earlier. I figured you were looking for Chang.
And if I were?
Chang only sees people by appointment, and it's my job to keep strangers out.
Well, I'm sure he won't mind seeing me. I'm an old friend of the family. Shrevey, take our friend down to police headquarters. I have a little business to attend to.
Sure, Mr. Cranston. And now, look here, friend, you can't do that. You haven't any charge.
Intend to commit assault with a deadly weapon is a pretty good charge. At least till I can think of a better one.
Yeah, but I can explain.
Explain it to Commissioner Weston. He's a good listener. Take him along, Shrevey.
Come on, you.
Now do we see Mr. Chang?
This time, Margot, I'm not going to take any chances. The shadow is going to pay Chang a visit.
Shop.
The shadows come to pay you a visit, Mr. Chang.
I'm sorry. Cannot see you.
No one sees the shadow.
What do you want, boys?
Mr. Chang, do you recognize this silver collar?
I'm very sorry. I never see it before.
You lie. You sold this collar. Your name is engraved inside.
You know that?
Who purchased this collar?
bought this collar from you? Who owns the Siamese cat? Talk, Chang.
It is cat of Martha Craig. She bought collar for me.
And who is this Martha Craig?
Martha Craig, very rich old lady. She died last week. Leaves $1 million to housekeeper to care for cat.
Someone tried to drown this $1 million cat, Chang. When it wasn't drowned, that same person was willing to commit murder to get the cat back. Who is that person, Chang?
I not know.
Who is it, Chang? Speak.
Very well. I tell you, the cat has cursed me. I tell you, the one you see is...
Look out, Chang!
Lamont?
I'm all right, Margaret.
Oh, I heard a shot in there.
Chang. I saw a gloved hand stick a gun through the rear window, and I tried to warn him.
Another.
Yes, and the last, I hope. I know who owns this fabulous cat. We'll pick up Shrevey at headquarters. We're going to the residence of the late Martha Craig.
Doesn't seem to be anyone home in the Craig mansion.
Well, someone left the door unlocked. Why don't we step in?
Lamont, I don't think we should.
You say we're selling magazines. Come on.
There's another door open off the hall.
That probably meets the cellar. Sounds like there's someone down there. Come on, let's have a look. Good evening.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do? Drop a wine vat. Have a drink.
Thank you, no. We're looking for the housekeeper of Miss Martha Craig.
Cora? You're looking for Cora, are you? Oh, Cora's out. I'm Ernest Craig, Miss Martha Craig's nephew. Maybe I can help you.
What do you know about a Siamese cat your aunt willed to Cora?
What do I know about it? Nothing. Nothing except my aunt left every penny to Cora to care for her blessed cat and didn't leave me a cent. Funny, isn't it? I think it stinks. I think...
What was that?
It sounded like a cat.
Came from that wine vat. Here, hand me that bar. I'll pry it open.
Yeah.
It's odd. The lid's just been sealed into place with fresh putty. There we are.
The cat.
Yes, almost suffocated by the looks of her.
Well, the prodigal cat returned. Let's have a drink to celebrate.
Now, wait a second, Ernest. That cat's cost the lives of 2 people already. How did he get down here in the wine cellar?
I haven't the faintest idea, and what's more, I don't care. I know who stole it in the first place, though.
Who?
Henry Powell, the attorney for the estate. I saw him drive away with it last night.
Your family lawyer stole the cat? Did you tell Cora that he'd taken it?
Oh, she was almost out of her mind trying to find it. You see, she just loses a little matter of $1 million if she loses that cat.
Did you tell Cora that the lawyer had stolen the cat?
Yes, I told her. She went right down to Powell's office to see him. She's there now. She wanted to know something funny. I fixed Cora.
What do you mean you fixed Cora?
I told her to make a deal with Powell. If he returns the cat, she'll split the estate with him and say nothing. Huh? He's a cinch to go for it.
And if Powell does go for this deal you cooked up, Ernest?
If he does, everything will be perfect. Perfect. I told Cora that when she gets Powell to confess that it was he who stole the cat, I'll have a couple of cops stationed outside the door to hear his confession. Here's the switch, though. There aren't going to be any cops outside the door. I didn't call any. She's going to be there all alone with him.
Now, wait a minute. Do you realize what you've done, Ernest? Do you realize that if he finds that Cora tricked him into a confession, he'll kill her? He'll have to.
Exactly, my dear Watson. Then Cora will be dead. Powell will burn in the electric chair for her murder, and I'll be broke but happy. Very happy.
puppy.
You'll be doing a nice long stretch in the penitentiary, Ernest. Lock the door, Margot. We've got to get down to Powell's office as fast as possible.
As you must know, Cora, the conditions of Martha's will specifically state that the fortune bequeathed you was to be used for the care of her cat.
But the cat was stolen, Mr. Powell. You know that as well as I.
And now let us say that the animal has disappeared, Cora. Now then, let me draw your attention to paragraph 3 of the will. In the event of negligence in carrying out your entrusted duties, the estate reverts to the executor.
The cat hasn't disappeared, Mr. Powell, and I haven't neglected my duties. You stole that cat. Ernest saw you.
Ridiculous.
I can take this to court, Mr. Powell. You don't want a court battle. Not with a murder on your hands.
Murder?
The paper said the old sailor's last words were of the cat. Won't be hard for the police to put 2 and 2 together. Look, I'll make a deal with you. Give me back the cat, and I'll share the estate with you. Nothing further will ever be said.
You sign a release to that effect?
Yes.
All right. All right. I'll do it, Cora. I did steal the cat. I seal her in a wine vat in the cellar.
You admit it. That's all I wanted to know. The police have been waiting outside the door to hear your confession.
The police?
Open the door and see for yourself.
You tricked me. Just a second, Cora. There's no one here. Please, your plans went haywire.
No one there. Ernest said he'd send the police.
Yeah.
Ernest promised Ernest.
Ernest is a drunken fool. And you were a worse fool to trust him.
Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, what are you doing with that gun?
Well, it's rather obvious, isn't it, that we both can't share my little secret? Isn't it, Cora?
Put that gun down. Please, Mr. Powell.
Yes, Powell. Put it down.
That? Who are you?
Don't bother to look around, Mr. Powell. You can't see me. No man sees the shadow.
Shadow?
Late Miss Craig made a great mistake when she appointed you executor of the will, Powell.
The cat. Well, it can't be. I left her to die.
She didn't die, Mr. Powell.
I sealed her in where she could never get out.
Why did you leave her in the wine cellar?
Huh? Well, I thought the Craig mansion would be mine by tomorrow. It was the safest place I could think of.
What caused you to kill the old sailor?
You shipped that cat away?
Answer me.
Well, he said that he sold the cat, and I didn't believe him. We had an argument. Then he would have been able to identify me.
Why did you kill Mr. Chang?
Because we were in it together. I promised him a share to keep quiet. Instead, he thought I had to kill him.
Just as you were going to kill Cora here a minute ago?
She tricked me. She sent it to the police. But sirens. Sirens, it's the police. This is another trick. No, I hear police sirens. Or am I going out of my mind?
No, Powell, you're not going out of your mind. You're perfectly sane. That is the police you hear. And they're coming for you, Powell, to make you pay the full penalty for the crimes you've committed.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows. Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow,
the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The trademark on the things you buy is the manufacturer's way of saying, here's an article of quality. We stand back of this article by endorsing it with this distinctive symbol. Blue coal is the trademark hard coal, the coal that is unique among hard fuels because of its outstanding quality. Blue coal is colored blue to assure you that you're receiving America's finest anthracite. You know that you're getting the best there is, clean, deep-mined, square-fracture hard coal from northern Pennsylvania, the world's richest anthracite region. You know that it will burn slowly, evenly, steadily, bring you the best possible heat. You know that it is blue coal, America's finest home fuel. The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Scent of Death. A thin, hard-faced young man pushes his way through the row of desks in the front office of a large perfume distributor. He shoulders his way past the private secretary outside the head office, throws the door open, and strides in.
Yes. What is it? Oh, Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie. The guy you told your stooges to keep out.
Now, look, Jackie, there is nothing personal in it. You told me you would cook up a counterfeit perfume that would stand up. The stuff you sent me was so rank.
Okay, so the stuff wasn't good enough for you. But you cut yourself in for a deal and you're playing the full game. Nobody gets out until I tell them they're through.
But if the stuff was any good...
I got some here that's better. This is a very special brand. Go on, smell it.
Well, I...
Smell it.
Certainly, Jackie.
Like I said, that's a very special brand. Reserved for smart guys who think they can renege.
Silly. We're old married people, remember?
Uh-huh. And I also remember what day this is.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd forgotten.
Now, how could I forget my own 5th anniversary? See?
A present? What is it?
Open it and see.
No, let me guess. Feels like...
Mm-hmm. It is. Perfume.
Eau de chanson. Oh, how wonderful. I'm dying to try it. Certainly quite tight enough.
Here, you want some help?
No. There it comes.
Mary, what's wrong? Mary! For the love of heaven, Mary! Mary, speak to me! She's dead. Dead.
You seem preoccupied tonight, Lamont. Something on your mind?
Oh, I'm sorry, Margot. I'm thinking about a very interesting case I heard about today.
Case? What kind of case?
A murder, I'm afraid. At any rate, a woman is dead. No one seems to have any explanation of how she died or why.
Are you going to investigate, darling? As if I couldn't guess.
I don't know yet, Margot. Woman's husband is due here now. If it's as interesting as it sounds, I probably will. And that must be Barton now. Excuse me.
Mr. Cranston?
Yes.
I'm Barton. I spoke to you on the phone today.
Oh, yes, Mr. Barton. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
This is Miss Lane, Mr. Barton.
How do you do, Miss Lane?
Hello, Mr. Barton. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Miss Lane knows nothing of the case, Mr. Barton, so perhaps you'd better start at the beginning.
Yes, sir. Well, it was our 5th wedding anniversary. We were going out, and, well, I wanted to surprise Mary, so I bought her a bottle of expensive perfume. She opened the bottle, took one smell, and died.
Then, as I recall, you picked up the bottle, and it was empty. Absolutely empty.
Yes. Does that mean anything to you?
Might. If you remember, Margot, I commented on the mysterious deaths of a number of well-known perfume distributors during the past few months. The dealers were reported to have died of heart attack. There was always a perfume bottle nearby.
Well, what was in the bottles, Lamont?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. An analysis showed no trace of any chemical whatsoever.
The same thing in our case. There was no trace of anything in the bottle.
This perfume, what brand was it?
Eau de Chanson.
I like that brand, too. But it's been so bad lately that any number of my friends have stopped using it.
Might be counterfeit stuff. Why should even a counterfeit want to unload poison perfume? Where did you buy this Eau de Chanson, Mr. Barton?
Well, I got it at Santine's.
Santine's, eh? It's an exclusive little place. Let's say we do a little shopping, Margot. At Santine's.
Yes, but, Jackie, I'm worried about you and Diego coming down here to my shop.
All right, so you're worried. I'm worried about you selling another bottle of gas to somebody.
But that was very unfortunate.
Unfortunate enough to get the cops on our trail, that's all. Another one of Yeagel's bonehead plays. He fills some extra bottles with the gas for me, leaves them around. He gets them mixed up with a phony perfume. What a dope.
Oh, it's a good thing we did come down here, Jackie. There were 4 more bottles of that gas in your stockroom, Mr. Santine.
You gotta be more careful, Yeagle. Mistakes like that might start the coppers smelling around. That'd be bad.
Yeah, I know, Jackie, but like I said...
Yeah, like you said, it was an accident. Well, just don't forget this, friend. The next time an accident happens, it'll probably be to you.
Yeah, sure, I know what you mean. Oh, it won't happen, Jackie, I swear it. Well, I'll be getting back to the lab now. You got a box or something I could put these bottles in, Santine? You know, I'd hate to drop them.
Help yourself, Yeagle. They're on the shelf in back of you.
Okay. Go now, huh? That is, if you don't want me for something, Jackie...
Don't worry, Yeagle. When I want you for something, I'll come find you.
You were pretty rough on the old boy, weren't you, Jackie?
Not as rough as it may have to be. These pickings are too sweet to let some broken-down old druggist mess it up to me.
Somebody just came into the store. I'll be right back, Jackie. How do you do? May I help you?
My name's Lamont Cranston. I'm looking into the sudden and rather puzzling death of the wife of one of your customers. Mr. Barton?
Oh, yes. I read about it in the paper. Sad. Very sad.
According to Barton, his wife died right after opening a bottle of perfume he'd bought here.
Surely you don't believe the perfume could have had anything to do with her death?
Perhaps not. But what interested me, Santine, is that your bottle of perfume was empty when Barton picked it up.
Possibly Mrs. Barton had some unsuspected heart ailment and succumbed to it. As she fell, she dropped the bottle, it spilled, and evaporated.
Evaporated? In a matter of minutes, Mr. Santine?
At moments like that, who can judge time, Mr. Cranston?
Just as we walked into your shop, an elderly, heavy-set man in a blue coat and gray hat came out of here. Do you know him, Mr. Santine?
I'm afraid you're mistaken. No one walked out of here.
Strange. Thought I recognized him as a friend of mine. I was sworn he came out of his shop. Well, thanks for your help, Mr. Santine. Come on, Margot.
Not at all. Come in again, won't you?
Well, darling, you didn't learn much there.
On the contrary, Margot, I may have learned a lot.
Think Santine is in on the counterfeit perfume racket?
His customers are ex-bootleggers. He might very well be mixed up in the bootleg perfume racket.
How do you know his customers are ex-bootleggers?
And we saw coming out of Santine's shop as we came in. One Santine denied seeing.
He's an ex-bootlegger? Darling, what a memory.
A veritable storehouse of vital statistics. Name was Harry Yeagles, I remember. Sort of a chemist gone wrong. Headed up a phony liquor racket in the old days.
You think he's behind this whole business?
Phony liquor, phony perfumes. A pretty close tie-in. Might be interesting to reminisce about the old days with Mr. Yeagle.
If you can find him.
We're going to visit a little waterfront dive. We've got a contact down there that could find a drop in the ocean. He'll find out where Yeagle is hiding.
Hello, Yeagle.
Jackie, Oh, you scared me. I didn't hear you come in.
No? Well, don't let it worry you. You won't be hearing me go out either.
Why the gun, Jackie? I ain't done nothing.
You done plenty. First you sent out the wrong bottles and some dame gets a jolt.
But you said you were going to give me another chance.
I was going to overlook it, Yeagle, until Santine phoned. He told me a private eye major.
What?
A dick named Cranston spotted you coming out of the shop. He must have remembered way back to when you was bootlegging. Cooking alky to drink and cooking alky to smell. He, may be able to add.
Oh, no, give me a break.
No, Yeagle, like I said, you're going out.
No, Jackie.
Way
please.
out.
Wait 1 second, Jackie.
I got your ticket right here.
Oh.
How long do we have to sit around this intimate little gin mill, Lamont? We've been here almost an hour already.
Be patient, Margot. If Mr. Poindexter can get me that information on Yeagle, it'll be worth sitting here all day.
Mr. Poindexter.
You certainly are annoyed, darling. As a matter of fact, his name is Adolphus Claremont Poindexter. But don't let the name fool you.
You do know the weirdest characters.
Well, this one happens to be invaluable. He's the best pipeline into the underworld I've ever had. A bit peculiar, but valuable. Here he comes now.
How do you do, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane?
Hello.
Sit down, Mr. Poindexter.
Don't mind if I do. Dry work chasing down this character, Yeagle.
Yes, I imagine it would be. Here, help yourself.
Delighted.
Now, about Yeagle.
He's out of the alky racket. He's in another deal, large deal, very classy.
Wouldn't be perfume, would it?
Could be. All I know, it's something to do with chemicals.
You know where I can find Yeagle?
He's a place up near the Westchester line. Wooden house, swell hideout.
How do I get there?
246 Weller Street. Front door's always locked. Side door the only way in. Yeagle's there now.
Thank you, Mr. Poindexter. Come on, Mark.
Don't take any chances, Mr. Cranston. It's a good hideout. The kind that's worth a few slugs to keep going.
Yeagle was never a killer.
Maybe not. But he's tied to a gun-crazy kid who is a killer, Mr. Cranston.
Thanks for the tip. Oh, here. Get a couple of refills.
Delighted. It's dry work. Very dry work. Good day, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
This must be the side door Yeagle uses, Margot. Maybe you'd better stay here till I have a look around.
Nothing doing. If you go in, I go in.
Okay. Come on, let's go. The door's locked. Yeah, I think this little gadget will take care of that.
Dark in there, Lamont.
Inside, quick, before someone sees us.
Now what?
Stay close to me. See you now.
Oh, what was that?
Chair. I bumped into a chair. Quiet, Margaret.
What is it?
Someone in here beside us.
How do you know?
So I can see him outlined against the wall. Here he comes. Get behind me. I'm going to use my flash. Yeagle! It's been shot. There's a lamp on that table, Margot. Turn it on. That's better.
Is he dead?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeagle, do you hear me? Who did this to you? Who's the head of this racket? Tell me, what was in those bottles?
Jackie, he's your man.
Jackie? Jackie who? Where do I find him?
He's trying to say something, Lamont.
Yes. Found the dead.
Yeagle. Stay, Margot. We got her too late.
Maybe there's something in here to...
Margot, look out. You're knocking that package off the table.
Lamont, the gas! It's the poison gas!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. Now you can modernize your furnace easily and inexpensively. A Temp Master will mean wonderful new convenience for your whole family, less chance of winter colds, and a great saving in fuel. It's so easy to heat your home the Temp Master way. Just set the upstairs thermostat, and the Temp Master will keep your home at the temperature you want, steady, reliable, and healthful. As the furnace dampers are automatically open and closed, the electric eye thermostat, an amazing new blue coal invention, actually tells you the exact position of those dampers. The Tempmaster will bring your family carefree heating comfort for many winters. It is unconditionally guaranteed for 5 years. Only blue coal dealers have the new Tempmaster, so call the nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow and arrange for a demonstration. He's listed in the classified section of your phone directory under Blue Coal. And now, back to the Shadow. Lamont Cranston, investigating a series of mysterious deaths, finds the body of Harry Yeagle, an underworld chemist. In Yeagle's hideout, Margot accidentally knocks over a package containing several bottles of the gas.
Lamont, it's the poison gas.
Quickly, Margot, we've got to get out of... That's funny.
Gas. It's disappeared. There was a queer strangling odor when the bottles broke.
Yes, I noticed that.
But, Lamont, why weren't we overcome? If this is the same poison gas that killed Mrs. Barton, why aren't we affected?
Because if it's what I think it is, Margot, it must be breathed directly into the lungs in quantity.
No wonder the police haven't been able to find any sign of it in the empty bottles.
Margot, look here. This is the box the bottles were in. See the store name on it?
Santine.
Santine was lying when he said Yeagle hadn't been in his store. There's no doubt about that now.
What are you going to do, darling?
Ask Santine a couple of questions.
But you've already talked to him, Lamont.
Santine didn't tell much to Lamont Cranston, but I have an idea he'll be only too willing to talk to the Shadow.
Liquor to soothe your nerves or quiet your conscience, Santine?
Who said that?
The Shadow, Santine.
Shadow. So I meet an invisible man face to face. We are face to face now, I assume.
You're very calm, Santine.
What did you expect me to do? Break down and bare my soul? Oh, I'm not being a very good host, am I? Will you join me in a drink?
Yes, I think I will. Pour it for me, Santine.
Of course.
Put it on the tray. Hold it out.
More theatrics, hey? All right.
What's wrong, Santine? Your hand is shaking. The liquor is spilling out of the glass.
Take it. Take the drink. Where are you? What do you want?
Thought I couldn't see through your show of bravado? Now answer me. Who in this phony perfume racket is responsible for the murder of Mrs. Barton?
Yeagle. He's a chemist. He makes the counterfeit perfume.
Yeagle is dead, Santine.
He's dead?
But before he died, he said a man called Jackie headed up this racket. Who is Jackie? Where do I find him?
He has a place on 61st Street off the drive. The Riverview, apartment 60.
Shadow will have a talk with him. And you, Santine, are going to tell the whole story of your part in this racket to the police.
The police?
And don't try to skip town, Santine. I'll pick you up on a vagrancy charge.
You see what it says here about Diego, Jackie?
Yeah, sugar. Said it was an old gang job. Just like I wanted them to think.
Santine know you were going to put the chill on Diego? Yeah.
Out, sugar.
Come in. Where do I meet you and when?
You know where Yeagle's lab is, the old warehouse under the bridge? Meet me there in an hour.
Why down there?
Oh, beautiful, you are dumb, because that's where the money is. In an hour.
Yeah, I'll be there.
You'll be where, sugar?
Santine's headed for the lab to grab the combine dough. He wants me to go along with him. You're to keep the home fires burning.
No kidding. So he's got a date with you in an hour, huh?
Yeah.
He's got a date in an hour, all right. But it ain't gonna wear skirts.
This is the right apartment, Lamont. 6D.
Wait, I hear someone coming.
Yeah? What do you want?
We're looking for Jackie.
Get your foot out of that door.
I intend to as soon as I'm inside. Well, that's better. Come in, Margot. Now you can close the door, miss.
Look, I don't know what you're selling, but I'm not buying any. If Santine sent you...
Santine? Who's he?
Never mind. Get going or I'll call the police.
Now, that's an idea. Why don't you do that?
Oh, I got a better idea. Okay, now, do you go out like you came in, or do two guys in white coats come in and carry out?
You don't need a gun, miss. We just want to talk.
Well, start talking.
We wanted to see Jackie because...
My wrist, you're hurting my
I'm
wrist.
sorry, drop that gun. You got it, Margot?
I've got it.
Sorry if I hurt you. Just that looking at the wrong end of the gun makes me tongue-tied.
When my man gets back, looking at the wrong end of the gun's gonna make you dead.
You terrified me. Where is this man of yours?
Visiting his poor sick grandma with a bag of cookies.
It'll be difficult, I see. Maybe you better call the police, Margot. Tell them we've got Yeagle's killer here for them.
I didn't kill Yeagle, and you know it.
Maybe. But I'm pretty sure this gun did. Your fingerprints are all over it. It's in your possession. I think the police can take it up from there.
You're trying to frame
Where
me.
did you say Jackie was?
I didn't.
Okay, Margot.
Right. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll talk. He's meeting Santine.
Where?
The old consolidated warehouse under the bridge. They got a lab there.
That's so. Maybe someone ought to pay Jackie and Mr. Santine a visit. Come on, Margot, let's get out of here.
But what about her?
Find something to tie her with.
I know. Stockings. They must be in her drawer.
Hey! Wait a second. They're the last pair of nylons I got.
Don't worry. Where you're going, they'll provide the stockings.
Okay, honey, I'm coming.
Hello, Santine.
Jackie. What's this?
This? It's a gun, Santine. It's got two ends. This end spits lead, this end spits skulls. But you'll find out.
Well, won't you come in?
That's what I was figuring on doing. Now, back into the lab with your hands up. And don't forget Betsy here is nervous. She's liable to bite a chunk out of you if you make one phony move.
I don't know which scares me more, Jackie. You or the gun.
Figured you could cross me, did you? Why, you sucker. You think Sugar would turn me in for a creep like you?
So she told you all about it, eh?
Yeah. She told me you wanted to take a trip. I'm going to see that it's a nice long trip by water with a cement block on your ankles.
You know, Jackie, you've gotten so you really believe you're tough. You're just a little punk that I picked up to front for me.
That's what you think. Maybe you used to be Boss Santine, but I am now. I'm running the show from here in.
Interesting, if true. You mind if I take my hands down now? I feel a little ridiculous.
Okay, but don't try any...
Now, I'm the man behind the gun.
Okay. Okay, it's your pot, Santine. I'm throwing in my cards. Take the dough. Take Sugar, too.
Now, that's very generous of you, but you don't really think I was going to shoot you.
Oh, thanks, Santine. I always done like you said.
Shooting you would rob me of a chance to see how this gas of Yeagle's really works.
Oh, no. You're not going to make me smell that stuff.
Would you prefer the gun? Either way, you die. One is fast and clean. The other is slow and messy.
Don't do it, Santine.
The bottle, Jackie. Open it.
Oh, it'll kill me.
If it doesn't, I will. Only I'll take longer. Much longer.
Give me a break, Santine.
Take the bottle, Jackie.
No.
Take it.
Okay.
That's it. Now open the bottle.
Okay. It's stuck.
It will open. Put it up your face, quick!
Jackie.
Who was that?
This is the Shadow, Santine.
So you did come back. Well, you're too late, Shadow.
Too late to save Jackie for the electric chair, perhaps. But not too late to take vengeance for the innocent people who've died because of you, Santine.
Jackie was the leader. He
no,
killed...
Santine, it was you. Always you behind the scenes. You were the leader. Jackie just a paid gunman and killer.
You think this is the payoff, don't you? You think I'm finished?
You are finished, Santine. In a matter of minutes, the police will be here.
Maybe I am finished. But so are you.
Perhaps you'd like me to smell one of your death-filled bottles, Santine.
Yes. You know, don't you, Shadow? Well, maybe you know what would happen if I smashed this large jar filled with the gas in a small room like this.
Yes, Santine, I know. This entire room would be demolished.
Exactly. I'm leaving here, Shadow.
Don't be a fool, Santine.
I'm coming through. Any attempt to stop me...
Stop!
You asked for it. Gas. Why didn't it explode?
You don't know your chemistry very well, do you, Santine? In quantity, that gas of yours has a bluish color. That jar was colorless. Obviously, Yeagle drained the gas from it to fill Jackie's lethal bottles.
What's that?
That, Santine, is your escort. A car full of men in blue who'll chaperone you until the state seats you in the electric chair.
gas that the gang used was actually ozone, Lamont?
That's right, Margot.
I always thought ozone was fresh air. I never knew it was poisonous.
In minute quantities, it isn't. But if only 1,000% of the air was ozone, all living matter would be destroyed. Of course, when ozone regains its missing atom, it becomes oxygen again.
Is that why the gas left no trace?
Exactly.
What a terrible weapon to use against defenseless people.
Santine will pay for his crimes, Margot. He'll pay the full penalty.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, friends. The mild weather which has prevailed in most parts of the country this winter has been a blessing to homeowners. But many people do not understand that a furnace should be fired differently in mild weather. To save fuel and money during the occasional warm spells, you must keep a deep fire with a layer of ashes underneath. Turn the check damper as nearly closed as you can and still keep your fire safely slumbering. Never overheat your home. That's a waste of fuel. Of course, in mild weather, a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator is a tremendous help because your home can't be overheated with automatic temperature control. Yes, for carefree comfort and for real efficiency all winter long, get a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. This is Don Hancock saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Shadow's Revenge. In a cell in a large Midwestern penitentiary, two convicts sit on the edge of a lower bunk. One, a big, swarthy man, pretends to read a newspaper several days old. The other pretends to tie his shoe.
Just got the tip-off from the boy. Everything's set, Rocco. They win, aren't they, under the corridor fix? Yeah, all set. Okay, Regan, you know what to do. Make it good. Suppose we get separated. I told you where the car will be. Meet me there. Check. Here goes.
All right, now what's going on down here?
Regan guard, he just keeled over and started moaning like this.
Okay, stand by from the door. I'm coming in. What's the matter, Regan? Where's it hurt?
Right here. It hurts awful.
Here, I don't
It
think
won't hurt.
Wallop. You're like the killer, Rocco.
Got the gab. Grab his gun. I got his keys. Come on. Here's the window. Cover me, Regan. I'm going out. Okay, Regan. Jump. All clear down here. Turn it down.
Now, Now what, Rocco?
The car's waiting for us where Annie left us. We gotta make it.
Duck! It's coming on the front light. I must have found a guard. We gotta run for it.
Rocco? Looks deserted. What do you expect Annie to do, Regan? Set up a flock of floodlights to welcome you? Well, I give you a signal.
I'll just raise the shade in that front row.
Okay, that's the all clear. Let's go.
Yeah?
Okay, Annie, open up. It's me, Rocco.
Inside, quick. I didn't think you'd make it, Rocco. You two are really hot. Come on, I got close to you in the car. And...
No, I asked you, is that any way to greet a guy that's been sitting it out and stir for 5 years? Come here, Annie.
Cut it out, Rocco. You ain't got time to doodle around. You gotta get moving. I can meet you out of town someplace.
You won't have to meet me any place, baby. I'm not going out of town.
What?
I got business here first.
Business? Not that guy Cranston you're always talking about.
That's right, Annie. I swore I'd pay him for that one-way ticket to the big house. You wouldn't want me to renege on a debt, would you?
You'll never make it, Rocco.
Every copper in the country's got your picture, and it ain't because you're pretty.
No copper's gonna grab me, Annie. I had a long time to think about it. 5 long years in a cheese box. All I could think of was catching up with Cranston 5 long years. I ain't passing up the chance now.
Well, Lamont, what's the big surprise you said you had?
I'm not sure myself, Margot. Shrevey called me a little while ago and was quite insistent I take a ride with him in his new cab.
New cab?
Yes, see, his old one just about fell apart on him. Oh, no. Tell me it isn't so.
What is... is that Stevie perched up there on top of that handsome...
No, I've seen everything.
Whoa there, whoa. Hello, Mr. Cranston. It's Lang.
Hello, Shrevey.
How do you like my new cab? How do you like it?
Shrevey, what's the idea?
Well, a new cab I couldn't get, Mr. Cranston. So I figured this is better than nothing. I figured this is better than... get in. I'll take you for a ride.
Well,
Come on, Lamont, let's.
Okay. All right, in you go, darling.
Right.
Down the avenue, Mr. Cranston? You wouldn't know it. When you go slow, you wouldn't know it.
Down the avenue will be fine. Shrevey, what's this?
That's a portable radio, Mr. Cranston. Maybe my fare likes romantic music, maybe you like.
This is really a surprise, Lamont. Let's have some music on the radio.
All right, darling.
Now we bring you a special warning from Police Commissioner Weston. Al Rocco and Ed Regan, the 2 convicts who escaped from Logmore Penitentiary, are still at large. Police are baffled by the fact that neither Rocco nor Regan have made any attempt to break through the blockade thrown around the metropolitan area. Both men may be holed up someplace in the center of the city, and may...
What's the idea of turning it off, darling?
I'm taking no chances of you getting mixed up in that case. After all, we're out for a nice ride. Oh, Lamont.
What is...
Did you see that gorgeous hat in that window? How do we stop this thing?
Oh, I might have known. Wait a minute, I'll rap.
Right.
There's something wrong, Mr. Cranston? Something's wrong?
Gotta stop, Shrevey. Miss Lane saw a hat she'd like to try on.
Okay. Whoa there.
Thanks, Shrevey. I won't be a minute, Lamont.
Mm-hmm. I'm beginning to see why these things went out of style. A man couldn't go a block in one without his wife seeing a hat or a frock in a window.
Yeah, you save money on gas, all right. But I don't think the horse is going to replace the auto, Mr. Cranston. I don't think it's going to replace.
Look, Rocco, this is crazy. You'll be picked up sure. We're headed right for the middle of town.
I told you before, Annie. You do the drive and leave the rest to me.
Annie's right, Rocco. Look at all the cops.
Relax, Regan. This is the last place they'd look for us, right under their nose.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy Cranston but grief.
I know what I'm doing.
You mind telling us, Rocco? Maybe like that we'll feel better.
Okay? We're putting the snatch on Cranston.
Just like that. He walks up to you, gets into your car, and says, I'll go peaceful, Rocco, just like that.
Yeah, just like that, Annie.
So you get Cranston. That still don't get you past those roadblocks. You're still electric chair bait, Rocco.
That's what you think. This guy Cranston pulls plenty of weight with the cops, huh? They all know he's a buddy of Commissioner Weston's, don't they?
Oh, I begin to see what you mean.
And when you get in the clear?
When I get in the clear, Annie, I tattoo my initials on Cranston with a 45.
You was wanting something, Mr. Cranston? You was wanting?
Shrevey, how long have we been waiting for Miss Lane? Seems like ages.
Well, we've been sitting here in a hack for half an hour with it.
What is it, Shrevey? Shrevey, what's the matter?
Well, if it ain't my old friend Lamont Cranston, I've been looking forward to seeing you again, pal.
Al Rocco.
Yeah, Al Rocco, remember? I made a date with you that last time we met. I said I'd be coming out to get you. Here I am.
Shrevey.
At the moment I'm engaged, Mr. Cranston, a character is standing no less than 10 feet from me with his gun pointing right at my stomach with his gun point.
Ed Regan, I presume.
Still the smart cook, yeah, Cranston? Where's the dame?
Miss Lane? Well, I know she'll just hate missing you, but she didn't come along today. She had a little...
gal, Rocco. She was in the hat store.
No, Marco, don't.
Shut up, Cranston.
Sorry, Lamont, I didn't... What's all this?
Rocco's the name, sister. Al Rocco. Was just inviting you and your friend Cranston to take a ride.
You'll never get away with this, Rocco. Don't you realize this is right in the heart of the biggest city in the world?
Yeah, pretty smooth, eh? All right, get out of this wagon and into the car and no fuss. That is, unless you'd like to see your girlfriend splashed all over the sidewalk.
All right, Rocco.
Come on, get in, Rocco. There's a cop back there and I got a corner.
Okay. Inside the car, you two.
What about the monkey up in the box?
What do we need him for?
Not Shrevey. Rocco, don't.
So long, sucker.
Shrevey.
Get going, Regan.
We're almost up to the roadblock, Rocco. What are we going to do?
Nothing. Cranston's going to take us right through it, aren't you, Cranston?
You'll never make it, Rocco. The police will grab you.
Slow down. They're stopping the cars one by one. Go on. Where next? Remember, Cranston.
All right, folks. You'll have to... Oh, hello, Mr. Cranston. You can go through. Hello, Cassidy. Look, Cassidy.
We're holding up the line, Lamont. We better go along.
Cassidy, look, these men... They're piling up behind you, Mr. Cranston. Mind moving along?
Go on. You heard the officer.
I tried. Sure, you tried. I told you what was going to happen if you crossed me.
Not here, Rocco. There may be on a roadblock. Can't you wait till we get to the hideout?
Okay. That gives you just about another hour to be healthy, copper.
Lamont, are you all right?
Ed. What happened, Margo?
It was Rocco. As soon as we were past the roadblock, he stopped the car and beat you over the head with his gun. How do you feel?
Pretty rugged. Where are we?
I don't know. Some kind of a hideout. They threw you into this back room. What's going to happen to us?
Not what they think, Margo. They're going to pay for the vicious murder of Shrevey.
How? What can we do?
We can't do anything, Margo. The Shadow can.
Yeah.
Here they come.
All right, Margo, get back. Shadow's going to handle these killers.
I don't think we ought to stay out here any longer than we have to, Rocco.
We're staying until they square things off with Cranston. What's his trouble? I don't know. What are you laughing at, Cranston?
I am the Shadow.
The guy's
I've come for vengeance.
The crack on the skull must have set him off his rocket.
I am the
Shut
Shadow.
up, Cranston. Get back against the wall there.
Cranston? I am the Shadow.
Okay, so you're Napoleon. Now get back.
You can't see the Shadow. No man sees the Shadow.
Lamont, what's wrong? They can see you. You've lost your power.
That ain't all he's lost, ladies. Stand away from him.
No, I won't let you do it.
Don't make it too tough on yourself, sister. Come on, baby. Do like it.
Take your hands off her.
Everybody, I told you to stay out of my hair, sister. Now you're going.
Margot. Killed her. You killed Margot! You killed Margot. Rocco, I'll kill you with my bare hands. Go ahead, I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Mr. Cranston, it's me. Hey, wake up. Wake up, huh?
What?
You've been dreaming, you've been. And I got bruises to prove it.
Then was all a dream? Shadow... You're not dead, Shrevey.
Not that I heard. Am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to?
Yes, it was all a horrible dream. It was so real. Dreamt about Rocco and Regan. You and Margot. Where is Margot?
That's why I woke you, Mr. Cranston.
What happened?
Well, I don't know. I figured Miss Lane was taking pretty long, so I went in the hat store to see.
And?
Well, the lady says Miss Lane left 15 minutes ago. A man followed her into the store, said something to her, and she left with him.
Lord Shrevey, it's a dream coming true. They've got Margot.
Who?
Rocco and Regan, Shrevey. They swore they'd get even with me. They're trying to do it through Margot.
That dream sure must have been real. It sure must have been.
Yes, it was. Very real. Something about it didn't strike quite true. Now, what was it? What was it? I know. It wasn't something in the dream. It was something that should have been in that wasn't. It was the girl.
What girl?
Back when we broke up Rocco's gang, there was a girl who fronted for them. The police couldn't get enough evidence to convict her, but she was in it, all right. That would explain why the police can't find Rocco, too.
Well, how?
There must have been someone on the outside to help in that jailbreak, Shrevey. We've got to find that girl, Shrevey. She's the key to this whole thing.
Well, if we don't know who she is or where she is, won't that be difficult, Mr. Cranston? Won't that be?
Not too difficult, Shrevey. I've got an underworld contact who could find a pier in the ocean. I'll get back to you later, Shrevey. I'm going down to see Mr. Adolphus Claremont Poindexter.
Well, Miss Lane, so you finally decided to come too.
Where am I? Who are you? What do you want with me?
My name is Rocco. Al Rocco.
Oh.
Well, you know of me, huh? Good. We got mutual friends, Miss Lane. I'm going to use you to stage a reunion.
What do you mean?
Lamont Cranston and I have an old debt to settle.
What's that got to do with me?
I can't contact Cranston without having to worry about the police, but if you call him...
I won't do it.
Be a lot more satisfactory paying Cranston what I owe him personally, Miss Lane. But if I have to pay him through you, I guess I'll just have to do it.
You're bluffing.
The guard at the prison died this morning, Miss Lane. I've got nothing to lose. They can only hang me once. Well?
What do you want me to do?
Call Cranston. You'll tell him to drive his car out to the Skyville Highway. 5 miles past the blinker, there'll be a dark sedan waiting.
But...
The telephone, Miss Lane. I haven't much time.
No, I won't. My wrist. You're hurting my wrist.
The telephone.
All right. All right, I'll go.
Alone today? The fair Miss Lane is not with you? No, Mr. Poindexter. Did you get the information I wanted? Oh, very disappointing, Mr. Cranston. Very disappointing. You couldn't find the girl? She dropped out of sight 5 years ago, Mr. Cranston. Lives very good life. Not a thing on her. But you did find her. May I know what you want with her, Mr. Cranston? Case about a girl who's gone straight, you know. I expect her to lead me to Al Rocco and Ed Regan. Rocco? Regan? Well, good day, Mr. Cranston. My regards to the charming Miss Lane. Mr. Poindexter, you don't understand. Miss Lane has disappeared. Don't you see? I think Regan and Rocco have her in an attempt to get at me. But Rocco is a killer. Besides, what makes you think this girl can lead you to him? Call it a hunch. I just dreamed it up, but I know I'm on the right track. But Rocco, you sure you wouldn't like to know about somebody else? Gunner Boyne, for instance? Where's the girl, Mr. Poindexter? I've got to find her. Her name's Annie Delatour now. Sweet girl, very sweet girl. Where can I find her, Mr. Poindexter? Annie has an apartment on University Place. 3rd house from the corner. Top floor. A dozen exits. Over the roof and away like that. Think Rocco and Regan may be holed out there? Oh, hadn't thought of it. Oh, no. Can't be. Too small. Besides, Annie must have a place out of town. Spends weekends someplace, never in town. Thanks, Mr. Poindexter. I'll see that the bartender arranges for your gratuity. Splendid, Mr. Cranston. Splendid. By the way, if you do happen to see Al Rocco, be sure not to give him my regard. Top floor, Shrevey. This must be your apartment right here. You want I should make like a messenger boy? Yes, that might do it, Shrevey. I got a message for Miss Delatour.
Okay, Sonny, I'm coming. I've been expecting... What is this?
Merely a social call, Miss Delatour. We're coming in.
That's what you think, mister. I'll
Of course,
see.
if you think Al Rocco might object.
What? Okay, come in.
What we figured on doing.
Now, what's this about Al Rocco?
Now, don't tell me you don't know Rocco. After all he used to do to you?
Okay, so you recognize me, but that was 5 years ago, and I've gone straight. You cop...
I'm not a policeman, Annie.
What are you doing, then? Auditioning a quiz show? Who are you, anyhow?
What a disposition. My name's Lamont Cranston. Heard of me, perhaps?
No. I gave up reading the funny papers when I found out Orphan Annie was really a midget.
What a card.
Look, I don't know how you found me after all these years, but it won't do you any good. I don't know anything.
There had to be someone on the outside to fix up a hideout for Rocco. That was you, Annie. You want I should give her the 3rd degree, Mr. Cranston? You want I should give her?
You stick that homely pan of yours any closer, and I'll carve my life's history on a dream, boy. You scare me about as much...
Hold it, Shrevey. Don't let her get to that phone.
Let me go.
Keep it quiet, Shrevey. This may be the break we need.
Oh,
Quiet, Tom.
This is Regan, Annie. Annie? Listen, I only got a minute. Al's getting edgy. He wants me to pick you up at the corner of 8th and Convent in half an hour. Will you be there?
Go, you big girl. Let me go.
I can't hold him anymore, Mr. Cranston.
Give me that phone.
You're too late, Annie. Regan just hung up.
Regan, why,
I'd like to stay here and keep you company, Annie, but I've got a date.
You listen.
Sorry, Annie, but you won't get lonesome. I'll leave Shrevey here with you. And I'll give your love to Rocco when I see him. Rocco's going to be sore when he finds out I didn't pick up Annie. I waited for it as long as I could. Better give Rocco the signal. He'll blast me before I reach the cabin. That's you, Regan? Yeah, Rocco. Hey. Where's Annie? I don't know, Rocco. I told her to meet me like you said, but she didn't show up. I waited for an hour. Something must have gone wrong. You mean you think the cops got her? Hey, we better get out of here. Not until I do what I came here to do. Well, can't you forget that guy Cranston? You'll never get away if we keep hanging around here. Come inside. Well, Miss Lane, ready to tell us where we can reach Cranston?
I tell you I don't know. I tried to reach him in his apartment, and he hasn't come in yet.
I haven't got time to fool you anymore. I'm going to kill you.
Shadow! Thank heavens you're here.
Shadow?
Yes, Rocco. This is the Shadow. Now we do meet under different circumstances.
What
station. He's alongside of me. Get him. Oh, but now I'm over here, Rocco.
Hey, I heard all about that guy. He's not a yeoman. I'm getting out. Ian, come back. Ian.
He won't get far, Rocco. I took the trouble of letting the air out of all your tires.
You devil. What do you want with me?
I want nothing, Rocco. The state wants your life.
Listen, Shadow, the minute I hear anything that sounds like cops coming, the girl gets it first. You. Don't move, Miss Lane. I can't see the shadow, but I can see you. Well, Shadow, looks like a stalemate.
Is it, Rocco? As soon as I let the air out of your tires, I took the precaution of removing the bullet from your gun.
What?
Sorry to deceive you, Rocco, but I did have to distract your attention long enough to take your gun away from you.
I'm not like Shadow, I'm not...
No? That's what you think, Rocco. You hear those sirens? That's the police on their way here to make sure you keep that date at the death house.
Margot, what's been bothering you? You haven't said a word for the last 5 minutes.
That girl, Lamont. That Annie. You must have known her pretty well 5 years ago to know where she lived.
What? Darling, I tell you, I never saw that girl before in my life.
Then how is it that you dream about her?
I didn't, Margot. That's just the point. She wasn't in the dream.
And you missed her. I see. And all along.
Now, look, darling.
No, you needn't explain to me, Lamont Cranston.
Margot, that kind of a girl wouldn't go for me.
Wouldn't go for you, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Oh, murder.
So she did go for him, Treasy?
If she could have got loose, she would have gone for him. With a butcher knife, she would have gone for him.
Oh.
There, you see? Margot, I give you my word, if Shrevey keeps this hack, there are 2 things I'm going to do.
What?
First, I'm going to swear off sleeping. And second, I'm going to nail up that trap door of his.
Weed of crime. There's bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow
forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Rides High. High above a dark layer of storm clouds, a converted army bomber streaks in the direction of the American border. In the pilot's compartment, 2 men sit. One, the young pilot. The other, a dark, heavy-set man. In the rear of the ship are huddled aliens being smuggled into the United States.
Where are we now, H? Getting near the border?
Yeah, about 5 minutes ago, Becker. Hadn't you better go back and take care of the cargo?
I guess so. Hand me that Tommy gun.
Yeah. As soon as everything is ready, knock on the door. I'll throw her into a steep bank.
Right. Quiet, everybody.
We have arrived? We are in United States?
We crossed the border in about 5 minutes.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have waited long.
But this is as far as you go.
We don't understand. We have paid you well. Your promise will be now in the United States.
Something's come up. This is where you get off.
But below is wilderness, mountains.
You cannot land a plane there.
Who said anything about landing a plane? Okay, Ace. Now back up, all of you. All the way.
What do you intend to do, senor?
Unload. You're standing right over the Bombay doors. All I do is pull this lever.
Help me. I pray you will.
Let go of that edge.
My finger. You crushed him. Please, Almighty.
So long, Frenchie. Sorry we couldn't fly into the States, but that's against the law.
Gentlemen, I propose a toast to your latest successful mission. My friends, we have discovered a gold mine that will make El Dorado look like a pike. You can make another trip soon.
You got another load?
Another load. They continue to come. You see, we get no complaints from our customers. That is good for business, no?
That is good for business, yes. When we take off?
I have informed them to be ready tomorrow evening.
Good.
They will arrive at the airport in a closed van. We will continue to be discreet, eh?
Now, don't worry, Lopez. None of them will talk after we get our hands on them.
Excellent, my friend. It would be too bad to spoil such a foolproof scheme. It would make me very angry.
Hey, what's the knife for, Lopez? You're not scaring Becker.
Oh, but of course, it was not my intention to frighten Becker or you, Ace. I was merely reminding you I do not like mistakes.
You keep going through the motions, but you're not fooling me, Lamont Cranston.
What?
Just what I said, darling. You keep staring at that page, but you haven't read a line on it. Now, something's on your mind. What is it?
Remember Suzette, the old French gal who runs that restaurant just off 48?
Oh, of course. Who could forget that onion soup?
Suzette called me today, Margot. She's all upset.
Oh?
Seems she has a cousin who's determined to get into this country legally or illegally.
Don't tell me she wants you to smuggle him in for her.
Of course not. No, she's upset because he seems on the verge of breaking the law. She wants me to help her stop him. That must be Suzette now. I'll get it.
Right.
Well, Suzette, come in.
Monsieur Cranston, Miss Lane, how nice it is of you to wish to help poor Suzette. Hello, Suzette. Sit down, won't you? Oui, merci. Monsieur Cranston, my cousin, he's disappeared.
What?
It is so. I have not heard from him for several weeks. I write him 2-3 weeks ago the letter she is returned. Voila.
No longer at this address.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about this scheme of your cousin, Suzette.
Andre, he wished to come to this glorious United States. Your immigration department, they say no. Andre, he is impatient. He will find some other way. This impatient youth.
And he did find some way of getting in, you say?
Yes. He tell me that he made contact with some American flyers who fly the alien into these countries.
Did he tell you where he made the contact with these flyers, where they can be reached?
With Locarto. That is a little town just below the border. And in this town, there is a little boîte, how you call joint, where the head of these flyers meet the refugees. Here one makes the arrangements. And you wrote to Andre at his address in Ricardo, and the letter came back. Oui, mademoiselle. Something has happened. I feel it here. You will help Suzette, monsieur.
I'll do everything possible to find Andre for you, but I warn you, Suzette, my main objective in going to Ricardo will be to get enough evidence to smash this alien smuggling ring.
Of course.
Now, do you have all the information I wanted? A picture of Andre, name of the cafe where the smugglers meet, and all the rest?
Oui, I have it all here.
Good. You leave the rest up to us, Suzette, and try not to worry.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. And now I must hurry. The onion soup. I must watch these bunglers one calls theft in this country. Goodbye, Monsieur Cranston. Mademoiselle, goodbye, Suzette.
Don't worry, Suzette.
You don't think anything has happened to her cousin, do you, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. I did some talking to immigration officials after Suzette first phoned me, and I learned there have been a number of inquiries about refugees who left their homes to come to this country. They've never been heard of again.
But what could be behind it, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. Suppose you and I fly down to Locarto and spend a few days looking around.
This is a charming little spot, Lamont. What do you keep staring at?
A dark, heavy-set man at the table near the wall. He's the one we came down here to see.
How can you be so sure?
I made inquiries around this morning. He's the one to see to get aboard the refugee plane.
Isn't it dangerous to make inquiries in a town this size and make mistakes?
I have legitimate reason to make inquiries. See, I'm a Frenchman. My friend André, he has informed me this can be done.
Oh, the accent is wonderful, but do be careful. You may be walking into a trap.
I don't think so, Margot. You stay here. I'm going over to talk to our squat friend and see if I can't arrange passage on his plane. Pardon. May I sit down, monsieur?
Oh, sure. What's on your mind?
I must get into the United States, monsieur. One tells me this is possible.
Anything's possible, if you can afford it.
Oui, I'm willing to pay.
How'd you happen to come here?
I have a friend, André. He writes me from here of this wonderful opportunity he has to go to America. He mentioned this place.
Ah, Andre, huh? Tall, dark-haired guy with a broken nose. Is that him?
Certainement. You remember him, monsieur?
Yeah, I remember him. When were you planning on going over the line?
As soon as possible, monsieur.
Well, I'll have to make a telephone call first. You wait here.
Oui.
Hello, Lopez. Becker. I got a guy here that wants to go over the line. He's a friend of the Frenchie we had so much trouble getting rid of a couple of weeks ago.
Well?
I seen this guy before.
Where?
In the States. He's a private eye named Lamont Cranston. Pal of the boys down at headquarters.
What's that? You're sure, Becker?
Of course I'm sure. Well, what do we do?
Tell Mr. Cranston to wait at his hotel for further orders. As soon as things are arranged, he will be notified.
I get it, Lopez. I'll check you later. All right, mister. We can help you out.
Je vous remercie bien.
Where are you staying?
Staying, Casa El Bar. I'm registered as Lamont. Pierre Lamont.
Okay, Mr. Lamont. Go on back to the hotel and rest up. You'll be hearing from us real soon.
Stop pacing, Lamont. It's too hard.
Oh, since I made that contact with Becker, Margot, we should have heard something by now.
Well, maybe they're so busy it'll take a couple of days before...
That's it, Margot. Remember, leave the talking to me. Don't say a word. One moment, please. Yes?
You Pierre Lamont, mister?
Oui. You are...
Just call me Louis, cousin. Louis the loser. I sell lottery tickets. You wouldn't be interested in a couple?
Lottery tickets? Oh, sorry. No, I...
Don't blow your gasket, mister. I got a message for you, too. I just thought I'd promote a little business on the side.
A message? What is it?
You're supposed to go down to the airfield at 8 o'clock tonight. There'll be a crate warming up on the far runway, and that's for you.
Crate? Oh, you mean plane? What kind of plane?
Small cabin job.
But I thought it...
That ain't the one that will fly you in. This little one just takes you out to where the big ones together.
Oh, I am relieved.
Sure you don't want a lottery ticket, mister?
I can win, you think?
Well, nobody ever has that I ever ain't of, but you never can tell. It's only a peso.
Here you are, monsieur.
Thanks. Happy landing.
Margot, we've done it. We're being flown to the airfield the smugglers used. Good. We're really on the right track now. It's a small plane, Martin. We're above the mountains. We'll be passing soon.
And I hope we get where we're going pretty soon. I'd hate to get caught up in the storm here, and look at those clouds.
Yes, they are pretty. That's funny.
It's another plane.
Yes. A bomber. Wonder what that's doing up here. Pilot, do you see that plane off to the left?
Si, senor. It is the plane to which you will be transferred at the hill.
Lamont, it seems to be flying toward us.
Yes, it is.
It's coming right for us.
Pilot!
Boss, there's a deal.
They're strafing us. Pilot, can't you get out of their way?
I am trying. Senor.
Pilot! Pilot, he's been hit. Good Lord.
Lamont! We're out of control! We're out of control!
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, on the trail of a ring of alien smugglers they suspect of murder, are shot down in a small cabin plane. The pilot dead, the plane out of control is zooming toward the ground.
Lamont, we're out of control. We're going to crash.
I got it, Margot. Better get down into that cloud bank so that machine gun can't tear us to shreds. Now we'll pull out of the dive. There. Now, is there any sign of the other plane, Margot?
No, I don't see it.
Good. We'll head out to the nearest landing field.
Is he dead?
I'm afraid so, Margot.
Why, Lamont? What would they gain by killing us?
I must have given myself away in some way. But now they're going to know that we're in a fight.
What are you going to do?
Going back to Locato and have a showdown with that gang. I think the Shadow had better have a talk with Mr. Becker.
Ace, Becker. Hi, Lopez. Back already. I take it your mission has been successfully completed.
Yeah, Lopez, I caught up with a cabin job over the mountain.
Blasted it right out of the air. Good. Well, gentlemen, that dangerous past, eh?
Is it? Sure, we got this private eye, but there may be others. If this guy could find us, others can't.
Ace is right, Lopez. This place is getting too hot. Oh? All right, senor. What do you suggest?
Well, I'm tossing in my cards, Lopez. Get yourself another flyboy.
You, Becker?
I'm pulling out, too.
Well, that's that. What is our next step?
I'm checking out here at midnight, and I want to take my share with me.
You are not threatening me, senor?
No, just telling you. We're taking off at midnight. Now, you're welcome to come with us if you like, but whether you come with us or not, we're taking our share.
Very well, senors. The details will be arranged. I shall dispose of the baggage and have your share by midnight. We meet at the airport.
Hello, Becker. That'd be a pain in the mood to invest in a surefire proposition, namely my lottery ticket.
Lord, a loser. Why aren't you smart enough and stop stealing pennies?
Maybe I'm finding copper healthier than lead, Becker.
What's that mean in English, Louis?
It's meaning like it's sounding, cousin. In my racket, there were no partners who were planning to take it on the lam, leaving me to take in the rap.
I don't like your conversation, Louis. Either you're saying too much or you ain't saying enough.
If you will kindly leave me my coat in one piece, I'll be making with the explanation.
Okay. Now, who's going to run out on who?
Okay, Becker. You were asking, I'm telling. Things are getting hot. Somebody's having to take the fall, so the frame Lopez is fixing, on you it's going to look good.
So that's it, huh? Lopez and Ace are getting set to leave me with a bag.
Matter of great surprise to me that a hip character like Lopez is not knowing that you're not standing still for a deal like this.
Yeah, he should know. Maybe I better get down to his place and wise him up.
You were no doubt planning to use that 38 for punctuation, no doubt?
Maybe. Maybe I ought to use it to make sure your memory won't be too good tomorrow.
Fortunately, I'm cutting my teeth on a 45. Consequently, anything less than a howitzer is failing to make any impression on me.
Okay, here's some dough. Just forget you ever seen me.
Oh, Green. This is causing me to forget everything.
So long, Louis. I'll be seeing you.
You ain't realizing it, Becker. But maybe tonight, Louis ain't gonna be the loser.
Getting courage out of a bottle, Ace?
Who said that?
I am the Shadow. I've come for an accounting with you and your partner, Becker. Where is he?
I don't know. He hasn't come back.
Not very steady, are you, Ace? Did shooting down an unarmed plane upset you that much?
Who are you? How do you know that?
The Shadow knows, Ace. The Shadow knows everything.
I didn't shoot them down. Beckett did it. He shot them down.
How about the refugees, Ace?
I'm just a pilot. I don't know anything. He asked me to fly them to America, so I do.
Do you?
What do you mean?
Do you fly them to America? There was no trace of them lost when they
have anything to do with it. I just fly the plane. Becker's the one. He dumps them.
Becker the head of this racket, Ace? Well, is he?
No. Becker and I take orders. Lopez is the guy that gives them. He's the guy behind this setup.
All right, Ace. The Shadow will see this, Lopez. Then he will return. You won't try to escape, Ace. Because if you do, you'll find the Shadow is at your elbow always. You cannot escape the Shadow, Ace.
Hello?
Hello, Lopez. This is Louis Toulouse.
I have no time to talk to you now, Louis.
Let me keep you, cousin. I'm going to acquaint you with the fact that Beck is now being on his way over to kill you.
What is that?
I'm standing at a bar minding my own business when I'm hearing Becker and the pilot arranging for a sudden removal. That's you. I'm considering that it will be interesting to you.
I don't believe a word you are saying. Wait a minute, Louis. Who is there?
Me, Becker.
Just a minute. I apologize, Louis. You were right. Becker is here right now. I shall not forget you for this, Louis. Come in, my friend. Come in. Ah, Becker.
You don't seem too surprised to see me, Lopez.
I am not surprised. As long as I have to see you, I prefer it to be here.
I'm going to kill you, Lopez.
I do not think so, my friend. The arm is quicker than the eye. You do not see the knife, but you feel it in the heart, no?
It won't do you no good, Lopez. You're not getting out of here alive.
It takes more than one knife to kill a bull, eh? So, like the matador, I finished the bull with a second knife. Now, I am getting out of here.
No. You're not, Lopez.
Lamont, maybe Ace just sent you here to Lopez's office so he can make his getaway.
I don't think so, Margot. Ace won't leave without Lopez and his share of the loot.
This is Lopez's office, Lamont. What now?
The door's open. We go in.
Good heavens.
Come here quickly and close that door.
It's Becker.
Yes. 2 knives in his chest. This one must be Lopez. He's been shot.
Is he dead?
Quite. Looks like he tried to make the door and couldn't. I wonder what went on here. Look, safe's been looted.
By whom?
I don't know. Neither of them seem to have the money. No, wait a minute. Might have been Ace.
Of course. Ace is the only member of the gang left. He must have double-crossed his partner.
Come on, Margot. We'll get right out to the airport and see that Ace doesn't try to make a getaway.
Close to midnight, Ace. I don't think it's being advisable to waiting any longer.
Now, wait a second, Louis. Wait a second. You don't know what you're doing.
I'm knowing that this 45 is pointing at the back of your neck, Flyboy. Now make with the motors and leave us shake this town.
Okay. Hey, what was that?
That's the wind. The door's open and closing. Take it off.
But I don't think
I'm getting impatient, cousin. I said you're taking off, or I'm...
Okay.
Do not steal pennies, Becker is saying. Steal pennies, huh? Louis Toulouse is getting away with a very large chunk of the folding stuff. Louis Toulouse is not being the loser in this team.
Oh, Louis?
What's that?
I knew that door couldn't open and close by itself. It's the Shadow. Yes, Ace. The Shadow.
This is being some kind of a gag. I'm not seeing anybody.
Right, here I am, Louis, in the back end.
I'm taking care of that. You're leaving by the Bombay door, Shadow, and
Not back there anymore, Louis. Now I'm right here by your shoulder.
It's some kind of a trick.
You tried to take over for 2 dead men, eh, Louis? Dead? Becker and Lopez dead? Both dead.
So that's it. You set them against each other. Why, you little rat. I'll right there right where you are, Flyboy.
Put up that gun. I'm coming for you.
Hey, I'm making a mistake, Ace. Don't die. Who's flying the plane, huh? Get out of the plane!
Forget us to die, Shadow!
Louis! Stay away from that open bow bay! Louis! Poor fool. Louis the loser. He lived up to his name.
I'm certainly glad to be back home, Lamont. We had some narrow escapes on that one.
Yes, Margaret, but it was worth it. The evidence we were able to turn over to the authorities will smash that alien smuggling ring once and for all. When it comes to that.
Oh, my good friend. You have won my gratitude. At least that, so it is. Now I know. Well, sorry, Suzette. But you did a real service in helping Mr. Cranston break up that smuggling ring. I'm glad of that, Miss Lane. And now, what can I bring you? Here is the menu.
No. You don't catch me that easily, Suzette. I'm not ordering from a French menu anymore.
Oh, but why?
So what happened to me in Locarno because of my French accent? From now on, Suzette, I'm adhering strictly to ham and eggs.
Now, the Carey Salt Company, producers of salt for every farm and home use, bring you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today's exciting adventure will begin in just a moment. Now, boys and girls, here's an important announcement. Carey's special Magic Shadow Ring offer is nearly over. Just one more week and it will end. If there are still some of you who haven't sent for your Magic Shadow Ring, better not wait any longer. It's your last chance to get this wonderful ring that glows in the dark with a weird, mysterious radiance. The ring cannot be bought in any store, you know, but it's so easy to get one from the makers of Carey Salt. I'm sure Mom knows that Carey's is the extra refined salt, the salt that always carries the flavor. Ask her to listen with you later in the program when I tell how to send for Carey's Magic Shadow Ring. And now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Seance with Death. It is midnight. The door to the bedroom of a large suite in a fashionable midtown apartment opens. A tall, dignified man enters, walks over to the telephone next to the bed. He hesitates for a moment. Then, as though reaching a decision, removes the instrument from its hook.
Number, please.
Get me police headquarters, operator.
One moment, please.
What do you want? What do you want?
I'm ringing that number, sir.
Never mind it now. Look, I wasn't going to call the police, honest. I'll make a deal with you. I've got plenty on all of you, but I'll tear it up. Honest, I will.
like it, Robbie. Killing Sanders was a bad idea. Faking spooks is one thing, but making real spooks is not good for business.
Oh, wait a minute, Swami. You talk as though I knocked off Sanders.
Well, you did, didn't you?
No. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh. Maybe you want me to think Doc killed Sanders.
Maybe I did, Swami.
Doc, I did not hear you.
No, well, I heard you.
I guess I was just sounding off. You know how it is.
Sure, I know how it is. That's my business, remember? Applied psychiatry and consultant, I know exactly how it is.
Sure. Doc can read your mind for you. Doc.
The police are pretty mad about Sanders being killed, Doc. They said he was killed to keep him from giving some dope to the cops.
He was. And the police are no madder than I am, Swami. You tipped our whole business to Sanders. He had enough evidence to break our little game wide open.
Yeah. You weren't playing Sanders for a sucker, Swami. He's been playing you.
Yeah? How about his daughter?
She's still on the hook. But now we're running into a few legal difficulties in procuring the girl's inheritance.
You mean with lawyers?
With one lawyer, a man named Jackson. Sanders' personal legal advisor and a very suspicious man.
Oh? We're going to have to give Jackson the spook business, Doc?
Jackson is going to be taken into the fold, made a believer.
Oh. We make him such a believer, he loses his suspicions and does not object to signing over Sanders' fortune to his daughter.
Precisely. We start Mr. Jackson's conversion to the faith with this.
A picture of Sanders.
Right. Treat it with that luminous paint of yours and make it a spirit photo. Robbie, here can do an excellent imitation of Sanders' voice. We'll have a record made, and as soon as the Sanders girl comes in with Mr. Jackson, we'll have a little session.
And the Sanders girl doesn't know we're using her, huh?
Does a lamb know it's being led to slaughter?
It sounds good, but...
There are no buts, Swami. Don't forget, I took you from a mit camp in a carnival and set you up in the best spook setup in the country. You wouldn't want to go back to reading palms at a dime a throw, would you?
Mr. Sanders promised he'd contact me as soon as he got the evidence he wanted, Cranston. Well, you know the rest.
You say he said he was on the trail of a racket that was milking hundreds of gullible old men and women, Commissioner?
Yes, Cranston. He sounded pretty bitter about it, almost as though it hit close to home.
His wife, perhaps?
No, his wife has been dead almost 10 years.
Any family at all?
Just a daughter, Consuelo.
She have any idea who killed her father?
If she has, we haven't been able to get it out of her. At any rate, we haven't pushed her too hard.
Why not?
Well, you see, the girl's been under the care of a psychiatrist for quite some time.
You mean she...
No, she's not crazy. It's just that according to her psychiatrist, his name here someplace. Oh, yes, Dr. Thor Sampson. According to him, she suffers from a psychic maladjustment.
What does that mean?
Well, it means about $10 a treatment. He's located on Park Street in a swanky apartment building.
Anyway, we can help find Sanders' killer, Commissioner?
No. Everything possible is being done. For Pete's sake, don't complicate it any more than it is.
Okay. Come along, Margot. The commissioner sounds busy.
Goodbye, Margot. Cranston?
Goodbye, Commissioner. See you soon.
I don't think you fooled him either, Lamont.
Whatever do you mean, darling?
Just that. Don't you think Weston knows that you're on your way to see the psychiatrist right now?
Of course he does, the old faker. Otherwise, why do you think he'd go to such pains to make sure we got Dr. Sampson's name and address? Pretty swanky layout, Emma.
Yes, someone's coming.
Yes?
Dr. Sampson?
Well, no, the doctor's busy. Do you have an appointment?
Why, no, it's not a case for the doctor. It's some information I'd like.
Well, sorry, but the doctor...
Ravi, what is this? Don't we ask the people in?
Well, they're just looking for information, Doctor.
Master, good. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is my friend, Miss Lane.
I'm Dr. Sampson. How do you do, Miss Lane?
How do you do?
And this information?
In reference to the Sanders killing.
Oh, yes. Unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate.
I understand his daughter Consuelo is a patient of yours.
Why, yes.
I wanted to ask your advice before talking to her.
How very strange. You know, Mr. Cranston, by the oddest coincidence, Consuelo is here in my office at this very moment.
Oh?
Why not question her here, Mr. Cranston?
That would be splendid.
Good.
if you'll wait just a moment.
Lamont, what a big man. He must weigh 300 pounds. And that servant of his, I wouldn't want him around very much.
He's probably chauffeur and general handy boy. It's a nice setup. Here they come.
Here you are, Cranston, as well as Sanders. This is the man I told you about, my dear.
How do you do?
And this is his friend, Miss Lane.
Oh, you're pretty. Thank you.
Mr. Cranston wanted to ask you a few questions, my dear.
What did you want to know, Mr. Cranston?
You know your father is dead, don't you, Consuelo?
Of course, Mr. Cranston, I know.
You have any idea who might have killed him?
Yes.
What?
It was Mother. She did it. She shot Father.
But, Consuelo, your mother's been dead for over 10 years.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. You see, it's been a long time, and she's been so tired of waiting. Now, at last, they're together. Nobody ever dies. They're simply on another plane.
I see.
Were there any other questions you wanted to ask Consuelo, Mr. Cranston?
No, Doctor. I think that'll be all. We'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston. Goodbye, Miss Lane. Goodbye.
Bye.
No wonder that girl's being treated by a psychiatrist. She's completely unbalanced.
Maybe Margot. Maybe she just believes in spirits.
What?
There's a growing cult that believes that the spirits of the dead are all around us. That through some mediums it's possible to establish contact.
That's spiritualism, isn't it?
Yes, Margot. And spiritualism is often used as a racket which to prey on the rich and old.
Do you think that's what Mr. Sanders was referring to when he told Weston he was out to break up a racket?
May well be, Margot. At any rate, it's worth a try. Come on, we've got some investigating to do.
This is Mr. Jackson, Swami, my father's lawyer.
How do you do, Mr. Jackson? Come in. Come in.
Well, I must warn you, sir, that I'm being brought here under protest. If it weren't for Consuelo's insistent pleadings, I can promise you I wouldn't submit to this seance.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Jackson. Now, if you will just sit over there on that side of the table, sir, and you, Consuelo, on this side, we will begin.
Thank you, Swami.
Now, Consuelo, you must concentrate, my child.
Yes.
You will be the medium through which I speak to your father. The medium through which I bring his image to you both. Concentrate, Consuelo. Concentrate.
Father. Father, answer me. I see a horn. And the light near the cabinet. Swami, look. Look, it's Father.
Good heavens.
My child, I have come at your call. I am with your mother at last. Someday soon, you will come to us. We will never be separated again. Never.
Oh, Father, I was afraid you weren't happy.
This is incredible.
I must go now. But, Consuela, there is something.
Yes?
You must support the institution that makes it possible for me to come to you. Give. Give freely.
I will, Father. I will give everything, everything.
I must go now, my child.
No.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Father. Father, come back.
Oh, Consuelo, I hope everything went well. We made the contact.
Yes, Swami, we made the contact.
You are satisfied, Mr. Jackson?
That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
You are satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Oh, begone. Excuse me, I will be right back. You rang the gong, Robbie. What for?
Yes, the phone. Doc wants to talk to you.
Girl and Jackson are in there. I do not have much time. Hello.
Hello, Swami. How did it go?
Like clockwork. I gave them everything but the bottle of Iwo Jima and Technicolor.
Good. But you'll have to do more. A serious complication has developed.
What now?
The chap was questioning her about her father is Lamont Cranston, a dangerous man. We've got to take care of him, Swami.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. That is your department. Let Robbie handle it.
No. Cranston's too smart to let Robbie get close enough. The girl will have to do it.
Consuelo? You're nuts. She won't do it.
Yes, she will. I've conditioned her to hypnosis. You can put her under in a second. Get rid of Jackson. Then tell her exactly what she's to do and leave her with a post-hypnotic suggestion that later she will remember nothing.
You sure this is okay, Doc?
Absolutely. She'll walk up to Cranston, let him and Miss Lane have it, then forget all about it. What could be sweeter and neater?
We should come in for a minute, Lamont.
Thanks, Margot, but it's pretty late. I'll just see you to the door.
Right. Oh. Look who's over there near the entrance. Isn't that Consuelo Sanders?
Yes, it looks like her. Do you think she's waiting for us?
Hello, Consuelo. Hello, Miss Lane. Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Consuelo, is anything wrong? You feel all right?
I have something for you, Mr. Cranston. Something I must give you.
Yes? What is it, Consuelo?
This, Mr. Cranston.
What?
It's a gun. I must kill you.
Put away that gun, Consuelo.
No, Mr. Cranston.
Consuelo.
Don't come any closer.
Look out, Lamont!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
All right, kids, ready for that thrilling offer from the makers of Carrie Salt. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get Carrie's wonderful magic shadow ring while you still have a chance. You can have so much fun with a strange and fascinating ring that glows in the dark. Yes, it soaks up the living light and holds it. Then the darkness brings out its mysterious radiance. A steady, watchful glow like the unsleeping eye of a jungle cat. Now that everybody knows the offer will close next week, the rings will be going fast. So don't wait till it's too late. Here's how to get your magic shadow ring right away. Ask Mom for the white star from a round package of Carrie Salt. Tell her you need it quickly because the offer is almost over. Then mail the white star along with 5 cents, just a nickel, to Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Or you can send the sales slip from any Carrie Salt product and 5 cents. Print your name and address plainly. Your exciting magic shadow ring will come postpaid. I'll repeat. Send 5 cents in coin with either that Carrie Salt White Star or the sales slip from any Carrie product to Carrie's, C-A-R-E-Y-S, Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Now back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are investigating the murder of wealthy Roger Sanders. They meet his daughter, Consuelo, who is under the spell of a pseudo-psychiatrist and spiritualist named Swami. In an attempt to get rid of Cranston, Swami hypnotizes Consuelo, instructs her to shoot Cranston. She meets Cranston in front of Margot's apartment, pulls out a gun, fires it.
I wouldn't have been if you hadn't hit her arm just as she fired. I'm sorry. Consuelo.
She's fainted, I think.
Help me get into the lobby. There. She seemed in a complete daze, didn't she?
Yes. Could she have been hypnotized?
Wait a minute, she's coming out of it, Mom.
Oh, where am I? Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, what am I doing here?
You don't remember coming here, Consuelo?
I know. It's all a blank, Mr. Cranston. I can't remember a thing. I remember seeing you this afternoon at Dr. Sampson's.
You don't remember anything beyond that?
No. Nothing. Oh, what's wrong with me, Mr. Cranston? What's wrong?
You've been under a terrific strain. Margot, why don't you take Consuelo upstairs and let her lie down?
What are you going to do, Lamont?
After we're sure Consuelo is safe, I think we'd better drop by headquarters and see what Commissioner Weston has to say.
I tell you, Cranston, you're playing with dynamite. I suppose you know that hiding that girl makes you an accessory.
I'm not hiding her, Commissioner. I put her someplace where she can rest.
Rest? That girl's an attempted murderess. For all we know, she may have killed her own father. She's crazy enough to.
She's crazy, all right.
Well, crazy or not, she tried to kill you, and I'm taking her in for it.
Oh, really? Do you have any witnesses, any complaints?
Cranston, some days to help me...
Mister, all I ask is that you give me 24 hours. If I don't have something by then, I'll turn the girl over to you.
Well, I'm going to hold you responsible for that girl.
I'll accept the responsibility. Come on, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, I hope you know what you've let yourself in for, Lamont.
I think that girl can help me smash this racket, Margot.
But how? She doesn't even remember anything.
Not consciously, Margot. Maybe the shadow can decipher the secret from her unconscious mind.
Consuelo. Consuelo Sanders. Consuelo.
What? Who said that?
I am the shadow. I've come to you for information.
You are the Swami's control spirit.
No, Consuelo. I am the shadow. I want information about the Swami.
You're trying to test me. You're here because the Swami sent you. You think I'm an unbeliever like my father. I'm not.
Father was an unbeliever? But he was one of the Swami's patrons, wasn't he?
Yes, but the Swami couldn't convert Father. He tried to, but he couldn't succeed.
I see. This Swami, where can I find him, Consuelo?
He's everywhere and nowhere.
Where is this Swami? Tell me, what is his address?
On Forsyth Road, the old frame house on the corner of Nassau. What else do you command?
Stay here, Consuelo. Shadow will return when he has done what must be done.
Lamont, are you sure we should do this? Suppose someone's here at the Swami.
I doubt it, Margot. The place is dark. It doesn't look as though anyone lives in it during the day. The door's locked. This will take care of it. I'm stepping past.
I hope you know what you're doing.
There must be a switch around here someplace. Oh, here it is.
What was that? It sounded like...
Wait.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
There's someone in this room, Lamont. Let's get... Look over there near the cabinet. A man.
That, darling, is Mr. Sanders, if I'm not mistaken.
Sanders? But he's dead. Get me out of here,
Now, wait a
Lamont.
minute, Margot. Now, these are all tricks.
What?
Watch. I bring out the astral horn by pushing this button. The voice of the control spirit by pushing this one.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
All tricks, Margot. Cruel tricks designed to get money from the bereaved and the credulous.
But how do they work?
The horn, recorded. It is the imitation of the voice of Sanders. As for the picture, just treat it with luminous paint. When I push the button, the dark cloth in front of it falls away and it glows in the dark. Shh, Margot, someone's coming. Hide behind these drapers.
One place I can't have too much light. Where's that switch? Yeah, that's better.
Hello, Robbie.
What?
So you work for the medium as well as for the doctor, eh?
Cranston. I thought you...
Ed? Sorry to disappoint you, Robbie.
What do you want?
Facts. The facts on what's behind all this.
You can't make me talk.
Maybe you better help me tie Robbie up, Margot. Those cords from the drapery should do it.
Right.
I warn you, Robbie, I'll shoot at the slightest resistance. Okay, darling?
He won't get out of that.
All right now, Robbie. Now, where's the Swami and what's his connection with Dr. Sampson?
They're in cahoots. The doc gets the dope out of the suckers when they come to him. He passes it along to the Swami, and he uses it in the seance.
What are you doing here?
The doc figures things are getting too hot. They're pulling out. Swami sent me here to pack his stuff.
What about the girl, Consuelo Sanders?
I don't know. They got all they can out of her.
All right, Margot, let's go.
What are you going to do?
First, make sure Consuelo's all right at your apartment. Then pay a visit to Doc Sampson and the Swami. Give me your apartment key, Margot.
You don't think anything's happened, Lamont?
I don't know. Consuelo? Consuelo?
Lamont, she isn't here.
Huh. There's a note on the table.
Oh? What does she say?
Thank you both for your help. I must leave. I feel a call. I cannot resist.
Can they have that power over her, Lamont? A power that makes it possible for them to will her to do things?
I think I finally got the answer, Margot. If I'm right, the Shadow may still have time to prevent another murder.
Consuelo, what are you doing here?
I had to come, Swami. I felt your call.
Nobody called you. Look, run along, Consuelo.
No.
Doc and I have some important business. We must...
A voice told me to come to you, Swami.
Please, Consuelo. Later on, perhaps.
I want you to make a contact for me.
Look, Consuelo. Nobody on this plane can make a contact.
But you can, Swami.
Oh.
See, Swami? Now you can make the contact. You're no longer on this plane, are you?
Good heavens, Consuelo. What have you done?
What's the matter, Doc? I thought you didn't like the Swami.
I don't. But you needn't have done it here. What am I going to do with him?
Why not leave him here?
Be reasonable, my child. Police.
I wouldn't worry about the police, Dr. Sampson, because by the time they get here, you'll be with the Swami.
What? No. Don't be hasty, my dear. Just as soon as Jackson signs over your inheritance, we'll go away together.
Oh, no, we won't, Doc. No, we won't. What? You see, you're the only one left who could tie me to this whole business and indirectly to the killing of my father.
But what can you gain by killing me?
Gain. When the police find you, this gun will be alongside you. It's the same gun that killed my father. The police will put two and two together and then...
Forgotten the Swami, Consuelo.
What was that?
Swami! You're dead. I just killed you.
Don't you remember, Consuelo? Many of our dear departed that we think are gone forever are always with us.
It can't be true.
But it is.
I'll kill you.
With an empty gun? No, Consuelo, you're not going to kill anyone else.
Let go of me.
Who are you? You're not Swami?
I am the Shadow. I've come to see justice done.
I have done nothing.
We'll see about that, Dr. Sampson. We'll all stay here together and wait for the police. They'll be very interested in the story. You, too, will have to tell them.
Well, Cranston, now will you listen to me? Just as I told you, that Sanders girl was behind the murder of her stepfather.
Then he wasn't her real father, Commissioner?
Oh, no, Margot. That's why she had to go to such lengths to get hold of the family fortune. First, she tried to interest her stepfather in the fake spiritualism and have the spirit of her mother demand that he change his will to her favor.
Sanders became suspicious, Commissioner?
Yes, in fact, he had enough evidence to expose the whole racket, so the girl had to kill him. And later, she tried to convert Jackson, the family lawyer, with another seance.
They've all confessed?
Oh, certainly. They're all inside testifying against each other. Say, by the way, we found the gunman, Robbie, all tied up waiting for us at the Swami's place.
Now, I wonder how that could have happened. Do you think it's possible we might have been on the right track at that, Margot?
Farm friends, don't miss reading the important new Carey booklet, Minerals and Your Livestock. It's free for the asking at all dealers who sell Carey's Mineral Supplement Salt. This amazing booklet is helping hundreds of farmers make bigger profits from livestock. You see, Minerals and Your Livestock tells the shocking truth about mineral deficiency, the unseen danger that threatens all farm animals. More important, it tells how to fight mineral deficiency, gives facts, figures, pictures. It's authoritative, it's practical. If your dealer doesn't have it, just put your name and address on a postcard, ask for minerals and your livestock, and mail to Carry Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. This free booklet is a real help in safeguarding your stock from mineral deficiency. Another help, of course, is Carry's Mineral Supplement Salt. You just use it instead of ordinary block or loose salt. Mix with feed or supply at free choice. Either way, your stock gets extra amounts of valuable phosphorus, calcium, and iodine, and other minerals as they satisfy normal salt appetite. Remember the name, Carry's Mineral Supplement Salt.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carry Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Don't miss it. And remember, only 2 weeks left to send for your magic shadow ring. Mail 5 cents in coin and either a Carry Table Salt White Star or the sales slip from any other Carry Salt product. Address Carry Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. And now, the weird and wild tale of Spider Boy.
It was lonely sitting in my attic room day after day, night after night, spinning and weaving the beautiful cloth I sell. No one ever came to see me. Everyone thought I was strange and different. One night I was sitting there weaving when suddenly I felt something watching me. I looked up and I saw it there above me. The little black eyes were watching my hands as they flew like lightning back and forth across the loom. It was strange at first, but after a while I was glad she came, even though we couldn't talk. Because, you see, this thing that had come to keep me company was a spider. Some nights I'd just sit and watch her spin. Fantastic webs of gossamer in the corners of my little attic room. We had something in common. She seemed to understand that we were friends. It wasn't so lonely having her. But I still missed someone to talk to. One day an idea came to me. I'd been out to the little shop where the woman sells my cloth. I came up the stairs. I opened the door of my room, and I saw a little kitten caught in the strong mesh of a spider web. I tore the strand from her quickly, and she ran away. I bent down, and I felt the strong threads of the broken web in my hand. Then the thought came to me. Wonderful thought. Perhaps someday my spider could spin a web strong enough to catch a real friend. Just for me.
Really, Lamont, some of your friends live in the oddest neighborhoods.
That, Margaret, because some of my friends are the oddest people.
Present company accepted, I hope.
No, darling, you qualify. Simply because you do seem fond of me.
Honestly, I love your interest in people, Lamont. No matter how poor, how down at the heel.
They pay me back plenty with the stories I've heard. You've no idea the secrets that are hidden in some of these old tenements.
Who was that sweet old man who just visited?
He's just been acquitted of murdering his wife.
What?
When the jury found out she'd been trying to poison him for years.
Lamont, we're going to find a cab somewhere right now. What was that?
Look, someone's running toward us.
It's a young girl, Lamont. She's crying.
Crying? The girl's hysterical. Here, look. Tell me what's happened.
She's so frightened she can't speak.
Try to tell us where you live.
Lamont, the girl's been hurt or beaten.
Come on, Margaret. We'd better get her to a hospital. She's been frightened almost out of her mind.
I didn't mean to hurt the girl or frighten her. I thought maybe she'd be my friend. I promised to show her more of my beautiful cloth if she'd come up to my room with me. And one day she did. It was wonderful to hear her voice. Friend's voice.
No, Eric, I couldn't take the cloth. My father would know I'd been here, and he's already told me not to see you again.
You seen us on the street talking together?
Yes. And he beat me for it.
Tina, please take the cloth.
No. I have to go home.
But don't leave me alone, please.
Eric?
Just a look.
There's something over there in the corner.
Oh, don't be frightened, Tina. That's only my spider.
I've never seen such a big spider before.
She's my friend, Tina. She keeps me company.
Get it away. It's horrible.
It's only my
It's coming closer. Stop it.
All right,
No, I've got to get out of here.
I said it's all right.
Let me go. It's coming
Tina.
closer.
No,
Let
Tina.
Please, let me go.
Fighting
Let
me.
me go.
Stop it, I
I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here.
With a sudden effort, she broke away from me. Before I could stop her, she ran out of the room and down the stairs, sobbing. And I was left all alone again.
How is she, Dr. Gordon?
I don't know yet, Mr. Cranston. I hope we can help her.
It's as bad as that?
Whatever the girl went through tonight must have been pretty terrifying to cause a case of shock like this.
She was so frightened she couldn't talk when we found her.
We still haven't been able to get her to speak.
Any idea who she might be, Doctor?
Well, we found this factory pass in her dress pocket.
I see it.
Yes, it is.
Tina Lukens, 284. Margot, she lives on that street where we found her.
Her family, if she has one, should be notified at once.
I'd like to look into this, Dr. Gordon. May I notify them for you?
I'd be obliged if you would.
Lamont, why?
I'd like to see just what could nearly frighten a person to death. Good evening. Are you Mr. Lukens? Ed Lukens?
Yeah? What about it?
My name is Lamont Cranston. Does Tina Lukens live here?
Yeah?
You're her father.
Yeah, what about it?
Your daughter's very ill, Mr. Lukens.
She's in the hospital. We took her there.
What's the idea of you two sticking your noses in my business?
Don't you want to see her?
What's all this to you?
She's either been hurt or beaten and frightened nearly to death.
Maybe she needed a beating. Now get out.
Oh, just a minute.
I said get out.
Well, that was a quick brush off.
Pleasant character.
He's obviously beaten her before.
Margot, I don't think Ed Lukens is responsible for Tina's present condition.
Didn't you see that piece of whipcord in his pocket?
Yes, I did. Maybe he does beat her, but it wasn't the beating. It was the fright that caused Tina's shock. Margot, we're going to find who or what caused that if we have to search every house in this block.
Lamont, that's a hopeless task.
The only way.
But we don't even know what we're looking for.
Only what Dr. Gordon said, Margot. Someone or something who could nearly frighten a person to death.
It was lonelier than ever now, after Tina had gone. I put my loom by the window so I could watch the people down below. They all hurried by. And then I saw another girl. Sometimes she was with a man, but sometimes she was by herself. She kept stopping in front of houses, looking in. Each house, one by one, all along the block. Maybe if I could see her. talk to her. She'd come up here. Tomorrow, she should visit the empty warehouse across the street. I could talk to her then. Could make her understand that I wanted her to be my friend. I waited for hours in the empty room upstairs in the old warehouse. Then I saw her coming in. But the man was with her. I mustn't let him see me. He might not understand. I hid behind some packing boxes in the corner when I heard them coming up the stairs.
Careful of those stairs, Margaret.
I've climbed enough of these stairs the past 2 days to know my way around, Mr. Cranston. There's no one in here?
Can't tell. It's a good place to hide.
Hide? And they were looking for someone.
Nothing but an empty old storeroom.
Her voice seemed kind and sweet.
In the old storeroom, no one around. This would be the ideal place for someone to drag Tina, frighten and beat her.
Tina, he was after me. I'd walked into a trap.
I still think it's Tina's father. He practically admitted he beat the girl.
She was on my side. Already she was my friend.
He finished looking around.
It seems so silly, Lamont. So much wasted effort, the two of us going through all of these houses.
You call it wasted effort, Margot? Perhaps it meant saving someone else from what happened to that girl?
Yes, he was my enemy.
Well, there's nothing frightening in here.
I guess not.
They were leaving.
Wait.
No, it stopped again.
Let's have a look behind those old packing cases.
He was coming toward me.
Lamont, come on.
Wait, I'm going to have a look.
He was going to find me. I felt in my pocket quickly. There it was, the sharp blades of my cutting shears.
Take just a minute, Margaret.
Let him come. I was ready for him now.
Now, let's see what's behind these packing cases.
Heavy. I held this business tightly.
I guess the best thing to do is knock them all over.
You do. You'll find these cutting shears right in your heart.
Lamont, what happened?
No, it's nothing. Nothing at all, Margaret. I just scratched my hand on a nail.
I was still safe. He hadn't seen me.
You're coming home with me now. I'm going to take care of that hand.
All right, darling, you win.
I went safe. They're really leaving now.
We'll pick up again tomorrow where we've left off.
Tomorrow. Maybe if I was careful, I'd have another chance to see it. Tomorrow. It was dusk the next evening before I finally saw her alone on the street below. I leaned out of the window, dropped a lovely shawl I'd been weaving. I watched it as it wafted slowly downward and dropped at her feet. I jumped back so she wouldn't see me as she looked up and saw my window open. When I looked out again, she was gone. My heart beat wildly when I heard her footsteps on my stairs. And my friend. We'd laughed and we'd talked. I wouldn't be lonely anymore. She was near the top landing now. I ran to the door, opened it a crack, and looked out. Yeah, here she was, coming to my door.
Margot?
His voice. My enemy.
Margot, are you up there?
He had seen her and followed her in.
Yes, Lamont, up here in the top landing.
Don't we'd agree to stick together from now on while we're searching?
I wasn't searching, Lamont. Someone dropped his shawl, and I was just returning it.
Well, I'll come along with you. Can't tell what you might find.
I saw him take her arm and come toward my door. He mustn't find me here. I ran into a corner and hid when I heard them knock on my door.
Door open, Lamont. But it doesn't look as if anyone's home.
Well, come on in. We can leave the shawl anyway.
My, what a dark, stuffy little room.
You sure the shawl came from here?
Yes, Lamont. Look. Someone must have woven it here. There's a loom and yarn and thread scattered everywhere. Oh, Lamont.
What is it?
Nothing, I guess. I just ran into a spider web.
So did I. This place is full of them. Hand me that broom.
Oh, do you think you should sweep them down, Lamont?
Unless you'd rather have them in your hair.
Lamont, stop!
What now?
Something over there in the corner.
What in the world?
It's crawling towards you, Lamont. Looks like a spider.
That size?
It's after you. You tore down the web.
Get behind me, Margot, quickly.
It's coming toward us.
It is a spider.
giant black creature is crawling out of the corner.
Look out, Lamont!
Got it? We're safe now, Margot.
It's horrible.
Thought I'd better bring this gun along just in case. I never dreamed I'd have to use it to kill a spider.
He killed my friend. While I was hiding there in the corner, helpless. He killed the only friend they ever had in the world. They killed her. I bent over and touched her. And then it happened. It was almost like a miracle. I could spin. Like my spider. Delicate threads of silk. Strong as steel. I had learned the spider's secret. This was her way of granting me the power of revenge. And then I knew. I must find the girl again. Spin a strong web to catch her, and then kill her. And avenge my spider's death.
Why come back here to the hospital, Lamont? What are you going to say to Tina?
I can just convince her I've killed that spider, Margot, that she's safe. May mean the difference between life and death for her. This is her room here.
Yes. Hello, Tina. Tina, it's your friends. We've come back to talk to you.
Tina, please listen to me. You don't have to be afraid anymore. It's gone. The spider is dead.
But it is dead.
Isn't that what frightened you?
But I is spider.
Spider Man. They're a person after all, Margot. I think we'd better go, Margot.
Her father, Lamont. He must have used that spider somehow to frighten her. Dr. Gordon told us he'd never been here to the hospital to see her.
Maybe you're right, Margot.
Let's go to him now.
No, Margot, meet me outside of Ed Lucan's house. I'm going to visit him alone this time.
Why can't I come?
Because this time, Margot, I'm seeing Tina's father as the shadow. really frighten Tina.
The trap was set. All my clever plans were laid. Tonight I would have my revenge. I'd get the girl in my room and kill her. I stood by my window watching. And then I saw her, alone under the streetlight in front of Tina's house. She walked back and forth nervously, glancing at her watch, passing the little shop I'd left my cloth for. And then, yes, she did. She stopped. She noticed it in the window. I was right. She couldn't resist. I saw her turn and enter the store.
Good evening, ma'am. What is it? What can I do for you?
I noticed that piece of cloth you have in the window. I just couldn't resist coming in and seeing it closer.
Yes, it is beautiful, isn't it? Here, take it in your hands. Feel the texture. So soft, isn't it?
Unbelievably soft.
And so strong. Look, strong as steel.
That strange shining thread running through it. I've never seen anything like it before.
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. I used to weave 2 beautiful patterns before my husband died. That's why I always wear black. I'm a widow, you see. Yes, I used to weave, too. See my fingers? See how nimble they are?
Yes, I see.
Yes, I wear black now. My husband died. He left me the money for this little shop.
Thank you for letting me see the cloth.
Do you want to see more? I have some more here. Some I won't.
No, I've stayed too long as it is.
Beautiful cloth. Really beautiful.
No, thank you. I'm just waiting for someone outside. Oh, that horrible little old woman. I wonder what's keeping Lamont. He should have seen Tina's father by now. What's this on the pavement? A long strand of that beautiful silken thread like that in the cloth. There's no end in sight. Why, it's leading right on down the street. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. Lamont will be here in a minute. Such a long thread. It's so beautiful. It leads right into this house. And right up the stairs.
Thread right to my door. I stood in my window watching her, concentrating, saying over and over, come up, come up. You must follow the thread to my room. At 1. I heard the front door slam. I heard her footsteps on the stairs, and this time the man was not with her. Nothing would save her now. She was at my door. I opened it.
Oh, I didn't mean to intrude.
Come in.
Oh,
The room looks familiar, doesn't it?
why, yes.
Come in and see.
I have been here before.
The day you brushed down all my spider webs.
Yes, the spider
The
web.
day you killed the spider, my only friend.
How did you know?
I know more than you think.
Don't close that door.
You came here when you were not wanted that day. Now you'll find out some things you won't want to know.
You're mad.
Look, see the new webs in the corners? See? Those webs I have spun since you killed my spider.
You are insane. Completely insane.
When my spider friend died, she left her secret with me.
Let me go.
Watch me closely. Watch. See the steel like thread as I spin it?
Let me go.
See? When it's spin a web to hold you, pull you tight.
Stop.
You die and you kill my spider.
No.
Spin it around you up and down and around and around. Take her and spin it. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to have a revenge. Who opened the door? Who's there?
Shadow, Spider Boy.
I don't see anyone. Where are you?
You'll never find me, Spider Boy. Can't spin your web around thin air.
Help. Please help.
Miss Lane,
Throwing my web from the girl. The web has fallen to the floor.
You see, Spider Boy, you have no magic.
I have. The spider left me her secret. I can spin.
You cannot spin. You're caught, Spider Boy, caught in your own web of insanity.
No. You'll never get me. I'll escape. I can leave like my spider, let myself down out of the window. I can spin strong steel fibers and let myself down.
Don't open that window.
I'll show the whole world the secret the spider left me. Look!
Lamont, look. There he is.
He's where he fell.
Underneath the window.
He's dead, Mom.
Look, Lamont. Look what he's holding between his teeth. He really believed in his own twisted mind he'd learned the spider's secret.
Yes, Margot. He really believed he could spin. Thought he could let himself down from the window by nothing but a flimsy strand of ordinary weaving yarn.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Now a new thrilling adventure of the Shadow in his relentless fight against the forces of evil, demonstrating to young and old alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Now, listen to Freight Fracas.
Johnny Fresno. It's a long time since you came down to the waterfront. Come on in, Johnny.
Same old Harry McCarty. What's on your mind, Harry? Why did you call me?
Help yourself to refreshments, Johnny. We can talk about old times. How's the freight business at the airport, Johnny?
That's going great, Harry.
Yeah, you got quite a setup there. Well, you always were a guy with big ideas, Johnny.
Pan-Atlantic Airways, Flight 14, arriving on schedule at Gate 12.
Fresno Overland Freight Agency. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, sir, it's been picked up. It's already on the road. Yeah? Yeah. You're welcome. Yes, sir, can I... Shipwreck.
Eddie, suck. And Eddie, they said you'd quit the mob. What you doing in Johnny Fresno's office?
Working here.
You're still one of his boys.
Johnny's clean.
Clean? Johnny Fresno clean? You ought to be a comic, Eddie.
Say, what are you doing here, Shipwreck?
Well, I'm doing somebody a favor. After this, I'm going off someplace and take it easy.
What do you mean, Shipwreck?
Nothing personal, Eddie. It's just a job and getting paid for it. I got to rough you up a bit, Eddie.
Rough me up? What for? I done nothing.
Eddie, I won't make it too bad on account of we used to be good friends.
No, please.
Too bad it has to be you, Eddie. See, Eddie? That's all it has to be.
Well, it was a nice vacation trip, Lamont, but I'm glad to be back home.
And look who's here to meet us.
Commissioner Weston. Oh, you shouldn't have come all the way out here just to meet little old us.
Why not, Miss Lane? I've got nothing else to do.
You have crime under control, Commissioner?
What crime, Mr. Cranston?
Yes, Sergeant. What is it? Trouble at the freight office. Somebody just beat up Eddie Sulkin, the clerk.
See what I mean, Mr. Cranston? All right, Sergeant, let's go to what we call the scene of the crime.
Mind if we come along?
Be my guest. Sulkin, who did it? Eddie, who did it? Why? Who was it?
Shipwreck.
We'd better get him to the hospital.
Hello. Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Johnny. Your office knew you were here?
Yeah, I left word. Hello? What? Well, see that he gets the best of care. Right. One of my boys just got roughed up, Harry.
No kidding, Johnny. Say, it looks like you're going to need protection so these things won't happen. You need a partner, Johnny. Think of it, Johnny. You and me together. Nobody's going to make trouble for us. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Who roughed Eddie up?
Johnny, how would I know? These things happen, you know that. Sometimes things get much worse. Think it over, Johnny. We'll talk again tomorrow. Yeah, you need protection for your business. I think you ought to make me your partner.
And to think that I was afraid that Shrevey would forget to pick us up at the airport.
He would forget about us, would you, Shrevey?
Oh, me, Mr. Cranston? No, I wouldn't forget, I wouldn't. Hey, what's with Eddie Sulkin? One of the other hackies said Eddie'd been beaten up, he said.
I wonder why.
It sounds like somebody wants to sell Johnny Fresno protection like in the old days, it sounds.
What some people will do to make a living.
Shrevey, whatever became of Shipwreck Malone?
Shipwreck? What made you think of him? What made you, Mr. Cranston? Did Eddie put the finger on Shipwreck, did he put?
No, not actually. But I think he was trying to before he lost consciousness. That was my impression. I don't know if the inspector had the same impression. But where is Shipwreck these days?
Mr. Cranston, he lives at the Hotel St. John on Low Street. 3 blocks from here he lives.
Lamont Shrevey is so well informed about these underworld characters.
Yeah, I think we should be concerned about you, Shrevey.
Oh, me? I just pick up information I pick up, that's all, Mr. Cranston.
Well, drop me at the next corner.
Sure.
Oh, no.
Margot, I think it's time for the Shadow to make a social call.
Why, here I come. Yeah, me on one of them islands. I could see it now.
Going somewhere, Shipwreck? I see you're packing.
Who's that? I can't see you.
The Shadow.
Oh, no, not you. Not you.
You remember me?
What do you want with me? Listen, I'm out of the rackets. I retired.
You weren't retired an hour ago, Shipwreck. You were very much in business at the airport.
Airport? What's this airport bit?
You were very rough with Eddie Sulkin.
What are you talking about? I ain't seen Eddie in years.
Who hired you to do that job?
No, nobody hired me for the job. Nobody.
Sometime today, Eddie will recover consciousness. And he'll identify you.
Listen, I got a plan to catch.
Before Eddie identifies you?
That's where you're wrong, Shadow. Eddie won't think of me. He wouldn't do that. That's not the way we do things. So get lost. I gotta finish packing.
Think it over, Shipwreck. When Eddie identifies you, you'll get no help from your boss. You'll be on your own. Think about it.
He's gone. He said I'd be fingered. No, the boss wouldn't let me take the rap. But I better make certain.
Hello?
Gotti, this is Shipwreck. I want to talk to you.
I let Shipwreck think I'd left, but I stayed and listened to him telephone Harry McCarty.
Lamont, shouldn't you at least go home and unpack before getting involved with these things? Shrevey took your luggage to your apartment.
Well, I anticipated you'd have some coffee made here.
Do I really make such alluring coffee?
No, but you're nice to look at.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what girls are for?
No, we can discuss the details of that later.
Oh, you mean you're going to abandon me?
The Shadow is going to drop in on Johnny Fresno.
Has Fresno actually reformed?
So the story goes.
How quaint.
Always something happening when you try to go straight.
Hello, Johnny.
What? Who's that? Shadow. You?
How are things going, Johnny?
I guess you know you wouldn't be here.
You're running into problems with Harry McCarty, eh?
So you know that, too?
Why don't you go to the police, Johnny?
I don't know. McCarty can ruin my business. He wants in.
And if you don't let him in?
If I don't, I may as well close up shop. You can't fight it, I know that. Sooner or later, this had to happen.
The Shadow helped you once, Johnny. Gave you a chance to go straight.
And it was great. I'm making more money being honest.
You have brains, Johnny. And you were convinced that you should put your brains to good purpose instead of wasting it on a life of crime.
Maybe I was just scared of you.
You're not scared now?
No.
Because you're part of decent society now. Doesn't that make you feel good?
I want to stay this way, Shadow, but...
Did McCarty give you a time limit?
Yeah, 24 hours.
Call him, Johnny. Set up a meeting at his office on the waterfront at 11:30.
Well, I didn't expect to be down on the waterfront our first night back.
That's Johnny Fresno's car over there. He must have just gone into McCarty's office.
So I'll drive around the block a few times and pick you up here at exactly 10 after the hour.
I notified Commissioner Weston, and he'll be getting here in just a few minutes. Don't let him see you.
Johnny Fresno. Right on time, Johnny. Oh, meet Shipwreck, one of my advisors. Say hello to Mr. Fresno, Shipwreck.
Hello, Mr. Fresno.
Yeah.
You carry a gun, Johnny?
I never carried one, Harry, not even in the old days.
Just asking.
You figured you needed a bodyguard for this meeting, huh, Harry?
No, Johnny. Shipwreck here. He got worried about a little matter, so I told him to come on over.
Yeah, I see.
So you thought my proposition over, Johnny?
How do you see things, Harry? I ought to know your point of view.
Simple. You've built up a nice front. Legitimate business, coast to coast. You're smart. So, Johnny, how soon you figure we can make it really pay off? Contraband, smuggling. You and me together, Johnny. We can make it big.
Harry, I'm big enough.
Hey, Shipwreck. You hear that?
McCarty, it sounds like Mr. Fresno don't want you as a partner.
Johnny, is that how it is?
You boys catch on real fast.
Maybe Mr. Fresno ought to have his mind changed, McCarty.
Oh, Johnny don't want that kind of trouble, do you, Johnny?
What kind of trouble do you have in mind, Harry?
Wow, you're tough, yeah. But I'm tough. And Shipwreck is tough. 2 against 1, Johnny. That's lousy odds.
And me thinking we'd just have a cozy little chat.
Okay, Shipwreck, take him. I said take him! Something get hold of me. Who's that?
The Shadow, Harry. It's time to even the odds.
The Shadow. The invisible guy.
Now take it easy, Shipwreck. Everybody just take it easy. I got a gun, see? Now don't move, Johnny, or I'll blast you.
Do as he says, Johnny.
That's it. Everybody cooperative. Okay, Shadow. I don't see you, but I know where you are. You got hold of Shipwreck. But you're a sitting duck.
But if you pull that trigger, you may hit Shipwreck. Be careful about that.
Yeah. Don't shoot, McCarty. You could hit me.
So why don't you hit him, Shipwreck? Suppose I give you a push.
All right. Hold it. Police. Phantom Man.
What?
All right, come on.
Lousy cops.
Get all of them.
You okay, Fresno?
Never better, Commissioner.
You're alone?
Not quite. But you can take over now, Commissioner.
I should have known you were here. All right, McCarty. You and your muscle friend better get the advice of counsel, as we have a lot of questions for you.
Weed of crime. There's bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. It's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. Today, as never before, you want to get the most value for your money. Heat your home with blue coal. It's America's finest hard coal. Because blue coal is the cleanest, highest quality anthracite you can buy, you get more heat from each dollar's worth of fuel. Tomorrow, telephone the nearest blue coal dealer. And this year, save money with blue coal, America's finest home fuel. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Phantom of the Lighthouse. In a small, bleak room in the base of a lonely lighthouse, two men and a woman sit huddled about a table. An elderly lighthouse keeper, his wife, and their young assistant. A single lamp illuminates their strained, uneasy faces. The woman reads from an old diary.
I have killed scores of men during my life, and after my death I will continue to kill. For I, Captain Josiah Blake, am the master of this lighthouse. If any man is presumptuous enough to try to take over after me, I will have his blood. I will rise from my grave.
That's enough, Lila. Don't read any more of that.
Go on, Lila. Keep on reading.
That's crazy talk. How can a man who's been dead 150 years come back from his grave?
He came back for the other, didn't he, Bert? The keeper here before me. He strangled him and threw him down from the tower.
But that was an accident, wasn't it, Bert?
He'll kill me just like he killed him. After he's driven me crazy first.
Duncan.
It's true, Lila. True. Every night up there on the tower, I hear his cutlass rattling. And his voice keeps whispering in the wind. Over and over. I'll get you yet. I'll get you yet.
Stop that kind of talk, Duncan.
What was that?
It's just Fedora. Draft water.
Hey, he's coming in. He heard us talking about him. Turn out the lights.
Quit it, Duncan.
Get out. Make it out. He can't see us now. Ah! What is it, Lila? I felt hands. Ice cold hands on my foot.
Quit it, you two, will you? Now quit it. Before you drive all of us crazy.
Stand by with that painter, Jim. Be pulling into the lighthouse stock in a minute.
Yeah, place gives me the creeps with this room. Especially at this time of night.
Fred was over in the mainland this afternoon. Said old Duncan had another of his spells. Got to carry on alone. Asked me if we'd take the supplies inside when we landed.
Go inside the lighthouse?
I promised Bert we would. It's a favor. Make fast, Jimmy.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Strong. Okay, all set.
Good. Let's get busy. Here's a parcel Bert wants delivered up to the Lighthouse Star. A tapper with it. Full of glass parts.
Yeah, but me?
I'll unload the provisions and carry it into the basin while you're gone.
You couldn't come up with me, could you, Mr. Strong?
You don't believe that yarn about old Josiah Blake's ghost haunting the place, Jim?
Well...
Oh, forget it. Up to it now.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Remember, old Duncan is sick in his room and his wife is taking care of him. Don't make any more noise than you have to going up to the tower.
over to climb. That's it. Oh, what a place. He's getting out of here.
Not
quick.
so fast, mate.
Captain Josiah Blake.
You've come up to my tower without orders. I know how to deal with mutiny.
Oh, please. Please,
It's a
I didn't
long
mean to-
bivouac, won't it? It'll be shorter going down.
No, let go of me. Let go of me, please.
Through the tower door. Out on the catwalk.
No.
Come.
Any way you look at it, it's still a fantastic story, Mr. Strong.
I'm not asking you to believe the story, Mr. Cranston. I didn't want to bring you out here to the lighthouse in the first place.
Yes, I know.
You're really convinced that a homicidal ghost is wandering around the lighthouse, Mr. Strong?
What else can I believe, Miss Payne? Jim Fulton never done harm to anybody in his life. There's no human reason for murdering him.
Might have fallen from the tower.
But I
Yes,
told
I
you.
know. The man in the cloak and the three-cornered hat you saw peering over the catwalk in the moonlight. But don't forget, Mr. Strong, you were hundreds of feet below. You could have been mistaken.
But I couldn't have been mistaken about this.
An old-fashioned brass button.
Clutched in Jimmy's hand when I reached it. Horrible to think of. Must have torn off Captain Josiah Blake's clothes during his death struggle.
Captain Josiah Blake. Wasn't he an old pirate?
Yes, Margot, as notorious as Morgan, or Kidd, or any of them. As I remember the story, he grew too bloody for even his own crew. They finally marooned him.
Right, Mr. Cranston. Right over there on Lighthouse Island.
Well, what happened to him finally?
Yeah, they finally caught up with him, and he was killed right out there on Lighthouse Island.
And his ghost is supposed to have haunted the island ever since.
Well, I hope we at least get a glimpse of this extraordinary character.
So do I. It would be the one touch to make our vacation on the rocky coast of Maine perfect. Besides, I've always wanted to see a park man.
Better to see one, Miss Lane, than to be knocked into one.
We don't want you here pestering us with your questions, Mr. Cranston. Can't you understand that?
I'm afraid I've got more than your feelings to consider, Mrs. Mills. I'm looking for the murderer of Jim Fulton.
That's rich. That's rich. This man wants to arrest Captain Josiah Blake.
Duncan, control yourself.
You don't seem to share your husband's ghostly convictions, Mrs. Mills.
That's none of your business.
Where were you at the time of Jimmy's death?
In here with Duncan. He was having one of his spells, and I didn't leave the room all night.
What about you, Bert?
I was down in the basement oiling the generator when it happened. I don't know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Mr. Strong, I noticed an emergency ladder on the outside wall of the lighthouse. Wouldn't it have been possible while you were carrying supplies into the storeroom for someone to have passed you and run up that ladder?
I don't see how. I wasn't in the storeroom more than a couple of minutes.
Of course, if it was a ghost, it might have slipped right past you.
It's dangerous to talk with disrespect. He may be listening. Old Josiah.
Duncan, stop talking like that.
Why, Mrs. Mills? You afraid he'll reveal something?
I've got nothing to hide.
Maybe he has. I notice a button is missing from his coat.
Good heavens, a brass button like the one in Jim's hand.
Don't say anything, Duncan. They're trying to trap you.
I know. I know exactly what they're after.
What is that, Mr. Mills?
Blackmail. Somehow you found out my secret, but I'll never give it away.
What was that?
Just a storm, Margot.
Look out, my launch. It's swamped out there in the cove unless I put up tarpaulins. Duncan, Bert, lend a hand. We've got to run for it.
Okay, Mr. Strong. I will give you a hand, too.
No, wait. Mr. Cranston, I've got something to say.
Huh?
I lied about my husband. He wasn't with me all the time last night.
Why are you confessing this now, Mrs. Mills?
Because I want you to take him back to the mainland with you. He's sick. He needs attention. His obsession with Captain Josiah Blake? Yes, ma'am. I thought he was just a little touched by the loneliness out there. But murder is a different matter. Then you think... I don't know, Miss Lane. I don't know anything for certain. But Duncan wasn't with me when Jim Fulton died. He slipped out of the room when I was fixing his supper. Afterwards, his face was scratched, as if it had been torn by fingernails.
I see.
Horrible to think about it. My own husband. There, Mrs. Mills, we understand. You'll take him back. Will you promise me that?
We'll see, Mrs. Mills.
Please, Mr. Cranston. I'm really frightened now. I don't know who he'll pick to murder next. awful winding stairs. Like you've seen ghostly shapes dancing along the walls.
Just shadows, Margot. Being with me, you shouldn't mind that.
I prefer to have you solid at this moment. What are we going to do up at the tower?
Oh, just look over the scene of the crime, so to speak?
But after what Mrs. Mills told us, there's not much doubt but that the old man must have murdered Jim Fulton. Obviously, he's mad as a hat.
I wonder. Just before the thunderstorm broke, he completely changed his tone.
You mean when he accused you of blackmailing about some secret matter?
Yes. Suddenly he sounded as shrewd as an old miser.
Sure you're reading things into it, Don.
Maybe. On the other hand...
Yes? Somebody's falling.
Sounds like it.
Can you see him? It's down the street.
No, he's leaning against the wall.
He's throwing no shadow.
Steady, darling, and get this firmly into your mind. There's no such thing as a ghost. If ever coming, he's made of flesh and blood, and we're ready for him. Oh.
Lamont.
Come on, we'll find out what's happened. Watch it, Margot. There may be some trick.
That mad old man is at it again. Oh!
Steady, darling.
Lord, streaked with blood.
Yes.
Lamont, it's the lighthouse keeper.
Old-fashioned cutlass clear through his back.
Oh, how awful.
Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills, Mr. Lamont Cranston.
They'll never get the secret from me. I'll carry it to my grave.
Lamont, what's he talking about?
The money is mine. They'll never find where it's hidden.
Money?
Thinking fast, Margot. Mr. Mills, you haven't much strength left. Tell us who stabbed you.
Josiah Blake.
Josiah Blake, but that's impossible.
I tell you, I saw him. He came up behind me on stairs. He's had that patch over his eyes. They had the cutlass ready.
Josiah Blake is dead. He's been dead for 150 years.
You must believe me, Mr. Cranston. I swear to you, on the word of a dying man, Josiah Blake drove in the field. But he'll kill. Keep on killing till all of you are dead.
Chris Mills. Yes, Margot. Dead. Convinced to the end that he was murdered by a ghost.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Now let me tell you about the greatest labor-saving device you can possibly put in your home. It's the new Blue Coal Temp Master, the amazing heat regulator that automatically opens and closes the dampers of your furnace. I say it's the greatest labor saver you can have because while vacuum cleaners are great, washing machines and electric mixers are fine, only your Blue Coal Temp Master is on the job all the time, 24 hours a day. The Temp Master keeps your home always at a constant, even, healthful temperature without any necessity of running up and down stairs to adjust furnace controls. Call your Blue Coal dealer and ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Temp Master. You'll be truly amazed at the marvelous convenience a Temp Master will bring your home, and delighted to discover how inexpensively a Temp Master can be installed. What's more, in addition to the carefree heating comfort that a Temp Master brings you, you'll find that it actually saves fuel, a lot of fuel. Each Temp Master is unconditionally guaranteed for 5 years. Only Blue Coal dealers have the new Temp Master, so call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and arrange for a demonstration. He's listed in the classified section of your telephone directory. And now, back to the shadow. There have been 2 deaths in a haunted lighthouse. A young man hurled from the top of the tower, and now the old keeper stabbed through the heart with a cutlass. A few minutes later now, and Margot and Lamont stand by the body, trying to put together the pieces of the ghostly riddle.
Well, at least we know now that old Duncan Mills had a secret he was trying to protect, Margot.
Yes, and that it was concerned with money.
Right. Solid motive for murder.
But if it's as simple as that, why all the elaborate masquerade about Captain Josiah Blake? And why was Jim Fulton killed?
I'm willing to bet he had some kind of damaging information. He had to die so they would never talk.
Who do you suspect, Lamont?
I can't tell you, darling. I think I'll tackle the woman first.
Lila?
We've already caught her in one lie. She did her best to convince us that her husband killed Jim Fulton. We know now that was impossible.
You think she'll talk, Lamont?
Not to Cranston, perhaps. But she may to the shadow.
What's wrong with me? Why am I shivering like this? I'm not afraid of the storm. I never have been before. There's something wrong. It's as if someone or something was in this room, but I can't see anyone. Who's there?
Don't be nervous, Mrs. Mills.
Who are you?
Can't you guess?
Duncan?
No, Mrs. Mills. He's dead. I'm very much alive.
Duncan dead?
Yes. A few minutes ago, stabbed through the back with an old-fashioned cutlass.
Oh. Then you must be Captain Josiah.
Yes, again, Mrs. Mills. I'm not a ghost. I haven't got a cutlass or a patch over my eye and a long black cloak.
Oh, stop torturing me. Tell me who you are.
Only a shadow.
What do you want?
The truth this time. No more of the lies you told Cranston. Who killed Jim Fulton, your husband?
I don't know.
I've warned you, Mrs. Mills.
I don't know, Shadow. I swear it to you.
Yet you wanted your husband out of the way. You asked Cranston to take him back to the mainland. Why was that?
I've fallen in love with somebody else.
With Bert?
Yes.
So, you tried to drive your husband mad. Have him shut up in a lunatic asylum so that you and Bert...
Duncan was an old man, eccentric. He never cared for me.
You thought that together you and Bert could find the money.
The money?
Shadow knows all about that, too, Mrs. Mills. Where's it hidden?
I don't know.
You're lying?
Duncan never would tell us. All we knew was that there was a map somewhere. Jim Fulton once saw it.
So that's why Bert murdered him.
No.
Why he killed your husband, too, to get possession of the map.
You're wrong, Shadow.
We'll soon find out about that. We'll find out something else, too.
What?
If you've lied to me, Mrs. Mills, or if you have, remember, the shadow will be back.
Look, Frank, why don't you tell Cranston the whole story?
Story? What story?
I know what's going on here. I know what you're up to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You and Lila. It was a pretty little plot you worked out. Drive the old man crazy, find out where he hid the money, and then...
You don't know nothing about it, nothing.
Think I'm blind? I've been coming out to the lighthouse for years now. I saw the two of you at work. So did Jim.
Now, listen.
That's why you killed him. We saw something we shouldn't have. Didn't we?
You're crazy. You couldn't have seen the map. Lila has that. And now listen, Strong.
You better tell Cranston, Bert. You better tell him the whole story.
I'm not telling nobody anything.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell him for you.
You open your trap to Cranston, I'll...
Let go, you crazy fool.
I'm warning you, Mr. Strong. I'll kill you.
Let go.
I'll get this straight. I want that money, see? I'll kill anybody that gets in my way. You or Lila or nobody else is going to stop me from getting that money.
Congratulations, Lamont. For the last half hour, you've been at your most exasperating best.
How's that, darling?
Walking me around this desolate little island in the middle of the night without a word of explanation.
I think that's what we're looking for right ahead on the beach.
What is it?
Skeleton of an old ship. I spotted it from the tower window.
But, darling, why your sudden interest in wrecks when there's still a murder?
I think this will help narrow down the chase. Didn't find out its name. I'll use my flash.
There it is on that plank. A marina.
Marina, huh? Just as I thought.
Come on. You don't mean this was the old ship on which Captain Josiah...
No. As I remember the story, the marina was wrecked only a few years ago. Well, at least now we know what the shooting's all about.
I'm glad you do.
You'll learn, darling. Till we paid a little call on our young friend, Bert. Careful, darling. First door straight ahead.
We've had plenty of time to get ready for it. What's that?
Something behind the door.
Sounds like something swinging back and forth.
Better get in there fast.
Is it locked?
No. Something seems to be holding it. There, it's open enough to squeeze through. Yeah, I'll go first. Watch it.
Oh, the floor seems all dug up.
Yes.
It's so dark in here. Oh,
What is it, Don?
oh, something swung against my face. Mother, I felt something.
Wait a minute. I found the light. Wow. She's been hanged.
Horrible.
There's why that hole dug in the floor.
You mean-
Yes, that's where the money was hidden. The $20,000 Duncan Mills stole from the marina.
What?
The old man had hid the cash here, and then when his mind began to go, he made a map of the hiding place.
And Lila must have found the map.
Exactly. Someone else caught up with her and killed her for that precious piece of paper.
Bert.
Looks like it. Probably hightailed it now for the launch to get away from the island.
We've got to stop him, Lamont.
No, not you, darling. Here. Take my gun, climb to the tower. You'll be safe up there. I'll be with you as soon as the shadow has captured this so-called Phantom of the Lighthouse.
Oh, thank heavens that climb is over. Whew. This room, it's all shadows and twisted shapes. Listen to the creaks. That door must lead to the catwalk where Jim... Oh, no. No, I mustn't think of things like that. Oh, my arm.
My apologies for hurting you, ma'am. But I had to get possession of that wicked-looking pistol.
Who are you?
Captain Josiah Blake, at your service.
What do you want with me?
The prophecy must be fulfilled. The prophecy I wrote so many years ago in my diary.
What?
I am the master of this lighthouse. I warned people that they must not come here. They would not permit it. But they disobeyed me. Paid with their lives.
You mean...
Already since the sun rose, I have killed the old man and his wife and the captain of that supply boat.
It's strong, too.
Now there only remains you and that interfering Cranston.
Aren't you forgetting someone else? Captain Josiah Blake?
Who do you mean?
Bert. Or perhaps you've only forgotten him because Bert happens to be masquerading here in front of me.
Enough of that.
I notice you're keeping well in the shadows, hiding behind that cloak.
We'll see if you still joke when you're flying through space.
No!
Come, my girl. Out on the catwalk. As Jim went.
No, let go!
It's a bite. Ah, you'll be easier to deal with. Out you go.
Josiah Blake.
Who was that? Someone's coming up the stairs.
I'm coming for you, Josiah Blake.
I don't hear footsteps. Who are you?
Shadow, Josiah.
You'll never get up those stairs if you're a man with a body.
How will you stop me?
Like this.
I'm still coming, Josiah.
You've been lucky. But this time...
Your revolver's empty, Josiah, and I'm still coming.
I'll stop you with my cutlass.
Here behind you.
I'll get to you. I'll get...
No use, Josiah. Your game's played out. It's the end of the Phantom of the Lighthouse.
Margot? Margot, darling.
Oh, Lamont. Where am
You're all right now, darling. I got to Josiah before he could push you off.
I? Oh, is that him on the floor?
Yes, tripped on the stairs, knocked himself out trying to get away from the shadow.
I must hand it to him. His disguise was perfect. I never suspected Bert of having so much theatrical talent.
You're wrong, darling. Here, look at him without the eye patch and hat. There.
Mr. Strong.
Right. He's played a ghost for the last time. Rather, the last time before he's hung for murder.
It's feels good to get back on the solid mainland once more.
Yes, very good.
When did you find out it was strong?
Only after I reached the dock and found Bert struggling desperately to start the engine of the launch.
But didn't that make him feel guilty?
Yes, except that he didn't have the money with him. Then I knew it must be Strong.
Well, why did Strong go up to the lighthouse tower after he had that bundle of cash in his hand? Why didn't he make it to the launch?
That's what he intended. We walked in on him down in that room too soon. All he could do was slip up to the tower.
Well, then all the time I was climbing up, he was there hiding.
Yes, Margot, disguised as Captain Josiah Blake.
I suppose the old pirate has always been a kind of hero of Strong.
Well, if so, he's going to end in the same way. Because in actual fact, Josiah Blake was finally captured in the lighthouse and hung on the gallows.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Summer is still lingering, but the calendar says fall is fast approaching, and one of these days it's going to get cold quickly. Now is the time to get your furnace cleaned up, repaired, and put in a first-class condition. And your Blue Coal dealer is the man to do the job for you. Blue Coal dealers have special equipment and trained men to do a thorough cleaning job that's quick, dust-free, and inexpensive. They'll make any necessary minor repairs as well. Actual records prove that a clean, efficient furnace will sometimes burn 20% less fuel. Get in touch with your Blue Coal dealer before cold weather comes. Better call him first thing tomorrow. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's Blue Coal for finest heating service. It's Blue Coal for finest modern equipment. It's Blue Coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to young and old alike that crime does not pay. It's Blue Coal for finest heating service. It's Blue Coal for finest modern equipment. It's Blue Coal for the best home heat money can buy. Actually, Blue Coal gives you more value for your money. It costs no more than ordinary coal, but because Blue Coal is cleaner, slower burning, higher quality, yes, the finest anthracite obtainable anywhere in the world, Blue Coal gives you more heat for each dollar's worth of fuel you burn. This year, insist on Blue Coal, America's finest home fuel. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, When the Grave is Open. It is shortly after midnight. In a cemetery on the outskirts of town, two sinister figures pick their way carefully through the tombstones.
This looks like it, Rand. Fresh turned grave just about where Cooler said it would be. You have to make so much noise. There's a caretaker in this marble orchard. Maybe he ain't exactly dead.
You think it was our first body snatch, Digger? What's with you?
Nothing. I just don't know what Cooler's got in back of his skull. That always worries me.
Meaning?
How come he's so particular about getting this stiff for no other? Usually he just puts in an order for a stiff, and that's that. This time it's got to be this one. Why?
As long as I get my dough, I ain't curious.
Yeah, so I noticed. Okay, start digging. I'll keep an eye out for the caretaker.
Yeah. Hey, the dirt's nice and soft. Won't take long. What's that?
Someone coming, Duck.
What's going on, mister? No, don't move. I got a gun on you.
No, don't shoot. I guess you got me.
Oh, grave robber, huh? All right. Let's get a good look at you. Now, turn around now. Ooh.
Okay, Ryan, you can stop sweating.
I was beginning to worry, Digger. Thought you might have powdered on me.
I was getting behind. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I hit the guy too hard. He's dead.
What do we do?
What do you mean, what do we do? Cole's paying us for a stiff, ain't he? Okay, so we got a stiff. We got this one.
Where's Cola? He should have been here by now. You told him we had the stiff, didn't you?
I told him.
What's he do with these stiffs he buys us up? It's about the sixth one already.
Maybe he's making up a baseball team. Yeah, that may be him now.
Good evening, my friend. Bitter night, what?
Hello, Cola. You're late.
I trust I didn't keep you boys from anything?
No, but we had to entertain somebody for you, and he wasn't exactly good company.
Oh, yes. You got what I ordered, you said. May I see it?
Why not? Right here. Pull back the canvas, Ryan.
Okay.
But, surely there's been some mistake. This isn't the subject I ordered.
Must be you know him personally.
Not exactly, my friend. However, I did know that he was lame. This subject isn't. The conclusion is obvious.
Cover him up, Ryan. Matter of fact, Cola, we had a little difficulty.
I see. Perhaps it will be safer if I dispose of our friend here through channels. Suppose we make it 50 for this one instead of the usual 100.
No, suppose we just let it ride, Cola, sort of on the house. I got an idea. We'd make a good combination as partners.
How do you mean?
I got an idea a lot of insurance companies been paying off much more than a century on our product. Hey, Cola?
Blackmail, Digger?
Blackmail's such an ugly word, Cola. Let's say sales talk, huh?
Now, wait a... But then, why argue? There should be plenty for both of us. Partner.
So you see something sinister about an attempted grave robbery, eh, Cranston?
Yes, Commissioner, particularly since the caretaker hasn't been seen since it happened.
Lamont thinks he may have disturbed the grave robbers and they kidnapped him, Commissioner.
Yes, I'm sure he does. Cranston never sees a simple explanation for anything that happens. Always something melodramatic.
I'll take a look at this case, Commissioner. The grave was a particularly exposed one where the robbers took a great chance of being discovered. Why?
You tell me.
Well, I don't know. It was a pauper's grave, so there wasn't anything on the body they'd be after. And yet they deliberately picked this particular one where they were almost certain of being seen.
Maybe the light was better there.
Then you don't think there's anything behind these grave robberies, Commissioner?
Vandalism, perhaps. Nothing sinister, I'm afraid.
I can see we're taking up the commissioner's time, Margot.
Mm-hmm.
Nonsense, Cranston. Always glad to see you. Socially. Drop in any time. Socially.
I see what you mean, Commissioner. Now, let's go, darling.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. And, Margot,
Yes?
hide those detective stories he's been reading, will you?
Detective stories. Maybe do him some good if he'd read some.
Oh, don't be angry, darling. After all, the Commissioner's a busy man, and maybe after all he is right. Maybe it is just vandalism.
Nonsense. There's something sinister behind these grave thefts, and I intend to find out what it is.
How?
I found out who the man was whose grave they tried to rob. So, to begin with, perhaps we'd better have a talk with his landlady.
Hello, Cola. You look surprised.
Digger, what are you doing here? I told you never to come to my place.
Now, is that any way to talk to a partner?
I'm expecting my client any minute. There he is now. You mustn't be seen here.
Huh?
Quickly, in the other room.
Okay.
Coming. Ah, Mason. Come in, sir. Sit down, sir.
Thank you. Well, Kohler?
I've good news for you, Mr. Mason.
Oh?
We're arranging for your death the night after tomorrow. Is that satisfactory?
I think so. There'll be no hitches?
None that I foresee. Of course, yours has been a rather difficult case.
I know. That's why I'm paying you $50,000. I expect there to be no slip-up.
Naturally, sir, naturally. You'll hold yourself in readiness.
Why, of course, man, of course. Here's the $25,000 you wanted on count. I'll give you the rest after I'm buried.
Quite satisfactory, sir, quite.
Fine. Good day, Kohler.
Good day, Mr. Mason. All right, Digger.
Very neat, partner. 25 G's. Now, my share.
Your share, dear partner, comes after we secure the subject. The one in the grave, you remember? The one you failed to get the first time.
The lame one?
Exactly. After all, we can disguise the features and plant all kinds of identification. But the man must be lame.
Of course, partner. Consider it done. I'll have Ryan take care of it tonight. This time there'll be no slips.
You find the most fascinating places to spend your afternoons, Lamont. Where are we going, anyway?
The man whose grave the vandals tried to rob last night lived here, Margot. His landlady should be right at the head of the stairs.
Oh, if I'd known we were going calling, I'd have worn my long gloves.
Here's the apartment. Let's see, the doorbell says Mrs. Gimble. Let me do the talking, Margot. You're hardly in a mood to win friends or influence people.
Oh, what do you want?
My name is Cranston, Mrs. Gimble.
Oh, what? Everyone has some trouble.
Carry on, darling.
I wanted some information about a tenant of yours.
What do I look like, a stool pigeon?
Nice going, darling.
I've just begun, Margot. Watch this new technique.
Now, look, mister, I'm a big woman.
I just wanted to leave my card, madam. I hope you don't mind the green color and that picture of Lincoln on it.
Aye, look. Well, why didn't you say so? Come in, Mr. Sensen.
Cranston.
Cranston, for $5 it could be Joe Schmo, and you'd still be welcome. Come in already.
I can see Dale Carnegie made a lot of fuss about nothing.
Carnegie? I thought you said your name was Winston.
Cranston. Now, about this rumor of yours?
Which one? I got about 100. Only about 3 paid their rent, but I got about 100.
The records say his name was Grabo. He died a few days ago.
Oh, him. Yeah, I remember, Mr. Grabo. Poor fella, he went just last week. All paid up, too.
Did he have any relatives or friends, any money or belongings? Was anything buried with him that belonged to him?
What could have belonged to him? So he owned the clothes he was wearing.
Was there anything peculiar about him, anything unusual?
No, nothing. only he was a little lame.
Lame?
I see. Thanks very much, Mrs. Gimble. You've been very helpful.
So long your name is Henson, I can tell you anything. You see?
No, not exactly. What's my name got to do with it, Mrs. Gimble?
So long it ain't Macy. Does Gimble tell Macy? It's a joke, don't you get it? Does Gimble tell Macy?
Lamont, are you sure it's important for us to be in the cemetery at this time of night?
Of course, Margot. Because I suspect the grave robbers wanted the lame man's body and no other, they'll have to come back. Now, the grave we're interested in should be right over there to the left of that mausoleum. Wait a minute.
What's that?
Someone's shoveling. It's quiet now. They've stopped. Come on, around the back of the mausoleum.
Oh, Lamont, I don't like it here.
Neither do any of the rest of us. There's a grave over there. Someone's been digging, all right. Oh.
Lamont! Lamont!
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. In the heating season that's just beginning, and which will last until next May, get carefree heating comfort with a Blue Coal Temp Master. It's the greatest labor-saving device possible to have in your home. The amazing temperature regulator that opens and closes furnace drafts automatically. Of course, vacuum cleaners are great work savers. Washing machines are wonderful, too. But only a Temp Master is on the job saving you work and time 24 hours a day. Every minute of every day it keeps your home comfortably, healthfully warm, without the necessity of running up and down stairs to adjust furnace dampers. It saves time and trouble. But here's something else. A Blue Coal Temp Master will save money, too, by cutting down fuel consumption. A Temp Master can easily save enough fuel to pay for itself in a single heating season. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer will be glad to demonstrate the Temp Master for you. He'll show you how the Temp Master can be installed on any furnace easily and inexpensively. It is guaranteed for 5 years. Tomorrow, call the nearest Blue Coal dealer for a demonstration of the Temp Master in your own home. He's listed in the classified section of your phone directory. Now, back to the shadow. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, investigating a series of ghoulish grave robberies, are in a cemetery at midnight when suddenly they are attacked.
This one's a dame digger. She won't do any more yelling.
That guy won't either.
What?
I don't know, but we better make sure they don't. Listen, hear anything?
Yeah. Sounds like someone coming.
Must have heard the dame yell. Beat it, there's more than one of them.
I told you to stay right here on this spot, Moran.
Why, I thought I saw lights over near the gate and wanted to investigate, Commissioner.
I have an idea that... Hey, look there. There's a woman's body.
Yeah. There's a man over there.
Good heavens. It's Margot Lane. Margot. Margot, can you hear me? How about him, Moran? Is he all right?
He's okay, Commissioner.
Margot, you all right?
She's still breathing, no thanks to you.
Weston, how'd you get here?
We had an idea the grave robbers might come back here tonight to finish their job. Now, of course, you've scared them off.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, really sorry.
You all right, Lamont?
Okay, I think.
Thank heavens. I saw him hit you and you fell. Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot.
Commissioner, I never would have interfered, but you said vandalism.
Never mind what I said. Don't expect me to divulge the department's secrets to you.
No, I suppose not.
Moran.
Yes, Commissioner?
Seek Cranston and Miss Lane home and see that they stay there. Even if you have to handcuff them to the radiator.
Digger, what are you doing here? I told you not to come to my place.
This is an emergency, Fuller. We ran into a stakeout. The marble orchard was loaded with cops.
Oh, that does make things difficult, doesn't it?
We gotta lay low for a while until the heat's off.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Digger. All arrangements have been made for Mason to die tomorrow night. We must have a substitute corpse, a lame corpse.
So we'll make one. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, it might be done.
Sure. You could use the caretaker's body. You still got that. All we do is fix it up a little.
No. You saw Mason. He's a big man. The caretaker's too small.
That's right. Ryan be a closer fit.
Ryan? Your pal?
Yeah, Ryan. He wouldn't mind helping out in an emergency.
Lamont, Commissioner Weston will be terribly angry if he knows we didn't stay at home tonight.
I know, Margot. I want Mr. Poindexter to help in identifying someone for me. I got a glimpse of my assailant in the cemetery. He had only one arm.
One arm? Are you sure?
Positive. I imagine an underworld contact like Mr. Poindexter could identify him for us.
That weird little man. What are you stopping here for?
This is where we're to meet him.
The cellar?
Yeah.
Oh.
Watch your step now. There he is at that corner table.
Why, Mr. Cranston and lovely Miss Lane, I do declare how nice indeed. Sit down. Yes, by all means, sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Poindexter. Margot. Well, you're looking well.
Ah, indeed. A little brew occasionally keeps one fit. Relaxing, preserves the tissues, you know.
Mr. Poindexter, we're on the trail of a pair of grave robbers.
Oh, very depressing career, grave robbing. You don't mind?
No, of course not. Go right ahead. As I say, we're on the trail of two ghouls. One in particular has only one arm.
Oh, sad, very sad.
Then you don't know him?
I didn't say that exactly, Miss Lane. Seems I've heard of such a character.
Who is he, Poindexter? Where can I find him?
Oh, such haste, Mr. Cranston. Bad for the tissues. Quite bad.
Who's the one-armed grave robber, Mr. Poindexter?
His name might be Bigger. He specializes in grave robbing. Lost his arm when the heavy lid of a coffin crushed in one night.
Where can I find him?
Oh, such haste. Such haste. He has a little hideout down near the river. An old warehouse opposite the tannery.
I know the place. Come on, Margot.
Right.
You're sure you won't stop for some refreshment?
No, thanks, Mr. Poindexter, but possibly you'll have one on me. I'll order a refill on the way out.
Oh, splendid, splendid. Good day, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. Good day.
Yeah? It's me, Ryan. Digger. Sure glad you're back, Digger. Sitting here with this stipper company ain't exactly my idea of a good time.
I brought company, Ryan.
Good evening, Ryan.
Oh, Mr. Kohler.
Just dump the stuff there, Kohler.
What's that?
Some things we'll need to manufacture a substitute corpse for our friend Mason. Personal effects, kit of instruments, blowtorch, and a vice.
Oh.
Incidentally, Ryan, the caretaker's body is too small.
You mean we gotta get another? Tonight?
Not exactly.
I think we can use one we've got right here, Ryan.
What do you mean me, don't you? Don't you?
Yes, Ryan. We mean you.
Sit down, pal. It'll be easier that way.
Come on, stay away, me.
Don't be difficult, Ryan.
Oh, get away.
Come here, Ryan.
No.
Come here.
No.
Lamont, this is such a deserted place. You're sure this is the place Poindexter meant?
Yes, Mom. The door's open. I'll go first with the light.
Oh, it's cold in there.
What's your step, darling?
Come on. Look over there near the wall. What's that? Oh, just some canvas piled up.
Is it? Canvas has a very strange shape.
What is it?
Good Lord. It's a man. He's dead, and his leg... No, don't look, Margot.
Is it the body of the caretaker?
No. I think this is the connecting link. It's all part of a terrible and ingenious swindle. First, these men tried to get old Mr. Gravo's body. Why? Because he was lame. Then, when they couldn't get it, they killed this man and mutilated him.
Let's get out of here, Lamont.
Just a second. His clothes aren't his. Apparently, they belong to the supposed victim. Maybe there's some identification. What's this? The wallet.
Maybe it's his, Lamont.
No, Margot, look here. Special driving permit issued to R.H. Mason, 142 Fairway Drive, with a notation that he was lame. Mason.
Do you know him, Lamont?
No, Margot. I have a feeling that the shadow will make his acquaintance very shortly.
Uneasy, Mr. Mason.
Who said that?
I am the shadow.
I don't see anyone. Where are you?
Right here beside you, Mason.
Well, what do you want with me? I haven't done anything.
You've caused 2 men to die.
No, you're wrong.
2 men died so that a lame corpse could be produced. Why, Mason?
I don't know what you mean.
Why, Mason?
I wanted to disappear. I'm tired. I wanted to go away. But they told me they could steal a body similar to mine.
Then a fake accident and a burned body would be discovered and identified as you, eh?
Yes, that's right. But nobody would get hurt, I swear it.
2 men have already died, 1 in agony. Who did it, Mason? Who?
His name is Kohler. He has a place on 75th near Martin Avenue.
Shadow will deal with Kohler. But if you've lied, Mason, I will return and you'll answer to the shadow.
Another drink, Digger? To sort of celebrate?
Don't mind if I do. What was on your mind bringing me here to your place, Kohler?
I just thought it would be more pleasant. After all, we have a very unpleasant night's work before us.
You mean take care of Ryan? That won't take us long now. Then Mr. Mason takes care of us for the rest of our lives.
Yes, and in your case, Digger, that might not be too long.
Why the gun?
I was thinking of saving Mason some money. Your share.
You wouldn't cross me, Kohler.
I'm not. I'm well equipped to dispose of your body, Digger, and certainly nobody's going to miss you.
Wait a second, Kohler.
You didn't think I'd let you hijack me for a partnership, did you? I knew you wouldn't.
You talk too much, Kohler. Just because I've got one arm don't mean I can't handle a guy like you.
Judo, huh?
Yeah?
I misjudged you, Digger. Well, I guess we might as well make a deal after all. You get your full share.
My full share and yours, too, now, Kohler.
If you're considering killing me, I'll tell you right now it won't do you a bit of good. I foresaw this possibility, and I've left a full confession naming you as my murderer in the event anything happens to me.
Smart, very smart, Kohler, but not quite bright enough.
What do you mean?
If something happens to you, they won't look for me, Kohler. They'll think I'm dead because they're going to find what looks like my body.
You won't get away with it.
No, you disappear, they find a one-armed man badly burned. They won't look any further.
You wouldn't do it.
It worked with Ryan. It ought to work with you. Sit down. This rope does nicely. There. Now we'll take a look at these instruments of yours.
No, don't. Shoot me, anything but not that. Not that.
Sorry not to accommodate you, Kohler, but bullet wounds are so hard to explain sometimes. Now.
No, don't.
You cry before you're hurt, Kohler. You're not... Who knocked that knife out of my hand?
The shadow, Digger. The shadow comes for revenge.
Thanks, Shadow. He was going to mutilate me. He was
Save
going
your
to...
thanks, Kohler. Shadow's only intention is to save you for justice.
Nobody's going to save him. What's around my arm?
Nothing supernatural, Digger. Just an ordinary rope. We can't have you incapacitating the state's witness, can we? We want both you murdering ghouls alive when you step before the bar of justice.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Before you actually need heat in your home, and that may be very soon now, Your furnace should be cleaned, checked, and put into first-class condition so that you'll be assured of convenient, comfortable heat during the winter months ahead. And your blue coal dealer is the man to do the job for you. Blue coal dealers have special equipment and trained men to do a thorough cleaning job that's quick, dust-free, and inexpensive. They'll make any necessary minor repairs as well. Actual records prove that a clean, efficient furnace will sometimes burn 20% less fuel. Get in touch with your blue coal dealer before cold weather comes. Better call him first thing tomorrow. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Mollison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows. Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This coming winter, all home heating fuels are going to be in short supply. There may even be periods of acute scarcity. So in order to be sure that your home is warm and comfortable, it's imperative to fill your bin with blue coal now. Call the nearest blue coal dealer. Ask him to look it over. He'll be glad to, and may be able to make recommendations that will help you save a lot of fuel. This winter, conserve fuel by careful consumption in an efficient furnace. Above all, store as much blue coal as you can. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Face.
Nurse.
Yes, Mr. Wyndham.
Why doesn't Dr. Wallen come?
Dr. Wallen will be here in a moment, Mr. Wyndham. You must try to keep calm.
Calm? How can I keep calm, Miss Rand? I've been living in a nightmare ever since that airplane crashed. 6 months. 6 long months. With these bandages covering my face. Miss Rand.
Yes?
Do you think the operation turned out all right?
Of course.
You don't sound very sure, Miss Rand.
Dr. Walland is a wonderful physician, but, well, a younger man, perhaps a specialist in this type of plastic surgery would...
Dr. Walland is exactly the kind of surgeon I want. He's quiet and obscure. With him, there'll be no talk, no publicity.
Of course
No
there
chance.
won't. Now you must be quiet, Mr. Wyndham.
You do think everything will be all right, don't you, nurse?
I know it will be.
It's got to be successful. I've got to get back to the stage. I was just at my peak when the accident came, Miss Rand.
I know, Mr. Wyndham. I saw you with Lona Mason in the Golden Court.
Oh.
You were wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Miss Rand. You see how important it is that everything comes out.
Oh, here's Dr. Walland.
Good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Doctor.
Well, Mr. Wyndham, are you ready?
Yes. Yes, Doctor. I'm ready.
Mr. Wyndham, before we begin...
Yes?
I told you to begin with, we can't promise you a thing. Your face was severely burned, and at best, it's a gamble. We can only hope.
Well, let's get on with it. Let's get these bandages off. I want to see.
All right, nurse. Take the bandages off. Slowly.
Yes, Doctor.
Here, Mr. Wyndham. Hold this mirror so that you can see.
All right.
Carefully, nurse. Slowly. Slowly. That's it. Who's next, Claire? Who's next?
Don't you hurry. Can't you go any faster?
Patience, Mr. Wyndham. Just 3 more layers now, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
That's it. Now, 2 more. Brace yourself, Mr. Wyndham. As I said, we don't know what you're going to see in that mirror. Now, nurse. The last layer of bandage. All right. Take it off. There.
Oh.
No.
No. No.
Good Lord.
Where is it, Doctor? Where is my face? What have you done with it?
Lona, darling, what's the matter? Matter? Yes. All through lunch you've just picked at your food. You invite Lamont and myself to lunch, and then you act as jittery as a...
So you were waiting for the curtain to go up on opening night.
Yes, I know, Lamont. There is something on my mind. I need your help.
Well, Lona, we're all old friends. If it's a new play you want backing for, count me in.
And me, darling. That last show you did was a hit to end all hits. Lona Mason and Hugh Wyndham. What's the combination?
Artistically and financially. All the angels who backed that show grew golden wings.
Oh, about Hugh Wyndham. Oh, that man Wyndham. Lona, I'm no Bobby Soxer, but I almost swooned just looking at him. No man had a right to be that attractive.
That's quite a mystery, his disappearance. Saw his face in a mirror after his operation and ran away from the hospital. Well, that was a year ago.
Lamont.
Yes?
I know where Hugh Wyndham is.
What?
Lona, you found him? You've seen him? No, I haven't seen him. But I found out his address. And I talked to his landlady.
Yes?
He's hidden himself away from the world, Lamont. He lives in a rooming house in the slum section downtown. And for a whole year, he's never left his room. Seen no one. Good heavens. Lamont, Margot, I'm going down there this evening. I'm going to try to talk to him. But I just can't bear to face him alone. I need moral support. You want us to go with you? Yes, if you don't mind.
Of course we don't mind, Lona. Pick you up tonight in my car at 9. You've been Mr. Wyndham's landlady for a whole year, Mrs. Hodge, and you've never seen his face?
Never. The night he came to rent a room, he had his hat pulled way down over his face. I'll eat his meals on a tray near the door. All day long he sits in there with the blinds drawn. At night he sits in the dark.
Good Lord, poor Hugh.
The man pays his rent regular. It frightens me to death. I wish he would find some other accommodations. There's his room, this door on the right.
Thank you, Mrs. Hodge. We'll call you if we need you.
All right.
Oh, Lamont.
Easy, Lona. We've got to see this through. I'll knock.
Who is it? Who's there?
Hugh, it's Lona.
Lona?
Lona Mason and some friends. Hugh, let us in. I want to talk to you.
Go away, Lona. I don't want to talk to anyone.
Hugh, please. For old time's sake. I've looked for you day after day, week after week. And now that I've found you, I'm not going away, Hugh. Darling, don't you understand? I want to help you.
All right, Lona. I'll let you and your friends in, but on one condition.
Yes.
We talk in the dark. Is that understood, Lona? We talk in the dark.
Yes, Hugh.
Very well.
Come in quickly. That's it. Oh, Lona. What do you want?
Hugh, I have two friends with me. Miss Lane and Miss Cranston. How do you do, Mr. Wyndham? Hugh, they're...
You don't have to describe them. I can see them in the dark. My eyes are used to it. Right, Lona. Why have you come?
I've come to take you back, Hugh.
No. I'll never go back. I couldn't stand it.
Mr. Wyndham, you can't bury yourself away like this. Sooner or later, you've got to show yourself to the world.
Mr. Cranston's right, Hugh. And well, I don't care how you look. You haven't changed just because your face may have.
You've got the rest of your life to live, Mr. Wyndham. The sooner you start acting like a normal person, the better.
You've got to get back with people again, Hugh. Get back to the theater.
The theater?
Yes. You don't have to be handsome, Hugh. You have your great talent.
Lona, if I thought...
Perhaps if you turned on the light.
No, I can't.
Turn on the light, Hugh. Put us to the test. Let us see your face.
Lona, I'm afraid.
Be a man, Hugh. Be the man I knew. Turn on the light.
All right, I'll do it, Lona. But remember, I warned you all. I've got my finger on the light switch now. But
Turn the light on, Hugh.
All right, you asked for it. Remember, you asked for it. There.
No. Oh, no. Hugh. Oh,
Hugh. Now you know. You saw my face. There's horror in your eyes. My ugliness sickens you. I put you to the test, and you failed. Failed miserably, all right? No one's ever going to see my face again. You hear? No one. And those that have will live to regret it.
Mr. Wyndham, it's Mrs. Hodge, your landlady. I'd like to clean your sitting room. You want to lock yourself in your bedroom like you always do. Mr. Wyndham, are you there? Funny, no answer. He never goes out. Something must be wrong. I'd better go see. Door is open. Maybe if I just look in. That's funny. The light is on. I'd better try the bedroom door.
Good evening, Mrs. Hodge.
Oh, no.
I forgot to lock the door this time, Mrs. Hodge. I was sleeping and you awakened. Now you've seen my face. Pretty, isn't it? Women like you used to adore this face, Mrs. Hodge. But when they see it now, they have a look of horror in their eyes. The same look of horror that's in your eyes now.
Mr. Wyndham,
You saw my face, Mrs. Hodge. But never mind. You won't have to look at it anymore.
Mr. Wyndham, what are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a new face, Mrs. Hodge. You and the other adoring women who looked upon me. I'm going to give each of you a new face.
No.
A new face uglier than mine.
No.
The face of death.
No!
Yes, Mrs. Hodge.
Oh, Wyndham. No. Stop. Stop. cold as an icebox, Commissioner West.
Morgues usually are, Miss Lane.
Commissioner said something about an unusual corpse you found in the river.
That's right, Cranston. Body of a woman. Thought you might be interested in looking at it. Theatrical type of homicide you usually get involved in. We found this woman strangled with a sort of piece of wire, looked like gold, around her neck.
A gold wire?
That's what I said. Here, I've got it right here in my pocket. Have a look at it, Cranston.
It's very interesting. Looks like a cord used for hanging pictures.
Very unpleasant, if you ask me.
Here we are. Drawer number 62. I'll slide it out. She's on the slab under the shroud. Take a look.
Lamont, how horrible.
Yes, it isn't very pretty, Margot.
Face beaten so that it's impossible to recognize her.
It's a curious idea the killer had using a gold cord. Could be some kind of symbol.
Funny part of this murder is what the coroner found.
What was that, Commissioner?
The killer strangled his victim first, and after she was dead, he beat her face in.
But why? Why would anyone want to do that, even a killer?
Very legitimate question, Margot. Why indeed?
Good evening, Miss Rand.
Oh, who are you? I can't see in the dark.
I can, Miss Rand. The dark is my friend.
Who are you? Why are you hiding behind that tree?
I wanted to meet you face to face.
I don't know you. Let me pass.
Oh, you know me very well. You were my nurse, Miss Rand.
I don't believe you. Let me pass.
Oh, you don't believe me. For just a moment, Miss Rand. I'll light a match so you can see my face. See for yourself.
Oh!
Remember me now, Miss Rand?
You win.
Yes. You looked upon my face once, didn't you? And I saw in your eyes the same horror I see now.
But please,
You helped give me a new face, Nurse Rand. And now I'm going to give you a new face. As ugly as mine. See, Miss Rand? Your face isn't so pretty. It's growing uglier. I'm giving you a new face, Miss Rand. The face of death.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. If you have a washing machine or a vacuum cleaner, you appreciate the value of modern labor-saving devices. Now let me tell you about an inexpensive installation that not only does more work, but which saves money as well. It's the new Blue Coal TempMaster automatic heat regulator. The TempMaster brings you full automatic temperature control, entirely eliminating trips to the basement with just dampers. The TempMaster is on the job 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, keeping your home constantly at the same even, healthful temperature. The temperature you set on the upstairs thermostat. Yes, the new Blue Coal TempMaster provides more ease, more comfort, and better heat for you and your family. And not only that, actual records prove that a Blue Coal TempMaster saves a lot of fuel. A TempMaster can easily pay for itself in fuel savings in a single heating season. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer will be glad to demonstrate the new Blue Coal TempMaster. There is no charge or obligation. Each TempMaster carries a guarantee for 5 years. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. So look in the classified section of your telephone directory, locate the nearest Blue Coal dealer, and call him first thing tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow. Hugh Wyndham, once one of the handsomest actors on the stage, has been hideously burned about the face. Half mad, he had murdered his landlady, and now the nurse of the surgeon who operated on him. It is the next day, and once again, Margot and Lamont, along with Commissioner Weston, view a corpse in the morgue.
Look, Cranston. Slain. The same thing all over again. Strangled with the same kind of metal cord, and the face beaten in. A couple of my men in a prowl car picked her body up on a lonely street.
You don't know who she is, Weston?
No, it's pretty hard to make an identification in a case like this.
It's horrible. She might have been attractive once, perhaps beautiful. But now...
Yes. Well, I guess there's nothing more we can do here. I'll cover her.
Let's get out of here, Lamont. Lamont.
What'd you say, darling?
What's happened to you? You were a million miles away just now.
Oh, just thinking.
Yes, about what?
Gold cord. Gold cord. It's got hold of me, Weston. It won't let go. Must be some reason why to kill... Wait a minute.
What is it, Lamont?
I've got it. I think I've got it. I remember now the gold cord was the name of a play.
Play?
Lamont, yes. And the star of the play
Yes,
was...
Margot. Hugh Wyndham. The gold cord was his greatest triumph. He played it at the Old Globe Theater, brought him the adulation of thousands of women. And another thing.
Yes, Lamont.
Faces of these women were battered.
And Hugh Wyndham's face... Oh, no, Lamont.
Wait a minute, you two. Hold on. What's all this double talk about?
Commissioner, in a few hours, I think we'll be able to identify your two corpses. I just spoke to Commissioner Weston, Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Hugh Wyndham's missing. And so's the landlady, Mrs. Hodge, but... Well, they found her.
One of the murder victims?
Yes, the first one. They identified her by her dental bridge work.
And the second corpse?
A woman named Anne Rand. She was Dr. Wallen's nurse, the surgeon who operated on Wyndham.
Yes.
Margot, wait a minute.
What is it, Lamont?
There's a pattern here. This nurse, Miss Rand, saw Wyndham's face. We may assume now that Mrs. Hodge did, too.
You mean he killed him because women had always idolized him? And now because his face...
Yes. As far as we know, only two other women saw his face.
Lamont, one was Lona Mason, and the other...
Was you, Margot?
No.
Give me that phone.
Phone?
Yes. I just hope I'm not too late to warn Lona Mason.
Hugh, let me go. Let me out of here.
The theater outside is dark and empty, but this room is bright, though. Bright with memories. Wonderful memories.
Hugh, please. Let me go.
No. You wanted to see my face, didn't you? Well, now you see it. No matter where you turn, you see it. You can't escape it, can you, Lona?
Hugh, this room, I can't stand it. Take me out of here.
No matter where you turn, my face will be leering at you, mocking you with its ugliness.
Please, Hugh. Please, go away. Leave this room.
Leave this room?
Please.
Yes, I'll leave it. On one condition, Lona.
I'll do anything, Hugh. Anything.
I want you to phone Margot Lane and give her a message for me.
No, Hugh, I can't.
I want you to tell her to come down here alone. That you're in trouble. She must not tell anyone. You understand, Lona?
Hugh.
Well, my dear. Shall I be the phone call? Or shall we stay in this room? Will you leave the message for Miss Lane? Or do you want to continue to look at my face? Which will it be, Lona?
Hello.
Cranston, this is Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Commissioner.
We won't have to look for Lona Mason any longer.
Why not?
We found her dead this morning. Same setup. Strangled by a golden cord. Face battered in.
Where'd you find her, Commissioner?
In an alley near the Globe Theater.
I see. Third victim. It's only Margot left.
What was that, Cranston? I didn't tell you.
Nothing, Commissioner. I'll get in touch with you later. Margot, he'll try to get her next. Told her to lock herself in. Got to be careful now, careful. Hello, operator. Operator.
I'm sorry, sir, but your party doesn't answer.
Operator, there must be someone there. Please try again.
I'm sorry, sir, but your party does not answer.
Margot. Boggle, are you here? The apartment's empty. Wait a minute. There's a pad on the table near the telephone. I bet you added something down on it. Globe. Globe Theater.
You came right down here to help your friend Lona, didn't you, Miss Lane? But now, she's beyond help. Now you and I are together.
Let me out of here. Let me out of this room.
Don't you like it, Miss Lane? I like it. It's my old dressing room. I had these mirrors put on every wall. I could see my face then, no matter where I turned. As you can see it now.
You're sick, Mr. Wyndham. You need help.
I? No, Miss Lane. It's you who need help.
Please let me go. I can't stand it. Let me out of here. No.
It's only a closet, Miss Lane. But as you see, there's a mirror in there, too, and my face. That's it. Try that room, Miss Lane. Go ahead. Pull the curtain aside.
Oh,
no. It's a small costume room, Miss Lane. But there's a mirror in there, too. Mirrors everywhere. And my face.
Please let me go. I can't stand it any longer.
All right. Very well, Miss Lane. If you insist on escape, I will provide it for you.
Oh. Gold cord. No. No.
What's that? Who smashed one of my mirrors?
The shadow, Wyndham.
Shadow?
Last year here.
Right. I don't see anyone. There's no reflection in the mirrors.
The shadow is here, nevertheless. These mirrors won't be. I'm going to smash every glass in this diabolical room. Smash that leering face wherever I see it. Now the mirror in the closet. And now the last one in the costume room.
I see the mirrors breaking. And yet I see no one.
No man can see the shadow, Wyndham. When they kill, they account to the shadow.
You're human, Shadow, and yet you're invisible.
Yes.
Shadow, please tell me your secret. Tell me how you make yourself invisible. Teach me your secret, Shadow, so that people can't see my face.
No, Wyndham. Only the shadow knows the secret. Only the shadow will ever know.
Shadow, I beg you.
You forfeited your right to any consideration. You've killed, you were about to kill. You belong to the law now, Wyndham.
Perhaps it's best, Shadow, that way. Perhaps it's better if the law takes my life. Death will be merciful and quick. Yeah, best this way. For death is darkness, and darkness can hide my ugliness forever.
And now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If you were going to take a long trip, you'd be certain that your automobile was tuned up and put in good condition before you started. Friends, the heating season is just starting. You're going to demand a lot of service from your heating plant before next spring. Better have it thoroughly cleaned and checked now by your Blue Coal dealer. He has the special equipment and the trained men who know how to tune up a furnace properly and how to make the necessary minor repairs as well. I suggest you telephone your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Remember, a clean, efficient furnace burns less fuel and gives more heat. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy.
Today's drama, Death Takes the Wheel. Appointed apartment in the upper 60s. The handsome woman of middle age sits on the edge of a chair, staring fixedly at a photograph. Opposite her, a carefully groomed young man sits disinterestedly examining his fingernail.
This photograph, Duke, you're trying to say that's me.
And a very good likeness, I think, Mrs. Cartwright.
Oh, dear, I should have known better than to get mixed up with a man like you, but I was so desperately lonely.
Why the excitement, Mrs. Cartwright? There's been no harm done yet.
But this picture, it's a fake. You're trying to frame me. This is not me.
Do you think your husband would think so, Mrs. Cartwright?
Oh, my husband. You wouldn't show this to him, Duke. You couldn't. He'd divorce me.
And we wouldn't want that to happen, would we, Mrs. Cartwright? And it needn't happen. Of course, there would have to be some little consideration.
Oh, so that's it. Blackmail. Oh, I might have known. Well, I won't pay it. I won't.
Now, let's not get theatrical, Mrs. Cartwright. You've too much at stake, and you know it.
Maybe. But maybe I'm not as weak as you think.
What are you going to do, Mrs. Cartwright?
Call the police.
I wouldn't be too hasty, Mrs. Cartwright, if I were you. It might prove fatal.
Oh, put that gun away, Duke. You wouldn't dare use it.
Police department.
Hello, police department.
Hello, Johnny. Sorry, we couldn't do business, Mrs. Cartwright.
This has been wonderful, Duke. Like all good things, I'm afraid it has to end.
Don't say that, darling.
I don't think we'd better see each other anymore.
Oh, I've been looking for you, Mrs. Borden. The boss asked me to have you step into his office.
The boss?
She must mean Nicky Valdez, the man who operates this place.
What does he want with me? I've never even heard of him.
Maybe we'd better find out, darling.
Just follow me, Mrs. Borden.
I don't understand this, Duke.
Well, we'll soon know.
It's me, boss, Lola. I have Mrs. Borden.
Come in, come in. Ah, Miss Barton, come in. You look very lovely this evening.
I don't think I've had the pleasure, Mr.
Just call me Nick.
I'd rather know what this is all about.
I have some photos I thought you might like to see. Photos of you and the Duke.
What?
Here.
Where did you get these pictures? Duke, what do you know about this?
Well, they're just pictures, Belle, taken here at the club.
So you're in it, too, hmm? What kind of a racket do you people think you're going to pull?
Now, let's be calm, Miss Barton. We ain't going to show these to your husband.
My husband wouldn't believe you.
Of course, if he used to ask around if you'd been seen with Duke.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Valdez. I haven't any money. My husband only gives me an allowance, a very small allowance.
Why, Belle,
you keep out of this. Well, Mr. Valdez?
You have a new Cadillac convertible, Mrs. Barton. Suppose you were to leave the keys in it tomorrow and it was stolen. You're covered by insurance, no?
Go on.
That's it. We have a market for such a car, a good market. You lose nothing, your husband doesn't find out.
But what?
There's no but, Mrs. Barton. That's the deal. One thing more. You leave the registration in the glove compartment and sign the transfer stuff.
What?
Just precaution, you understand. In case you try to cross us, we'd be protected. Not that we don't trust you, of course.
I see. The car will be in front of my house tomorrow morning at 10 with the key in it. Now, if you don't mind.
May I take you home?
What do you think?
I don't think she likes you, Duke.
No. But I think she likes you, Nicky. I saw the way she looked at you.
This is business, Lola. Strictly business. After we get the car and resell it,
we can shake Mrs. Barton down for the rest of her life.
About those papers.
I'm sorry, darling. It's an insurance case I promised to investigate.
What kind of insurance?
Stolen cars? Quite an epidemic lately. Insurance people feel it's all part of one operation.
How about the police?
Well, they've checked all known car thieves and rings. Apparently no luck. Most of the cars were stolen from quite wealthy families.
What's that list you're studying?
It's a list of the stolen cars. Most recent one, for instance, is this Cadillac convertible was stolen this morning from a Mrs. Barton. Belle Barton.
Her name's familiar.
Well, she's the former Belle Barton, the showgirl. Married Ed Barton about a year ago.
Oh, yes, I see. Are you going to see her, Lamont?
Yes, Margot. I think it might be worthwhile having a talk with her. She may be able to give us some kind of a lead.
Nicky.
Got a message you wanted to say me, Mrs. Barton.
Oh, how formal you are. Come on in. Come in.
Okay. It's a fancy layout. Kind of out of my class.
Confidentially, mine, too. Don't forget I'm only a couple of years out of a chorus line.
You sure didn't do bad.
It's not as fancy as it looks. My husband isn't the most generous soul in the world.
They're doing all right.
Yes, but it's kind of hard waiting, living on pennies till the big take comes.
Well, you're a pretty regular dame at that, baby. I thought you wanted to see me to beef about your car.
No, I can get another car. Well, to tell you the truth, I just wanted to see you again.
Why?
I liked your style the other night. You're my kind of a guy.
You kidding? Why should a doll like you go for a mug like me when there's a guy like Duke around?
Maybe I just like your type.
Look, baby. We could go places together.
I could go places with you, Nicky, but the trouble is I like to go first class.
Well, Barton ain't gonna live forever, is he?
That's what I thought when I married him, but it looks like he's going to do it just for spite.
That'd be tough.
Of course, people do have accidents.
Mm-hmm. Might be able to help you out on that, baby.
That's one of the reasons I asked you to drop by here today.
Yeah. About the old man, when's the best time to get at him?
About 6 o'clock at night. He always walks across the street to the taxi stand. But do you think the risk is...
I ain't thinking about any risk, baby. All I'm thinking about is how gorgeous you're gonna look in black.
Does Mrs. Barton expect at this hour? It's almost 6 o'clock.
Well, we'll have to risk it, Margot. Couldn't get here any earlier. Poring over motor vehicle reports all afternoon.
Find anything exciting?
I found that the most expensive cars have disappeared from the most unlikely places.
Such as?
Garages, from in front of homes, from parking lots. Almost all from places where the thief must have a key.
Oh, isn't that the Barton house right down the street there where that man's coming down the steps?
Yes. Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's Barton himself.
He's rather elderly. Come on, look at that car.
Good Lord. Mr. Barton, get back.
He's trying to get back to the curb.
Get back! Come on, Margot. I don't know what happened there. Let me know, please. Let me know.
That car deliberately veered toward him.
A hit and runner, that's what it was. I saw him. Oh, just right on going.
Come on, is it bad?
He's dead, Margot.
Let me through.
It's my husband. Let me through. Ed, will somebody do something? Get a doctor.
I'm afraid it's too late, Mrs. Barton.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Who did this? Didn't anybody see who did it? Oh, yes, I did, lady.
I saw the accident, Mrs. Barton. I was on my way up to see you about your stolen car.
What?
I got the number, too.
You got the number of the car that hit him? What was it?
Cadillac convertible, license number T917.
Oh.
I'd like to talk to you about it, Mrs. Barton, before I do anything.
Not now, later. What did you say your name was?
Cranston. Lamont Cranston. I'm a private investigator.
I'll call you tomorrow, but not now. Let me through, please.
Well, that was cruel, Lamont, bothering her about the car now.
Perhaps, Margot? You see, the license number of the car that killed her husband is the same as the license number of the car Belle Barton reported stolen almost a week ago.
I know.
Look, I warn you, Nicky. If you've been seeing that Barton woman,
Lola, Charlie with the Barton, damn, it's business.
And it better stay that way. Because if you... Hello?
Let me talk to Nicky. This is Belle Barton.
He isn't here.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Nicky, something's gone wrong.
He's dead, ain't he?
There was a witness, a private detective. He got the license number.
Get his name?
Yes, Lamont Cranston. He was on his way up to see me about my car, and he saw the whole thing.
No one else got the number?
I don't think so.
Don't worry your pretty little head about it. I'll take care of that, Cranston. I'll take good care of him.
Dirty double-cross. You're in love with her.
Forget it, Lola. It's you and me all the way, just like it always was. But right now, there's a guy we got to take care of. A guy named Cranston.
What are you going to do, Nicky?
Maybe he's going to have an accident. Maybe a car might jump the curb. What do you say? Will you do it for me, baby?
Why me?
Because you're a dame. Everybody knows how women drivers get excited.
No.
Lola, you do this one thing for me, and we'll drop the Barton dame for good. It'll be just you and me, baby.
Promise me?
Word of honor, baby.
Lamont, do you think Mrs. Barton knows something about her husband's death?
I think it was something more than an accident, Margot. After all, it's a peculiar car thief that first steals a car, then hangs around the house of its previous owner almost a week.
You're sure the number was the same as the stolen car?
Positive.
How about the police? Shouldn't they be told?
Of course. First, I intend to give Mrs. Barton an opportunity to tell them. That'll be evidence of her good faith.
Commissioner Weston won't like it if you hold out on him.
He'd like it a lot less if I started him on a false scent.
Look at that car, Lamont. Crashing in front of it.
Back against the wall, Margot. Looks like it's out of control.
It's heading this way, Lamont.
Back, Margot, back. Get out of the way.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are investigating a stolen car ring. They are walking down a deserted street that evening when suddenly a car swerves out, jumps the curb, and tries to pin them against the brick wall.
Oh, my God. Oh, yes, Lamont. Lamont, are you all right?
It's just a few bruises, I think.
Oh.
Fender just caught me and threw me as I jumped.
Thank heavens, John. If you hadn't pushed me out of the way, I'd have...
Through here, please. Let me through. Anybody hurt? No, officer, nothing serious. Who's the driver of this car?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, who's the driver? Guess she got excited and disappeared when the crowd started to form, officer. She? It was a woman. I didn't get a good look at her, though. Probably lost control. Well, she'll come forward. Want to press a complaint, mister? No, officer, there's no harm done. I'll just get along home, get some presentable clothes. Okay, suit yourself. All right, dear, let the people move.
That was awfully close, Lamont.
I think it was a deliberate attempt to kill me.
Oh, but who'd do such a thing?
Same people who killed Ed Barton. After all, somebody knows that I got the dead car's number.
Belle Barton.
Right. So now, instead of talking to Lamont Cranston, I think she'd better talk to the shadow. Out front. He'll be right in when he's got his alibi set. What happened?
I must have, Duke. I didn't get Cranston. He jumped just as I tried to pin him against the wall.
Nicky isn't going to like that, Lola.
Nicky ain't gonna like what, Duke?
She didn't get Cranston.
What?
I did like you said, Nicky, but he moved too fast.
Let's see.
Well, what do we do now, boss?
Lola's got to give herself up. Tell the cops you got scared when you thought you hit the guy and you ran. Tell him anything.
I can't, Nicky. Don't make me. I can't.
No? I think you ought to go away, Lola. For your health.
Oh, boss. Now, wait a second.
You wouldn't kill me.
Maybe you're going to kill yourself, Lola. Maybe when the cops look up the registration of that car and come here looking for you, they'll find you couldn't face the music.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd like me to commit suicide? Well, think again, white guy. When the cops come for me...
They'll find you a suicide. Just like I said.
Taking inventory of your new belongings, Mrs. Barton.
Who said that? I heard someone. Who said that?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? I thought you were just a legend.
A legend to the innocent. A nightmare to the guilty, Mrs. Barton.
Well, why do you come to me? I haven't done anything.
Perhaps you can tell me how it happens that your car was used in the accident that killed your husband?
I don't know. That car was stolen over a week ago.
Stolen?
Yes, I left it out front overnight, and the next morning it was gone. I notified the police.
Very clever, Mrs. Barton. That's not the whole truth.
I don't know what you mean.
You arranged for your car to be stolen, didn't you, Mrs. Barton?
I couldn't help it. It was blackmail. They made me turn the car over to them.
Who made you turn it over, Mrs. Barton?
It's a gang headed by Nicky Valdez.
Was Nicky Valdez who killed your husband?
I don't know. I haven't seen the car since I left it out front that night.
If you've told the whole truth, I'll help you, Mrs. Barton, but if you've lied, I'll return and you'll answer to the Shadow.
I haven't lied, Shadow. Shadow! Gone. I should have warned him right away. Hello, this is Belle. Don't talk, just listen. Something's happened. We've got to get rid of the other two. What? Lola dead? I see. Well, that simplifies everything. That leaves just one for us to take care of. Valdez, tonight Lamont's place is closed. See, there's not even a light here in the back.
Good. I want to get a look at his records. If I'm right, he's the head of a large-scale blackmail ring.
But that's breaking in, and Commissioner Weston wouldn't like that.
Maybe not, Margot, but he likes blackmailers a lot less. Come on up these steps. I think this is the back entrance to the office. It's locked.
Careful, Lamont.
Should be a light switch here somewhere. Here it is.
Lamont, look. Is she dead, Lamont?
Barely dead, Margot.
Look, there's a note.
Let me see it. I can't face it. Tonight I ran down a man with my car. You tried to make me go to the police and tell them what happened. I killed him. Guess there's no other way out for me now. Lola Martinez.
Oh, Lamont, how awful. She thought she killed you. What are you looking for?
Note says she killed Duke. Who's Duke?
Did you hear that?
Behind the desk.
Man. Been shot.
Take a look at him. It's just a shoulder wound, but he's lost a lot of blood. Must be Duke. Duke, can you hear me? Who are you? My name is Cranston. I just found Lola's body and a suicide note. Did she shoot you?
No. It was Nicky. He faked the suicide note, killed her, and thought he killed me. He's gone crazy. Trying to get rid of anyone who can testify against him.
Nicky Valdez, eh? Where is he now?
I think he's headed for the Barton place.
Mrs. Barton.
Will you be all right, Duke? We still have time to get to the Barton apartment.
I'm all right. Go ahead.
Get Commissioner Weston on the phone, Margot. This time, I think I'll get the whole story.
Nicky.
What? Didn't you expect me, baby?
Guess I didn't expect it so soon.
Come here, baby.
Oh. Nicky, please. Nicky, oh. Hello? Yes. Yes, I see. Thank you for calling.
Where were we?
I'm sorry, Nicky. What did you say?
That call must have been important. What was it?
Your death warrant.
What did you say?
I said it was your death warrant.
What is it?
This, my dear Nicky, is what is commonly known as the kiss-off. That call was from Duke.
Duke?
Yes. You conceited ape. Did you really think I could go for you? Didn't you know that Duke and I have been laughing at you?
Duke and you? So it was a cross, eh?
A beautiful cross, Nicky. You see, everything leads back to you. You had my car. My car was used to kill my husband.
Very pretty picture with a frame to match, eh?
That's right. Cranston just left your place, Nicky. When he walks in with the cops, I'm going to shoot you, and they'll come just in time to see that it was self-defense.
Now, you played me for a sucker,
Don't try anything, Nicky.
You think you'll get away with this?
You've gotten rid of my husband for me. Lola's out of the way. I'll get rid of you. And that leaves just you and me. And my husband's money, of course.
Why, you double-crossing...
This is it, Nicky.
What are you doing?
We've got to make it look as though we've had a struggle, haven't we?
Nice show you're putting on, Mrs. Barton.
Shadow.
I said I'd be back.
He tried to kill me, Shadow. He killed my husband, and he wanted to force me to marry him. I just got the gun away from him.
Right. Sure, I killed her husband. But it was her idea. She was going to knock me off.
Quiet. Now drop that gun, Mrs. Barton. Drop it.
Okay. But you'll never get me.
No, you don't, Mrs. Barton.
Let go of me.
Oh, no. We need you to testify against Duke and Nicky, just as we'll need them to testify against you.
You got Duke?
The police already have him. They're on their way here to pick you two up right now.
According to tonight's paper, Duke and Nicky are trying to outdo each other in telling everything, Lamont.
It was quite a setup. Apparently, Duke was the lure for lonesome ladies. He'd wine them and dine them in their husband's absence. Then one day, they'd spring a photo of the two of them taken at Nicky's nightclub.
Then they'd blackmail her, of course.
Exactly. If she didn't have the cash, they'd take her car, have her leave the keys in it, park it in an available place. She'd sign the transfer certificate so they'd have an additional hold on her.
How about Belle?
She wasn't part of the gang, Margot, but she was as vicious as any of them. She saw a chance to have Nicky get rid of her husband for her, so she played up to him. She was really in love with Duke.
Well, what made you suspicious of the setup, Lamont?
Well, I guess the truth when I saw Duke's wound. The angle was upward, indicating it was self-inflicted. If Nicky had shot him, Nicky would have had to shoot from the floor. Besides, Nicky would never have left him there alive. Men like Valdez would have been sure he was dead.
Well, I hope the whole gang get what's coming to them.
They will, Margot. Death houses all over the country are filled with people who were sure they knew how to commit a perfect crime.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Government forecasts indicate that homeowners may face another winter of shortages of all type of fuel for home heating. You're fortunate if you heat with coal because you're liable to and you're able to store fuel. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow and place your order so we can schedule early delivery. Make sure that you order the right size for your furnace. And if you're not sure what it should be, ask your blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heat plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you get more heat and to burn less fuel. Tomorrow, first thing, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to schedule your supply of blue coal for early delivery. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Curse of the Gypsies. For a dozen years, the old Stanfield mansion has been locked tight. Creepers have overgrown the walls. Dead branches scratch at the windows. And now, on a windswept night, three people, Elise King, the Stanfield heiress, her husband Stefan King, and the nurse are coming home. Stefan unlocks the door. And three walk into the long, deserted house.
See, Elise, nothing in here but dust heaps and the musty smell of an old house. No gypsy curses, no ghosts, no...
Oh, I was just closing the door, Mrs. King.
I'll light a candle. Let there be light, huh? And the pair will end. There.
No. No, it's worse now. Shadows looming everywhere.
Ah, you're overwrought, my darling, and tired. Get you to bed. Take my arm on the stairs.
Stefan, whose room am I to sleep in?
Your mother's.
Where she was brought up? After that accident? No, I won't go up there.
Control yourself, Elise. Conquer these fears. Realize they exist only in your mind.
Stefan. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Came from Father's room. Mrs. King, please. Here it is again. It's Father. Still in there after all these years.
Stop talking nonsense, Elise. Your father was given a decent burial. You saw him in the grave yourself.
No, he's come back. Listen. You must hear that, Stefan. Oh, tell me you hear it.
I hear
hear a noise of some kind. Probably a tree outside the window. But we'll soon find out.
Oh, no.
Courage now. I'm opening the door to your father's room. I'll hold the candle up. Elise, what is it?
A man. Hanging by the neck.
Where? I don't see anything. Do you, nurse?
No, Mr. King. I don't see anything.
It was good of you and Miss Lane to come down so quickly, Mr. Cranston. Frankly, I'm very uneasy. So I gathered from your telegram, Mr. King.
You also mentioned something about a gypsy curse. It sounds extraordinary.
It's even more sinister than you think, Miss Lane. It's already accounted for the lives of two people. My wife, father, and mother. Now, I'm afraid that Elisa's life is threatened. Suppose you start at the beginning. Now, that she suspected as many years. When George Stanfield, Elisa's father, was a young man, he fell violently in love with a gypsy girl. Eventually, he tired of her. He cast her up to marry Elisa's mother.
Oh, dear, romance went sour.
Very sour, I'm afraid, Miss Lane. The gypsy girl became crazed with grief and took her own life. But not before she had put a curse on George Stanfield and his family.
Curse? What was the nature of this malady?
That all three of the Stanfields, father, mother, and daughter, should die by violent death, Mr. Cranston.
How horrible.
So far, it has worked out to the letter. Lisa's mother was killed in plain writing.
And Elisa's father?
Death by hanging in this very house. Apparently suicide. Yet he had no reason for doing away with himself. He left no suicide note. See, there was another suspicious circumstance surrounding each death. The gypsies were encamped across the hills.
The gypsies?
They make their winter headquarters here in Seance.
Oh.
And they're back now.
In that case, it seems a little strange you brought your wife back to this environment, Mr. King.
I did it deliberately on good medical advice. I wanted to prove to Elise that there was no basis for neurotic fear and zealot. At least, that's as I thought it would be.
I see. And what's happened in the meantime?
Well, the first night we arrived, she saw, or thought she saw, the body of a man hanging in her father's room. All in her mind, of course, but...
But it wasn't all in my mind.
Elise.
There was somebody in that room.
Alicia, please.
I have proof now. I went back in that room. I forced myself to go back in. I was so sure of what I'd seen.
You were very brave. Now, let me introduce our guests. Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, my wife.
How do you do, Mr. King?
How do you do?
So you found something in your father's room?
Yes, Mr. Cranston. I picked this up from the floor. A brass earring.
Goodness. It must have been lying there unnoticed ever since the house was locked up.
I doubt it, Mr. King. It was tarnished in that time.
You mean...
Still brightly polished. Couldn't have been dropped there more than 4 days ago.
Then somebody's been playing tricks on my wife.
We'll know more about that, Mrs. King, when Margaret and I visited their camp. Come on now.
Well, if there isn't much hope of finding the one gypsy with the missing earring.
Perhaps. Unless we get help from the gypsy fortune teller. How is this?
Asleep now. They will have done it.
You ought to have done that before she started wandering around the house. She almost upset the apple cart in front of Cranston.
But you're blaming me.
I'm not blaming anyone. You know, the night was pretty.
That's your doing, Stefan. I was all against getting that detective down here. It's insane.
We have to have someone to testify that Elise was going off her head.
A nice old lady would have done just as well. That wasn't good enough for you. Oh, no, you had to have the great Cranston to match with.
Cora.
Now he's got that earring, and Lord knows what he'll find out at the gypsy camp. Hungry enough to hang us both.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. It's my neck as well as yours. And you think I'm going to risk it because of your crazy vanity? Run.
I don't like you, Elise. I don't like you at all.
Stefana.
That's more like the girl I love.
You really know that?
Of course.
Then why did he have to go through with this? Why can't you divorce and leave?
And lose her fortune? Oh, no, Cora. I've learned to enjoy money too much to get along without it. Aren't you forgetting, dear? It won't be anything as unpleasant as that. Just the suicide of a mentally deranged girl. That Cranston trying to prove anything different.
So, you have found the gypsy earring, Mr. Cranston. And you are very concerned over who might have lost it, huh? You take me for a fool?
Why, Governor?
I have had experience of your kind. Meeting outsiders only mean one thing to gypsies. Trouble.
There'll be more trouble if you refuse to give me information. And a murder takes place at the Stanfield mansion.
Stanfield? Then it is true. Just as the cards showed me. Ruby has come back. Brother, the gypsy girl George Stanfield drove crazy 30 years ago. He swore she would come back from the grave to destroy him and his dear wife. But that's impossible, is it? Remember, she came back twice before. And each time it was in the cards. Look, I deal them out. And you can see for yourself. There. He is guiding my friend. The flat earth. Followed by the queen. It is certain death, I tell you. Is she, Ruby's she, back from the grave. What?
Take it easy, lady. You live longer.
Come in, Grandino. I was hoping you would drop around. I got some extra special customers tonight. Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, the detectives.
You don't say. Any little murders you once solved, Mr. Cranston? Is that your specialty, Grandino? Sure. I know all about them because I commit them. Tuesday is my murder day. The rest of the week I'm drumming up the season.
Which were you doing 4 nights ago in the old Stanfield mansion?
Huh?
I noticed your right ear is pierced. Here's the earring you left behind you.
Why are you...
And I've got a gun, which I think he sees.
Take it easy, Mr. Cranston. Relax. Enjoy yourself. You live longer.
I'm still waiting for my answer, Grandino. What were you doing at the Stanfield place?
I have told you, Mr. Cranston, it was Ruby, the ghost of the poor child.
I doubt a ghost could give me a window getter. However, if Grandino has nothing to say, we'll take it up with the police. Come on, Margot.
You're funny, Mr. Cranston. Very funny.
Glad you think so. I usually play for the last laugh.
Well, Lamont.
They're both been mixed up in it. Was those the way Gerda suddenly changed character when I mentioned the Stanfield mansion?
Yes. Became a weird old fortune telling me. Why?
My hunch is she was trying to protect someone. All right, John, far enough. Into the shadow of this wagon.
So we're not going to the police?
No, I just threatened that to put the pressure on Grandino. It's up to him to make the next move.
Look. There it is now. He's in Gerda's wagon.
Yes. Apparently in a great hurry to get someplace. The Green of Hurry, Margot, but be careful. Remember, he's got a knife. More than likely, he knows how to throw it.
Hello?
Grandino, Mr. King.
You fool, I told you never to phone this house.
Take it easy, Mr. King. If it's Cranston and his girlfriend you're worried about, I fixed him.
What?
They took it into their heads to follow me. I led them a merry chase, all right, to the swamp.
But the quicksand?
That's the idea. They're good and lost now. They'll be lucky if they ever get out.
You blundering fool, how dare
Take
you?
it easy, Mr. King. There isn't healthy talk. I'm phoning from the diner to say I'm coming over to see you.
No, it's too dangerous.
Be right over, Mr. King.
Grandino! Blundering idiot, he's ruined everything.
You mean Miss Lane and Cranston?
If they ever get out of the swamp, they'll be too suspicious. Now watch every move I make.
Oh, perhaps it's all for the best.
Oh, don't start that again, Cora.
That's fine.
Why did I ever trust anyone so easy before?
What?
I won't give up now. I'll work out some other plan. I won't stop till I've wiped out every last member of the Stanfield family.
And it was you who killed Elisa's father and mother.
What are you talking about?
What's been dreaming in your mind? Revenge. That's why you underway with Elise, too.
Laura.
You don't give a rap for me. You never have. You're just using me as an accomplice.
Darling, listen to me.
No. It's too late now.
Too late. You know too much.
Stefan. Life.
You're another fool who had to meddle.
Stefan, you're mad. If this kills you, you'll never escape.
You're wrong, sir. It's my one way out. I've been working out a plan, you see. It starts with you.
We will return to the shadow in just a moment. Folks, if you do not have a Blue Coal Temp Master automatic heat regulator on your furnace, you're missing plenty. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. The Temp Master eliminates every trip to the basement to adjust furnace dampers. And you're missing, too, the even, healthful, steady heat that only automatic temperature control can give. The Temp Master with its electric eye thermostat is on the job every minute all day long. It's far more sensitive to temperature changes than your body and keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the upstairs thermostat. Yes, you're missing carefree heating comfort in your home if you do not have a Blue Coal Temp Master. And a Temp Master is so easy and so inexpensive to install. You really can't afford to be without one. Actual records prove that a Temp Master saves so much fuel it can easily pay for itself in a single winter. So tomorrow, call at your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the Temp Master in your home. There is no charge or obligation. Your Blue Coal dealer is listed in the classified section of the telephone directory. Now, back to the shadow. Lamont and Margot, in search of the truth about a strange gypsy curse, have extricated themselves from the swamp into which they were led by the gypsy Grandinos and are now entering the Stanfield mansion. The key? The key?
I hardly expected it, Margot. My guess is he's out there keeping a tryst with Grandinos.
And you think you could connect them?
Almost certainly. First job is to get a lease out of this house into safety. After that, we can complete our case against the other two. Let me see. Is this the room?
Yes, he's downstairs.
Could be something holding the door.
Maybe at least we'll be care of it.
Feel like it. Yeah, now we can get through.
It's so dark.
Just a minute. Here's the switch.
Lamont.
That's what was holding the door. What is on earth?
The knife.
Dino's knife by the looks of it. Look at the room all thrown up as if there's been a struggle.
Sandino must have come in for a lease, and the nurse died descending her.
Anyway, this is gone now. It's been carried out through this open window.
Yes, there's dirt on the ledge.
Well, come on, Margot. All we can do is follow. I'll go first. Careful, darling. I'll give you a hand down.
Here I come.
We'll try the garage first, see if the car is gone. If possible.
What was that?
Over there, it's Mr. King.
You can hurt him, Mark. That gash on his forehead.
Mr. King, you hear me?
Oh, Mr. Cranston, help me.
There you are. Now, what happened, Mr. King?
I heard a noise. I came out here to investigate, but there's a scream from the lease's room. I ran up to the window and... I can't remember.
Elise is gone.
What? Oh, they've taken her.
Easy, Mr. King. Margot and I are going after Elise now. Come on, darling.
The gypsies, Mr. Cranston. The gypsies.
Here now what happened. Whatever game Mr. King was playing with Brandino is backfired. Brandino must have kidnapped Elise, probably for ransom.
Probably taking her back to the gypsy camp. So, Margot, there's only one person who can tell us for sure. Gertha, the fortune teller.
Gertha?
Yes. She's going to get a visitor she didn't foresee in the car. The shadow.
Why did you bring me down to the wine cellar, Grandino?
I wanted a private talk with you, Mr. King.
Well?
5,000 is not enough, Mr. King.
But that was our bargain.
Now Grandino is changing the bargain. $5,000 was all right when I was just playing tricks on your wife, like pretending to hang myself.
And a mess you made of that. dropping your earring. But now I've gone on to bigger stuff. I've become an artist, you might say. The Botticelli of the Black Dust. But beautiful wound you have on your forehead.
You didn't have to hit me so hard. You almost broke my skull.
They've made a monkey out of Cranston. He's upsetting me now, looking for your wife. And all the time she's lying here doped in the wine cellar. Yes, Mr. King. That ought to be worth a lot of money to you.
How much do you want?
25 grand. You can afford it. So be a rich man soon. A fortune all to yourself. Left by your poor, dead wife.
No, I'll think about it. Another glass of wine?
Yeah. Makes you thirsty looking at these big vats. Yes, a success. Mud in your eye, Mr. King.
Good stuff.
Well, Mr. King, thought it over? What? The 25 grand.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've come to the conclusion, Grandino. You won't need that much money.
You're funny, Mr. King. You're exhausted.
In fact, very soon now, you won't need any money at all. Very soon.
What did you put in that wine?
It works fast. You should have stuck to your blackjack, Grandino, and let blackmail alone.
You're funny, Mr. King. Very funny.
You'll get a gypsy burial, Grandino. Your body in a swamp. And then I'll be ready soon.
What's wrong with the cards? They pay me nothing. No figures come up, only numbers.
Because your days are numbered, Getter.
Who's there?
This is the shadow, Getter.
I hear a voice from nowhere.
Shadow is right here beside you.
What do you want with me?
Where is Elise King?
I don't know.
She was taken from the house. Her husband was knocked unconscious.
What's the crime? What's second, badly crime?
You seem very concerned about Mr. King, Getter.
I
believe I understand. I don't suppose you feel as affectionate toward Grandino?
No, I always hated him. He was always snooping around my wagon, trying to find out things.
What things? No lies, Getter.
He was curious about my little boy, the child I adopted long ago.
I see. So you raised an adopted child, Getter. That must have taken money. Where did you raise it?
I had a rich admirer once. He was generous.
I think I can guess his name. George Stanfield. But this locket around your neck should prove it. There.
Shadow, you the bastard.
Now you'll have read the inscription. To my beloved Ruby.
Shadow.
So that's it. You're the crazy girl who was supposed to have died of heartbreak. The gypsy girl who cursed the Stanfield family.
No.
But who lived on to take your revenge. It's you, Gerda. Or should I call you Ruby?
Listen to me.
I haven't time for that now. Your son must be stopped before he commits his last crime.
You will be too late. The last of the Stanfields must die tonight. The cards say so.
But the shadow says no.
What are you doing up here, Stefan?
I have a surprise for you.
In the attic?
Yes. I found it when I was exploring up here this afternoon. In this old trunk. Do you recognize it?
My wedding place.
Here. Let me place it around this thing.
Oh, no. Don't.
No, you must believe. Remember how happy you were that day?
So happy.
Perhaps if you put the dress on again, that happiness would come back. Everything that has happened since would disappear like a sad dream.
Oh, if it only would.
Look how prettily it fits the costume.
Oh, you're so kind, Stefan. So sweet.
Now, my dear, take my hand and step up to the altar.
Up to the altar?
You remember the scent of the flowers and the organ playing softly in the background?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And do you remember the present I gave you that day?
Oh.
Close your eyes, my dear, and I'll put them on again. A rope of pearls about your neck.
Oh,
You feel them touching your throat?
There's a rock. Feels like a rope. A rattle around my neck.
Goodbye, Elise. Last at a standstill. You're going to... Listen, Johnny. Fight it. What? There's someone in here. Where are you? Where are you?
Right here, Stefan.
Whose voice is that?
The Shadow, Stefan. I've come for you. Your crimes are over.
You can't prove anything against me, Shadow.
I can prove murder for one thing, Stefan. And for another, trying to drive this poor girl insane.
Yes, Shadow, she is insane. And that's why you can't prove anything against me.
I can prove you're the son of Goethe, the fortune teller, Stefan. And that for her sake, the sake of revenge, you killed Elise's mother and father. Then you killed the nurse, and perhaps Brandino, too.
Yes, Brandino, too. But he'll get the blame for the nurse's death, Shadow. No one can convict me as long as Elise is out of her mind.
No one will have to, Stefan. You yourself are going to write a free and open confession.
Are you mad?
No, but Elise is. And she's coming through now.
Huh. What do you mean?
You'll find out. Can you hear me? The Shadow, your friend.
Oh, there you are. The son I love. You didn't leave. I'm glad you did. Because now I can see you.
Shadow, Papa.
You failed, Stefan, but I won't.
Ready for a confession, Stefan?
Don't fail from me, Stefan. You love me, remember? You're my husband.
Free and open confession, Stefan.
No, Stefan. No.
I'll confess. I'll sign anything. Get her away.
Elise. Elise. I had to do that.
What have I done? What have I done?
You barely aided justice to me.
I don't understand.
Perhaps that's just as well. Soon you'll be completely well again and will hardly remember the horror you suffered from a man named Stefan Key. By then we'll have died in the electric chair.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. In buying shoes, you make certain that you get the right size. And in ordering coal for your furnace, size is just as important. The right size of coal will burn better, last longer, and give you more heat for less money. So if you don't know whether your heating plant ought to use chestnut, stove, or eggs, better find out. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer will be glad to inspect your furnace and to give you expert advice. He may be able to show you other ways to get better heating, too, such as better draft control and elimination of small leaks. Yes, to really save fuel and to get better heat. Be sure that your furnace is clean, be sure that it's efficient, and be sure that you order the right size of coal. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The names, characters, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the T.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morris. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer, Andre Baruch. Remember, it's Blue Coal for finest heating service. It's Blue Coal for finest modern equipment. It's Blue Coal for the best home heat money can buy. Friends, partially handicapped workers are often better workers. Your local public employment office lists many workers who are not handicapped for your business, who are more careful, more reliable, more conscientious. Yes, it's good business to hire the handicapped. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating, apparently, are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant, and he may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So, first thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ruby of Karavahl. "5 centuries ago, a forgotten king of Siam pronounced a curse on a fabulous ruby which graced the palace throne room in the ancient city of Karvahl.
If man's greed shall ever remove this jewel, it shall become an instrument of catastrophe and destruction. From this hour forward, death awaits the thief who takes from its rightful owner the Ruby of Karavahl.
Of course, in time, the ruby was stolen, and for hundreds of years it changed hands until, a few months ago, it became the property of one Hugo Zara, wealthy and famous theatrical star. Nobody, Zara included, paid any heed to the legend of the ancient curse. And yet, one stormy night, where the main highway passes through a small village.
Look, Joe! Joe, will you look what's there in the road? Good Lord! Joe, look out!
What goes on here?
Been an accident, officer.
Well, I didn't figure it for a lawn festival. Who was in the car?
2 guys, officer. You see, we was in the bar across the road.
Where's the guys now?
They're still in the car. Yeah, they're dead, officer, both of them. They was coming down the road like greased lightning. Why, you'd have thought they were on the lam from something. Listen, here comes another car.
Flag them, will you?
You don't have to flag them. They're stopping.
It's all right. It's their car, Lamont.
Okay, Margot. Come on, Commissioner.
All right, officer. I'll take over.
You will, huh? And who are you?
My name's Weston. You may have heard of me. I'm Commissioner of Police.
Oh, Commissioner Weston. Excuse me, sir. I didn't...
Forget it. This is Lamont Cranston, Miss Margot Lane.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you. I was just going to open the car and...
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yes, sir.
Jeez. Look away, Margot.
They got theirs, all right.
It was coming to them.
You knew these 2 guys?
Yes, we knew them.
Who are they?
One on the right was Bags Huggins, stooge and gunman for the one behind the wheel.
Oh, who's he?
You wouldn't recognize him in the shape he's in, but he used to be Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe?
You mean that phantom second-story character? One the papers call him Honored Raffles?
Same.
Was he on some kind of a job?
Yes. His last one.
But what was he after this time, you know?
Yes, I know. I think you'll find it in his inner coat pocket.
Yeah? Well, just a second.
Gee, what's that?
That, my friend, is the Ruby of Karavahl.
This sounds like big stuff. I'd like to get a few details here for my report.
it okay, Commissioner?
Go ahead, Lamont. Tell them what you know.
Well, what I know is this. Started early tonight. Started with a theatrical makeup artist, world-famous one named Carl Manners. As I understand it, he was about to retire for the night.
Who's that? Who's there? What do you want?
One side, Manners.
But
You heard the man move.
Gentlemen, please, it's quite late. I was on my way to bed.
Pipe down, or we'll put you to bed for good.
Who are you?
Me? My name is Huggins. They call me Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe? Oh, I see. This is some kind of a joke.
Yeah, this kind. Get the idea, Manners?
What do you want?
Joe wants you to do one of your makeup jobs, that's all. And it won't be too tough. I look something like him already.
Like who?
The man you've worked for the last 10 years. Hugo Zara.
You do that. Same build, same color.
I've been watching his movies. I got his voice down to a T. And now, well, you're going to give me his face.
What for?
That's my business.
Your business wouldn't include an interest in one of Zara's possessions, would it?
Maybe.
The Ruby of Karavahl?
This guy needs... Now, take it easy, Huggins. I don't mind if he guesses the angle. In fact, I'm going to tell him the whole story.
Joe,
you were right, Manners. I want that ruby. In fact, I've already made a few tries at it, but it's not easy. So I've decided to try a dynamite shot. I hit on an idea that includes a job of makeup. I'm going to impersonate Hugo Zara. You're going to make me look as much like him as one guy can look like another.
And?
Zara's out of town. He'll be out of town for a couple of days. I'm going to walk right into that fabulous joint of his and take my time finding that ruby.
What are you telling me all this for?
Because now you know too much. Maybe you've been around enough to understand what happens when a guy knows too much.
I see.
Okay, then get to work.
Gentlemen,
Get to work.
Put that gun away.
He will. After you've made me look like Zara, just like Zara. But exactly. You all finished?
Yes.
How was it, Huggins?
Turn around, let me see.
Hey.
Jeez. You scared me. You're Zara, Joe. Ain't you anymore, you're Zara.
It's that good, then.
It's terrific. The professor here is sensational.
Okay, then we blow.
Remember, Manners, from here on out, breathe through your nose.
What?
Huggins means you'll be healthier with your mouth closed.
And how long will you two be healthy?
What?
Perhaps you don't know it, but there's a death curse on that particular stone you're after.
Is that so?
A death curse 500 years old.
Oh, you give me the shake. Yeah, you scare us to death.
What's the matter, Huggins?
Did you hear something, boss?
Me? No.
Sounded like a big bell. Must be hearing things.
Well, cut it out. Just keep hearing the way he'll sound.
Who?
The fence. When he offers us $250,000 for the Ruby of Karavahl.
This living room looks like Yankee Stadium. Some nest Zara's got himself
What
here.
are you whispering for?
Huh?
We got the place all to ourselves.
You sure there ain't somebody at home?
What do I care if there is? I'm Zara.
Yeah, but we broke in that window.
So what? I forgot my latch key. That's easy.
Listen, car stopped outside.
All right, take it easy. This probably Zara's wife, Lorna.
Yeah, look through the window. It's a dame and some guy.
Huh? Yeah, Brother Charles. He lives here with her.
Joe, if they find out you broke the switch box and blew all the lights in the joint...
storm did that, Huggins, a storm. Besides, this makeup looks better by candlelight.
Here they come. My knees are knocking...
What's the matter with you? I'm Zara. I came home unexpectedly. You're a friend of mine. Now, come on. We're going to meet him.
You reckon you can put this over, Joe?
Hey, you just watch me.
Come on in, Charles.
Yes, dear.
I'll make us some hot tea.
Lorna!
Hugo.
Why, I hadn't expected you back so soon, Hugo.
Well, I changed my plan.
Oh, well, what happened to the light, Hugo?
The storm. You better get some more candles, Charles. This is Mr. Huggins.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet your acquaintance, I'm sure.
I'm putting Mr. Huggins up in the guest room, Lorna. He's here on business. I'm selling him Ruby of Karavahl.
Selling it?
You heard me. I mean, yes, I've decided to let Mr. Huggins bid for it. I want you to get it out and show it to him.
But Hugo...
Don't argue. Just get it.
Oh, now, see here.
Do as Hugo says, Charles. You changed the hiding place this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
No, where is it?
Upstairs.
Huggins will go with you, Charles.
Oh, really? He doesn't need
I said
to go.
he would go upstairs with you. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
We weren't expecting anyone, were you?
Who, me? Oh, no. I wasn't expecting anyone.
We'd better let them in.
No, wait a minute, Lorna.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. My name is Lamont Cranston.
The storm washed out part of the road. Our car's stuck, and we're late for a weekend party.
This is Miss Margot Lane.
Come in.
Thanks.
We'd like to use your telephone, may we?
They want to use the phone, Hugo.
Picked a fine time.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Oh, yes, let them use the phone.
Well, Lamont, look.
Well, what do you know?
You're Hugo Zara, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
I've seen you many times.
Always found your work very interesting.
And the phone is down the hall to your left. Will you show them, Lorna?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Come on, Margaret.
Well, Charles?
Yes?
You're going to get something upstairs. Remember?
Oh, yes, of course. So I was.
Yes, go on up with him, Mr. Huggins, and I'll go back in the pantry and mix us all a drink.
This way, Mr. Huggins.
What do I do, Joe? Grab the ruby the minute he shows it to you. And then we get out of this joint. It's getting crowded.
Coming, Mr. Huggins.
I'm right behind you, Charles.
Right this way, Mr. Huggins.
Sorry to put you to this trouble, Charles.
Oh, no, I don't mind, really. In fact, I, for one, would be mighty glad if you bought the Ruby of Karavahl. There's been sudden death, for too many of its owners. Just step inside, won't you?
It's a little dark.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll light a lamp. There's one here in the desk. Of course, I don't believe in superstitious nonsense like legends and curses, do you?
No.
No, they're obviously ridiculous. But, on the other hand... Oh...
Joe, you did it too soon. He ain't showed me where the ruby is yet. Joe, is that you?
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They're not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of the wealthy actor Hugo Zara, owner of the fabulous Ruby of Karavahl, when suddenly from upstairs they hear the sound of a gunshot. Cranston dashes up the stairs with Margot and Mrs. Zara close behind him.
Shot came from this room in here. Hold the candelabra up, Margot.
There. Charles. Is he dead?
I don't think so, but it looks bad. Charles. Who fired those shots? Who was it?
Don't. No.
He's slipping fast.
Mr. Cranston, ask him where the ruby is.
Ruby of Karavahl?
Yes, ask him quick.
Where's the ruby, Charles?
Charles, where is it? Where is it?
back where it belongs.
Back where it belongs. What does it mean?
I don't know. Perhaps we'll never know now. He's dead.
But who could have killed him?
That remains to be seen, Mrs. Zara.
Lorna, what's going on?
Charles. I'm afraid we've had a tragedy here, Zara.
So I see. Where's the ruby?
We don't know.
You don't know?
Charles changed the hiding place this morning. He hasn't told me where.
According to your brother-in-law's last words, the ruby's perfectly safe, Mr. Zara.
Safe? But where?
All he said was it was back where it belongs.
Oh, he was delirious. The ruby is somewhere in this house.
Charles probably made a note of the ruby's hiding place.
Oh, maybe that was it.
What was it, Margaret?
Piece of paper. When we heard that shot and ran up the stairs, I happened to see a piece of paper on the stairway carpet. It just occurred to me maybe Charles dropped it. He'd just gone up there.
Let me see that paper, Miss Lane.
Oh, I picked it up. Where'd that put it? Oh, it's not there. No, and not here. Well, I guess I must have dropped it in the excitement.
Look, come on. We'll trace your steps and have a look.
Well, find it. That's $250,000 worth of ruby.
Relax, Mr. Zara. We'll do our best. By the way, what's happened to Mr. Huggins?
Well, how do I know? Probably packing to leave.
Where would he be packing?
You said you put him in the guest room, didn't you, Hugo?
Oh, in the guest room. Yes, I did.
Thank you. Come on, Margot.
Any idea who killed Charles, Lamont?
Not yet, but I soon will have.
What do you mean?
I mean you're going to look for the missing paper alone, darling. I'm putting in a call to Commissioner Weston.
And then?
Then a gentleman named Huggins is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
What's that? Who laughed? Who's there? Hey, what goes on here? First I hear bells when there ain't none. Now there's a laugh and there's nobody laughing. There's nobody here but me.
Shadow is here, Mr. Huggins.
Sir?
I'm right beside you. I've searched this house for you, and here I find you leaving by a window. Why?
I don't want no trouble, that's why.
Why should you have trouble, Huggins?
Well,
I'll tell you why. You murdered Charles.
I didn't. We just walked into that room, and all of a sudden there was a shot, and he went down.
Who fired that shot?
I don't know.
You're lying, Huggins. Who are you really? What are you doing here? Talk.
All right. We came here to get the ruby.
Who is we?
Me and... Margot.
Oh. You're all right now, darling. You're safe.
Oh, Lamont, I came down the stairs looking for the paper.
Yes?
There was a dark figure here at the bottom of the landing. It had its back to me, and I started to speak. It knocked the candle out of my hand. Before I could move, there were fingers round my throat. I guess I fainted.
It's a good guess, darling.
Who was he? Who was he, Lamont?
I'm not sure, Margot.
Listen.
Seems we have more visitors. Stay here, Margot. I'll see who it is.
Be careful.
I always am, darling. Well?
Where is he?
Who are you?
My name is Manners. Carl Manners, the makeup expert. Is he here?
Is who here?
Moonlight Joe.
You mean Moonlight Joe is here in this house?
Yes, but you'd never recognize him. I made him up to look exactly like Hugo Zara.
What was the idea?
Zara went out of town for a few days, and Moonlight Joe wanted to get into the house masquerade as Zara and have plenty of time to locate the Ruby of Karavahl.
I see.
Now, I just found out that Zara isn't out of town.
What?
A cab driver at the railroad station of the village just told me that he brought the real Hugo Zara to this house around 8 o'clock this evening.
What's that?
He changed his plans, he said. When I heard that, I realized that if Moonlight Joe ran afoul of the real Zara, he'd kill him in cold blood.
How well do you know Zara, Mr. Manners?
I've worked for him for the past 10 years.
Where does he spend most of his time when he's at home?
In his study on the second floor.
In his...
That's Mrs. Zara.
What is it?
Mr. Cranston, help me!
Where are you?
Second floor of my husband's study. I left Hugo in the room where my brother was killed and came here to the study to see if perhaps Charles had made some notes about the ruby.
Yes, go on.
When I opened the door, there was Hugo sitting behind the desk.
You were amazed, of course.
Of course. I just left him a few seconds ago, and I didn't see how he could have gotten here. Oh, Mr. Cranston, he's dead.
Don't, please, Mrs. Zara. It may not be your husband at all.
What do you mean?
There's a man in this house masquerading as your husband.
Is not true.
Yes. I'm afraid not, Mrs. Sarah.
What do you mean, Manners?
This face isn't made up. This is the real Hugo Zara.
Mrs. Zara, please.
Manners.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Are you armed?
No.
Take this revolver and stay with Mrs. Zara. You and she comb the upper story. Miss Lane and I will cover the lower floors and exits. We're not letting Moonlight Joe and his friend Huggins leave this house. Stay beside me, Margot.
Do you think they're still here, Lamont?
I'm sure Moonlight Joe is.
But wouldn't he have left?
No, he hasn't found the ruby yet. And if I judge Moonlight Joe correctly, he's a very persistent fellow.
You're sure he killed Zara and Charles?
Well, he's a likely man to ask a few questions, Margot. On the other hand, there's a foolish idea that has crossed my mind.
What's that?
There's a curse on the Ruby of Karavahl, you know.
Lamont, you're not suggesting that a king of Siam from 500 years ago walked into this house and killed 2 men with a revolver?
No, I suppose perhaps he could walk into the house if he chose. But I doubt that a king of 5 centuries ago would know how to fire a revolver.
You're being ridiculous. If you ask me... Lamont.
What is it?
I found it.
Found what, Mark?
Piece of paper. The one I picked up on the stairs.
Where'd it be?
Of all places. Instead of putting it in my pocket, in the excitement, I tucked it under my belt.
Well, here, let me see it.
Here. Is it the directions to the ruby?
No, it's a letter.
Letter?
Yes, it's dated years ago.
What does it say?
It says that
That came from upstairs.
I know where it came from. I've been a fool, Margot, a stupid fool.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when there's time. Right now, I want you to get up to the room where Charles was murdered.
What do I do when I get there?
Just walk in and wait for me.
All right.
And don't worry. The shadow will be standing by.
Lane.
Mr. Manners, I just... Mrs. Zara.
She's dead, Miss Lane.
What happened, Mr. Manners?
He killed her.
Who?
Moonlight Joe. We walked into the room and he was waiting for us with his gun in his hand.
No.
Yes, he demanded that Lorna tell him where the Ruby of Karavahl was, and when she refused, he killed her.
Well, that's strange.
That he'd kill her?
Yes.
Why?
He knew she didn't know where the ruby was, Mr. Manners. Charles hadn't told her where he put it before he died.
I see.
When you think of it, it's strange that Moonlight Joe should have killed either Charles or Mr. Zara. He's here to get the ruby, not to commit murder. He could have stolen it long ago if he'd wanted to kill everybody in the house to get it.
Mm-hmm. You're a clever young woman in many ways, Miss Lane.
Am I?
But you could be clever.
How?
You could be discreet enough to keep out of the middle of things that don't concern you.
Why, Mr. Manners?
Why? You've had one lesson, Miss Lane. Maybe this one will show you why.
Mr. Manners! Mr. Manners!
Maybe you'll hesitate next time before you... What's that?
Shadow!
Who's there?
I'm the shadow.
Where are you?
Here in this room, though you can't see me.
What do you want here?
To accuse you, Manners, of being the dark figure on the stairs who strangled Miss Lane a few moments ago.
I didn't hurt her.
You hurt others. You've murdered others. Hugo Zara, Charles, and Lorna.
It was Moonlight Joe. He came here to get the ruby, and he killed them all.
He didn't kill them, no, Manners. You'd hoped we'd blame him because you wanted to get rid of the Zara household for your own reasons.
What are you talking about?
You'd known the Zara family for years, Manners, long before it was a family. You were in love with Lorna before Zara took her away from you and married her.
That's not true.
The letter Miss Lane found on the stairs proves it's true, Manners. It's a letter written in the heat of frustrated love 20 years ago, threatening to kill Zara, Lorna, and her socially ambitious brother, Charles.
That's a lie.
When you finally saw the chance to keep your threats and frame Moonlight Joe, you grabbed it. You shot Zara, and then remembered those incriminating letters, found them in his desk, and took them along. Your one slip was that you dropped this one and left it for us to find.
So you know. Well, maybe we can do business, Shadow. Let me out of this house. Give me a chance to leave the country.
And if I do?
I won't kill Miss Lane.
Shadow!
Put down that gun.
If I can make the deal, Shadow.
I'm afraid you can't.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to shoot.
Manners!
Thanks, Weston. You came right on cue.
Well, I thought I'd better shoot first and ask questions later.
Good thinking, Commissioner.
But where were you when I walked in, Cranston? I didn't see you.
Oh? Well, it's pretty dark, you know, just these lamps.
Some kind of shenanigans, if you ask me. Well, did you find the ruby?
Not yet, but I think I know where it is.
Where, Lamont?
You see a volume there on the bookshelf, Margot, called The Palaces of Siam.
Yes?
Take it down.
It isn't a book. It's a gift box that the book came in.
Look inside.
That's it. The Ruby of Karavahl. Charles said he'd put it where it belonged, and that's where it was. The Palaces of Siam, see?
Here we see, Cranston. Stand where you are, everybody.
Moonlight Joe!
I just been waiting, biding my time like a nice boy. You turn the ruby up for me. Take it, Huggins.
Okay, Joe.
And don't bother to tell me you won't get away with this, Commissioner, because I've got away with plenty before. Come on, Huggins. Make for the car.
This was the one Moonlight Joe didn't get away with, as you can see by the two bodies there in the car. And so, officer, that's the story.
There's this one thing I don't get. There wasn't no blowout. They didn't skid. They wasn't drunk. And still, all of a sudden, it looks like this Moonlight Joe just deliberately swerved into that concrete post.
I think Margot picked up something off the road while I was talking, didn't you, darling?
Yes.
What was it?
Well, it looks like the strap off a girl's sandal.
Sandal, eh? That's the kind of shoes they wore, all right.
Who?
The ancient kings of Siam.
Lamont, don't be ridiculous.
Could it have been possible that Joe swerved because he saw a very strange figure looming ahead on the road? The figure of an Oriental king?
Lamont, that Siamese king has been dead for 500 years.
Still, he pronounced a curse of death on whoever stole the Ruby of Karavahl from its rightful owners. And here are Joe and Huggins, dead.
Oh, you don't really believe he could have been here on this road in 1947?
I don't know, Margot. It's hard to know just what to believe. And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. This winter, make sure that you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating apparently are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant, and he may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So first thing tomorrow, call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your Blue Coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Hunt. A slight, elderly man steps off the private penthouse elevator of the Town Central Hotel. He walks toward the massive carved door at the end of the hallway. He hesitates for a moment as he reads the nameplate, Randolph Prince. Then...
Come in. Mr. Prince, I am a trusted wife.
Stand on one side, White.
Yes.
See this weapon I'm swinging over my head?
Why, yes, I...
3 rawhide cords with leaden weights at the end. Called a bolas. Comes from South America. Keep your eyes on the head of that store dummy down at the far end of the room.
Yes.
Now, I swing the bolus around my head like this, and then release it like this.
Oh.
I have a novel way of losing one's head, don't you think? During my last visit to the South American jungle...
Yes, Mr. Prince, my reason for...
Oh, yes. Suppose you sit down. Obviously, you're in trouble. What is it?
I'm 63 years old, and I'm married. My wife, Clara, doesn't know about my weakness for gambling. Last night, I had a lucky spot.
Where did you play?
At the Paradise Club.
Maddox place, eh? You say you were winning?
Yes, my luck was phenomenal. I was winning game after game.
That's when Maddox asked you to come into his private office and cut cards? Trouble or nothing?
Well, yes. How did you...
I know Mr. Maddox very well. Go on.
We cut for a very high stake. I lost everything. Plus getting myself in debt for $50,000.
I see. Where do I come into this?
I have a business deal for you.
I'm an adventurer. Big game hunter. Not a businessman.
Well, now, this concerns a hunt.
What kind of a hunt?
An animal even you have never hunted before, Mr. Prince. A human being.
Human being? Who?
Me. You? Yes, it's my only chance. I know you're adventurous. You're willing to do anything that's different. So I thought of this plan. I have it all worked out. The time limit will be 24 hours. You designate a certain, let's call it a hunting area, perhaps a single city block of condemned houses. I'll stay in that block, and then you hunt me. Yes, that's all there is to it.
Not so fast, White. Where does money come into this?
If I can elude you for 24 hours, you pay me $50,000.
Otherwise, I kill you?
Yes.
And have the police hold me for murder? No, thank you.
No, I thought of that, too. Here, it's all written out. I have a suicide note in my own handwriting.
I think it's, of course, absolutely fantastic. That's digging. To be clerk. Get the men to watch that you stay inside.
Please, Mr. Prince, I can't allow Clara to find out about the gambling. She has a bad heart. The slightest shock would kill her. I must have that money.
I may use any weapon I wish?
Yes, that's up to you.
What?
You've made yourself a deal.
Then you accept?
I do. Now suppose we look at a map of the city and pick out the hunting area.
That's it, Mrs. White. Now just lie back on the couch.
Thank you, Margot.
Now, you mustn't get yourself excited. I came as soon as I could, and I brought Mr. Cranston with me.
I'm glad you did, Margot. I've been so terribly worried.
Wasn't quite clear to Margot over the phone, Mrs. White. Just what is it that's upset you?
It's Augustus, Mr. Cranston, my husband. He left a note saying that he'd be gone for 24 hours. Nothing else, just not to worry. He'd be back in 24 hours.
Has he ever done anything like this before, Mrs. White?
Never. But he's been acting strangely lately. For weeks now, he seemed worried and upset. The last few days, he hasn't been himself at all.
And he left this strange note this morning, and you haven't heard from him since.
I woke about 5 in the morning, and Augustus was gone. There was the note on the desk.
Could I see the note, please, Mrs. White?
It's still over there on the desk.
Very well, I'll get it.
Mrs. White, you mustn't worry. You know what the doctor said about keeping quiet.
I know, Margot. But I just have a feeling that something terrible's happened to Augustus. I have a feeling I'll never see him alive again.
Now, Mrs. White.
Mrs. White, would you mind if I keep this note for a little while?
I know, Mr. Cranston.
Have you found something in it?
I don't know. I think we'd better go now, Mrs. White. I'm sure your husband's going to be all right, and we'll check back with you.
Oh, thank you for coming. Thanks so much.
Goodbye, Mrs. White, and please don't worry.
Goodbye.
Well, Lamont.
Look at that note, Margot. Here.
Darling Clara, please don't worry. I will be back in 24 hours. Augustus. Oh, that's just what Mrs. White told us it said.
Hold it up to the light.
Indentations on the paper.
Yes. White's been doing some figuring on this same pad of paper, Margot. Mark of the pencil shows through.
It's a column of large numbers.
The total of which is $50,000. You can see that clearly.
Don't you think Mr. White may be in some kind of financial difficulty?
Be a good guess, I'd say, darling. Especially when this is stuck inside the back of the pad.
Part of the match order from the Paradise Club. What's the Paradise Club, you know?
Well, it's supposed to be an intimate little supper club.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the club's just a front for a gambling casino. Run by a racketeer named Maddox.
Oh.
Mr. Weston's been trying to get something on him for months.
Well, that still doesn't explain why Mr. White mysteriously left his home for 24 hours.
No, but somebody at the Paradise Club might be able to help explain that, Margot. Perhaps Mr. Maddox himself.
I know you're at the top of this flight of stairs, White. And I'm coming up to get you. Only 4 hours. And the hunt is almost over, White. I'm using a bow and arrow. Shall I put an arrow through that box you're hiding behind, or will you come out? All right. White!
Miss me.
Oh, watch that box, White. Don't fall down the stairs.
You watch.
It's simple for me to tell you to this warehouse. I found you again, White. Only 10 hours are gone. You remember this bolus, don't you, White? Remember what it did to the store dummy in my apartment? It'll do the same thing to you.
I can dodge around these pillars all night, Prince.
We'll see about that.
You'll have to do better than that.
All right. I'll get another weapon. And this time I won't miss, White. Next time you'll be looking into the open end of a gun. You're somewhere in this basement, White. I know it. That's where I thought you were.
Try again, Prince. I'm over here now, Prince. There goes down here a deceptive. Contact.
I'll kill you, White, if it's my last act on earth.
Was that your last act, Prince?
White, listen to me a moment. I'll take my hat off to you. You're a clever man. You win. I'm calling the bet off.
What did you say?
I said I'm calling it off. Call over. Come to my house tomorrow to collect your money.
I must say the Paradise Club is certainly a luxurious little spot.
It ought to be with all the revenue Maddox takes in from the casino.
Think you'll see us?
No, we'll know in a minute. Now, this is his office. Come in. Mr. Maddox? Yes? My name is Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
What can I do for you? We've come about a little gambling debt.
You're in the wrong place, Cranston. This is a supper club.
We know all about the casino, Maddox. We've come about a gambling debt run up here by one of our friends. A debt of $50,000.
50? Why doesn't your friend tell me about it?
That's why we're here, Mr. Maddox. Our friend can't.
He's missing.
You'd better go to the cops.
No, I think you can tell us more.
I told you this wasn't a gambling joint.
This is not only a gambling joint, but it's a place where a desperate man with a modest income can run up a fabulous debt of $50,000.
Who are you talking about?
A man named Augustus White.
Okay, White did gamble here. But I don't know where he is now, and I don't care. Because he hasn't got a debt here of $50,000.
I think he has.
And I say he hasn't. Look the record book over for yourself, wise guy. There's the name White, and there's the amount of $50,000.
It's been canceled.
That's right, sister, canceled. Crossed out, written off the books. Augustus White doesn't owe me a cent.
Hello?
Clara, this is Augustus.
Augustus? Oh, darling, where are you?
I was working on a little business deal, dear. It's all over now.
Oh, Augustus, I've been so worried about you.
Yes, well, now you're all right, aren't you?
Well, I've been feeling faint. Please come home quickly. Right away, Augustus, as fast as you can.
Yes, I'll be there in half an hour.
Nice acting, Mrs. White. Of course, this gun in your back helped.
What did you make me do that for?
Now to set up this room for the trap. This chair has to go.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Now this
here?
desk out of the way. I'll show White he can't best me. I've never failed in a hunt yet. Never.
What are you talking about? What has my husband done?
Oh, that's what he's done. Shouldn't have gambled with Maddox.
That?
He shouldn't have challenged me to a hunt.
I don't understand.
Now, my line of sight to the door is clear. Everything's perfect.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to trap your husband and kill him.
Kill him? No.
Yeah.
No.
Mrs. White. Fainted. All the better. There'll be no witness now. Nobody will see me shoot Augustus White when he comes through that door.
Think Mrs. White will still be up?
Doubt if she could sleep much without hearing some news of her husband.
No. I can't get over how strangely Maddox acted.
Yes. Gamblers don't usually cancel $50,000 debts without a very good reason.
Here we are. Top of the stairs.
I'll knock.
Maybe she has gone to bed already.
It's unlikely.
Try the door. Maybe she left it unlocked.
All right, Margaret. So, let's go in.
return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They are not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more helpful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow. Lamont and Margot, in an effort to discover the whereabouts of Augustus White, returned to his wife to tell her that his gambling debt of $50,000 has been mysteriously canceled. As they open the door, 2 shots ring out from the inside of the darkened room.
Back against the wall, Margot, quickly. Whoever shot at us got away through another door. Stay behind me, Margot. I'll see whether I can find the light switch. There we are. It's all right, Margot. There's no... Mrs. White.
Mrs. White! I can't breathe.
She hasn't been hurt. The shot's been too much for her. Mrs. White, this is Lamont Cranston. Tell me, who is in this room with you?
What happened? Oh, no. That... doing the killer, because... he was reaching out of his heart.
You know who he was, Mrs. White?
He said something about a hunt. And
Maddox.
So...
Mrs. White.
Lamont killed her. Same man who shot at her. He killed her just as if he'd murdered her in cold blood.
Easy, darling.
But who could have done it, Lamont? Who would want to kill people like the White?
Right now, I don't know. I'm going to find out. Look, I want you to phone Commissioner Weston and stay here to explain things to him.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to have another talk with our friend Maddox. Only this time, he's going to tell me a lot more because he'll be talking to the shadow.
Mr. White.
Hey, what are you doing here, Miss Lane?
Your wife phoned Mr. White and asked to come here to your home. She was worried about you.
I know the note, but I phoned her just a little while ago. Where is Clara? Has something happened?
Now, don't get excited, Mr. White.
Something has happened, hasn't it? Well?
I'm afraid it has, Mr. White.
He came here looking for me, and he's found Clara.
Please, Mr. White.
Her heart. Yes, she died. He killed her. He came here to kill me, but he killed Clara.
You've got to be calm, Mr. White.
I am calm, Miss Lane. Very calm. Now, tell me exactly what you know.
Well, after we talked to Clara, Mr. Cranston guessed the truth about Maddox.
Yes.
We saw Maddox, and we're coming back to tell Clara about our talk with him. We walked in here. There was a shot. We turned on the lights, and we found Clara.
I see.
Mr. White, where are you going? Please come back, Mr. White.
I'll be back. But first, the hunter is going to know how it feels to be hunted.
I don't remember locking this door when I came into the office. What was that?
The key for the door is in your desk, Maddox. Just where I put it.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone.
This is the shadow.
The shadow? Well, I always knew you and I would meet up someday.
Maddox, why did you cancel White's gambling debt?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Answer my question.
Glass jumped off my desk into the floor.
Talk, Maddox. Or I'll use means to make you talk.
Now, wait a minute, Shadow.
Talk quickly or I'll turn this office upside down.
All right, I'll talk. The $50,000 White owed me was chicken feed. I got in on the real deal.
What deal?
Ever hear of Randolph Prince, the famous hunter? He got himself a new animal to hunt. Augustus White.
How did you find out about it?
One of the guys Prince had spotted around his hunting area tipped me off. I figured the rest out myself.
You canceled that debt to be in the clear in case White was killed, eh?
First, I'm no sucker. The police have a funny habit of asking questions.
Then you intended to blackmail Prince the moment he killed White.
All right, so I did. I was only trying to make a fast buck. Prince is loaded. He's got plenty.
Did you tell the police about this death hunt?
And spoil my chances for blackmail?
Where does Prince live?
The Town Central Hotel, penthouse.
All right, Maddox. I'll take back the key to the office. You're going to stay right here till the police come.
Police? What for?
If White is killed, then you're an accomplice to murder. If he isn't, you'll be held for attempted blackmail. The hunting wasn't so good, was it, Maddox?
Hey, just a minute, Bud. Where do you think you're going?
Well, this elevator's the only way of getting up to Randolph Prince's suite, isn't it?
Yeah, but you ain't going up there. I got strict orders.
This is an emergency.
I don't care if the joint's on fire, Mac. Mr. Prince gave me instructions. Nobody goes up unless he says so.
Now listen to me.
I ain't listening to nobody. I was over at the cigar counter before, just for a second, see? Some wise guy took the car up all by himself.
And somebody went up already?
Wait till Prince hears about that. I'll probably get canned.
Now, look, it's life or death. I've got to get up to that apartment.
You're a persistent guy, ain't you? Well, listen, you ain't going up. That's all there is to it. You ain't going up.
Good evening, please. White, surprised to see me? Oh, no. Stay right where you are behind that desk. I may not be an expert on all weapons, but I certainly know how to shoot this gun.
Now, listen, White. If you came here for your money, you don't have to...
Oh, yes, the money. I'd almost forgotten about that. And only a few hours ago it seemed so important.
I have it all ready for you.
How much money, Prince? How much money was my wife's life worth?
It was all an accident. I didn't mean for her to die. It was...
Don't move, Prince. A lot of weapons on that wall, aren't there? You'd like to get to them, wouldn't you? But you won't. Because I'm coming around the room to get to you first. Spears up there, for instance. You won't get them.
White, listen, give me a chance. We can work something out.
Maybe you prefer some of these swords.
I have a plan. You'll like it. Listen.
Maybe you'd like this shield to hide behind.
Now, wait. Listen.
How does it feel to be the hunted, Prince? How does it feel? That's right. Back up against the wall.
No. Get away from me. Get away, White, please. I'll pay 100,000. 200,000.
Here you go, Prince. To the happy hunting ground.
What's that? You forgot about the light switch, didn't you?
The door. Prince, if you're running away.
Oh, White. I'm staying right here. Oh, my hand. I've got the gas. And that's the end of Mr. Augustus White. Once more, the hunter has been victorious. Right. Turn on the light!
Your hunting and killing days are over, Prince. The shadow will see to that.
The shadow! You couldn't take away my last triumph, Shadow. I had 24 hours to kill him, and I did! Take your Prince!
The shadow knocked me to the floor.
You emptied your gun into space! What?
The hunt's over for both of you, Prince. Justice is the only victor.
Justice? Shadow, he killed my wife!
Your wife died because of your foolish schemes, White. You've had your justice. As for Prince, he'll get what's coming to him. The law will see to that.
Watch you step into the elevator. After you, darling.
Thanks.
Did you see all them cops up there in Fritz's place? I wonder what happened.
I don't know. Exactly.
Accident of some kind, I understand. Well, we haven't had as much excitement. Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you the same guy who wanted to go up before?
It's quite possible.
Sure, you're the same guy, all right. How'd you get up there? I didn't take you.
Go on, Lamont. Tell him how you did it.
I just became invisible.
Oh, you just became... Hey, what a sense of humor. Here we are. Main floor.
Thank you. Well, bye.
See you later.
Yeah, so long. Well, some guys sure have a peculiar sense of humor. How did I get up there? I suddenly became invisible, he says. Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it. How did he get up there?
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. It insulates them. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. Look around for these leaks. This winter, make sure you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Mollison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. As you probably know, reliable sources forecast that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky. You can store coal. But get your order in early. Ask your blue coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask him. Your blue coal dealer will be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. First thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to schedule an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Has 8 Arms. In a temple deep in the jungles of Burma, ancient rites are carried out for the goddess Ea, while Gurdjieff, the high priest, walks slowly down the long, winding stairs into the crypt of the temple. Quickly, a man steps out of the shadows to join him. Charles Marin, an American archaeologist. Gurdjieff swings open a heavy bronze door, and the two men enter. A huge idol glares down at them. Ea, goddess of wrath, made of gold and jade with diamonds gleaming for her eyes, and her 8 arms stretched about her like the claws of a giant crab. Charles Marin gasps at the sight.
Oh, you're not afraid, Mr. Marin. A bold American must not be frightened by a lifeless idol.
Where's the paper hidden, Gurdjieff?
Behind the collar of beads that hang from Gea's neck. A few steps, and it is yours. A fortune worth millions. Well, Mr. Marin?
Now, you're going to get that paper for me.
You're gone.
Yes. I paid you $10,000 to bring me down here. Now, you're going to risk your life getting that paper.
But I am a high priest. Gea would never forgive me.
You can take your chance on that. I'll wind up dead on this floor. The choice is yours.
All right.
Hear me, Gea. It is I, Gurdjieff, your high priest. Do not harm me. Hurry up, the paper. I have it. Now, let's see. Yes, the map, all right. A piece of paper worth... Gurdjieff, look out, the arm! Help me, Mr. Lara. Put the paper first. No, it's mine now. You fool, you will be next. Gea will follow wherever you go. Run! For heaven's sake, Cinder, stop playing that thing.
Sorry, Sahib.
You're not in Burma now. You're in a penthouse apartment in America. Remember that.
The Sahib is unhappy. There are dark shadows in his mind.
What are you talking about?
Sindar is a good servant. He knows the terror that has followed us from the east. The arms of Gea reach far.
What?
Everywhere the Sahib Marin looks, he sees them. Is that not so?
Oh. How did you know that?
Gea must have her revenge. She won't spare you unless...
Unless what?
You must buy an idol and bow down before it.
Are you crazy?
You must give in to her. Ask her forgiveness, or her 8 arms will reach out, crushing you,
squeezing the light from your...
Stop it! Stop it!
Inside.
Oh, Madge. Linda and I were just...
What have you tried to do, Charles? Let your own servant drive you insane?
No,
Face, you're really shaking all over. Sindar, go back to your quarters and stay there till your call.
Yeah.
Yes, inside. Remember what I told you, Side. It is the only way.
What did he mean by that, Charles?
Oh, nothing. He just... Oh, Madge, I'm so tired.
Oh, darling, tell me. Please. What dreadful thing happened in that temple back in Burma?
I can't tell you, Madge.
You said once you stole something, a piece of paper. What did you do?
Don't ask me questions, please.
Darling, I only want to help you. You must get rid of these obsessions about an 8-armed goddess.
I can't. At night, I can feel her arms about my throat. It's horrible. I've got to do something about this nightmare. I've got to before it drives me crazy. You've lived in the Orient, Mr. Cranston. You know the strange things that can happen out there. That's why I've come to you for help. You've got to help me before I go out of my mind.
I'll do what I can, Mr. Mann.
You can just end this horrible nightmare.
Now, Mr. Mann.
I'm sorry, Miss Lane.
You say that you incurred the wrath of this goddess out in Burma?
Yes. You see, I'm an archaeologist. Naturally, I was curious to see the idol, so I bribed my way down to the crypt. Against all the sacred laws.
I see. Seems a rather slim motive of vengeance, though, even for an idol.
But it's true. That's why she's been trying to kill me.
You mean that literally, Mr. Mann?
Yes, Miss Lane. There have been 2 attempts on my life. Once I was pushed down a long flight of stairs, pushed by unseen hands.
Oh, awful.
Then I was in a smash-up. The wheel of my car seemed to be wrenched from my grip. I only escaped death by just some miracle.
When did these accidents begin to occur?
Several months ago, soon after I'd moved to this city. Soon after I'd seen Gail again.
Perhaps you only thought you saw her again, Mr. Mann.
No, Miss Lane, she was real. Not the goddess herself, of course. The little statuette, a replica of the idol. It was on sale in a shop window.
Oh, I see.
Do you think you could find that shop again, Mr. Marin?
Yes, I think so. It belongs to the Oriental importer, Caleb Brunner.
Brunner?
Do you know him, Lamont?
Well, not personally, Margot, but he's known to be mixed up in some shady deals in the Far East. Police have been interested in his activities for some time.
The police?
Yes, Mr. Marin.
Yes, of course, the police.
I have a hunch that more may have happened in Gear's temple than you're willing to admit, Mr. Marin. Margot, perhaps Caleb Brunner can add to our information. Why don't we pay a visit to his shop and see for ourselves?
There you see her, Mr. Cranston. Gear the inscrutable, 8-armed deity of life and death.
Ugly creature.
I noticed you brought the statuette out of the back of your shop to show us.
Correct, sir. Gear loves the darkness.
Yet one day, not so long ago, you had it out in your window on public display.
Did I?
By peculiar coincidence, Charles Marin happened to choose that day to stroll by.
Charles,
the archaeologist. It's useless to pretend you never heard of him, Brunner.
I had no such intention, sir.
Perhaps you could tell us about the trouble he got into at Gear's temple in Burma.
You mean the death of Gurjeet, the high priest?
So that was it.
You're interrupting Mr. Brunner.
I'm sorry.
Not at all, sir. That terminates my knowledge of the affair. I'm not familiar with the details.
Well, that seems strange.
Why?
Because according to the police who kept a close watch on your movements while you were out of the country, Brunner, you were in Burma at the time.
A business trip.
In fact, you were in the vicinity of Gear's temple.
Well, you see...
What was that for, Brunner?
An accident, sir. My hand slipped.
You rang for me, sire.
What's the matter, Miss Lane?
That man in the turban, he sprang up out of nowhere.
Babu, my Burmese assistant. He learned the trick of silent movement in the East. But don't be afraid. He's harmless.
He doesn't look it with that stiletto in his hands.
An antique. He was polishing it up for a customer.
Oh? Throat or spine?
I do not care for such jokes, Mr. Cranston.
So, you know my name, Babu. You must have been listening.
And I will not stand your insults. I will make you...
Well, Babu? You are going to make me eat my words.
I'm sorry.
The man's a weak-minded idiot, Mr. Cranston. I hope you will forgive his lapse. Now, off with you, Babu. Take the statue of Gaia into the back room.
No. Don't touch it.
Mr. Marin.
Give me that statue.
Why do you want it?
Because it's the only way out for me now, Mr. Cranston. Sindar was right.
Sindar?
My native servant. He warned me I must humble myself before the idol. And now the time has come to take it. But don't anyone move. I know how to use this gun.
Marin, listen to me.
Too late, Mr. Cranston. I'll only listen to Gaia from now on.
Marin!
Come on, Margot.
Too late. He left the motor running.
Don't stop.
We're not going to chase him on foot.
No, just around the corner.
Did you see his eyes, Lamont? They were awful.
He's too busy watching Gruner's.
What?
I have a hunch that Gruner expected Marin to come tonight.
But how? Who could have told him?
That's what I hope to find out when I go back to visit him as the Shadow.
Everything is playing into my hand. Cranston here when Marin came for the idol. Perfect alibi. Soon, very soon, the paper will be mine.
What paper, Gruner?
Who's there?
Someone who moves even more silently than Babu, your assistant, Gruner. The Shadow.
What do you want?
What is this paper you're trying to get from Charles Marin?
Well, that is to say...
Out with it!
It was stolen from the temple of the goddess Gaia.
So, that's the crime Marin has on his conscience. That's why you've been trying to drive him mad, to squeeze his secret out of him.
No, Shadow.
Don't lie to me. You lured him to your shop months ago to reawaken terrors of Gaia in his mind?
No, it was Sindar, Marin's servant, who brought him here.
What?
And Sindar drove him to my shop tonight to steal the idol. It's Sindar who's driving him mad.
We'll soon find out about that. Cranston and Miss Lane are on their way to Marin's apartment now.
Take my word for it, Shadow.
I'll take your word for nothing, Gruner. But take my word. You're mixed up in this plot. The Shadow will be back.
Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, thank heavens you've come.
What's happened, Mrs. Marin?
Ever since you phoned, I've been going out of my mind.
Mrs. Marin,
Listen,
What is it?
Charles and Sindar. The last half hour they've been locked in that room with that going on. Oh, please, Mr. Cranston, break down the door before Sindar drives my husband insane.
Try, Mrs. Marin.
Oh, hurry, please.
Force her to it.
Charles! Stop that door! Charles!
Brady doesn't hear you, Mrs. Marin.
He's singing, Lamont.
He's in an hysterical trance, Margot. He doesn't know what he's doing.
But his eyes, they're horrible. As if we'd seen...
He has, darling. Look. Over there.
That's your Gaia. There's something lying there in front of us.
Yes, Mrs. Marin. It's been crushed to death.
We'll return to the Shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your coal furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, helpful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings of fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They are not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator for coal furnaces. The electric eye thermostat upstairs keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save coal, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Only Blue Coal dealers have that. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now,
back to the shadow. Charles Marin, an archaeologist, is obsessed by the idea that a Burmese goddess is trying to kill him. But when death finally strikes, it is Sindar, Marin's native servant, who dies. A few minutes later now, in Marin's apartment, Cranston is alone, puzzling over the savage murder, when Margot enters the room.
How's Mr. Marin, Margot?
Not much better, Lamont. His wife's taking care of him in the next room, but he's still unconscious. What have you found out in you and me?
Very little. Window was forced. Someone climbed in. It's probably the last thing Sindar knew.
But Mr. Marin must have seen it all.
Well, the state he was in, Margot. An hysterical trance.
Oh, yes, that's right. But what motive could there have been for killing Sindar?
My guess is he was beginning to learn too much about the plot against his master.
Gruner.
Possibly. Gruner admitted to the shadow he was interested in a piece of paper Marin had stolen from G.S. Temple. Wait a minute, Doc.
Got an idea?
Yes. Let's go out on the terrace again.
Right.
I'll see something. Look there.
What's so interesting about that iron ladder?
Leads up to the roof.
Yes, but you thought the killer went down by the fire escape.
Changing my mind. You've been seen from the street below. Anyway, it's worth investigating. Now, up we go, darling.
Ooh, it's filthy. My hands are covered with soot.
Good. It'll be thick on the roof. Perfect for footprints.
Whatever it is must have gotten away by this time.
I'll be hiding. There. There now. Careful now, darling.
Oh, it's so strange up here. A prairie of roofs.
See what my flashlight shows up.
Marked tracks.
Yes. Toes turned in.
It's an animal.
I don't know, Margot, but we're going to proceed with caution.
Yes. Anyone could be hiding behind these skylights and chimneys.
Yes, Margot. Or anything.
So our friend Cranston and his girl have gone traipsing over the rooftops of the city, Matt.
Yes, Caleb. I made sure they were out of the way before phoning you.
And I took a taxi right over. So that gives us time to talk. You did say you wanted to talk, Matt?
Yes, I've something to tell you, Caleb. I found where the paper's hidden.
Good, excellent. How did you manage it?
I overheard Charles tell Sindar when they were locked in that room together. I was listening at the door.
Clever girl. I always said you had talent. Well, I think a bottle of champagne is called for in celebration.
Not right now, Caleb.
Better yet, after you've told me.
I'm not sure I'm going to tell you.
What?
I'm not at all satisfied, Caleb, with the money you're offering me.
You never complained before?
Before, I was carrying the main burden as Charles's wife. And now I'd be carrying the main risk as Charles's widow.
I assure you, Madge, you needn't be afraid.
Oh, I won't be. For an extra 25% out of your share, Caleb.
I see. You're changing stakes rather late in the game, aren't you, my dear? That's apt to be dangerous.
You wouldn't dare touch me. I know where the paper's hidden, and you don't.
But aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Charles is still alive. In fact, he's regaining consciousness now. Since he seems in a mood for divulging his secret, I'm sure he'll make a confession to me.
No, he won't say a word, Caleb. I'll see to that.
Except you won't be here, Madge.
What?
When Charles wakes up, I'll be all alone.
Caleb, what are you going to do?
You'd worked it out so perfectly, Madge. You saw yourself a widow dressed in black. Now someone else will wear black for you.
You evil, conniving
Lamont, the killer couldn't have gone much farther. This is the last roof in the block.
Yes, the sheer drop down to the street. Let's be close and listen.
Lamont.
Quiet, darling.
Behind that skylight.
Yes, I saw it. All right, there, the game's up. I've got a gun, so don't move or try any tricks.
Lamont, the skylight!
Forced open. Come on, darling. Look out, Margot. Something at your feet.
A snake!
No, easy, darling. It's nothing but a rope.
Rope?
Wait a minute. I'll get my flashlight. Look, down the air shaft. You can just see it disappearing below.
What happened?
The man ripped open the cover, slipped down the air shaft, flicked the rope down after him.
Are you sure it was a man?
Positive now, darling. And I know his name. Babu.
Bruno's assistant.
Yes, that's the man we're after, Margot. Not much doubt where he's gone now.
Where?
Back to Bruno's shop to change his clothes. There was blood on that rope where he'd slid down it.
Blood?
Yes, Margot. He was the one who crushed Sindar to death.
I can't believe it, Mr. Gruner. I was unconscious, yes, but I wasn't out of my mind. I couldn't have killed my wife.
There's her body, Mr. Manor. I found it when I came in.
And Sindar, why should I want to kill my own servant?
You're not to blame, sir. While you were unconscious, some evil power took over your body.
That's a lie. You're behind this, Gruner. You murdered them both. You're trying to blame it on me.
Indeed, sir. I'd be inclined to say Gea was the one who was responsible.
Yeah.
She was a long time driving you mad. But now she's succeeded.
No.
You'll never be rid of her. She'll come back over and over again, taking possession of your body, forcing you to kill as her insane mind directs.
No, I couldn't stand that.
And there's only one way to make your peace with her. You must give back the stolen paper.
Anything.
Excellent. Just so happens that I'm leaving for the east myself shortly. So if you give me the map, I'll be able...
You said map. How did you know it was a map?
I know a great deal, Mr. Madden.
I see.
You'll accept my help? You'll yield the map?
All right, Gruner. I will. It's locked in my office at the museum. Come on. I'll take you there.
We're too late, Margot. Shop's empty.
At least there's no doubt now what part Bruner had in this, after those letters we found from Mrs. Marin.
Yes. Two of them were working together to pry out the secret of that paper from Marin.
What about Babu?
My hunch is he found out the hiding place before either of them. Probably from Marin himself when he went to kill Sindar.
Now he's changed his clothes and gone treasure hunting.
About the size of it. Nice. Envelope on the floor. Marin's personal station.
Blood on it, too. Babu must have brought it back to Marin's apartment.
Yes. Charles R. Marin, Archaeological Museum. The address. Yes?
I don't understand.
Hiding place of the paper. Babu brought this envelope with him because he was afraid those words might be too hard to remember. In his hurry, he dropped it.
And he's gone there now.
Yes. Marin and Bruner after him, I imagine. Margot, I want you to go immediately for Commissioner Weston and the police.
And you?
Marin brought me into this case to save his reason. Now it's up to the Shadow to save his life.
How much further through this museum, Mr. Marin?
Almost there now, Gruner.
I hope so. In this dim light, these fossils and bones are most disturbing.
Now, this is my office. The door's open.
Broken open.
What's happened? Everything's torn up.
That steel filing cabinet. You said that's where you had the paper?
But it's been wrenched open. The map's gone.
It is in good hands, Mr. Maron. Yes, Mr. Bruno, I got here first, you see. Gaya's secret is mine now. A map to the richest oil field in Burma.
Give that back to me.
That will keep you quiet, Mr. Maron. Another trance, you can sleep out on the floor. No, Mr. Gruner, for you.
Wait, Babu. I've never harmed you.
You have insulted me, cursed me, treated me like a slave. I stood at all only because I knew you could lead me to the map.
Babu.
Now it would be a pleasure to kill you as I killed Sindar.
I have a gun.
I have the strength of a bull.
We'll see.
I'm coming, Gruner. Still coming.
Babu, spare me. I promise you, Babu.
Gruner, you are. Something is calling me.
The Shadow, Babu.
Save me, Shadow. I will live.
Only if you answer my questions, Gruner. You You killed the high priest Gudgy back in Gear's temple, didn't you?
No,
That's true, Crooner. I'll let loose Babu to tear you limb from limb.
Yes, Shadow. But it was a mistake. I had planned with Gurdjieff to kill Charles Merrin. I was behind the idol manipulating the arms. But when Merrin forced Gurdjieff to get the paper, the wrong man died. And the map got away from me.
And since then, you've been after it. And now you've reached the end of the trail.
The map, Shadow. I'll make a deal with you.
Map goes back to the government of Burma from which Gurdjieff stole it originally. He paid for his guilt by an accident. But for you and Babu, the long arm of the law will prove more terrible than the long arms of Gia.
And now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartlett.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Here's an important tip on economical home heating that will save you time, trouble, and fuel. If you tend your furnace fire the right way, you'll find that your fire will burn more slowly and evenly, and that you'll get more heat from the fuel you burn. When you add coal, do it like this. First, shake the grate gently until the first faint red glow is visible in the ash pit. Then, with a shovel or a small hoe, pull the live coals from the back of the fire pot up toward the feed door, forming a sloping hollow that leads toward the back. Into this hollow, put your fresh coal. Leave a few glowing coals just inside the fire door to consume gases. The way to conserve coal is not by skimping. Keep a deep fire at all times. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the PL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Beth Mollison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is a mutual broadcasting system.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. As you probably know, reliable sources forecast that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky. You can store coal, but get your order in early. Ask your blue coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can, and make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask him. Your blue coal dealer will be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. First thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to schedule an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dream of Death. From a lonely house high on a gale-swept cliff, a curtain flaps at an open window. A path leads from the lonely house down past sharp crags and mossy rock, down to the wave-lashed beach below.
Come along, my darling. We're almost to the beach.
Kurt, I'm frightened.
There. Feel the wet sand beneath our feet.
Yes?
Listen. Listen to those waves, Lyra, crashing against the shore.
Kurt, no.
Look at them, black and hungry. They know. The waves know why we're coming to them.
I'm afraid.
Hold tightly to my hand. Soon, my darling, we'll be together once again for all eternity. Slowly, slowly now. Down into the water. Don't look back.
Kurt, does it hurt to die?
No, Lyra, no. See, the water swirling above our knees.
Wet and cool.
Above our waist. Above our shoulders. Higher. Still higher.
Kurt.
We die and live forever.
No! I don't want to die! I don't! Help! I don't want to die.
Wake up, Lyra, for heaven's sake, wake up.
Oh. Celeste?
Yes, darling, your sister. It's all right, Lyra, you're all right. You were just having a bad dream.
Dream? No. I was on the beach. In the water. With my husband. With Kurt.
With Kurt? Oh, no, Lyra, no. Don't you remember?
What?
He's dead. Kurt was drowned last night.
Margot and I came right down as soon as we got your message, Celeste.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you're here, Mr. Cranston.
So are we, Celeste. Especially if there's anything we can do to help.
Yes, after all, Kurt Sander was a friend of mine, even though I didn't see him for some time.
Oh, I'm sure you can help, both of you. We'll see Lyra in just a moment. She was still sleeping when I went in. The doctor prescribed all the rest she could get.
Of course.
This is a beautiful view from this window. Beach down there below the cliffs and the sea beyond.
Yes. Kurt loved solitude.
There's a wind rising. Must be a storm coming up.
It was just this kind of a day that Lyra and Kurt went sailing.
You mean when Kurt was lost?
Yes.
Still haven't told us what did happen, Celeste. Perhaps before we see Lyra, we should know.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, they were out sailing. A violent squall came up and the boat capsized.
How awful.
Apparently, Kurt struck his head against the boat when it turned over on him.
I see.
Anna, our housekeeper, and I were shopping at the time. When we got back, we found Lyra down on the beach, nearly dead from shock and exhaustion.
And how is she now?
Well, physically, the doctor says she'll be all right, but... Oh, Mr. Cranston, it's her mind. She insists that she's going to die.
Die?
She thinks that Kurt's spirit has returned to take her back with him into the sea.
How terrible.
She says they had some kind of a weird pact with death. Oh, do you think you'll be able to reason with her, Mr. Cranston?
Try, Celeste. I'll do everything I can.
I'll see if she's awake now. I'll be right back.
Lamont, darling, what are you looking at?
These books on spiritualism. I'd almost forgotten.
Forgotten what?
Kurt Sander was a student and a firm believer in life after death.
All right, Mr. Cranston.
All right. Come on, Margot.
He just woke up. Lyra. Lyra, this is Lamont Cranston. Lamont Cranston?
Yes, Mrs. Sander. I was a friend of Kurt's, and this is Margot Lane.
Hello, Lyra. You've come to take me away, haven't you? You must take me away from this house.
No, they can't, Lyra. You know you can't leave yet, not until you're better.
But I can't stay here. He'll come back for me.
No, he won't, Mrs. Sander.
Yes, he will. He said, if I should die before you, my darling, I'll return from wherever I may be and take you with me.
No, Mrs. Sander, that isn't possible.
But it is. He'll come back. I mustn't stay here. He'll come back for me. He'll come back.
Lamont, listen.
Kurt, is that you?
Lyra.
Quiet. Get back, Margot. I'm going to throw open those French windows and grab whoever...
Oh.
That's a woman.
Oh, it's Anna, our housekeeper, Mr. Cranston. Anna, what on earth were you doing?
I just wanted you to let me in the door.
Why didn't you come in through the back?
I just came up from the beach. I was gathering clams for dinner.
All right, Anna. Come inside so I can shut these doors again.
You best shut them tight.
Why?
I've been down on the beach, and I've seen it.
Seen what, Anna? Well, Anna, what did you see down on the beach?
I saw another storm coming up. Another storm like the one the night Mr. Sander died.
Mrs. Sander, it's Lamont.
Oh, Lamont.
You're all right.
Lamont, what is it? What happened?
I don't know, Margot. What made you scream, Mrs. Sander?
Well, I was asleep, and something woke me up. I felt cold fingers around my throat. It was Kurt. He'd come for me.
Look, Lamont, the French doors.
Wind must have blown them open. That's probably what woke her up. I'll have a look outside.
It was Kurt.
No, Mrs. Sander. Oh, what happened, Margot? I was asleep. I heard a scream.
She thought someone was in the room, her husband.
Oh, no, darling. It just couldn't be.
Right, Mrs. Sander. There's no sign of anyone. You merely had another bad dream.
That's what you say.
Anna.
I've been outside the room, listening. It was him, wasn't it? He's lonely. He's come back.
Anna, what are you trying to do?
Go back to your room, Anna.
All right. But I know. I know.
Now, Mrs. Sander, try to understand it. It was all in your mind. Do you understand?
Yes. All in my mind.
Now try to go back to sleep. Celeste.
Yes.
I think it'd be a good idea if you slept in here for the rest of the night.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
Come on, Margot.
What is it, Lamont? There is something wrong, I can tell.
Let's get your coat. Going to do a little investigating.
But...
I lied in order not to frighten Mrs. Sander. I found this just outside the French doors.
Seaweed?
Yes, seaweed. That someone or something brought up from the ocean below.
Oh. Who's there? The door. Someone...
It's me, Mrs. Sander. Anna.
Anna.
Shh. Don't wake Miss Celeste.
No, I won't.
Come with me. It's about him.
About him?
Hurry.
All right, Anna.
That's right. Now through this door. Across the hall. And into this room.
But this was Kurt's room.
Yes. And look, here on the desk.
Picture of me. My necklace.
He was to get these things that belong to you. And maybe he'd go back to the sea and leave you alone.
That's insane,
I'll
Anna.
take them to him.
You know where he is?
In the cave at the bottom of the cliff.
How do you know? Have you seen him? Have you?
No. a black pool in the cave, and I've seen strange footprints around.
No!
Things live in that pool. Terrible things that come up from the sea.
Anna, don't! Don't go near there, please.
I'll be all right. Nothing will harm me.
No, Anna!
He doesn't want me, Miss Lyra. He wants you. But what are we looking for, Lamont?
Anything here on the beach, Margaret, that might give us a clue as to who or what lit the seaweed outside Lyra's room?
You think someone has taken advantage of Kurt's death to deliberately frighten Lyra out of her mind?
It seems to be the logical explanation right now.
That old housekeeper Anna's certainly been acting strangely enough.
Yes. I haven't been able to make up my mind yet whether Anna's a slightly demented old servant or a very shrewd woman. Then another thought has crossed my mind.
What's that?
Kurt was a very odd person, as I remember him, Margot. Moody, introspective, and, as we know, a firm believer in spiritualism.
Well, you aren't suggesting that there might be some basis for this wild idea Lyra has about Kurt returning from the dead?
Well, nobody's ever discovered just how far spiritualism can go, Margot.
That's a fantastic idea, Lamont.
Fantastic and terrible. But an idea we may have to consider. We're going to learn the truth about Lyra's dream of death.
So dark in this cave. There's the pool. The black bubbling pool. Don't be scared, Anna. Dead things can't harm honest folk. The lantern down over here. Kneel down by the pool. Now, give him the things. Give him the things and tell him to go away. Leave us alone. There's the picture. And the necklace. Now, someone kicked over the lantern. Who's there? Who's there? Coming closer. Someone covered seaweed. Kurt! You! No, you're dead. Go away, no, don't! Oh, you're pushing my head under the water.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing a lot if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your coal furnace. You're missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator for coal furnaces. The electric eye thermostat upstairs keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save coal, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. It can be easily installed without interrupting the heat in your home. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him for a demonstration of the new Blue Coal Temp Master. And now, back to the shadow. on the trail of a man who apparently has returned from the dead to claim his bride, Margot and Lamont are plunged into a series of weird events. Now we find them walking down a dark beach, while above them tower the black cliffs that rise forebodingly. Suddenly, Margot stops and touches Lamont's arm.
Lamont, look up ahead.
Good Lord, come on.
Lamont. Body here in the water by the edge of the shore.
Yes. It's Anna, the housekeeper.
Is she dead?
Yes, drowned apparently, and her body washed ashore. This is strange, Margot.
What?
There are finger marks around her neck. Someone deliberately held her head under the water.
No. Lamont, what are you doing?
Trying to pry something loose. She's clutched in her hand. There.
What? It's a torn piece of cloth, and there's a gold button on it.
It's the kind of button that's usually found on men's yachting jackets.
And Kurt was in sailing clothes when he died.
Yes, Margot, he was. But look here. It's a faint trail in the sand.
Looks as though Anna's body was dragged down here.
Trail leads up to a kind of opening in the cliff. Come on.
Lamont, I just don't understand.
Neither do I, but there must be a logical explanation behind all this. I've got a feeling we're getting close to the answer.
I certainly hope so.
Here we are. It's kind of a tunnel into the base of the cliff.
You're not going in?
Yes. Stay behind me. I'll use my flashlight.
Why, it's a big cave.
Yes.
Do you see anything?
Black pool of water in the center of the cave.
You sure that's all?
Yes?
Oh, thank heavens. Let's get out of here. It gives me the creeps.
Quiet, Mark.
What?
Look out through the mouth of the cave. Out there on the beach. Someone kneeling down by Anna's body.
What? It's Celeste.
Yes. What would Lyra's sister be doing out there on the beach at this time?
She's coming towards us.
She's following the same trail up here we followed. Stand back, Margot. I'll switch off the flash.
Kirk, are you in there?
Lamont.
What's that? Kirk, was that you?
No, sir.
Lamont, she's running away up the path to the house.
Yes.
Lamont, do you realize what this means?
I'm beginning to, Margot.
Kurt is alive, not dead. He must be the one who's trying to drive Lyra mad. Anna must have found out the truth, and that's why he killed her.
Perhaps and perhaps not, Margot. Now I think I can find out.
How?
I think Celeste will tell me a great deal when she talks to the shadow.
The gun. The gun, it must be... Oh, yes, here it is. Who's there? Who laughed?
Shadow laughed, Celeste.
The shadow. The gun. Somebody took the gun from my hand. But who? Where?
No one sees the shadow.
Shadow, what do you want?
What were you going to do with this gun, Celeste?
Why?
Are you going to kill your sister, Lyra?
No, why should I do that?
Because you haven't been able to make her kill herself the way you and Kurt planned.
That's not true.
Kurt's not dead. You've been working together. That's true, isn't it, Celeste?
No.
Kurt was in love with you, wasn't he? But Lyra stood in your way.
Oh, yes, he was in love with me. He begged me to marry him.
And Kurt is alive.
Yes, that's why I came for the gun. He's out of his mind. He killed Anna, and he'll kill my sister, too.
What were you doing down on that beach by Anna's body?
I was looking for Lyra. She's gone. Oh, he'll kill her, don't you understand? Oh, Shadow, you've got to find him before it's too late.
Shadow will find the truth, Celeste. If you've lied, I'll be back. You will answer to the shadow.
Lyra? Lyra, are you in there?
Try the door, Lamont. Empty.
Yes, Celeste told the shadow the truth. Kurt must have taken her off somewhere.
The French doors are standing wide open again.
Yes, look at this, Margot, over here. Some muddy footprints on the carpet.
What'll we do?
I don't... Wait a minute. Margot, this isn't mud on these footprints. It's slime. Green slime. The kind that grows on rocks.
You think Kurt has taken her to the cave?
I don't know, Margot. All I know is we better get back there as fast as we can. Here we are, Margot. Be careful going into the cave.
Lord, it's so dim in here.
I couldn't afford to bring my flashlight, darling. We'd make too good a target.
Yes, if Kurt's as mad as he appears to be, he'd probably shoot first and ask questions later.
Easy now, darling.
Come on. Over there.
Good Lord, it's
Kurt in there.
Lyra! I'm coming, Lyra. Try to hold on. Lyra!
Kurt. Oh, Kurt.
It's all right, Lyra. I've got you.
Oh, Lamont. He had a gun. He was going to kill me. I grabbed his arm and it went off.
Lyra?
She's fainted, Lamont.
You better lie here for a moment. I better have a look at Kurt.
Well?
Now, have to light a match.
Lamont, what?
He's dead, Margot.
Right. I suppose it's just as well.
Yes, I think it is, Margot. Look at this over here.
Yes. A shallow grave. Good heavens, you mean he was going to kill Lyra and bury her in there?
No, Margot, I mean that Kurt Sander came out of this grave. Lyra's shot didn't kill him. He's been dead for at least 2 days.
Mark, why on earth are we leaving the cave with Lyra still in there with that body?
No time to explain, Margot. I want you to get up the house right away and be careful.
Oh, is that all?
Yes.
But Lamont...
By the time you get there, Margot, the shadow will have trapped the real killer.
What? Oh, I'm still in the cave. All alone. I've got to get out of here. Kurt's body. It was by the pool. Now it's gone. What? Noise. Is someone in the cave? Oh, Lamont, is that you? Why don't you answer? There, I can almost see you now. I can almost see you. Kurt! Kurt, it's you! No, I can't see you. You're dead. Keep away. Keep away.
Why did you kill me, Lyra?
Oh, I didn't, Kurt, I swear.
Yes, you did, Lyra. You must confess. Tell the truth.
No.
If you don't, Lyra, I'll tell them. I'll tell them your story of how I drowned was a lie.
No.
Tell them you killed me 2 days ago in this cave.
Please.
I'll tell them how you crushed my skull with a rock.
No,
I'll tell them how you killed Anna, too. Covered yourself with seaweed and pretended to be me.
No.
And confess. Confess.
All right, I did. I killed Anna. I killed you both. Now go away. Wow. You're not Kurt?
No, Lyra.
Who are you? Who are you?
The shadow.
No.
Yes, Lyra. You confess to the shadow. You've condemned yourself to death, Lyra. Because now the shadow knows.
I can hardly believe that Lyra is a murderer.
Well, apparently she's a violently jealous woman, Margot. Kurt arranged a rendezvous with her near the cave, asked her for a divorce. Told her he wanted to be free to marry her younger sister, Celeste. She flew into a jealous rage, killed him, left his body in the cave.
Then her story of the drowning, her dream of death, all those weird happenings, even Anna's murder, were done to frighten people away from here so that no one would learn the truth.
Yes. After she killed Anna, and after we started investigating, she became panicky.
So she decided to dispose of Kurt's body.
Exactly. In the dim light, we thought Kurt and Lyra were struggling together. When she heard me call to her, she fired a shot in a crazy last-ditch effort to make us think that Kurt had been alive up to that point. He was responsible for everything.
Oh, how horrible. And stupid.
Yes?
Well, it's all over now, thank goodness.
Yes, all over. Except that soon Lyra will be going to her death. This time, it won't be a dream. And now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Here's an important tip on economical home heating that will save you time, trouble, and fuel. If you tend your furnace fire the right way, you'll find that your fire will burn more slowly and evenly, and that you'll get more heat from the fuel you burn. When you add coal, do it like this. First, shake the grates gently until the first faint red glow is visible in the ash pit. Then, with the shovel or a small hoe, pull the live coals from the back of the firebox up toward the feed door, forming a sloping hollow that leads toward the back. Into this hollow, put your fresh coal. Leave a few glowing coals just inside the fire door to consume gases. The way to conserve coal is not by skimping. Keep a deep fire at all times. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, for several weeks we have repeated to our listeners the forecast of government experts that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky, because you can store most of your winter's needs and be sure of warmth and comfort throughout the year. Ask your blue coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. Another point, more important this winter than ever, is to save fuel. correct size of coal for your furnace, and a clean coal furnace with automatic temperature control are all important factors that help you get more heat from less coal. So tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer for his recommendations on saving coal and ask him to schedule your deliveries so that your bin is always well filled with blue coal. The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Doom and the Limping Man. In the old Stokes mansion, 50 miles from the city, Frederick Stokes, senior member of the law firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton, is waiting with his two partners for a fatal report from state prison. Victor Farnall is to be hung for the murder of his uncle, Judge Carter Farnall. The three lawyers, naturally, are interested, since it had been their combined efforts that had sent Farnall to the death house. It is almost midnight, when suddenly the library door bursts open.
Fielding.
Mr. Stokes, I want to see my husband.
Vera, what are you doing here? How did you get into the house?
I took one of your keys, John. I have to talk to you.
Couldn't have waited until I got home.
By that time, he'd be dead.
Am I to understand that you've come here about Victor Farnall?
Yes.
But why, Vera?
I want you to stop his execution.
Oh, see here, young woman.
I'm not appealing to you, Mr. Minton. Or you either, Mr. Stokes. You both consider this a brilliant legal victory. But John still has a few human emotions, and he'll never forgive himself for murdering Victor Farnall.
Murdering?
You know you took that poor, simple-minded man and used every trick in the book to convict him.
Victor Farnall killed his uncle. What we did was only our duty.
Was it your duty to distort the facts? To confuse the jury? To build a murder conviction out of pure circumstantial evidence?
Mrs. Fielding.
Oh, John, please call the prison and say you have a reasonable doubt.
I can't, Vera. It's out of the question. Ridiculous.
Please do it now, while there's still time.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mrs. Fielding.
12 o'clock.
There's no longer still time.
What have you done? What have you done?
I'll get it. Stokes Mansion?
Frederick Stokes, please.
Speaking.
This is Warden Sanders of State Prison.
Yes.
Victor Farnall was hung on the stroke of midnight and pronounced dead 30 seconds ago.
I see. Thank you, Warden.
Well?
For now, he's dead.
Oh, no.
Vera.
Oh, it happened. It happened.
Vera. She's just gone out in the hall. Leave her alone a while, Fielding. She'll come around. Meanwhile, I think the occasion calls for toast.
In some of your best brandy, I hope.
But of course. Let's see, shall it be cognac? Cavassier?
Who can that be?
Get it, Fielding.
Hello?
I want to speak with a member of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton.
This is John Fielding.
You'll do, John Fielding.
Who's this?
This is Victor Farnall.
Victor Farnall.
What did you say?
He says he's Victor Farnall.
It's some kind of a ghastly joke.
I'm calling to tell you three and all who belong to you that you've sealed your own doom when you plotted my death.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Get the operator, Fielding. Trace that call.
Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
This is a Stokes Mansion. On that call you just put through to us.
The one from State Prison?
No, the one just after the call from State
There
Prison.
must be some mistake, sir.
What do you mean?
You haven't had any calls since then.
What did you say?
She said that we've had no call since...
What was that?
It's Mrs. Fielding.
Vera!
Come on, quick.
Vera! Vera, where are you? Screams came from right here in the hall. Wasn't time for her to get far.
Stokes, Minton, look.
What is it?
There, at the foot of the stairs.
A rope.
Let me see that.
You know what this is, don't you?
No.
It's a hangman's noose.
Don't be ridiculous, Minton. What would a hangman's noose be doing at the foot of my... What's that?
Coming from the attic. Footsteps of a lame man. Listen.
Victor Karavahl.
And all that happened last night, Mr. Stokes?
Police were here all day and got nowhere, Detective Duffy.
They found no trace of Vera Fielding?
None.
Or of Victor Farnall?
Victor Farnall? Of course not. Victor Farnall is dead, Duffy.
But you did hear Farnall's voice.
No.
Well, I thought you
We
said...
heard a voice. Could have been Farnall's. He was hanged at midnight last night at state prison. But see here, Duffy, I've called you in for protection, but not against a ghost.
Against who, then, Mr. Stokes?
I don't know. Some crank, business enemy. Not an out-and-out maniac.
Okay, then. That's a job. By the way, where are Mr. Fielding and Mr. Minton?
Fielding should be here any minute.
And Minton?
The office. He'll be phoning soon.
Good. If I'm responsible for your welfare, I'd like to have the three of you under one roof. Did you hear that?
What?
Sound like a door opened somewhere.
Nonsense. The house is locked up as tight as a drum. Now then, as you were saying that... There is a draft.
The door is open somewhere, Mr. Stokes.
Where are you going?
Have a look around.
I'll go with you.
Take it easy, Mr. Stokes. I'm being paid to take the chances.
Yes?
Stokes?
Yes?
This is Minton. Listen, Fred. Don't you think it'd be wise to pack up your things and get out of that house?
Under no circumstances.
Just for a few days.
I don't intend to allow a non-existent goblin to drive me out of my home for even 1 minute. Besides, Mike Duffy's here now.
Mike Duffy?
Detective Duffy. You remember, the private operator who always does work for the firm?
Oh. You called him in?
I thought it best.
All right, then. I'll be there in an hour.
Pack up my things. Run away like a scared child. Who's that? Duffy, is that you? Is it? What are you doing? Playing a game with me? No. No, I don't believe it. It can't be you. Stop. Stop. No.
Mr. Stokes! Mr. Stokes, what happened? Mr. Stokes, where are you? Who's that? Mr. Stokes, is that you?
No, it's John Fielding. I just came in the front door. What's you, Duffy? What are you doing here?
Mr. Stokes called me in.
Oh, I see. Where's Stokes?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. I heard him yell for help. I ran back here in the library as fast as I could, but he was gone. All I found was this piece of rope.
Good Lord, it's not just a piece of rope, Duffy. It's a hangman's noose.
A hangman's noose?
Exactly like the one we found when Vera disappeared. Duffy, look. The wall's safe.
It's open. And it's empty.
Empty?
What was in it? Do you know?
Yes, of course. We kept the assets of our firm here.
What?
$500,000 in negotiable securities.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. The senior member, Stokes, accepted the responsibility. He kept them here in his library.
And the old man was right.
Right?
He said the menace we had to deal with was flesh and blood.
What do you mean?
Ghosts don't use money, that's what I mean.
But if it wasn't a ghost, how did he get into a house that's locked and barred?
Good question. Wait a second. Maybe they can tell us.
What are you talking about?
Through the window there, a couple of dark figures moving through trees.
Good Lord.
Got a gun, Fielding?
Yes.
Good, you may need it.
Where are you going?
Outside.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't leave me here
On your
alone.
own, Fielding, we got visitors.
Are you sure you heard a cry for help, Lamont?
Positive, Margot. A man's voice is plain as day, and it came from this old mansion here. Not afraid, darling?
No, but it's a dangerous business prowling around a strange place in the dark.
You bet it is.
Oh.
Who's there?
Put your hands
Lamont.
up.
Who are you?
Don't let that worry you. Point is, who are you?
Well, I'm Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane. I've taken the cottage just over the rise of the hill.
We heard a man call for help and came to see what was wrong.
Helpful, huh?
Yes, that's it. We hadn't done our good turn for the day.
Well, it's never too late, Mr. Cranston. You can do me one now.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, keep your hands up and start walking.
What was that?
Duffy! Duffy!
You're the Duffy in question. I think somebody wants you in an awful hurry.
Fielding, what was that shot?
I just stepped out of the library door and I saw a figure limping up the attic stairs. When it wouldn't stop, I fired.
Did you say limping?
Yes. You know what that means, Duffy. Farnall was lame.
What was that?
Forget it. Old man Stokes was right. Whoever's in that attic's probably a half-witted crank or a lunatic.
But there's nobody there, Duffy.
What?
I went up and looked. The attic is empty.
Sounds very much like a ghost, eh, Margot?
I'm afraid it does.
Oh, so you're on the ghost kick, too, huh? Maybe you've got your reasons.
What reasons?
I don't know yet. But when there have been 2 disappearances in as many days and a strange couple is picked up wandering around the dock, it's time to call the police.
The police?
Tend to it, Fielding.
Yes, Duffy.
Lamont.
Just a minute.
Go on, Fielding. You've got your orders.
What's this all about?
You never heard of the $500,000 in negotiable securities, of course.
Huh? $500,000.
Okay. I'll play along. Last night, Fielding's wife disappeared, and a few minutes ago, the owner of this house, Mr. Stokes, vanished into thin air. Aside from that, all I know is that there was a phone call out of nowhere from Victor Farnall.
Victor Farnall? He was executed last night at state prison.
Sure, I know. But according to Fielding, he's back from the grave for a return engagement.
Listen. Did you hear that?
It's coming from the attic.
Yeah, you bet it is.
Where are you going?
Find out who it is.
You want an extra hand?
No, you two stay here, right here. And if you try to get past Fielding, remember he's got a gun. He likes to make it work.
Well,
Sorry, Margot.
we couldn't have just stayed home and listened to a mystery story on the radio.
Why listen to one when you can live one out, darling?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd rather just sit in an easy chair and turn the dial. Lamont!
Come on, Margot. Come on up the attic stairs. Duffy! Duffy!
Why doesn't he answer?
Find it difficult, I'm afraid.
Oh, Lamont.
He's been hanged. Hanged by an experienced gallows bird, Margot. The rope around his neck is a hangman's noose.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Your neighborhood blue coal dealer would like to do this. He'd like to send you a Temp Master automatic heat regulator for your furnace with a tag attached. The tag would say, "This Temp Master is yours. You are paying for it. Here it is." Yes, that's exactly what's happening. If you heat with coal and do not have a Temp Master, you are paying for all the comfort and convenience of automatic temperature control without getting it. You see, fuel studies prove that a hand-controlled furnace fire cannot help running away with itself at times and overheating your house. When that happens, you're losing plenty of heat up the chimney. You're wasting a lot of fuel. You may be wasting enough to pay for a blue coal Temp Master in a single heating season. So, if you don't have a Temp Master now, you're missing the carefree heating comfort that you're paying for anyhow. Call the nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to demonstrate the blue coal Temp Master, the modern electrical servant that pays for itself. See how it operates. See how furnace controls are operated from a thermostat in your living room. Remember, you're paying for a Temp Master anyhow, so why not get the comfort, ease, and more healthful heat you're entitled to? Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of lawyer Frederick Stokes. They are investigating the strange events happening in the old mansion when suddenly they hear a scream from the attic. Rush up to find Detective Mike Duffy hanged from a rafter.
Mrs. Lane, Mr. Cranston, what's happened here?
Seems Mr. Duffy had a slight accident, Fielding.
Duffy?
We found him hanging from that attic beam of the ceiling.
Is he dead?
Well, not quite. I think we cut him down just in time.
He was unconscious.
He'll come out of it. Here, help me get him over on that cot.
In just a moment. All right.
Careful now. Here we are. Did you call the police?
I tried. The trunk lines are busy.
Better try again. Stick with it till you get Commissioner Weston at headquarters.
I'll do my best.
Funny?
What'd you say, Margot?
I said it was funny. It's the only new-looking thing in this old attic.
What is?
This filing envelope. There's no dust on it at all.
Where'd you find that?
Over here in the corner.
Let me see it.
Is anything in it, Lamont?
It's more than a little, Margot.
Oh, what's that?
It's a legal document of some sort. Margot.
What?
Look, this is a murder confession.
Murder confession?
Yes, signed by Edgar Minton of the firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton. Listen to this. In order to prevent his exposing certain illicit practices of my career, I, Edgar Minton, did murder in cold blood the eminent criminal judge Carter Farnall.
What? But Victor Farnall was hanged last night for murdering the judge.
No, Margaret. Minton's two partners probably helped him frame the poor fellow, but exacted this confession first as a club to hold over Minton's head forever after. Who's that?
I'm Edgar Minton.
Edgar Minton.
What's happened here?
Well, it seems we have disappearances, ghosts, stranglings, a three-ring circus, Mr. Minton.
Where is Stokes?
He's become part of the disappearing act.
But I talked to him from the office not over an hour ago.
Police are on their way, Cranston.
Oh, good.
Police? You say police, Fielding?
Yes, and they can't get here too soon. We've been robbed, Minton. Robbed? Our $500,000 in securities is gone.
What are you saying?
Come down to the library and see for yourself.
You'll excuse me, of course. Fielding and I have some pressing business.
Yes, I'm sure you do, Mr. Minton.
Lamont.
Yes?
Why didn't you accuse him of the murder of Judge Farnall?
I want somebody else to do that job.
Who?
Old and mutual friend of ours, the Shadow.
So Detective Duffy and I found the wall safe here in the library open, the money gone. And Vera and Stokes are gone, too. And you and I'll be next, Minton.
Get hold of yourself.
You and I'll be next, Minton. We should never have done it.
Shut up.
We should never have sent Victor Farnall to the gallows.
I said shut up. Don't rock the boat, Fielding. We're all in this together. You're letting your nerves run away with you.
But...
Straighten out. Get back up to the attic and tell that Mr. Cranston I want to see him.
Where is it all going to end, Minton?
Whatever it does, Fielding, just remember that you'll end at exactly the same time I do. Stupid young fool. Picks a time like this to get weak in the knees. What was that? Farnall. Is it you, Farnall? Is it true? Are you really in this house?
Why do you fear Victor Farnall, Minton? You're the man to fear. You're a murderer. You killed Judge Carter Farnall in cold blood.
Who are you?
I'm the Shadow. I'm here in this room, but you cannot see me. Where is Vera Fielding?
I don't know.
You're lying, Minton. Where's your partner, Frederick Stokes?
Go away, go away.
Where's Frederick Stokes?
You drive me insane.
And answer me.
All right, I will.
Minton!
Shadow. Shadow.
Yes, Minton.
Listen to me. The plan.
What is it?
The plan. Nobody knows. You get it, Shadow.
The plan?
Yes.
Where is it, Minton?
Sir Joshua.
I heard a shot, Lamont. What happened?
Our chief suspect is dead, Margot.
Minton?
Yes. Shot came out of the dark just as he was about to tell the Shadow the truth.
Who did it?
I don't know yet. Margot, is there anybody in this house named Sir Joshua?
Sir Joshua? I don't know. Who's he?
Not the faintest idea. Apparently, he had a plan, a very important plan, and I want it. Where's Duffy?
Well, I left him in the attic unconscious.
Left him in the attic?
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't have. Come on, let's hope we don't find him in another hangman's noose. Duffy.
Where is it? Oh, the attic.
Easy now, Mr. Duffy.
You're okay. You did better than poor Minton.
Minton? What about Minton?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yes. Look, Duffy, I need help. Try and think clearly. Did you ever hear of anyone connected with this family named Joshua? Sir Joshua?
Joshua? No, never.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. That don't mean there isn't a Sir Joshua. Might be. Might be the guy who shot Minton.
Yes, possibly.
What do you ask?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, maybe Fielding can help me.
Shall I go with you, Lamont?
I'd rather see him alone, Margot, if you don't mind.
Cold up here.
And dreary. Piles of old, dusty furniture.
There must be hundreds of years. Mr. Duffy.
Yes.
There's a man back there in the shadows.
A man?
Yes. He's just standing there, staring. Oh.
What are you laughing at?
It's not a man at all. I'm sorry. It's a portrait, an old family portrait. You see, right here.
Yeah. Dignified old codger.
Covered with dust. See? Duffy.
What now?
Look, nameplate. Sir Joshua Stokes.
What do you know? So that's him.
Sir Joshua. But what did Minton mean? How could he have had a plan?
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Yep. Wait a minute.
What's that?
Well, it's a blueprint. Blueprint of this house. Now I see what Minton meant, a plan.
Yeah, sure, a plan. A plan of the house.
Let's take a look at it. Look. Oh, here's the drawing room, the bedrooms. Look. There's another room up here in the attic.
What?
See? Right here. That'll be just behind that beam there to the left.
Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this.
A door.
You never see it. It's built right in the woodwork.
Shall we go in?
Yeah, after you, lady.
Just be careful the door doesn't close. Mr. Duffy.
Oh, it's slammed.
Try and push it open. Oh. Mr. Duffy, look. Hanging from that beam in the ceiling.
Yeah. I see him.
They're dead. They're dead. 2 dead bodies.
Vera Fielding and Frederick Stokes, to be exact.
So this is where they disappeared to.
What are you going to do?
We're to beat on the door until Mr. Cranston hears me.
Oh, no, you're not, Miss Lane.
I'm not?
No, Miss Lane.
Why not?
Because you're going to join Vera and Frederick.
What?
There's a lot at stake for me in this, Miss Lane. You see this envelope? There's $500,000 in securities in here. It's mine by right of seizure. Minton would have gotten it when he hung me in the attic, but you and Mr. Cranston came running too quickly for him. You didn't even have time to find the confession where it'd fallen out of my pocket.
Please let me go.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Miss Lane. Once I'm rid of Fielding, who knows the serial numbers, and of you, who know too much in general, I'll burn the blueprint, close this door, and the Stokes Mansion disappearances will go right on being a mystery forever.
No. Please. Lamont!
Screaming won't do any good. I closed that door when we came in. I'm going to keep it closed until I'm through with you, Miss Lane.
You would if you could, Duffy.
Who's that? Who opened that door?
The shadow did.
Who are you? What do you want here?
I'm here to accuse you of the murders of Vera Fielding, Frederick Stokes, and Edgar Minton.
You're crazy.
You'd been a trusted employee of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton for many years. So when Minton wanted to get back the murder confession he'd been forced to write, he looked around for a helper. He found you were only too willing to make a dishonest dollar.
How do you know this?
You got greedy, didn't you, after you got your hands on the confession and the $500,000? You decided to keep them for yourself and cut Minton out. That's why Minton tried to hang you in the attic out there.
Who told you? How do you know?
Arnold's ghost was meant to scare the occupants out of the house so you and Minton could loot it at your leisure. But Stokes refused to run away, so you went through with the hangings as scheduled. But they're over now, all except one.
Which one?
Yours. The law will see that you hang, Duffy.
No, not in a million years. Fielding's still alive. He'll get me off.
Why?
Because if he doesn't, I can prove he was an accomplice to the courtroom murder of Victor Farnell.
I won't allow him to clear you, Duffy.
Then I'll blast him wide open in court.
I don't think you will.
Mr. Fielding!
No.
That'll do for you, you hired hangman.
Yeah, for me. And for you too, Fielding.
Fielding, look out.
No.
Good work, Lamont. Well, they did the work for me, Commissioner Weston. They shot it out to the death.
What I don't see is how you knew to follow us to this room, Lamont.
Well, I knew Duffy was the killer before I left you alone with him in the attic. When Duffy said that maybe Sir Joshua had shot Minton, I knew he was only pretending he'd been unconscious. The others had been hanged. So how, if he'd been unconscious, did Duffy know Minton had been shot?
Oh, I see.
After that, I kept my eye on you and him and saw you discover the secret room.
And
What was all this nonsense about a ghostly telephone call?
You'll find a telephone over there in the corner of this hidden den, Weston. It was used to impersonate Victor Farnall. It's connected with the wires of the downstairs telephone. Childish trick, but effective.
Then the voice threatening the death of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton wasn't Farnall's at all.
Of course not.
Whose was it? Duffy's?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps?
Well, I mean, Margot, that since the entire firm is dead as promised, one might think of that voice out of the night as voice of justice. And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. As the old saying goes, well begun is half done. If you emphasize fuel saving in your home now, as the cold weather is just beginning, you'll start fuel-saving habits that will last all winter. Tell your family to always close off rooms that are not used. Ask the children to be sure to close doors behind them when they come in or out of the house. And, of course, now is the time to install a Tempmaster automatic heat regulator. A Blue Coal Tempmaster is not only the last word in heating convenience, but it's just about the surest way to conserve fuel. We can save as much as 20% of your fuel consumption. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer can install a Tempmaster easily and quickly. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's Blue Coal for finest heating service. It's Blue Coal for finest modern equipment. It's Blue Coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Today's drama, The Comic Strip Killer. Two weeks ago, at a busy midtown intersection, a well-dressed middle-aged man starts uncertainly across the street against the red light.
Hey, mister, look out. You're going to get hit. Oh, he got it. Lucky the driver just grazed him, though. Hey, mister, you all right? All right. Poor guy must have fainted. Holy smokes, this guy's dead.
A week later, as the usual crowd pour down the steps of the public library at closing hour, an elderly woman starts down, then suddenly plunges forward headlong, and comes to rest in a twisted heap at the bottom step.
Too bad her heel must have caught in the steps. Took a nasty fall. You all right, madam? Madam!
And just 24 hours ago in the police commissioner's office. And this is the third one, Cranston. That body I just showed you in the morgue was the third victim in 3 weeks. Fell from the stands during Saturday's football game. 1, 2, 3 cases. Just like that.
Well, accidents do happen, Commissioner, sometimes 3 in a row.
But these were not accidents, Lamont.
What?
No, Margot. Those people didn't die from being hit by taxis or tripping on the stairs or falling from football stands.
No, then how?
They were poisoned.
Poison?
When the poison took hold, they collapsed, and it just appeared they were killed accidentally.
Are you positive, Commissioner?
Of course I'm positive, Cranston. Just got the medical examiner's report from the third officer. And all 3 died from the same type of poison.
But they all 3 have been suicides, Commissioner.
I hardly think so, Margot. People don't usually take poison and then wander around the streets or go shopping.
Were there any marks on the bodies? Any indication of how the poison was taken?
Well, that's the really baffling part of it. There were no marks at all, none. The medical examiner's going out of his mind along with me.
See what you mean. If this killer isn't picked up in a hurry, you'll have a lot of jittery citizens on your hands.
You're telling me.
All 3 murders took place in busy public places. It's obvious the killer likes to circulate best in a crowd where he can get lost fast.
You haven't any theories, have you, Cranston?
I might have, but I think it would sound a little ridiculous right now. Later, maybe. Well, come on, Margot. You and I have a little research to do.
This is our day to be mysterious.
Play along with it, Margot. Even a Cranston theory is better than none. I'll telephone you just as soon as something new turns up. And let's hope it's not another victim.
Good luck, Commissioner.
Thanks, Lamont. I can sure use some. See you later, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner. Well, Lamont?
You like morgues, Margot?
Oh, they give me the creeps. Why?
And how about newspaper morgues?
Oh, well, they're different. What would we be going to a newspaper morgue for?
Well, we might be going to read up on old comic strips, Margot.
Lamont, be serious.
I am.
Well, this doesn't have something to do with that theory you said you couldn't tell Commissioner Weston about.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder you thought it was too ridiculous to mention to the commissioner.
It might not be as ridiculous as you think, Margot. Depends a lot on which comic strip you read.
I'll fill this needle and send the next victim on a one-way trip to Never Never Land.
For heaven's sake, Lamont, what are you mumbling?
Huh? Oh, sorry, darling.
I've been poring over those old comics just for the last 15 minutes. Don't you think it's about time you told me why this sudden interest in the funny papers?
I've been arranging these comic strips so they fall in sequence for the past month. Here, look here.
It's Jack Prescott's detective story strip.
Yes, featuring his latest weird character. This time, an elusive and deadly gentleman known as Hypo.
Listen to this caption. Hypo, new type of killer who's traded the old-fashioned automatic for the modern hypodermic needle. Ooh, horrible.
Horrible and fascinating to 2 million readers. 4 million on Sunday.
It looks like an emaciated version of Boris Karloff. Tall, thin, dresses all in gray, so it should be difficult to identify.
Go on, darling.
Let's see. He eliminates his victims with a hypodermic needle filled with a new, fast-working poison. It always attacks in crowded areas. Come on. You don't think there's some connection between those 3 mysterious murders and this comic strip character?
I think there might be, Margot. Of course, we still don't know how the killer actually committed the murders, but we do know the victims died of poison and that they were attacked in crowded areas.
Yes, that's true.
Some crazy killer might have been inspired by this idea, or some homicidal maniac has really taken these comic strips to heart.
How awful. Well, this man who draws this character, this Jack Prescott, he must be practically a psychopathic case himself.
Oh, I understand Prescott's a very mild, home-loving man. He's one of the best-liked cartoonists in the business.
Do you know him, Lamont?
Well enough to bluff my way through a social call.
Well, do you think he'd be able to tell you if there's any basis for this theory of yours?
He might, Margot. He has a studio over on Park Place. Why don't we go over and see?
I'm afraid this Jack Prescott's not going to like this idea of yours very much, darling.
He's a reasonable man, Margot. I think he'll admit there might be a connection between his comic strip and these mysterious murders. Oh, here we are.
I feel sort of frightened. Isn't that ridiculous?
Not at all. After all, you're about to visit the birthplace of some of America's most notorious villains. Cyanide Susie, Wasp Waist, Gimlet Eye.
Well?
Oh, hello, Harry.
Mr. Prescott can't be disturbed. He's very busy right now.
I phoned Mr. Prescott today, and he invited me to drop in, Harry.
What's the name, please?
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane.
Very well. Wait right here.
Am I getting ideas, or did you look something like hypo?
That's Harry Borden, Prescott's handyman. The story goes he serves as everything from Prescott's butler to chauffeur. He's supposed to have modeled for hypo.
He isn't exactly the kind of person I'd have around for a man Friday.
Mr. Prescott will see you. But don't stay too long. He's trying to make a deadline with Cindy.
Thank you, Harry. Come in, Margot.
This is very upsetting, Mr. Cranston, this theory of yours.
I know it sounds fantastic, Mr. Prescott.
Well, all I can say is that this gives me a new reason for wanting to get out of the crime comics and switch to something lighter.
But, Mr. Prescott, you've made such a great success in this field.
Oh, thanks, Miss Lane, but I'm beginning to find it a little depressing, dreaming up monsters and ogres. A little exhausting, too.
Exhausting?
It may sound funny, but it's real work. Dreaming up a bigger and better villain every month or so. I spend 12 hours a day, 6 days a week at it.
Comics are a serious business, eh? How did you conceive the character of Hypo, Mr. Prescott?
Well, Dr. Murray Schumacher, he's a biochemist, first gave me the idea, Mr. Cranston. He's an expert on poisons of all kinds.
Dr. Murray Schumacher?
Yes. He gave me a lot of valuable technical material. Although I didn't tell him at the time, I intended to use it in the strip. I've been doing a little research on my own, too.
Oh, I see. Do you know where Dr. Schumacher's living now?
Yes, I believe his laboratory is just outside of town on Hillcrest Road, I believe. Yes. He hates publicity, however. He'd be very upset if he became involved in a sensational story like this.
I'm afraid personal feelings are going to have to go by the boards in this case, Mr. Prescott. As long as this killer's on the loose, none of us are safe.
Yes, of course. I feel terribly that my work might be connected with these murders, Mr. Cranston. Now, if you or the police want any more information, please call us.
We will, Mr. Prescott. Thanks very much for your help. Coming, Martha?
Oh, yes, of course.
Keep in touch with me, won't you, Mr. Cranston? I'll be anxious to know of any development.
We'll be glad to. Bye, Mr. Prescott.
Goodbye.
So long.
Poor man. He's really worried about this thing, Lamont.
It seems to me.
He looks so tired.
This way, please.
Oh, it scared me.
I'll show you to the door.
I don't think that'll be necessary, Harry. I can see it right there.
I don't know what your business is, Mr. Cranston. But if it has something to do with those murders, I suggest you go to the police.
How did you know we were talking about the murders, Harry?
I know everything that goes on in this house.
I see.
Remember what I've said, Mr. Cranston. If you get me more ideas, don't bring them here. Understand?
Yes, Harry. I think I understand. Come on, Martha.
Lamont? Darling, you haven't said a word for 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Margot. I was just thinking about our talk with Jack Prescott. Also the fact it might be worth checking into Harry Borden's record.
Good idea. Where are we going now, Dr. Schumacher?
No, Margot, not until I've had a chance to check on an idea that just occurred to me.
That sounds very much as if you're going to drop me off at home.
I am, darling. I'll call you in the morning after I've done a little scientific research of my own. Hello.
Cranston. Commissioner Weston. Sorry to wake you up at this hour, Cranston.
No, you didn't wake me, Commissioner. I was doing some work. Why, what's up?
Another murder, just like the others.
Huh?
Guy collapsed in front of the Globe building, reading the news flashes. They rushed him to the hospital.
Another victim?
Yeah. Only this time it's somebody with a name.
What name, Commissioner?
The cartoonist. Jack Prescott.
Jack Prescott, creator of the comic strip villain Hypo, is the fourth victim to fall as a mysterious killer continues to elude the police.
Cranston, Margot, and Commissioner Weston are at the hospital bedside as a doctor examines the semi-delirious Prescott.
It's all my fault, I tell you, all my fault. I created a monster with my own pen. He's spreading death in the streets.
Now, there now, Mr. Prescott. Take it easy.
I'll never draw hypo again, never.
Try and rest, Mr. Prescott.
No.
You step over here, please. What a shame.
Terribly upset.
He's taking it hard.
You think it's mostly mental, Doctor?
Oh, we should be able to send him home today.
Any idea what kind of a drug it is, Doctor?
I can't say, Commissioner, but whatever it is, he didn't absorb enough of it to make serious trouble.
Probably squirmed away before the killer could inflict a full dose.
But how the killer injected the stuff is another question. I can't find a mark on the patient.
That's been puzzling us.
We'll let you know if we learn anything new, Commissioner.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, if you'll excuse us, Margaret and I walk out with you, Commissioner.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor. Love of Pete, who was that hypo character Prescott was babbling about? Jack Prescott's latest comic strip villain. He's supposed to get big money for rubbing out his victims with a hypodermic needle.
Lamont thinks the murderer may have gotten the idea from this comic strip character.
Cranston, you're not serious. As you said, a Cranston theory is better than none. These murders did have something to do with this hypo character. How do you explain the fact that there are no marks of a hypodermic needle on any of the victims? That's the part of the theory I'm still working on, Commissioner. I see. Well, this is where I leave you. And if you don't mind, I'll stick to the book on this case. You can keep the funny papers, Cranston.
Good night, Commissioner.
Come on, Margaret, we've got things to do.
What's the sudden rush, Doctor?
I want to get over to Dr. Schumacher's place right away.
Dr. Schumacher?
Yes, Margot. You're going to pay him a personal visit.
Now, just a second, darling. Let me get this straight. I'm to interview Dr. Schumacher as a newspaper reporter. Is that right?
That's right. Get him to talking, Margot. Find out all you can.
Well, suppose he doesn't want to talk to the press.
Well, an interview may flatter his ego.
From what Jack Prescott said about him, I'm not exactly looking forward to finding myself alone with this Dr. Schumacher.
You won't be alone, Margot. The shadow will be there, too.
Dr. Schumacher?
Yes?
My name is Mary Morrison. I'm a reporter from the Globe. I'm doing a story on the recent series of poison murders, and I thought you might be able to give me some new angles on toxicology.
No.
But I really wanted an authoritative viewpoint, and Jack Prescott, the cartoonist...
Prescott? You've been talking to Jack Prescott?
Well, yes. He mentioned you as a source of his material.
Come in.
Well, I just...
Come in. I don't usually give interviews about my work. I can't let this scatterbrained propaganda Prescott gives to the newspapers go unnoticed.
You think Mr. Prescott's comic strip constitutes a menace to society, Dr. Schumacher?
Prescott is an opportunist who will take a scientific topic and squeeze it for every drop of its commercial value.
I see. How did you happen to become a specialist in toxicology, Doctor?
Poison can be one of the most interesting as well as beautiful things in the world, my dear.
Beautiful, did you say, Dr. Schumacher?
Yes. Poison kills the undesirable.
What?
Yes, like weeds, insects, animals, people. When undesirables are eliminated, there remains only beauty.
I see. Dr. Schumacher, the real purpose of my interview is...
I have a collection of notes entitled Timetable for Death, telling to the fraction of a second how long it takes for certain poisons to take effect. I'll get it for you. And let's see.
Shadow.
I hear you, Margot.
I'm scared. He sounds absolutely mad.
Hold on for a few more minutes. There's something I've still got to find out. Don't worry, Margot. The shadow is watching every move.
Now you will see how accurately death can be calculated. I'm fond of that title. Timetable for Death. It's like looking at the schedule of trains. Slow ones and fast ones. But all of these trips are one-way journeys. You see, there is no round trip.
You have a laboratory, too, I suppose, Doctor?
Yes. Would you like to see the latest specimen from my laboratory? Not very pretty, of course. Well, then you see what happened to this creature. The result of poison. You will have something worth writing about. I'll get it for
Dr. Schumacher, please.
This cursed asthma of mine. I'd almost forgotten about it. If I climb those stairs, I'll be wheezing for the rest of the day. Excuse me a minute. I'll get someone who can get it.
All right, Margot, get out fast.
Shadow, I haven't found
Never mind that now, Margot. Just get out of here. Hurry.
But, Lamont, I don't get it. Dr. Schumacher is just about to tell us something important, and suddenly the Shadow decides to call it off. Why?
I realize you're talking to Dr. Schumacher is a waste of time. We have far more important thing to do right away.
You get more puzzling by the minute.
I'll explain everything later, darling. Right now, we're going to Prescott's studio. There's something I've got to find, and this time we've got to work fast. Now, this passkey will get you in the front door here. I'm going in through another entrance. When you get into Prescott's studio, your job will be to delay intruders, whoever they may be.
Oh, don't take too long, Lamont. This decoy business is beginning to wear on my nerves.
I won't. Good luck, darling.
Looks like I have the place all to myself, all right. What in the world can Lamont have on his mind? Whatever it is, I hope he doesn't take too long finding it. I didn't like this studio before, and I don't like it now. The door.
Where's Mr. Cranston tonight?
Oh, hello, Harry. Well, I came here alone on business.
What kind of business?
Well, I'm a newspaper reporter. That's it. I thought maybe I could do a story on Mr. Prescott.
Perhaps we're not interested in publicity.
Oh, Harry, I wish you'd sit down.
I'll sit down as soon as you leave. Well, are you going, or do I have to throw you out?
Like, I can't leave right now, Harry.
No? Why not?
I have to wait until the police arrive.
Police? What are they coming here for?
They're coming here to investigate. After all, an attack was made on Mr. Prescott's life, and the murderer still hasn't been found.
And he won't be either.
What did you say?
I mean, he won't be unless they get a new angle. This hypo theory is ridiculous.
Is it? What makes you so sure?
I know.
How do you know?
I just know, that's all.
It couldn't be that because you modeled for the character of Hypo, you began to think and act like him.
No.
And that finally you had to see if you could kill like him and get away with it. You got away with it 3 times, so you tried the supreme test.
You're crazy.
You tried to murder the creator of the very character you were impersonating. You tried to kill Mr. Prescott, didn't you? You tried to kill...
All right. I did try to kill him. And I'm sorry I didn't succeed. But you're not going to be able to tell anybody about it.
Now, wait a second, Harry.
I told you to get out. Now you're going out where nobody will find you. Very interesting.
Mr. Prescott.
I didn't hear you come in, sir. You seem to be confused, my boy. You're not talking to Mr. Prescott. You're talking to Hypo. Listen to me, Mr. Prescott. Notice how I move around the room swiftly, noiselessly, like death itself. It might interest you to know that I'm receiving $5,000 in advance to have you, shall we say, erased.
Mr. Prescott, please.
Oh, the young lady. An unscheduled job. This is going to cost an extra. A double feature is tricky business. Sir, put down that instrument. Listen to me for a minute. 1 minute, and one thing I always pride myself on is neatness, Harry. No guts, no knives. That's why Hypo was the highest paid killer in the murder racket. Mr. Prescott, look at me. It's me, Harry Ford. We're going to handle the whole thing. Efficiency and systematic.
Mr. Prescott, please.
Forgive me, young lady. I'll take the gentleman. No. Like painless and very swift. You'll hardly feel it when I inject the poison.
killed.
Yes. Now you, young lady.
No!
Quickly, we... What happened? Someone's holding my arm. Who's holding me? Who are you?
This is the Shadow.
Shadow? Another killer as elusive as the great Hypo.
Shadow is no killer, Prescott. I'm here to keep people like you from killing.
You'll never stop me. I'm the greatest of them all. A modern murderer who injects death with a hypodermic needle.
It's merely a horrible distortion of your mind, Prescott.
I'm not Prescott. I'm Hypo, the great killer.
You've killed, yes, but you're not a killer. That murdering character is only a creation of your overwrought imagination and exhausted brain.
Hypo, the great killer.
You're an artist whose facile mind has played a terrible trick.
Hypo, the great killer.
And you'll pay for your crimes. Not by death, but in an institution.
I'm Hypo, the great killer.
Well, that's the whole story, Commissioner. The peak of mental exhaustion, Prescott's mind snapped, and he reverted to the character of his own creation.
Real schizophrenic. Good personality, huh?
What about Harry Borden, Commissioner? Is he going to be all right?
The doctor said he'd pull through okay. He's gotten a load of the same stuff Prescott got.
Yes, he did. You see, Harry found out the truth about Prescott in a loyal effort to shield his boss from suspicion, made what looked like an attempt on Prescott's life.
So Harry was the one who attacked Prescott?
Yes. Actually, the stuff Harry shot into Prescott must have been a watered-down toxin or a powerful sedative.
It's the same stuff that was left in the syringe when Prescott went wild and tried to kill Harry.
Oh, I see. I still don't understand how you discovered it was Prescott, Lamont.
Well, Dr. Schumacher was out. Could hardly have been a swift, elusive killer with a bad case of asthma.
Oh, of course.
And I remember that Prescott said he was doing research on his own. So I went looking for a private laboratory.
And when you found it, you found the knockout drop.
Yes. A good deal more, too. I found the key to the whole case. One of the mysterious murder weapons. Look.
It looks like a small flashlight.
Called a hypo spray. It works on the basis of a high-pressure air gun. You hold it against the skin, and it blasts fluid painlessly through the pores. The patient doesn't even feel the injection.
So that's why the victims didn't know they'd been poisoned. And why there were no needle marks on their bodies.
A hypo spray? Well, it must be something new.
It's so new, Margot, that the first real publicity about it's in this week's Life magazine.
They're darned. Well, Cranston, I guess I'll have to take back what I said about your comic strip theory.
That's all right, Weston.
Colonel, I hope this doesn't set a new trend in crime reduction. I've trouble enough getting through all the police stories on the front page without having to comb the comic strips every day.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs.
Today's drama, Murder and the Medium. One night in midwinter, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane were sitting before an open fire in a mountain hunting lodge. Outside, the wind howled drearily around the corners of the house. And inside, the conversation turned to spiritualism.
You don't mean to say that you believe in it, Lamont?
No, not at all, Margot. I only remarked that sometimes the facts make you wonder.
It never made me wonder.
No?
No.
Not even the Frankie Harmon case?
Frankie Harmon case? What was there in that to make anybody wonder?
You don't know?
No, I don't know. And furthermore...
You remember it clearly?
Clearly enough. The point I want to make
Just a moment, darling. What do you say we go over the details before either of us makes a point? Now, 6 months before, if you'll remember, Percy Bainbridge, the millionaire art dealer, had been murdered.
Yes?
His death was a mystery until his brother Henry pointed out that Percy had strongly objected to a certain hoodlum named Frankie Harmon running around with their sister, Celia Bainbridge. You remember?
I remember all about it. They tried Harmon and sent him up for life.
Yeah, correct. And he was safely kept under lock and key until one night, a stormy night in early spring.
Attention, all police cars. Frankie Harmon, convicted murderer of Percy Bainbridge, has just escaped from state prison. Last seen headed for parts unknown in a Packard touring car. License number 1029.
Yes, sir?
Ivy Rest Motel.
Yes, sirree. You're in luck, y'all. We got just one cabin
Save it
left.
for your regular customers.
I thought you were looking for a place to sleep.
I'm looking for a canary.
Huh?
A dame, a girl, a blonde, blue eyes, about 5'6". Have you seen her?
Maybe. What's your name?
What do you care?
I don't. Only there was a girl in here a few minutes ago looking for a fella she was supposed to
Where
meet.
is she?
Outside, waiting in the maroon convertible near the entrance.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Celia. Celia. Celia, it's me. Me, Frankie Harmon.
Glad to see you, Harmon. Stand right where you are.
Hey,
My name's Weston, Commissioner Weston. I brought the gun along in case you decide to be unreasonable.
I get it.
You're going back home, Harmon.
So she tipped you.
What?
She told me out.
Who?
You know who. There's only one person in the world who was wise that I'd be at the Ivy Rest, and that was Celia Bainbridge.
Forget it.
You should live so long.
Celia didn't sell you out, Harmon. She's been half crazy trying to clear you.
Yeah.
She's been a lawyers and judges ever since they put you away. She's even been going to a medium.
Immediate? For what?
Contact her brother Percy beyond the grave. Get him to say that you didn't kill him.
Hey, that's a hot one.
I'm telling you the truth.
Don't tell me. Save your breath and tell her.
What?
To stick to the medium. Tell her she's going to need him. When I get through with her, the only way anybody will be able to contact her will be through a medium.
Hear me, O departed one. Let my voice penetrate the reaches of space. Hear me, O spirit, through the unknown vastness that lies between life and... Who's there?
Rudolph.
Excuse me, please, my wife. What is the meaning of this? I have left explicit instructions that I'm never to be disturbed while I'm contacting the mystic region.
Bainbridge girl is here.
Where is she?
Outside.
Tell her I'm not here.
I did.
Let's say I'm busy.
I tried that too, but she won't take no for an answer. That I won't.
Oh, Miss Bainbridge.
I want to talk to you, Dr. Gamion.
Why, of course, my dear. Shall we say in half an hour?
Shall we say right now?
What is it?
Frankie Harmon was picked up last night at the Ivy Rest.
Really? I did not know.
You didn't?
Should I? Bainbridge?
Who better, Dr. Gamion? You turned him in.
Don't be ridiculous.
I've been ridiculous. I was ridiculous when I trusted you, when I told you Frankie's plan.
Surely you don't think...
I've stopped thinking. All I know is they got Frankie last night, and now you get yours.
Bainbridge, don't.
I bought it this morning, Gamion, all for you. Drop that gun. Drop it. Go on me. Let me go. Drop it, you little fool.
Now get her out of here. Get her out of here.
Come along. Let me go. You wanted to call the police. No. No, that won't be necessary. I'll go. I missed this time, but there's always tomorrow and the next day.
Get out.
I'm going, Gamion, but I'm telling you now. I know my way back. What's the matter with her, Rudolph?
How do I know?
Where did she get the idea that you turned Harmon in?
She's hysterical, my dear. Obviously hysterical. I'll get it. Hello.
Commissioner Weston, Gamion. I guess you were informed we picked up Frankie Harmon last night.
Yes, thank you. I can't talk very much right now.
I'll do the talking. You'll get your money for turning him in sometime today.
Very good.
Not so very good.
What do you mean?
Take care of yourself, Gamion. Harmon's escaped again.
What?
We lost him on the way from the jail to the pen. And I think he may get around to see you.
No.
He's loose, and he's always dangerous.
Can't you catch him?
We're doing all we can. Force is working overtime. There's an additional reward of $5,000 for his recapture.
Who offered it?
Somebody who doesn't want Harmon paying any social calls on Celia Bainbridge.
Henry Bainbridge?
Who else?
I'm going to call the police headquarters, Hilda.
Yes, Mr. Bainbridge.
Oh, and if Miss Celia calls, say I'll be back in an hour.
Yes, Mr. Bainbridge.
Keep looking straight ahead and whistle something pretty.
Who's that?
Wanted to see you, Henry. Hope you don't mind my hiding in your car.
Who is it?
Where's your dear little sister, Celia?
I don't
Open
know.
up, Henry. Unless you want to steal Grave's skull. She told me out to the cops.
But she didn't, Harmon. You're wrong.
What do you mean wrong? Nobody else could have. Somebody did.
Will you let me tell you who did?
You can try.
Celia's been seeing a medium, a man named Gamion.
Damn it. Where does he tie in?
She trusted him. She told him everything she knew, including the fact that you'd be at the motel.
You're leveling with me?
Yes.
Where does he live, this witch doctor?
560 Denham Street.
That's all I want to know. Pull over.
Now, see here, Harmon, I only told you this to protect Celia. You're in enough trouble already.
Pull over, I said. Now stop the car.
Well, why?
Because you shouldn't drive when you ain't feeling well, Henry.
Who says I'm not feeling well?
I do, Henry. Oh! I do.
Lamont, I thought we were going to theater.
We are, Margot. The commissioner just has to stop off here for a moment.
Won't take long, Margot. Maybe a matter of life and death.
Life and death?
The commissioner wants to urge a certain gentleman to leave town until Frankie Harmon is safely stowed away.
Who is a certain gentleman?
Here's his name on the bell. Dr. Rudolph Gamion. My name is Weston. This is Mr. Cranston and Miss Wayne.
How do you do? Yes.
You're Mrs. Gamion?
Yes.
We'd like to see your husband.
I'm afraid you will have to wait. My husband is communing with the dead.
I'm afraid the dead will have to wait. This is police business.
Come along in, Margot.
Just tell him we're here.
But he does not wish to be disturbed.
He doesn't wish to wind up in a wooden box either.
What do you mean?
Your husband's life is in danger.
No.
Where is he, Mrs. Gamion?
Here in the seance room.
Thanks. Dr. Gamion! Dr. Gamion!
The door is not locked.
It isn't?
No.
What do you mean it isn't? It's as tight as a drum.
He never locks the door.
Dr. Gamion!
I'm afraid he's not going to answer, Commissioner.
What do you mean?
Stand aside and I'll demonstrate.
Lamont!
Your husband won't have to communicate with the dead anymore, Mrs. Gamion.
Rudolph.
From now on, he'll have on-the-spot information.
He can kill.
Did you hear this shot, Mrs. Gamion?
No.
Why not?
I was out. I had just come in the moment before you knocked.
The Harmon beat us to it.
You sure it was Harmon, Commissioner?
Why, of course I am.
I am not so sure it was Harmon, Mr. Cranston. I am not so sure at all.
What do you mean?
Celia Bainbridge was here today.
Celia Bainbridge?
She thought Rudolph had turned Harmon into the police. She tried to kill him right before my eyes, and when she failed, she said she would be back.
You're accusing her of this murder?
No, not yet. Before I accuse anybody, I want to show you something. What? You will just come with me. Lamont, it's a sliding panel. Rudolph used it in his gift. This is the room where he kept his equipment, you see. I'll show you something.
Mrs. Gamion! Mrs. Gamion.
Where's the light?
I've got it. There.
Look.
Mrs. Gamion.
She's shot.
Whoever did it fired through the window and got away down the fire escape.
They killed her.
It's a bad guess, Margot. Not that they didn't try hard enough. I doubt she's even seriously wounded. Where are you going, Commissioner?
Call the hospital.
Not thinking. What? You're not on your toes, Weston.
And if I were?
Take her to a room and call a doctor. One you can trust. A man from medical department at headquarters. One who can keep his mouth shut.
strange room, isn't it, Lamont?
Spiritualism's a strange profession, Margaret. See this record cabinet?
Yes.
It undoubtedly contains reasonable facsimiles of the voices of departed loved ones.
You think so?
I know so. You see? You had them filed in alphabetical order, which makes it very convenient for us.
Convenient?
Just to locate Bainbridge.
Oh.
Bainbridge. Here we are. This is the Bainbridge album right here.
Is there anything in it?
That's one record. I think it'll probably be number 1 on the supernatural hit parade. Switch on that turntable, darling. Now listen.
This is the voice of Percy Bainbridge from beyond the grave.
Lamont.
I tell you now, the time is near at hand. The truth will soon be known. The truth will soon be known. The truth will soon be known.
Gives me the chills.
It's a little disconcerting.
What in the world does it mean, the truth will soon be known?
It's hard to say, Margaret. Wait a minute.
Seth.
Lamont. Oh. Startled us, Commissioner. We were just communing with the afterlife.
My man from the medical department's here.
How's Mrs. Gamion?
He says she's all right. Minor flesh wound. She'll be well tomorrow.
That can't be. But he says... I don't care what he says. Mrs. Gamion must be dead by tonight. What? Get on that phone, Commissioner, and call every newspaper in town.
I don't
Ever notice in the obituaries that Gamion and his wife are both dead? But I'm afraid you'll have to do as I say, Commissioner, if you want to prevent more murder.
I sent for you and Margot, Lamont, because this can't go on much longer.
What can't go on?
This foolishness about Mrs. Gamion's death.
It's got to go on for a while,
The
Commissioner.
medical department's on the warpath. The papers are full of her murder, but they know she's as fit as a fiddle.
We're dealing with a rare type of murderer, Weston, who requires a special kind of treatment, and we must...
Probably the medical examiner again. Hello?
Commissioner Weston,
Yes?
this is Celia Bainbridge.
Celia Bainbridge.
I've got to talk to you.
Where have you been?
With Frankie Harmon, I've been trying to control him.
Yeah? And where is he now?
He broke away from me. Please, you've got to stop him before he kills somebody.
Any idea where that might happen, Miss Bainbridge?
He's on his way to my brother Henry's.
Thanks. Harmon's on his way to Bainbridge's place. Let's go.
Just a minute.
Minutes or hours at a time like this. Hurry up. I'll see you downstairs in the car.
Come on, Lamont.
No, I'm not going, Margot.
Not going.
No, but you are, and when he's needed, a certain old friend of ours will be on hand.
The shadow?
Shadow. Now, listen carefully and do exactly what I tell you. When you get to Bainbridge's place, Harmon will probably be there.
Harmon. Thought I'd dropped in on you at home, Henry.
Well, what do you want from me?
A chance to blow this town.
But there's...
Fast.
Don't ask me
I'm
to...
not asking you. This gun's telling you.
You think I'm going to help an escaped murderer evade the law? You're wrong.
Then we can just close the meeting right now.
No, don't shoot.
And get it up.
What are you asking for?
A fast car and $10,000 in small bills.
But I haven't got that kind of money in the house.
Open up the wall safe behind you and let's take a look.
I tell you
Open
what...
it. Or do I?
That would be a little difficult, wouldn't it? You don't know the combination.
Okay, Henry. If you want to play nasty, I'm your boy. I'll give you just 3 to get moving or the gun gets a workout.
Please, I haven't got
you
a
got a chance to open the safe. 1, 2, 3.
Weston, we ran a second too soon, Commissioner.
All right, Harmon. Let's move. Pick up that gun, Bainbridge.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now leaving this up with your copper.
Go ahead and make it, Harmon. There's a toss-up between your gun hand and Bainbridge's life. Now, come on, before...
Frankie.
Celia.
Oh, Frankie, are you hurt?
Not much. You were nearly minus a brother, Miss Bainbridge.
Your boyfriend was going to kill me, Celia.
You're in hotter water than ever, Harmon. Too bad you didn't come quietly the last time I nabbed you.
Why? So he could spend his life in prison for a murder he didn't commit?
Okay. Now he can spend his life in prison for a couple of murders he did commit.
What do you mean? What murders?
Dr. Gamion and...
Dr. Gamion?
He didn't kill Gamion.
Oh, no?
No. Look, what time was Gamion killed?
Last night.
A little after 7. I was with Frankie from 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon until an hour ago. He wasn't out of my sight for a minute.
You're trying to tell me...
I am telling you. He couldn't have killed Gamion. Sounds pretty guessing to me. Oh, you've got to believe me. I called you and told you where Frankie was, didn't I?
Would I have done that if I didn't know he was innocent?
Well, I'm warning you, Commissioner, she's in love with Harmon.
You mean she'd take an alibi to protect him?
Don't you think she might?
It's hard to know what to think.
You know, Commissioner, I'm afraid there's only one person who can tell us who killed Dr. Gamion and his wife.
Who?
Dr. Gamion. What are you talking about? As I remember, he wrote an article for the papers a few months ago, promising to return after he died.
Are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting we give him a chance.
Margot, have you lost your mind?
I mean it, seriously.
I don't want any part of such monkey shine.
You could wait outside the door and see that nobody escapes.
Don't worry, I will.
It's worth a chance. Gamion might return and name his murderer. Sit beside him, Celia. Now, Mr. Bainbridge, turn out the lights.
Right.
Quiet. Concentrate. Open your mind. Be ready to hear a voice from beyond the grave. Dr. Gamion, we need you. If you can return, if you can get through to us, speak. Dr. Gamion, we're waiting. Dr. Gamion, if the person who killed you and your wife is in this room, speak. Speak to us, we're waiting.
Who's that? What's going on in here?
This is some kind of a trick.
Hey, what are you trying to pull here? A flame? Turn on them lights. Turn them on, you hear?
There. Oh, the room is empty.
No, it can't be empty. I heard somebody laugh. I heard a voice.
You heard me, Frankie Harmon.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Where are you?
I'm here in this room, but you can see me no better in the light than the dark.
What are you doing here, Shadow?
I've come to say that the guilty shall not escape.
What do you mean?
I mean that the Gamion's murder will soon be revealed from beyond the grave.
Are you saying that Gamion is going to appear?
No, someone else is going to appear. Someone who's just been with him in the outer world.
Who?
His murdered wife, Madame Gamion.
Madame Gamion?
What's that?
He's here.
Where?
Outside the windows on the terrace.
I don't believe it.
Open the door and see.
It is. No.
Speak, Madame Gamion.
It's not possible. He's dead, I tell you.
Who murdered you and your husband, Madame Gamion?
My husband has sent me here.
Yes?
To say that the man who killed...
No! Stop it. Don't let us leave.
Henry!
Please go away. Go away.
Henry, what's the matter?
I'll tell you what's the matter. Henry Bainbridge murdered Dr. Gamion.
No.
Nor was it his first murder. The only person who suspected him was Gamion. Gamion didn't go to the police. Instead, he played on Henry's devout faith in spiritualism. Gamion trained Henry of every cent he had by threatening to have Percy come back from the dead and denounce his murderer. When Harmon escaped, Henry saw his chance to get Frankie to murder the medium for him and release him from his troubles. But Celia forestalled that, so Henry committed the murder himself, knowing that the world would accuse Harmon of his crime.
Yes, he killed Rudolph. And then he was afraid my husband had told me too much, so he tried to kill me.
Tried to? And you're not dead?
No.
And this was just a fake, a trick?
A trick that worked, Henry.
Yes, it works, Shadow, but it isn't the last trick.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have Frankie Harmon's gun, and this time Madame's death will be authentic.
Look out, Madame Gamion.
Is the seance over, or do I...
Henry. Henry.
Take it easy, baby. Anybody ever had it coming? Lucky I came in, eh? Just wondered if the seance was over.
Yes, Commissioner. The seance is over.
And that's the way it happened, Margot. That's the whole Frankie Harmon case from beginning to end.
Yes, I remember, but I still don't see what that has to do with spiritualism, Doc. After all, it was a fake. Every part of it was a fake. We found that out.
Margot,
Yes?
you remember the record we heard in the room behind the sliding panel?
Yes, the voice of Percy's brain business.
Right. Now, of course, it might have been made by an actor that Gamion hired.
Well, of course it was. That was just part of Dr. Gamion's phony plot to blackmail Henry. There's nothing supernatural about that, Doc.
No, there is something supernatural about prophecy.
Prophecy?
Yes. A voice on that record foretold the future.
The future?
Yes, Mom. Said the time was drawing near. The truth will soon be known.
Well?
The time was drawing near. Just a few hours later, the mystery was solved. The truth was known, Mother.
Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Today's drama, A Gift of Murder. It is an evening in late December. A fine flurry of snow is just beginning to fall from the darkening sky as a smartly dressed young woman knocks on the heavy door of Gerald Covington's country estate.
Miss Eva.
Surprised to see me back, sir?
Delighted to see you, miss, and I know your brother will be overjoyed. Come in, come in. Mr. Gerald was saying only last week that he hoped you'd get back from Europe in time for the party tonight.
Party? Did you say party?
Yes, miss.
A party here?
A little gathering in keeping with this glad season.
As I remember Gerald, he considers all seasons equally glum.
I know, miss, but this, you see, is in honor of your Aunt Frances.
In honor of Aunt Frances? Do you mean to tell me that Gerald is giving a party for Aunt Frances?
Indeed, miss.
Why, where is he?
In the drawing room, trimming the Christmas tree.
Trimming the... This I've got to see. Gerald!
Eva, what a happy surprise, I can't tell you.
A Christmas tree.
Yes, I did it all myself.
And presents.
For your Aunt Frances. Is it so strange, Eva, that I should want our aunt to have a lovely tree?
Yes.
My dear Aunt Frances is 72 years old. We may not have her with us long.
Darling, last year she was 71, which isn't precisely adolescent. And all she got for Christmas was a dozen handkerchiefs and a cold in the head.
Well, this year, things are somewhat different.
So I noticed. Last time I was in touch with this little family circle, you and Clyde hated Aunt Frances like death and taxes.
You may speak for our brother Clyde, but as for me, I've always adored the dear old soul.
Really?
Really. Shall I show you what I have for her?
Do.
Look, an antique music box, the sort of thing she loves, and in solid gold. Isn't it charming? Listen. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
Expensive item, I'd say.
I paid $500 for it, but nothing's too good for dear old Aunt Frances.
It isn't possible, is it, that Aunt Frances has come into money?
Well, that is...
She has.
Well, the truth is, an old admirer of hers, a Mr. Onslow Fraser, remembered her in his will.
How distinctly did he remember her, Gerald?
Quite distinctly, Eva. She's inheriting $1 million.
Oh. And when did you hear of this?
Only yesterday. Mr. Elcott, attorney, member of the firm of Elcott and Duveen in Boston, brought us the news.
Now I see it all. The tree, the presents, the party. You're competing with Clyde for Aunt Frances's affection.
I am only trying to brighten the end of her life.
You are only trying to become the chief beneficiary of her will.
Nonsense. I'm quite sure I will be a beneficiary, as you will, Eva, though I doubt that Clyde will benefit very much, if at all.
Why not?
I'll tell you why not. It's amusing, really. Quite amusing. Day before yesterday, before Mr. Elcott appeared, of course, Clyde was unfortunate enough to have written me a certain letter.
Letter?
A letter, my dear, suggesting that we put Aunt Frances in an old woman's home.
No.
Yes. I have the fatal bit of correspondence, keeping it carefully. And when Aunt Frances lays eyes on it, I shouldn't be surprised if she cuts Clyde out altogether.
And you're going to let her lay eyes on it, of course.
What do you think?
Does Clyde know you do?
Oh, my, yes.
He's been on the phone for the past 2 days, begging and threatening my life by turn.
Clyde is not a man to let himself be pushed too far, Gerald.
I'll risk his wrath. I must go upstairs and wrap the music box for Aunt Frances. If the guests arrive, you'll greet them for me, won't you?
Who's coming?
Principally the family. Clyde and our dear aunt. And possibly the lawyer, Mr. Elkhart.
Anyone else?
Just that young couple Aunt Frances is so fond of.
Mr. Cranston and Margot Lane.
Yes, she likes them. And it's my desire to please her, you know.
You bet I know.
I'll be down in a moment. Okay. This white piece of paper, I think, will be fitting. And the bright red ribbon for the holiday touch. Who's that? Oh, come in. I'll be finished with this wrapping in a moment. There, now, I think this makes a very charming little gift, don't you? I said, don't you? I said...
We're not too early, are we, Lamont?
Well, Aunt Frances said 7. It's 7:15, Margaret.
Oh. The perfect night for a holiday party.
Perfect. Whirling snowflakes by special arrangement with the weatherman.
Just for Aunt Frances' sake.
Of course. What do you say we lend the scene the crowning touch of a Christmas carol before we make an entrance?
I'd be glad to try.
Very good, milady. We shall fill the night with music. Of a sort. Me.
Me.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay.
What was that?
Sounds as if something has someone very much dismayed.
Lamont.
Ring the bell.
Baxter.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Not a ghost, sir. A corpse. Mr. Gerald has been murdered.
Gerald.
When did this happen? Not 5 minutes ago, sir. Mr. Gerald came up here to his study to wrap this music box. And the next thing we knew, the shot was fired.
Anyone else in the house beside you and Miss Eva?
No.
Yes.
What?
Mr. Clyde was here, miss. He rang the bell just after Mr. Gerald went upstairs.
Where did he go?
He pushed me aside and followed Mr. Gerald to his study.
Look at this in the ashtray.
A cigar.
Still warm, too.
One of Mr. Clyde's brand.
Clyde murdered Gerald. No.
He looked angry, but when I tried to stop him, he said he had to see Mr. Gerald on a matter of great urgency.
What sort of matter?
Something about a letter.
A letter?
Yes, there was a letter. Gerald told me about it just before he came upstairs. It must have been somewhere in the study, probably the desk. He said he was keeping it to hold over Clyde's head. Yes, here it is.
I'm afraid I'm a little baffled.
It's only too simple. In this letter, Clyde suggested putting Aunt Frances in an old woman's home.
What? But Aunt Frances just inherited a fortune.
This letter was written day before yesterday. It wasn't until the next day that Mr. Elkhart appeared with the news about Onslow Fraser's will.
But it's perfectly obvious what happened, isn't it? Mr. Clyde killed Mr. Gerald to get the letter back.
But if he did, why didn't he take the letter with him?
It's probably because you two came running too quickly.
Yes. And not having gotten the letter, don't you think Clyde may still be somewhere in this house, waiting his chance?
If he is, I suggest Baxter be very careful.
Why, sir?
Because you know too much, and he knows you do.
You mean you think
he just killed one man, hasn't he?
Listen. Someone moving about downstairs. Clyde, what are you going to do, Lamont?
Don't worry, darling. Who's down there? Who is it? Answer me or I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot a defenseless old woman, would you? And so near Christmas, too.
Aunt Frances.
Thank heaven.
Lamont, let's go down before she comes up and sees Gerald.
You go ahead, darling. I'll join you in a moment.
Hello, Aunt Frances.
Margot and Eva, dear little Eva. When did you get back, child?
Just today, Aunt Frances. Surprised to see me?
Surprised and happy. But then all the surprises I've gotten lately have been happy ones. Which reminds me, Miss Lane, Miss Covington, this is Miss Elkhart. Of Elkhart and DeVere.
How do you do?
Charmed, Miss Lane.
You're the lawyer who brought the news about Onslow Fraser's will, aren't you?
One and the same, Miss Covington. And happy I was to bear such tidings just at this joyful season.
I should say.
Speaking of this joyful season, isn't there something in the drawing room that Aunt Frances should see, Eva?
There certainly is.
What?
Now, you're not to ask questions. Just stand where you are.
Mercy me.
Now then, Margot, open the door.
Merry Christmas, Aunt Frances. For me?
All for you.
A lovely tree. Indeed, a very lovely tree.
It's so beautiful. It's really so beautiful.
Now then, my dear.
It's been so long since I had a real Christmas. I've forgotten how wonderful it can be.
Yes, one does forget how wonderful things can be. You rang for me, Miss Eva?
Yes, Baxter.
Merry Christmas, Baxter.
The same to you, Aunt Frances. Do I serve the eggnogs now, Miss Eva?
I can't think of a better time.
Shouldn't we wait for Gerald?
I don't think so, Aunt Frances.
And Clyde. Where's Clyde?
Right here, Aunt Frances.
Oh, Clyde.
You don't think I'd miss your party, do you? Merry Christmas, Aunt Frances. And may you wear these for many, many happy years to come.
For me, Clyde?
For you.
Oh, pearls. A choker of perfectly matched pearls. Mr. Elcott, look.
Exquisite. Really exquisite.
You must have spent a fortune on these, Clyde. And I haven't a thing for you.
That doesn't matter, Aunt Frances.
Oh, but it does. I'm rich now, you know, and I insist that you tell me exactly what you like for Christmas.
I'd like you to be well and happy.
Oh, that's very sweet. But isn't there something you'd really like to have?
I think I can tell you what Clyde would really like to have, Aunt Frances.
What's that, Eva?
A letter.
Miss Eva, just what are you talking about, Eva?
A letter, Clyde. A letter that you wrote Gerald day before yesterday.
I never wrote Gerald a letter.
Oh, no? How peculiar. And I have it right here, signed by you.
May I see that?
No, you may not.
May I see that, Eva?
You may not,
May I see
Clyde.
it now, Eva?
Oh,
Mr. Covington.
He's got a gun. Clyde.
Hand it over. Come on. Give it to me. Thank you.
Clyde, what's the meaning of this?
There's no time to explain just now, Aunt Frances. I must go. However, I beg you not to believe any of the poisonous lies these people may tell you about me behind my back. I want you to know that I do wish you the very merriest... Drop that gun! Don't go on me! Drop it! Drop it!
Pick up that gun, Baxter.
Yes, sir. What do I do now,
Take
sir?
Mr. Clyde up to the study and hold him there until the police arrive. Yes, that's right. There's been a murder, and we're holding the culprit under guard. Yes, I suggest you get here as fast as you can.
Are the police coming, Mr. Cranston?
Immediately, Mr. Elcott. I'm sorry I had to spoil your Christmas party like this, Aunt Frances.
Oh, Lamont, my dear, you had no choice.
Aunt Frances.
Yes, my dear?
We found this upstairs. A little remembrance that Gerald bought for you.
A music box.
And a very lovely one. Listen.
Oh, how charming. And look, it's gold.
A proper gift for a golden-haired lady.
What did you say, Mr. Elcott?
Why,
Mr. Cranston!
Lamont!
That came from the back of the house.
Clyde.
He's killed Baxter. Come on, Margot. Baxter! Baxter!
Baxter!
I'm all right, Miss Lane.
Oh.
Though I can't say as much for my prisoner.
Clyde.
He tried to escape, sir. So I was forced to shoot.
Tried to escape? How could he try to escape with you standing over him with a gun?
I don't know, sir. But he did. And since the two of us were all alone here, I'm afraid, Mr. Cranston, you will just have to take my word for it.
When Margot and Lamont heard the shot from the rear of the Covington mansion, they found Baxter standing over Clyde Covington, a smoking revolver in his hand. A few moments later, in the massive entrance foyer.
He killed Clyde deliberately, Lamont. I'm sure Baxter shot him in cold blood.
I rather agree with you, Margaret.
But why?
Possibly because Clyde had an alibi. An alibi Baxter didn't want him to use.
You mean...
I mean that Clyde may have not come to this house at all early in the evening.
Not even to get the letter?
He wasn't the only person who might have been interested in getting that letter, Margot.
No?
No. Baxter could have used it nicely to hold over Clyde's head as long as Aunt Frances lived, bleeding him with a nice thumb in the process.
I see what you mean. Then it may have been Baxter who killed Gerald, too.
I don't know. It's only a theory. Theory is worth a visit from the shadow.
What was that? Who's that laughing? Who's in this pantry?
It is I, Baxter.
Who spoke? There's no one here.
Oh, yes, there is, Baxter. The shadow is here.
The shadow?
Standing right at your elbow. You can't see me, but I'm here. Here to see justice is done, Baxter.
What's happening to me? My mind is slipping.
I want the truth, Baxter.
Go away. Go away.
Not until you tell me why you killed Gerald Covington.
Leave me alone. Please, please. I didn't kill Mr. Gerald.
You can't lie your way out of murder.
I didn't kill him. That's not what I've lied about.
What have you lied about?
Nothing.
The truth?
I lied about him. About the man coming in before Mr. Gerald was killed.
Yes?
It wasn't Mr. Clyde.
No, then who was he?
Will you let me alone if I tell you?
Yes.
All right, then. It was...
Lamont, is Baxter going to be all right?
Yes, the bullet grazed his skull. He's unconscious, but he'll live. I left him in the library.
This case is getting more confusing every minute.
Yes, isn't it?
Take Mr. Elcott, for instance. I don't understand his position in this little mystery at all.
Well, what do you mean?
You remember what he said when I gave Aunt Frances the little gold music box?
Yes, he said a proper gift for a golden-haired lady.
Exactly. And how does he know Aunt Frances had golden hair? Her hair's been snow white for the past 20 years.
An interesting question.
And very confusing. It's all confusing.
Margot?
Yes?
Whose overcoat is this hanging in the hall tree?
Well, I don't know. If it isn't yours, it must be Mr. Elcott's.
Elcott?
Why?
I just saw this sticking out of the pocket.
Clyde's letter. Oh, what's it doing in his overcoat?
Must have grabbed it in the confusion. You know, it's just possible that our dignified old friend also saw the value in holding it over Clyde's head.
Of course. After all, what do we really know about it?
Not much. We're going to find out.
Operator.
I want to make a long-distance call to Boston, Massachusetts.
To what number, please?
Oh, I don't know the number. It's the law firm of Elcott, and,
Juvine.
And Juvine.
Yes, sir. I will place the call and ring you back.
And make it fast, please.
Yes, sir.
Lamont, do you really think?
Time has come to stop thinking, Margot. We're on the verge of the kind of discovery that cracks a case wide open.
Yes.
Look, I want you to go into the drawing room. Elcott will be there.
Yes.
I'll tell you exactly what I want you to do. When you get in,
Come in, Miss Lane.
Where's Aunt Frances? Lying down upstairs. She's had more excitement than she can very well stand.
Sit down, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
Miss Eva and I were just saying that this case is becoming quite perplexing.
It is indeed. This attack on Baxter is the most puzzling thing of all. Now that Clyde is dead, who could have done it?
I don't know, but there's certainly no doubt that Clyde's guilty of Gerald's murder. Baxter saw him run up to Gerald's study just before Gerald was killed.
I'm afraid that's not true, Mr. Elcott. Baxter admitted he was lying about that just before he was wounded.
Is that so? But there's that cigar, the one that Miss Eva saw in the ashtray. Didn't that belong to Clyde?
Yes, Mr. Elcott, it did. It even had his initials on the band. Do you really think Clyde would have been foolish enough to leave a piece of evidence like that behind, Mr. Elcott?
Well, what are you suggesting, Miss Lane?
I'm suggesting that with Clyde out of the way, the margin of guilt is narrowed down pretty closely, Mr. Elcott.
To me, Miss Lane?
Yes.
But
to you.
I've been with Aunt Frances all afternoon. I was with her at the moment when Mr. Gerald was murdered.
Can you prove that?
Of course I can. Aunt Frances is right upstairs. You have my permission to ask her.
Then it wasn't you?
Obviously not. And obviously, Miss Lane, you can now draw the logical conclusion.
Yes. I'm afraid we can. Before you do, put up your hand.
Eva! Put that gun away.
I'm sorry, Mr. Elcott. I'm really quite sorry that you two, who aren't members of this greedy little family, Had to stumble on the truth.
Do you think you'll get away with this?
I can try.
There's a very slim chance that you'll succeed.
For $1 million, I'll take a very slim chance.
The telephone.
Sit right where you are. I'll answer it. Hello?
Someone there just put in a call to the law firm in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yes?
We checked very carefully, miss. There's no such firm listed.
What?
There is no firm of Elkhart, and Dubin.
What's the matter?
Who are you, Elkhart?
I'm almost sorry for you, Miss Eva.
There is no firm of Elkhart, and Duveen.
I know. And there's no $1 million.
What? But you came here about Onslow Fraser's will.
And Onslow Fraser never made a will. In fact, Onslow Fraser isn't even dead. Although just at this moment he almost wishes he were.
Then you...
Yes, I'm Fraser.
Oh, I think I begin to see.
I fell in love with Anne Francis years ago, when she was as young as you are tonight, Miss Lane. And I never fell out of love with her.
Why did you have to pretend to us that she was inheriting $1 million? Why?
Because I knew how dismally you and Clyde and Gerald had treated her. I had no money to help her with myself. And then the idea came to me, I could make it appear that she'd become an heiress. And then depend on your greed and deceit to provide her with at least one really Merry Christmas.
A very sweet idea, but...
But a very dismal failure, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid so, too. I'm afraid there'll still have to be 2 more murders before the party's over.
Eva!
There may not be $1 million, but I still have my life to think of.
Don't you realize the police are on their way?
But they're not here yet, and I have a gun, and the door is open.
What was that?
Who closed that door?
I did, Eva. The door is no longer open.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
What are you doing here?
I've come to accuse Eva Covington of the murder of her brother Gerald.
It's a lie. A lie. You can't prove it.
I can prove you contrived a neat little plot to murder Gerald and convince the world that Clyde had murdered him for an incriminating letter.
No.
You took Baxter in on your plan, promising him a part of the $1 million you hoped to get. That's why Baxter killed Clyde when he realized he could easily alibi his way out of the charge.
How do you know all this?
The Shadow knows. When I confronted Baxter and was about to get the truth out of him, it was you who shot him to save your own skin.
And I still have a skin to save. Either you open that door or I pull this trigger.
Don't be a fool.
I warned you.
Drop that gun. Drop it. Drop it.
Let me go. Let me go.
As you please, Miss Eva.
She's going out of the window.
Yes, Mr. Elkhart. Straight into the arms of the police.
We found the letter in your overcoat, and I thought you were the murderer, Mr. Elkhart.
I picked it up and hidden it so that Aunt Frances wouldn't see it, Miss Lane.
Here she comes.
Frances,
Yes?
I want you to know how sorry I am.
Sorry? Why?
I've made a tragic mistake. The gift of Christmas that I tried to give you turned out to be a gift of murder.
Not really, Onslow.
But Clyde and Gerald are dead.
It was their own greed and ruthlessness that brought about their death.
And besides, the world's better off without either of them.
Much better.
Nevertheless, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be. You've made me very rich.
But the $1 million wasn't real, Frances.
Oh, it isn't $1 million that's made me rich. It's your kindness and remembrance and the love of your heart. That's real, isn't it?
Yes.
Then, Onslow.
My dear?
Must you take that back?
Frances, you mean...
I'm alone, and so are you.
My darling.
Well, what do you know? It looks like it'll be a Merry Christmas after all.
With many more to come. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow
Today's drama, The Terrible Legend of Crownshield Castle. In the scullery of Crownshield Castle, a desolate structure rising high on the river bluffs, a maid and butler talk in hushed tones as a blizzard rages in the wintry night outside.
I tell you, there's terror in the night, Henry. I can feel it in my bones.
You'd better see a good witch doctor, Bridget. The idea, a woman your age getting upset over that old Crownshield fairy tale.
Fairy tale, is it? If only it were true. But I've heard the hoofbeats in the night, Henry. And I've seen the lightning.
Ah, madman. Strong as an ox. Riding through the countryside, spreading terror. A likely story.
And what about the horse, Henry? The poor overlathered beast they found ridden to death last week.
Oh, a runaway animal from a neighboring farm.
So? And what about the night before last, when a hired hand was most beaten to death on a lonely road by a mysterious attacker?
Only unrelated incidents. No proof that old Crownshield's ghost is abroad.
Mark my words, Henry.
It's time you dressed for dinner, Bridget.
Oh, I'm not going to take that dreaded trip into the night to the servants' quarters.
Bridget?
Oh, all right. I'm...
What's your frostbite? Hurry now.
Oh, I don't like going out into the night like this. I don't like it at all. Oh, it'll be well if I'm not carried away by the wind itself. Oh, the snow is blinding. I can scarcely see the quarters. What's that I'm hearing? Hoofbeats out of the night. The man approaching on horseback. You! No, it can't be. It can't. Oh, let go. Let go of my throat.
Just a second, all of you. Let Henry tell us what happened.
Oh, Bridget and I had been talking about the legend, Mr. Crownshield. She walked out the back door to change into her serving clothes.
Yes, Henry?
Oh, she just stepped outside when I heard the sound of hoofbeats. She called. I ran out and found her here in the snow like this.
Henry, we're so sorry.
Sound of hoofbeats. Her neck's been snapped like a matchstick. Oh, it's fantastic.
It's the legend. It's that rotten legend come to pass. Old Crownshield's back from his grave to spread terror through the countryside, just like Bridget said.
Henry.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. What else take life of a kindly innocent woman like this?
Yes, and who else would have the strength to murder someone that way?
Sheila?
Yes, Father.
Brad and I will help Henry. You go inside and notify Dr. Cummings.
Yes, Father, right away.
And be sure you tell no one else about this. You understand? No one? This snowstorm gets much worse, Margot. We'll need radar to find the Crownshield estate.
I must say your telephone friend didn't take a very considerate time to pry us away from that holiday party.
Now, don't worry, darling. We're almost there. If Cole hadn't come from an old servant of Dad's, I wouldn't have been such an easy mark.
Well, I still think you gave it an awfully high priority.
A1 priority, Margot. Henry said his wife, Bridget, had been murdered.
Murdered?
Yes. By a phantom who rides through the night.
Oh, Lamont.
That's what he said. Something about a legend coming to pass.
Your father's former servant couldn't be slightly touched in the head, could he?
On the contrary, darling. Henry sounded very convincing over the phone. Alarmingly so.
Well, it's all beginning to sound a little frightening. Who are these Crownshields, anyway?
An old and wealthy family living in what's practically a castle. There's the old man and his two grown children, Bradley the son and Sheila the young daughter. Oh, here's the driveway.
Isn't exactly bursting at the seams with gaiety, is it?
Well, castles are supposed to have a grim background, darling. Apparently this one has reason to be foreboding.
Mr. Cranston, sir. Well, very good to see you again.
Hello, Henry. Glad to see you. This is Miss Lane.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Lane?
Hello, Henry.
I was sorry to hear the bad news. Any new developments since you called?
Oh, nothing since I telephoned, sir.
Who's that, Henry?
Oh, it's Mr. Lamont Cranston, sir. The gentleman I spoke about.
You're Bradley Crownshield, I presume.
That's right, Mr. Cranston.
This is Miss Lane.
Huh?
We were attending a nearby holiday party when we got Henry's call.
Miss Lane?
How do you do, Mr. Crownshield?
Well, frankly, Mr. Cranston, I hadn't anticipated calling in a private investigator.
I see.
Oh, Henry took it upon himself to phone you without our knowledge.
Well, begging your pardon, Mr. Bradley, but I thought you might not want the authorities in on this right now.
So?
So I called Mr. Cranston, sir. With his background of criminology, I'm sure he can help us with the mystery of Bridget's death.
If you'd rather we go, Mr. Crownshield,
No. As long as you're here, I guess maybe you'd better stay. Come on, let's go in the living room.
That fireplace looks wonderful. I'm nearly frozen.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this is my sister, Sheila.
How do you do? How do you do? I'm so glad you've come. I'm really afraid to spend another night here at the castle without some outside help.
Oh, what makes you think Mr. Cranston is going to spend the night here, Sheila?
Oh, this is my father. Lane, Mr. Cranston.
Crownshield?
Whom you seem to recognize.
I told you distinctly not to tell anyone else about this unfortunate incident.
Father, please. Come on. I think maybe we better go. No, please. Bradley, please ask them to spend at least the night.
Well, why don't we call in a crystal grazer, too? He might be able to give you a schedule of the night rider's next appearance. If you'll pardon me, I'm going to bed. Good night. We'd realized Henry's call was going to create so much friction.
Oh, no, please don't mind Father and Mr. Cranston. He isn't well. Make them stay, please, Bradley.
Well, suppose if you'd feel better, Sheila.
If we can be of any help to you and Henry in clearing up this mystery, we'll be glad to stay. Won't we, Margot?
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right. Now, Henry will show you to your rooms, and then I suppose we'd better discuss this whole business in detail.
No, this isn't exactly my idea of model behavior for the unexpected guest. Snooping around the house after everybody else is retired.
I haven't much choice, darling. Little family talk about the whole business didn't get us very far.
Family seems convinced the legend has come to pass, all right.
Yes. Let's see, there's a library here at the end of the hall. Better make that our first objective.
The door is closed. I hope they haven't locked it.
I don't think they mistrust us that much. Let's see. No, they don't. Come on in, darling.
Still enough fire going among those embers to light the room.
There's quite enough. Seems one of the Crownshields did some late reading. Left a book on the table. Let's have a look.
Well, it's a family album.
Yes, just the very thing we're looking for, Margot. The history of the legend. But some important parts seem to have been cut out.
What? It's fantastic. Read this, Lamont. Old Joseph Crownshield was taken into custody pending a sanity hearing.
During the night, by superhuman strength, he bent the bars of the jail sufficiently to permit his escape. He was seen several times after that galloping about the countryside on a foaming horse, and several violent deaths afterwards were attributed to his fearful strength.
Lamont, look. The fireplace. Fragments of paper still burning.
Yes. One of them looks like part of a photograph. Maybe we can salvage part of it. Yeah, I've got it.
What is it, Lamont?
Lord.
What is it?
I'll tell you in a minute, Margot. Right now, I think we'd better get upstairs and fast.
I wish you'd stop being so mysterious, Mr. Cranston. Whose photograph was that you pulled out of the fire?
I hope I'm wrong about this, Margot, but it looks right now as if maybe the legend has come to pass. And if we don't hurry, may come again.
Legend come to pass? Oh, Lamont. Well, where are we going now? At least you can tell me that.
Right down here to the end of the hallway.
What are those stairs at the end of the hall?
They lead up to the tower room where Henry sleeps, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
sounded like Henry's voice. Come on. Upstairs here to the tower room. Henry's voice, all right.
Someone's trying to kill me, Lamont, just the way Bridget was murdered.
Here's the room. It's locked. I'll break it down.
Hurry, Lamont, before it's too late.
Killing, here goes. Henry!
He fell from that window.
Or was thrown.
But who could have done it? The room's empty. Who, Lamont?
Listen.
Oh, Lamont. The legend. What a terrible way to die.
Terrible and terrifying. There was no reason to take Henry's life. More kind and loyal servant never lived. It's just sheer unreasoned violence.
Lamont, you aren't suggesting that the legend...
Yes, Margot. The legend has come to pass.
Are you saying that a ghost, the phantom of old Joseph Crownshield, has come back from the dead to spread death and destruction?
No ghost, Margot. A very real, very live person. The photograph that someone tried so hard to destroy was of the present Joseph Crownshield.
Oh?
And Margot, he's an exact image of his ancestor, from those wild gray eyes to the immense physique.
No.
Yes. Come on, darling, down the stairs. I'm going to see our host in person, if he's to be seen.
But I still don't see. If it is Mr. Crownshield, how did he just vanish into thin air? The tower room was empty when we broke in.
I was wondering about that myself. Oh. That's funny.
What?
There, the door to the Crownshield bedroom is open. Oh, wait a second.
The door's been ripped off its hinges.
The knob inside bent double. Crownshield must have been locked in.
By either Brad or Sheila.
In a fit of rage, he ripped open the door and escaped. Margot, I've got to find Crownshield.
Yes, but where? How?
I don't know, Margot. But I think the shadow can locate him.
Red. What are you doing out here in the stable, Father?
Well, I might ask you the same thing, Bradley.
I was in my room when I heard a cry, and I ran out. I found Henry under the tower window. He's dead, Father.
Henry? Dead? Why, who could have done this?
That's what I'd like to know, Father.
The legend. It's come to pass.
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Where have you been within the last 15 minutes?
Right here in the stable. I came here several hours ago to go over some things in the storeroom up in the loft. Yes, Brad?
Your footprints running from the house to the stable are still very clear in the snow. Here, look.
Why, so they are.
You've been outside, Father, riding. That's very obvious from your appearance.
No.
There's a riding crop in your hand, still flecked with foam. Why don't you realize that I've known all along that something like this was happening?
What are you saying, Brad?
This legend isn't a myth or a phantom riding through the night. It's you.
No, Brad, no. I didn't strangle Henry. I swear I didn't.
Oh, there's been a sickness of the mind in this family for generations. It's just fallen to you, that's all, Father.
Brad.
Yes?
You've got to help me.
Of course, Father.
You will help me. Won't you, Brad?
Don't stare at me like that.
You've got to help me, Brad. You've got to.
I will, Father.
Brad, come here.
No, Father. No, don't. Stay away. Stay away.
Who's that? Who laughed? Who's in this room?
This is the shadow.
Shadow?
Yes, Sheila. Shadow is right here beside you, though you cannot see him.
Oh, what do you want with me?
Information, Sheila.
Information?
Where are your father and brother? Shadow has searched the castle. Where were they at the time of Henry's death?
Henry's dead?
Where were they?
I don't know. Believe me, I don't.
But you do know things about this legend that you haven't told, don't you, Sheila?
Well...
Don't you?
Yes. Yes, but they're only fears, Shadow. Only suspicions.
You fear that these violent deaths are not caused by a legend? You suspect your father's inherited your family's insanity, that it's he who's killing during fits of violent rage?
Yes. Yes, it's terrible. I know, but it's true. I saw him a few moments after Bridget's death. His coat was covered with snow. His eyes were wild. Shadow, you've got to keep him from committing any more insane murders. You've got to.
The Shadow will see that the guilty pay for their crimes.
Who's that?
It's Brad, Sheila.
Oh, Brad, you frightened me. I thought for a moment that... What's the matter, Brad? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I've seen Father.
Oh.
He's been riding, Sheila. Still had the riding crop in his hand.
Riding?
Yes, he said he'd been in the stable for the last couple of hours, but you could see his footprints clearly in the snow.
Oh, Brad.
He looked so wild, Sheila. I got excited and said that he was sick in the mind, and then he started toward me. I broke away from him, came up here.
We'll have to tell Mr. Cranston right away, Brad. We've got to get Father put away before he starts for one of us.
Well, you suspected it all along, haven't you, Sheila?
Yes. Ever since he said he started feeling badly. It must have been coming over him then.
Yeah. Oh, poor Daddy's like a man in a dream. I really think he knows what he's doing.
Of course not.
When I accused him of Henry's murder, he was almost pathetic. He kept saying, but I didn't strangle him. I didn't...
What's the matter, Brett?
Strange.
What's strange?
Mother said I didn't strangle Henry.
Yes?
Henry wasn't strangled. I saw him. His back was broken. He couldn't have screamed that way if he'd been strangled.
No, that's right. He couldn't have.
Why did Father say that then?
Don't you know, Brad?
No.
Very simple. Father didn't murder Henry.
He didn't?
No. Because he's not the mad one in this family. I am... I'm sure Mr. Crownshield had been out there in the stable, Lamont. We saw his riding crop and what looked like his footprints.
Yes, Margaret, I'm equally sure he's back here in the castle now.
Sheila was positive that it was her father who was responsible for the murder.
That's what she told the Shadow.
That's his room right there, isn't it?
Yes. Easy now, darling. We don't know what we'll find.
Door's still swinging on those broken hinges.
Now, get behind me, Margot. Don't imagine he's in there, but we can't afford to take a chance.
Empty.
Yes, doesn't look as if he's been back since he ripped... Good Lord, Brad!
Lamont, his neck!
Yes. Broken by that same enormous violent strength. You can still see the finger marks. That's funny.
What, Lamont?
I wonder... Margot, you've got to get to someplace safe fast. Shadow has a job to do. Cellar, that's it?
Cellar?
Yes, there's a heavy metal door, no windows. You'll be safe there.
But no matter...
No time to lose now, Margot. Come on.
I'll be safe down here, all right. One heavy door, stone walls. Kind of frightening, though. Just this one candle on an old wine cask. Who's that? Why, I wonder if that's Lamont back so soon.
Let me in, please, let me in.
What? Sounds like Sheila. She must be in trouble, maybe. Just a minute, Sheila, I'm coming. Sheila, Miss Lane, thank you for opening the door. I came down here to be safe. I guess that's the same reason you're here. Yes, it is. It isn't very cheery down here with only this one candle. Just so long as no one can get at us.
That's the main thing. Yes, of course. This must have been a terrible ordeal for you, Sheila. Yes, it's been pretty much of a strain. First Bridget and then Henry and then... Oh, you do know about your brother, of course. Yes, I know about Brad. Terrible, wasn't it? Awful. What a shame for you. Yes, there's just Father and I left. And you two, of course. Mr. Cranston will see that your father's taken care of, Sheila. He'll arrange to have him sent away. Will he? Of course. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. How do you mean, glad? That's what I've been working for. That's why I persuaded you to spend the night here so that you would see Father as he really, really is. And then you would help me put him away. I see. That's why I've been taking care of Father so carefully lately. Giving him his medicine regularly. Sheila, please, you're getting yourself upset. Upset? You'd be surprised at how upset I can really get, Miss Lane. Sheila, I can get so upset sometimes that I think I have to get rid of everyone who discovers my secret. Sheila, stay away from me. And I will, too, if I have to. I'll kill all of you. And they'll say my father did it. They'll scream murder at him when he stands behind the bars of the asylum. Sheila, please. But I'll be safe. Nobody will know about me because none of you will talk. Get away. It's no use trying to get behind that wine cask, Miss Lane. I'm strong. Very strong. Now, Miss Lane. No. My wrist. Who's holding my wrist?
Let go of that girl's throat. That's better, Sheila.
Shadow. You're back.
Yes, Sheila. Back to accuse you of being the terrible legend of Crownshield Castle.
No, it's my father. He's the one.
No, it's you who inherited the powerful madness. When you found the insanity coming over you, you tried to shift the blame to your father. Physically, but not mentally, the exact image of old Joseph Crownshield.
No, that's a lie.
It's the truth, Sheila. The shadow has seen your father. I know you gave him drugs disguised as medicine, kept him locked in the stable when you wanted him out of the way.
All right, Shadow, I did kill them all. But you'll never hold me for those murders. I'm going out this door. It's locked.
The shadow has the key.
I'll tear it off its hinges.
Not that door, Sheila.
Then I'll beat the walls. Then I'll beat them with my bare fist. Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
No, Sheila. You're not going out. Ever again. From now on, you'll stay inside. For the rest of your life.
And when you found Mr. Crownshield locked in the stable, he knew the whole story.
That's right, Margot. Apparently, Sheila first killed Bridget in an insane fit of rage. Later, Henry stumbled on the truth. He had to go, too.
But Sheila wasn't there when we broke into the room, Lamont.
She slipped out through a secret door in the tower room just as we came in. We were so concerned with Henry, and it was dark, we didn't even notice.
Oh. When did you first guess the truth, Lamont?
When I saw the marks on Brad's throat. Old man Crownshield has huge hands. These marks were made by a very powerful but very small hand.
I see. Well, I'm glad it's over. I hope the next mysterious phone call you get will be from a subway station. I never want to see a castle again.
The shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Chill of Death.
Bailey.
Yes, Mrs. Bailey?
Please shut the upstairs door.
Of course, my dear.
You know how terribly sensitive I am.
Of course.
The sound of that poor girl screaming, I couldn't stand it.
Your feelings do you much credit, my dear.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes?
Why is she screaming?
The narcotic wore off a little too early.
I see. The neighbors?
You can't hear her. The walls are quite thick.
I still don't like it. Suppose someone were to come in.
It's late, my dear. No one will.
We should think of something, Mr. Bailey, for the future. It's upsetting this way.
I have always felt, my dear, that in the course of a long life I have never met a woman of such exquisite sensibilities as yours.
Thank you, my dear.
I wonder what's on the radio.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes?
Tune in to something pleasant. Music, perhaps. Not one of those crime programs. They're so morbid.
It's a sad occasion for you, Mrs. Bailey.
So it is, Dr. White. Mr. Bailey and I were so fond of dear Hilda.
I think it was very kind of you to give the girl such a lovely funeral.
Well, she had no family of her own. It's the least, Mr. Bailey said to me, it's the least we can do.
Of course. It's too bad. But pneumonia is no respecter of persons nor affections. Still, it's rather strange.
What is strange, Dr. White?
Well, those bruises on her hands.
Bruises on her hands?
Yes, just as though she'd beaten against a wall with them.
Oh, that. We'd some repairs to do in the kitchen. Mr. Bailey wanted to call a man in, but Hilda insisted on doing it herself. She was so good to us.
Poor girl actually left us some insurance.
Oh?
Yes. Only a few thousand, but it's the spirit that matters, isn't it?
Mr. Bailey?
Ah, Mr. Wilkins.
The cars are ready. You can start at any time now.
Thank you, Wilkins. You've been a very great help. Mrs. Bailey?
Yes, we may as well start now. You know, we shall have to find another house now, Mr. Wilkins. Our home is so filled with memories of poor dear Hilda. Another house. Perhaps even in another town. Lamont, who is Mr. Carlton Hicks?
The man we're going to see.
Very helpful.
Oh, seriously, he's an acquaintance of mine, darling.
Oh?
Big insurance man. He's pretty important, too, I understand. Asked me to stop in and see him. Sounded urgent and worried.
Maybe somebody forgot to pay his premium.
Now, here we are.
Come in. Oh, Lamont, I'm glad to see you.
How are you, sir? Margaret, it's Mr. Hicks.
How do you do, Mr. Hicks?
Well, you sound and look as if you had something on your mind.
I have. Miss Lane, Lamont, I'm vice president of the Insurance League for this part of the country.
Yes?
All policies are cleared through this office. Life insurance policies. No, I can't ask you to help me in my legal capacity, Lamont. Only as an old friend.
I see. What in particular is bothering you, Carlton?
A sweet old couple named Bailey.
Yes?
Over a period of a few years, they've been having maid trouble. The girl's dying.
How?
Pneumonia.
That isn't something that could be faked.
No, there's no doubt at all. The girls all did die of pneumonia. There's also no doubt that all of them were insured in the Bailey's favor.
I'm beginning to see what you mean.
Each policy didn't amount to very much, a few $1,000s only. But together...
I see.
The girls were all insured with different companies and in different towns.
Yes, this thing has possibilities.
Will you help me get to the bottom of it, Lamont?
I'd be glad to. I think the immediate question is, where are the Baileys now? So we've come to you, Dr. White, to see if you could give us any information about the death of Mr. and Mrs. Bailey's maid, Hilda Swanstorm.
She died of pneumonia, Mr. Cranston, I can tell you that.
You're certain?
It's not an illness a general practitioner is likely to miss, Mr. Cranston.
We just want to be very certain of the facts, Dr. White.
Well, the facts are that the girl contracted pneumonia somehow, Miss Lane, that I was called in when she was already delirious, and that her case was hopeless.
Was there anything at all odd about the circumstances or the corpse, Dr. White?
Nothing, except that her hands were bruised, but the Baileys told me that she'd been making some repairs in the house.
Bruised hands. Tell me, have the Baileys lived here for any length of time?
Some months.
I see. And now?
Well, they've moved, left town. The tragedy apparently left a very deep impression on Mrs. Bailey.
Possibly. Dr. White, was there anyone in town they were especially friendly with?
Wilkins, perhaps. That's James Wilkins, undertaker. Excuse me, mortician. Not that they were really friendly with him, but when the tragedy occurred, he was very helpful.
It's an odd acquaintance.
Mr. Cranston, you're discussing this thing almost as though it were, well, a crime of some kind or other.
Yes. Perhaps it is. Not a crime of some kind or other, but very possibly the crime of murder. Mr. Wilkins, I hope Miss Lane and I are not keeping you from your affairs.
My business is not one of great haste, Mr. Cranston.
I suppose not. Mr. Wilkins, we're very much interested in the Baileys.
The Baileys? Poor old soul.
Yes, it was a pity about their maid, Hilda.
Yes, they felt her death as though she'd been their daughter. It was very touching.
Yes, I'm sure it was. Especially since it wasn't the first time a tragedy of that sort had happened to them. You knew that, of course.
Yes, I mean, really?
Really?
Well, some people are unlucky, I suppose.
You mean the Baileys?
Yes.
Oh, I was thinking of their maids. Mr. Wilkins, where are the Baileys now?
I'm sorry, but I don't know. No, I don't know. Oh, it's later than I thought. You'll excuse me. I have an appointment.
Of course. Coming, Margot?
Goodbye, Mr. Wilkins.
And thank you very much for your help.
This file ought to tell me. Hatcher, Bader, Baghurst. Bailey. Bailey, 458 Carlton Drive, Taylorville. Pleasant little town. Taylorville. I rather think I'd better pay the Baileys a visit. Good evening, Mr. Bailey.
Oh, Mr. Wilkins. What brings you here to Taylorville?
Just to visit, purely a social visit, Mr. Bailey.
I see. Come in.
Thank you.
You call at a late hour, Mr. Wilkins. My wife and I had already retired.
Pity you didn't let your maid answer the doorbell, or don't you have a maid?
We have not as yet hired one. But surely you didn't come all the way here to Taylorville to discuss maids.
A gentleman came to my place earlier today, merely to discuss maids.
Yes?
Especially Hilda, your last maid.
Who was he?
Mr. Cranston.
Never heard of the man.
Apparently he heard of you. However, I didn't furnish him with your dress.
How did you happen to know it?
I've been, interested, shall we say? Ever since I discovered that Hilda was not the only one of your maids who died of pneumonia.
True. A series of unhappy coincidences.
Mr. Bailey, I'm no longer a young man. I find my duties arduous. I've been thinking of retiring.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, however, I can't afford to retire.
That's a pity. But then, we must cut our cloth to fit our pattern. Mustn't we?
Oh, yes. But I've been thinking of a new pattern, Mr. Bailey. One involving a series of unhappy girls who all died of pneumonia shortly after being employed by dear old Mr. and Mrs. Bailey. A pattern the police might find significant.
Police? Mr. Wilkins, your requirements for retiring are...
$5,000.
Tidy sum.
A modest sum.
I shall have to consider.
I am most anxious, Mr. Bailey, to retire at once. I'm afraid you have no time for consideration.
I see. Well, in that case, I suppose I shall have to comply with your request.
You are a philosopher, Mr. Bailey.
Am I? You flatter me. Here we are, right in the desk.
I think, Mr. Bailey, in your hand.
A knife, Mr. Wilkins.
But you can't...
Mr. Wilkins, you are a blackmailer. A blackmailer is never satisfied with the initial payment. He returns always for more and more. I couldn't put up with that.
Let go of me.
The hour is late. You will not be heard.
No.
You, sir, are a blackmailer, and I am a murderer. You have practiced door calling tonight, and now I shall practice mine.
Lamont and Margot, in an attempt to solve the mystery of an insurance racket perpetrated by a seemingly kindly couple named Bailey, have traveled to Taylorville, a small upstate town.
Lamont, we're not married.
No? That's right.
So you shouldn't be reading the morning paper while we're eating.
I'm sorry, darling.
Well, you could be a lot more convincing.
At breakfast? After spending most of the night on a train? Oh, there are a couple of things in the Taylorville paper of interest, Margot.
Oh, like what?
A report of a man found with his throat cut on the outskirts of town late last night.
Oh? Who was he?
I don't know. According to the paper, there was no identification on the body. I think we'll go pay a visit to the morgue.
Lovely idea for an after-breakfast jaunt. What was the other item?
Oh, that popped up in the classified ads. It appears that our friends, the Baileys, are advertising for a new maid.
Lamont, I'm freezing.
Morgues are funny that way.
Who do you think the murdered man is?
There you are. Find out in a moment.
Lamont, it's Wilkins, the mortician.
Thanks a lot, but it's not the man I'm looking for.
Okay.
Come along, Margot.
Lamont, it was Wilkins.
Yes, but I just assumed the authorities didn't know about it just yet. The Baileys had anything to do with his death.
Couldn't be a coincidence, Lamont.
I shouldn't think so. I want them to think their little secret hasn't been discovered as yet. Otherwise, they'd be more on guard. Here we are.
That poor man Wilkins.
Probably a blackmailer.
Why?
Well, he wouldn't tell us where the Baileys had gone, yet he himself obviously knew.
Lamont, I have an idea. If we go to them directly, they'll deny everything. There isn't any proof against them, is there?
No, apparently not. They've been very cautious.
But they wouldn't be cautious with a new maid, would they?
Your name's Margaret Flynn, eh?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
You appear to be a pleasant girl. Have you had much experience?
Not very much, sir, but I'm strong and willing to work.
Good. That's the spirit. Good morning, my darling.
Good morning, Mr. Bailey.
This is Margaret Flynn. Mrs. Bailey. She wants to be our new maid.
Oh, does Margaret really need the position?
She tells me she's all alone in the world, Mrs. Bailey.
Oh, poor dear. But if she stays with us, she won't be, will she?
Thank you, ma'am.
We have to be very careful, Margaret. You see, a maid with us isn't merely a servant. She becomes a member of the family.
Yes, ma'am.
We want her to be one of us, Margaret. Do you think you'd like to?
Very much, ma'am.
Then, Mr. Bailey, I would very much like to have Margaret be our companion.
Splendid. Splendid. Margaret, you're employed.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Bailey will show you your room now. Oh, a moment, Margaret. Will you sign this, please?
What is it, sir?
Just some red tape for the government. A pen, Margaret.
Yes, but it says something about insurance.
Unemployment insurance, that's what it is. You need bother reading the thing full of red tape. Just sign.
Yes, sir.
There we are. Now you're really our maid. You've nothing to worry about anymore. Splendid dinner, my dear. I think our new maid will work out, don't you?
Mr. Bailey, I'm worried.
About?
We're going to find out about the late Mr. Wilkins.
Eventually.
I would prefer not to be in town at the time. The connection might be traced.
A possibility. I had no choice.
I rather think we have no time, Mr. Bailey.
I've always deferred to your judgment.
The policy's been entered for the girl?
Oh, yes.
Then perhaps she'd better contract her pneumonia tonight. Will that be all for tonight, Mrs. Bailey? That will be all the work you need do, Margaret. We'd be pleased to have you join us for a while. Thank you, ma'am. Perhaps in a glass of brandy, Mr. Bailey?
At once, my dear.
Oh, I never drink. Oh, well, nor do I, my dear. But a sip of fine brandy, that isn't really drinking.
Here we are. Mrs. Bailey?
Thank you.
Margaret? Come now, no harm in brandy. No harm at all.
Thank you, sir. Let us drink to a very happy future for all of us.
A charming toast.
Margaret. Oh, drink your brandy, girl. But
You're being very impolite, Margaret.
I'll drink it.
That's a good girl. Not so bad after all, was it?
No, sir. And now we'll sit here in the twilight and dream of things to come. Of the long twilight and the darkness that follows after. What a soothing sound, the sound of running water.
Oh, my dear, I'm rather tired. Shall we go to bed?
Very well.
The door. I'd better answer it. That sound, perhaps, Mrs. Bailey, you might oblige us with a little Chopin until our visitor leaves.
Of course.
Yes?
Mr. Bailey?
Quite right.
I've come to call on Margaret Flynn, your maid.
Oh, she doesn't receive callers at this hour, sir.
But it's very important that I see her.
The morning will do as well. Besides, the girl's ill.
Oh?
Cold, I think. But I hope in the morning.
So do I.
Good night, sir.
Good night. For a shadow, I think it may be a good night. But for the Baileys, it will be a very bad one. Margot!
Lamont!
Come on, here. Let me help you, darling. Here.
Lamont, they gave me brandy and I lost consciousness and they put me in there and I'm cold. My clothes are so wet.
They've gone to bed. I slipped in the back way.
Oh.
Hop into your bedroom, change into dry things, but keep the wet clothes.
I don't understand.
We've no proof, Margot, yet. All we could say now is that I found you in a shower with your clothes on. The district attorney would conclude you were mad or drunk. The jury would believe the same.
Yes, that's right.
In the morning, Margot, the Baileys may have a surprise. Shadow may fall on them.
Well, Mrs. Bailey? How is the girl? How is she this morning?
Just a moment. There now. Water's off. Mr. Bailey, something's the matter.
What?
The girl isn't sick.
Oh.
I had a feeling.
Bosh.
Bosh it all, Mr. Bailey.
What was that?
I said nothing.
You did?
Oh, no, Mr. Bailey. It was I.
I'm going mad.
No, Mr. Bailey, you're not. Because I hear him, too.
Good for you, Mrs. Bailey.
Who are you?
The shadow.
Must be some joke.
You're made of sterner stuff than your husband, Mrs. Bailey. Too bad he's not as strong as you.
I don't know what...
Murders are best performed alone, Mrs. Bailey. A weak accomplice often becomes a betrayer.
Get out of here.
Look, Mrs. Bailey. Look at him.
Get out
dreadful.
of here.
See the hysteria in his eyes.
Get out.
The frantic way he looks about this room in search of a shadow. Can you be quite sure that your life is safe in his hands?
Still you.
I'll be still. But will he, Mrs. Bailey, unless...
Yes?
Unless he joins your maids.
Join the maid.
She wouldn't...
No? Look at her, Mr. Bailey. Scheming.
Mrs. Bailey?
He's lying.
Do you think I'm lying, Mr. Bailey? You who know your wife so well, your murderous wife whose dear sweet little head hatched the plan of murder you've been following?
She was the one who...
Of course she was. There's only one hope for you, Mr. Bailey.
What's that?
Don't listen to him.
One hope. Confession. Confess to the police and Mrs. Bailey would care very little about your death. She'd be contemplating her own.
Don't listen to him, you fool.
And with confession, Mr. Bailey, you could plead that you were only a tool in her hands, that you were not fully responsible.
Mr. Bailey, don't listen.
Life is sweet, Mr. Bailey. Even in a cell, life is sweeter than dancing on empty air with a noose around your neck.
I'll write that confession.
No.
I'll write it.
It's a trap.
Better than a death trap sprung by the state executioner. Better than to die gasping out your life with pneumonia.
I'll write.
Mr. Bailey, don't.
Be going.
I won't let you write.
Let go of me. I tell you, let me go.
You struck your loving wife, Mr. Bailey. I'm afraid you're not a very kind and considerate husband after all. Now there's paper.
Yes,
There's ink.
I will.
Write, Mr.
Yes,
Bailey.
I will, Mr. Yes,
Names, places, dates.
Yes.
Write, Mr. Bailey. Write.
You better let me sit next to the window, Margot. You've had enough chills for one day.
I didn't do too badly for an unemployed maid, darling. I came out with nothing worse than a few sniffles.
If you're very lucky, that's the worst, Margot, after seeing the loving Baileys in action.
He made his wife add her confession to his after the police arrived.
Yes. There's enough evidence now to convict a half a dozen Baileys.
Well, I'm just glad there isn't more.
Isn't more evidence?
More Baileys. A couple is exactly two more than this world needs.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The lucky householders whose homes are heated with coal are enjoying healthful warmth in every room of their homes. There is enough anthracite for all. So even though the winter winds blow, there is no need to cut down heat or close off rooms in homes heated with dependable hard coal. Yes, sir. When you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you're the boss of heating your house. you are absolutely independent of any outside service. Be glad you heat with anthracite, the home heating fuel that never fails. And remember, blue coal is the finest anthracite money can buy. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Bones of the Dragon. Chinatown is beginning its New Year celebration, and today the dragon parades through Mott, Pell, and Doyer streets to the sound of drums and cymbals while admirers offer gifts of money. Lamont Cranston's friend, Johnny Lee, has accompanied the dragon to collect these gifts, and now this evening carries a money box that holds a fortune. Lamont and Margot Lane watch his approach from the sidewalk.
Well, there's Johnny Lee now, Margot. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Lamont. Here I will you.
All right. How do you like the dragon, Margot?
He's quite a fellow, but how do you work it?
They have 2 dancers inside. They change about with other dancers. The dragon's been parading all day. Oh, hello, Johnny.
Hello.
Not finished, are you?
Just finished, Lamont. The parade goes on to the corner, then breaks up. Good evening, Miss Lane.
Hello, Johnny. That box looks heavy. You must have a lot of money in it.
I have. Quite a few thousand.
Oh, that much?
Oh, sure. We call it a gift for the dragon. But it is our community chest. Excuse me, please. I want to put this money away. Then I'll be right back.
You have far to go. If you do, we can go with you.
Oh, no. That is all right. Just across the street. Back in a minute.
All right, Johnny.
Then what are we going to do, Lamont?
Then we're going to his uncle's for a real Chinese holiday banquet.
His uncle?
Yes, it's just down the street a bit. His uncle's name is Chung. Very charming old Chinese gentleman.
Oh? How long have you known Johnny Lee?
Oh, several years now. He helped me on a case once when I was...
Lamont.
What?
Look across the street. Johnny opened the door to those offices and then jumped back as if you were frightened.
Wait.
Someone's come out.
That's fine.
Who is that?
It's a Buhao Doi. Wonder what he's got to do with Lee.
What is a Buhao Doi?
Hatchet Man, one of the Tong's hired killers.
He looks like a killer.
Right, Margot. Lee does look frightened. Come on, let's cross over. He's got a lot of money there. This may mean trouble.
Now they've gone in. Wait a second. Didn't you hear something?
Hear what?
I'm not sure, but it may have been a scream right after they closed that door. I thought...
Margot, that was a scream. Come on, hurry. Okay, careful now. Here's the door. Close that door quickly.
Lamont, Johnny's been stabbed. No, Lamont, it isn't Johnny.
No, it's the Hatchet Man. The Buhao Doi.
Is he dead?
It's quiet. He's dead, the money box is gone, and Johnny Lee along with it.
Lamont, who did you talk with at headquarters?
Commissioner Weston.
What does he think? That Johnny Lee killed that hatchet man and stole the money?
Yes.
What do you think, Lamont?
I don't know what to think, Margot. I've known Johnny Lee a long time. It's hard for me to believe that he's a thief and a killer. Well, I've been mistaken about people before, and I may have been this time.
What are you going to do?
Try to find out the truth. I hope we can clear it.
I mean, where are you going now?
Oh, we're already there, Margot.
Hmm?
We're going to this herb shop. Notice it's right next door to those offices where the hatchet man was killed?
Yes, I did, just this moment.
It's run by a Chinese named Sin Fu. He told the police a pretty fishy story. Go ahead, Margot.
Thanks.
Hello? Yes?
Well, hello, Alfie.
God blimey, what? It's Mr. Cranston.
What are you doing here?
Well, I work here, Mr. Cranston.
Thought you were in jail.
I got out 2 months ago. I'm on parole.
Better behave yourself, then. Margot, I want you to meet Mr. Alfie Nemo. If you ever need a pocket picked or someone stabbed in the back, he's your man.
Yeah, I'll remember that.
Where's Sin Fu, Alfie?
You want Sin Fu, Mr. Cranston?
Oh, hello, Sin Fu. Elfie, you'll have to excuse us.
That's all right. I got some cleaning up to do.
And I've never been in a Chinese herb shop before, Lamont, and I'd like to look around.
Go right ahead. Well, Sinfu, I just dropped in to find out why you lied to the police.
I lied to police? Not so. Honorable ancestors turn over in grace.
Is that so? Come over here a moment, Sinfu.
Yes?
Now, look out this window. Notice that window next door? That's the way the murderer escaped.
Most astonishing, Mr. Cranston.
You were here in your shop when that hatchet man was killed, Sinfu. The police asked you if you noticed anything. You told them no.
The wise man's answer.
You must have heard the hatchet man's screams. It's hard to believe you wouldn't have glanced out this window to see what caused them.
Sinfu did.
And why did you tell the police you didn't?
Is that avoid trouble?
That's the way to get in trouble. What did you see when you looked out this window, Sinfu?
Sinfu see Johnny Lee escape. And toward there. There's a very narrow passage.
Yes, I know that passage. I also know he couldn't have escaped down it without either a ladder or an accomplice.
He have accomplice. May see him. He was...
Yes?
Excuse one moment, Mr. Cranston. Alfred! What's the matter, Mr. Sinfu? What you do with this door? Why, I was going to clean up in the back. You hear Sinfu say not to go in there? You told me never to go in there? Why, no, sir. We just... Oh! Why, you slapped me, you did. Improved memory. I tell you, never go in there. It's not so. Yes, sir. I guess you did.
What's the trouble here, Sinfu?
Nothing, Mr. Cranston. Only servants take training.
Yes, quite a problem, I hear. But you were saying...
Oh, yes. We speak of Lee's accomplice.
Yes.
Are you not careful this, Mr. Cranston? Let me understand you know and like him. He, Johnny Lee's uncle. Chung.
Chung, the accomplice? I don't believe it.
Suit self, Mr. Cranston?
I'm going to his place and find out if you're telling the truth.
You think he tell you?
I don't know. There are ways of checking, Sinfu.
Why doesn't Chung answer?
I don't know. Just a second. I'll try it. It's unlocked. Come on.
Well, should we?
We have to, darling. What's that?
There's someone in that room there who's speaking in Chinese. It sounds like a chant.
The crazy fool, that's Chung.
What's he doing?
No time. I'll explain later. Chung! Open up. You hear me? Open this door.
He's not going to stop.
Please, stand aside, Ellie.
You should not have done that, Mr. Cranston.
That was poison.
Yes, was poison.
You meant to drink it.
Nephew Johnny Lee committed terrible crime, Mr. Cranston. My family lost much face. That the Chung should die.
It'd be a great deal more to the point if you'd stay alive to answer some questions, Chung. I've just come from the herb shop of Sin Fu, and Sin Fu says...
Sin Fu?
Yes.
Excuse, please, Mr. Cranston.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
To a room. There's something I forgot. Be back one moment.
See that you are.
What do you think, Lamont? Is Chung really going to take that poison because he lost face? Or because he feared exposure?
It's hard to tell. Why should he have feared exposure unless he knew what Sin Fu was going to tell us? Wait a second.
What's the matter?
This isn't the door to Chung's room.
What?
Look over there. There's the back door, and it's open.
He didn't go to his room. He escaped.
Of course. He cleared out just as soon as he could when he heard Sin Fu's name.
But why?
Maybe because he knew what Sin Fu told us. And if he knew...
What, Lamont?
We'll try to make sure that Sin Fu doesn't repeat it to the police, Margot. Come on, we're going back to Sin Fu's shop.
Lamont, I wonder why Sinful wouldn't come to the front door.
I don't know. There was a light on for a moment, I'm almost sure. As long as he wouldn't, we'll have to force this rear door.
Is it that important?
Could be. Besides, it was obvious that Sinfu didn't scold Alfie because he didn't want him entering the rear of the shop. It's because he didn't want us to see in there. Hurry up, step inside.
Oh, it's pitch black in here.
One moment, I'll try and find a switch. Okay, here's one. Now, this is the rear room of Sinfu's shop, Margot. Wonder why he's...
Oh!
What's the matter?
Lamont.
Good Lord.
Are they bones, Lamont?
Afraid so, Margot.
Human bones?
Looks like it. Those boxes over there contain what these do, Margot. We're in the company of a couple of dozen skeletons.
Lamont, let's get out of here.
Not yet, you don't.
Alfie!
Get your hands up, both of you.
You surprised me, Alfie.
Oh, I meant to.
Don't!
Now listen.
Wait a minute, what's that?
No, please! Please! Don't! Go on, that's from the front of the shop.
What is it?
It sounded like Sinfu, but let's find out, shall we?
Oh, Golly, that was brutal. Everybody hits me.
Never let your guard down for anything, Alfie. Now pick yourself up and march inside.
Don't you shoot me.
Don't give me an excuse.
The light's on, but no one's here.
Where does that door go?
Into an all the leads outside.
Right, open it.
Well, stop wagging that gun.
I said open it.
Well, blimey, I am.
Lamont.
Oh, Lord. It's Sinfu.
A knife in his throat.
Chum stabbed him and propped him here. Watch out. Catch him. He's falling. Turn off the lights.
Who turned off those lights?
Just a second. I saw a switch over here near the front door. Where did I find it?
Careful, Margot.
There.
Margot?
Good grief, Lamont. What happened? Where's Alfie?
The wrong question, Margot. Where's the corpse?
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, during the recent severe weather, homes, apartment houses, schools, and other public buildings, heated with hard coal, have enjoyed full, healthful, uninterrupted warmth. Regardless of snowstorms halting highway traffic or causing power failures, homes and other buildings heated with hard coal have been sure of continued heat. That's because in most instances, enough coal can be stored to carry you through the entire heating season. Yes, whenever you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you have the assurance of a warm and snug home at all times. Now here's something else. Coal can be just about as convenient to burn as any other fuel. With a blue coal temp master on your furnace, all trips to the basement to adjust furnace dampers are eliminated. The temp master automatically adjusts them for you, keeping your home constantly at the healthful temperature you set on the upstairs dial. You'll be glad you heat with dependable hard coal when you discover how little attention your furnace requires with a Temp Master automatic heat regulator. The Blue Coal Temp Master can be installed on any furnace without interrupting the heat in your home. And a Temp Master will save you a lot of coal. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to demonstrate the Temp Master in your home. Now, back to the shadow. Lamont Cranston has been investigating a theft and murder in Chinatown. His investigation twice led him to Sin Fu's herb shop, where, on his second visit, he encountered first the little ex-convict, Alfie Nemo, then Sin Fu's body. Immediately afterwards, however, both corpse and Alfie disappeared. And now, a few minutes later, in the alley back of the shop.
Well, Alfie and Sin Fu's body have completely vanished, Margot. Let's go back in the shop.
Lamont, how did they get out?
Simply went down the hall and out the other door.
I don't see how Alfie managed it. Just the body, I mean.
He didn't. He isn't strong enough to carry the body. I'd like to know who did manage it. I'd like to know the explanation for all these bones back here.
Could all these persons have been murdered?
It's hard to tell what to think. Here's something odd, Margot.
What's that?
This skull on the workbench here. You notice these steel boxes? Each seems to hold a complete skeleton. This skull seems almost to be an extra skull.
What could that be?
I wonder. Margot, we've got to get this to police headquarters and see if they can identify it.
But how?
Check the dental work with Johnny Lee's dentist.
Lamont, you think this might be Johnny Lee's skull?
I'm afraid so, Margot.
Well, what are you going to do in the meantime?
I'm going back and call on the Honorable Uncle Chung again, Margot. This time as the Shadow.
Well, it's about time you returned, Chung. I've been waiting for you.
Who said that? Where are you?
You cannot see me, Chung. I am the Shadow.
But what?
I'll ask the questions, not you, Chung. A strong box has been stolen and a hatchet man killed. They said your nephew, Johnny Lee, committed the crime and that you helped him.
That's not true, Shadow.
Where were you at the time it happened?
Right here.
Can you prove that?
No, but...
Why did you run away from Lamont Cranston? Where did you go? What did you do?
Cannot tell anyone.
You can tell the Shadow, Chung.
Chung, not lawbreaker. But there was Tong brother in trouble. I promised help him leave country secretly.
Who was that Tong brother?
Cannot tell you.
Talk, Chung. If you don't, you'll find yourself facing a murder charge.
What?
Where did you take this man? Where is he now?
He at the waterfront inn shed near Pier 32.
Waiting to be picked up and taken to a ship?
Yes.
What's his name?
You asked Chung betray him?
I'm ordering you to give me the evidence that may save your life. Talk, Chung, talk.
His name, Sin Fu.
What?
Chung say Sin Fu.
You take the Shadow for a fool, Chung? Sin Fu is the very man you murdered.
Not true.
Sin Fu was found with a knife in his throat. A knife you put there, Chung.
Chung not kill Sin Fu. Did not...
You had your chance at an alibi, Chung, but you've refused it.
Shadow...
Sin Fu is dead. And dead men give no alibis.
Wait, Shadow, come back. No, understand, Alfie.
Hello, Mr. Chung.
What do you want, Alfie?
Your company, Chung. There was some money stolen tonight, and you're going to show me where it is.
Well, you were right, Lamont. The police had that skull examined by Johnny Lee's dentist. It was his.
I was afraid of that. Well, Margot, it looks now as if Johnny Lee was innocent. Sin Fu must have killed both Johnny Lee and the hatchet man, then took Lee's body away with him to make it look as if Johnny had absconded with the money.
And then Sin Fu himself was killed by Chung.
The funny part of all this, Margot. When the Shadow talked to Chung, he claimed that Sin Fu was alive and at the waterfront.
He couldn't be. We saw Sin Fu dead with a knife in his throat.
I know we did. Yet somehow Chung sounded sincere.
Well, if you're beginning to doubt what we saw for ourselves, Lamont, take a look at your sleeve.
Something on it?
Yes, the red spot. Blood. You must have got it when Sin Fu's body toppled over and you tried to catch it.
Blood. Red spot. Margot, I've got it.
What?
Chung wasn't lying. Sin Fu isn't dead.
Darling, you're crazy.
Am I, Margot? Well, if Sin Fu is alive, I know where he is. You better hold on, darling, because we're going there now and going there fast. Come on, Margot.
You sure this is the place?
Has to be. The only shed anywhere near Pier 32. Have you got the flashlight?
Yes, right here.
Okay. Here we are. Get behind me, Mark.
Right.
All right, the game's up, Sin Fu. All right.
Sin Fu doesn't look very much alive to me, Lamont.
Bring that flashlight a little closer.
See something?
Take a look, Margot. It was right after all.
But he is dead.
But look how he died. From a bullet through the heart.
But he was stabbed through the throat.
No. Sin Fu faked that. I knew he had when you pointed out this spot on my sleeve and mentioned that it was still red. Blood would have turned black.
What? Oh, of course it would have. But then, why did he fake it?
Because he was skipping the country with the money. If we'd reported Sin Fu dead, no one would have suspected what really became of him.
I see. But who killed him?
The man who took his keys.
What?
Look there. See that belt loop?
Mm-hmm.
It's torn. That was where Sin Fu carried his keys. The murderer ripped them away.
What does that tell us?
It tells us that Sin Fu must have the money locked up somewhere. Margot, if we mean to catch Sin Fu's killer, we'd better find that money box before he does. Come on, let's start looking.
You're sure you're taking me to the right place, Chunk?
Yes. This Pier 32, where Sin Fu left Trunk before getting boat.
All right, then get out. But watch yourself.
Let me see. Oh, yes. Here it is. Sin Fu's trunk hidden back of pallet.
Now, open it up. But remember, one funny move and I'll put a bullet where it'll do you the most harm. And me the most good.
Margot?
You found anything, Lamont?
No, but look over there.
What is it?
Cars just pulled in beside the pier. Come on, we're going to investigate.
Blimey, the money's got to be in that trunk, Chunk.
Yes. Yes, it's here.
You see it?
Yes. Still in box. Has not even been opened.
Sin Fu never even had time. Just set it down, Chunk. Then walk up a couple of steps.
What you going to do?
What do you suppose?
You going to kill Chung?
You think I'm going to leave you alive to tell about this? Back up. To the edge of the pier. Go on. Walk.
Before you shoot, how you know money be here?
What do you care? Where you're going, it won't matter whether you know or not.
But...
Keep going. Right to the edge. Then stop. Further. That's it. Now.
Listen, my friend,
now,
please.
I'll just put a couple of holes in you so you'll sink faster.
No, please.
Get ready for your last swim, Chunk. Who's holding my arm? Let go.
It is Shadow again.
I'll kill him. Where is he?
You cannot kill what you can't see, Elfie. Now I'll take that gun.
Let me go.
There. Now then, pick it up, Chung.
I have it, Shadow.
Hey, you ain't got nothing on me.
You killed Sin Fu, Elfie. That gun is going to prove it.
You're crazy. I don't even know where Sin Fu is.
You're lying, Elfie. You know where Sin Fu is because you and he both escaped from his herb shop at the same time. Immediately after he faked his death and the lights went out.
Why, what's that prove against me?
You saw Sin Fu get into Chung's car. You followed. Saw Chung drive Sin Fu to that shed over there. When Chung left, you killed Sin Fu and took his keys. You came back to find the money with Chung's help.
Try and prove it.
The law will prove by that gun that you killed Sin Fu.
Gun?
And I think that Chung will testify you had the keys to this trunk when you came back.
Blast you, let me go, Shadow. Take your hands off me.
I shall, Alfie. I shall take my hands off you very soon and deliver you into those of the law.
Lamont, there's something you still haven't told me. What all those bones were doing in the rear of Sin Fu's shop?
They were there for a perfectly legitimate reason, Margot. Just the same, they gave Sin Fu the idea for his crime.
What do you mean?
Well, in addition to being a shop owner, Sin Fu was also a bone polisher.
A bone polisher? What on earth's that?
Well, often Chinese who are buried in this country are exhumed and sent back to China for reburial. In that case, their bones are polished and put in little steel caskets like those we saw in the rear of Sin Fu's shop.
Well, then when Sin Fu killed Johnny Lee, He thought he'd never be questioned about the bones because he was a bone polisher by trade.
Exactly.
Well, there's one more thing, Lamont. If Chung wasn't in on any of this, why was he helping Sin Fu to leave the country?
Because he never realized that Sin Fu had anything to do with the robbery or the murders. Remember, Sin Fu made all the arrangements before he committed his crime. Chung saw no connection.
Sin Fu was clever.
Clever? Well, maybe, Margot. But just the same, to recoin an old saying, wages of Sin Fu were death.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. As Andre told you, you can heat your home with dependable anthracite coal with ease and comfort by installing a Blue Coal Tempmaster automatic heat regulator on your present furnace. A number of people have asked me if a furnace is fired differently when dampers are controlled by a Tempmaster. The answer is no. You fire your furnace in the same way, except that you pay much less attention to it. In the morning, shake the grates gently and add a liberal supply of coal, and do the same at night. There's no doubt about it, anthracite coal is the most dependable fuel for home heating, and when burned by modern methods is just about as convenient as any other. The Blue Coal Tempmaster assures you of modern, carefree heating comfort. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. There is enough anthracite for all the lucky householders whose homes are heated with hard coal. These homes are enjoying healthful warmth in every room. Even though winter winds blow, there is no need to cut down heat or close off rooms in homes heated with dependable hard coal. Yes, sir. When you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you're the boss of heating your house. You are absolutely independent of any outside service. Be glad you heat with anthracite, the home heating fuel that never fails. And remember, Blue Coal is the finest anthracite money can buy. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death and the Black Fedora. It is a little after 9 in the morning. Robert Gardner is just leaving for the office as the phone rings. His wife, Janet, answers it.
Hello?
This is Dr. Lansdowne, Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, good morning, Doctor. Robert seems to be feeling a good deal better today, thanks to you.
Mrs. Gardner, I should like to see you and your husband as soon as possible.
Oh? Why?
Never mind why. That'll wait until later. Meanwhile, I've made plans for you and Robert to dine with me at 7.
This evening?
At my house.
Oh, but I'm afraid we have other plans.
Then you'd better change them.
Dr. Lansdowne.
Believe me, Mrs. Gardner, this is more important.
Hello. Hello. Well, of all the...
Lansdowne, Janet?
Yes. Seems we're having dinner with him, whether we want to or not.
Why shouldn't we want to? He's been awfully helpful to me in my illness.
Yes, of course, dear, but he sounded so upset.
All doctors sound a little brusque at times, dear.
I suppose so.
Well, I'd better be going. But by the way, where's my hat?
Which one?
The black fedora.
Hanging in the closet, probably.
No, it isn't. I've looked.
Well, perhaps you didn't bring it home.
No. Do you mean I just walked off and left it somewhere, my own hat?
Robert, please.
But, Janet,
you mustn't excite yourself. Dr. Lansdowne says your nerves are much better.
I wonder if he knows. I wonder if it's as simple as nerves.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm afraid the doctor's letting me down easily.
Oh, darling.
I mean it. The sort of thing's been going on for weeks. It's getting steadily worse. I wonder if I'm not losing my memory altogether, my memory or my mind.
Stop it. I won't listen to such talk. All because of an old black fedora. Now, you just forget it and buy yourself a new one.
I can't very well do that either.
Why not?
Well, this illness of mine has cost us money, Janet. Lansdowne's bills have been high. In fact, we're almost broke.
But I thought you had lunch with your Uncle Theodore yesterday to borrow some money.
I did.
Well?
He said no, Janet.
Oh, Robert, how could he? The money's your inheritance.
It's my inheritance, but it's in his trust until he dies. He's completely within his rights.
Well, it's all right, dear. We'll get by. How much do we have in the bank?
Something like $200, I think. I'm afraid to trust my own memory even about that.
You don't have to. Just relax. The bank statement came this morning.
Oh, where is it?
I put it in with your morning mail, but you forgot to open it.
Take a look at it for me, will you? I want you to know that I begged Uncle Theodore. I used every argument I can think of.
Robert.
Yes?
There isn't $200 in the account. There's $10,200.
What?
Look. Here, see for yourself.
$10,000 deposited to the account of Robert Gardner. Yesterday afternoon.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. I'll call the bank. Well, they should have some explanation, but... Janet.
What are you staring at?
The morning paper. Here on the telephone tape.
What about it?
This headline. Prominent citizen attacked in home yesterday afternoon.
Is anyone we know?
Someone we know very well. Uncle Theodore Gardner.
Oh, no.
Yes. I'd better phone his house at once. Here, finish reading the article.
Well-known retired broker suffers skull injury.
Number, please.
I want Lassingate 29050.
Theodore Gardner was brutally attacked in his home at number 2 Burlington Street at a little after 12 a.m. yesterday. Dr. John Lansdowne, the family physician who arrived on the scene shortly after the attack, gave the following details to the press.
Hello, the Gardner residence.
I'd like to speak to Theodore Gardner, please.
Who is this?
This is his nephew, Robert. Would you ask my uncle to come to the phone, please?
I'm afraid he can't do that.
Why not?
Because, young man, he's dead.
What?
This is the superintendent of the building. Your uncle passed away at 5:30 this morning as a result of the beating he took yesterday. Hello? Hello?
Robert, what's wrong?
Finish reading that article.
What?
Finish reading it, Janet.
The elderly man was discovered in his drawing room by his physician. He'd been struck repeatedly with a pair of heavy brass fire tongs. Motive was obviously robbery, as it was revealed that cash was missing from the safe to the account of...
Go on. Go on.
Robert.
To the amount of $10,000. That's what it says, doesn't it? Doesn't it?
Yes.
The exact amount deposited in my account yesterday.
Robert, you didn't.
I don't know.
Then can't you remember?
Remember. How can I trust anything I remember?
What's that?
I'll see. Hello?
Mr. Robert Gardner?
Robert Gardner speaking.
My name is Squires. I have a little business at 241 West 9th Street. And I'd appreciate your trade, Mr. Gardner.
You'll have to call another time.
I'm in the fancy dress business, Mr. Gardner. The Gaiety Masquerade Costume Company.
Look, I don't want any costume.
But you will, Mr. Gardner. You'll need a shroud. If you're not here in the next 30 minutes...
Is this the Gaiety Masquerade Costume Company?
Yes, sir. And we've got every little thing here for a good time. Masks, wigs, costumes, finest in town and cheap. Now, you look at this clown suit.
I don't want...
Too fancy, huh? How about this pirate outfit?
Deluxe item.
You don't understand.
Maybe for a gentleman like yourself, this would fill the bill. A British morning coat?
I'm not interested.
Wait till you see the hat that goes with it. There.
I tell you, Where did you get that?
A black fedora. Only slightly worn. The whole outfit is yours, Mr. Gardner, at the special price of $50,000.
$50,000?
Sounds a little high, but you're not only buying the costume, Gardner. You're buying a lot of silence.
Silence?
You left this hat at your uncle's house yesterday, and you killed him.
Who told you that?
A gentleman who saw you in action. A Dr. Lansdowne.
Lansdowne?
He was in the entrance hall at your uncle's house when you came out of the drawing room with $10,000 in your hand and blood on your shirt front.
No.
You can deliver the $50,000 when you get to Lansdowne's house tonight.
But I haven't got $50,000.
Lansdowne is expecting you and your wife at 7 o'clock, Mr. Gardner. If you bring along the $50,000, he'll be glad to talk business.
And if not?
He'll be glad to talk.
Not late, are we, Lamont?
All right, on time, Margot.
Good.
Dr. Lansdowne said 7 o'clock.
Who else going to be there?
Oh, just another couple. Gardner, I believe their name is Janet, Robert Gardner.
Oh.
I'll ring. You know, darling, I've decided I like your new hairdo.
Oh, thanks. Bit of an experiment.
Lamont and Miss Lane.
Hello, Dr. Lansdowne.
Come in, come in.
Thank you.
Mrs. Gardner just got here. Robert will be along in a minute. Right this way. Margot, this is Janet Gardner. I don't think you've met.
How do you do? How do you do?
And Lamont Cranston, Mrs. Gardner.
Miss Gardner?
Delighted, Mr. Cranston.
Now then, shall I get us all a drink?
Shall he, Lamont?
No, not for me, thank you.
Skipping the beverages?
Yes, but I'd like to use your phone if you don't mind.
Not at all, by all means. It's right there on the end table.
Thank you very much.
What about you, Margot? Just one cocktail before dinner?
Oh, I don't know.
Hello.
What's the matter, Lamont?
Phone, I'm afraid the line is dead.
Dead? Oh, I'm sorry. Someone must have let the extension off the hook in the upstairs library. I'll go and see.
Oh, don't bother, please.
Don't bother at all. You make yourselves at home. Oh, just as I expected. It's off the hook, all right. Oh, whoever did this?
I did, Lansdowne.
Partner.
I thought it might be as good a way as any of attracting your attention.
How did you get up here? The rear door's latched.
I climbed up the vines at the side of the house onto a porch out there.
Well, my black English ivy has finally been put to some use. Though a rather unusual one, I admit.
It's a rather unusual situation, Lansdowne. I wanted to see you alone.
Frankly, I wanted to see you.
I heard you did.
As you know, I was not only your uncle's doctor, but his friend.
And
despite certain misgivings, I have every intention of possession.
I have something else in my possession.
Gardner.
I can't afford to buy your silence, Lansdowne, but I can create it.
Put that gun down.
So you have every intention of informing the police, eh?
I won't if you say not to.
Really?
Gardner, wait. I promise you I won't talk.
You think I trust you?
You've got to. You've got to listen to me.
Do I?
Lansdowne.
I'm afraid he won't answer you, Mr. Cranston. Lamont, is he...
Yes. One of the bullets pierced his heart.
Oh.
Easy, darling.
But who could have done this?
Who else was in the house?
Why, nobody except the four of us. Someone else is here now.
What's that?
And he's standing right in the door.
Who are you?
My name is Squires, and I run the Gaiety Costume Company. What happened to Lansdowne?
He's dead.
Dead?
He's been murdered.
What? Did you say murdered?
Yes.
Well, where's Robert Gardner?
I haven't seen him. Why?
Because I saw him. Not long ago, I showed him a black fedora and told him something.
Told him what?
I told him that Lansdowne...
Squires!
Lansdowne.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment.
Friends, during the recent severe weather, homes, apartment houses, schools, and other public buildings, heated with hard coal, have enjoyed full, healthful, uninterrupted warmth. Regardless of snowstorms, halting highway traffic, or causing power failures, homes and other buildings heated with hand-fired hard coal have been sure of continued heat. That's because enough coal can be stored to carry you right through the severe part of the heating season. Yes, when you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you have the assurance of a warm and snug home at all times. Now, here is something else. Coal can be just as convenient to burn as any other fuel. With a Blue Coal Temp Master on your furnace, all trips to the basement to adjust furnace dampers are eliminated. The Temp Master automatically adjusts them for you, keeping your home constantly at the healthful temperature you set on the upstairs dial. You'll be glad you heat with dependable hard coal when you discover how little attention your furnace requires with a Temp Master automatic heat regulator. The Blue Coal Temp Master can be installed on any furnace without interrupting the heat in your home. And a Temp Master will save you a lot of coal. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to demonstrate the Temp Master in your home. Now, back to the Shadow. Margot, Lamont, and Janet Gardner have just found Dr. Lansdowne shot to death in his upstairs library. When Squires of the Gaiety Costume Company walked in out of nowhere, asked where Robert Gardner was, and was also shot by an unknown assailant. Margot and Lamont have just gone downstairs to phone the police when...
Listen.
Someone at the front door. I'll get it.
What's happened? What's happened?
Who are you?
I'm Robert Gardner.
Oh.
I was just coming up the drive, and I thought I heard a pistol shot.
You did. There have been 2 murders in the past few minutes.
Murders?
Yes.
Who are you?
I'm Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
Robert?
It's my wife. Where is she?
Upstairs with the victims.
No objection to my going up, is there, Mr. Cranston?
Not at all, Mr. Gardner. Now then, Margaret, we'd best call the police. It's most peculiar.
What is?
This. Here on the floor.
Let me see. What is that?
Leaf. Black English ivy.
Where'd it come from?
Fell from Gardner's overcoat just now as he took it off.
What could that mean?
Could mean that Gardner didn't just come up the drive, Margot. He's been around to the side of this house where this ivy grows up the wall. The second-floor porch.
You mean you think Gardner...
I think it's worth a visit, Margot. From Santa.
They're both dead, Robert.
Lansdowne.
Have you ever seen him before? Squires, I mean.
No. No, never.
You're lying to me.
Janet.
You're going to need help, Robert. Now, Cranston's clever. Please tell me the truth.
There are some things it's better not to know too much about, Janet.
I see. I'm going downstairs to keep an eye on things.
Let's join you a little later.
Be careful, Robert. Oh, please be careful.
Squires, what are you doing here? How much did you get a chance to tell? Laughter. Where did that come from? It couldn't be them. Dead men don't laugh. It's happening. It's happening. My mind is going.
Robert Gardner. Why did you kill Lansdowne?
That voice. What is it? What is it?
I am the Shadow. Unseen by your eyes, but here beside you to see that justice is done. Why did you kill Lansdowne, Robert Gardner?
Let me alone, please.
Not until I know the truth. Why did you kill him?
Because he knew I murdered Uncle Theodore.
Theodore Gardner?
Yes. Lansdowne was going to talk if I didn't give him $50,000.
So you killed him in cold blood?
Yes. No, not exactly.
No? But there he is, dead at your feet.
I don't know what happened. When I faced him, he promised to be quiet. He said he wouldn't betray me, and I was just beginning to think I wouldn't have to kill him when my finger must have slipped. The shots rang out.
Where's the gun?
Somewhere on the lawn.
What?
I threw it out of the window, and my excitement is down there somewhere.
I see. Listen to me, Gardner. If what you said is true...
It is.
And there may be a way to help you.
Yes.
But meanwhile, if you try to escape, the Shadow will find you wherever you hide.
Mr. Cranston?
Oh, Mr. Gardner, it's you.
Where have you been, Mr. Cranston?
Out on the lawn.
Getting some fresh air?
No, looking for something.
Looking for something?
Yes, for this. You recognize it, Mr. Gardner?
Why, no, I don't.
Well, perhaps you might. It's your husband's revolver.
My husband?
I don't think you're entirely ignorant of what's been happening, Mrs. Gardner. Though I admire your loyalty to Robert, I ask you not to insult my intelligence.
Yes, Mr. Cranston, I do know all about it. Uncle Theodore and all that.
Thank you for the honesty.
But you don't understand. Robert's been so ill. Practically deranged mentally. There must be some way we can help him.
Perhaps. At all events, there's some pretty interesting points about this pistol of his.
What do you mean?
Well, here, take a look at it.
Thanks. Is it loaded?
Yes, but it's no reason for you to be afraid of it.
But it's a reason for you to be afraid of it, though.
What?
Put up your hands.
Mrs. Gardner.
Put up your hands, Mr. Cranston, and walk.
Where are we going?
Right here. Lansdowne study. But someone's waiting inside for you.
Who?
A lovely and terrified Miss Lane. Lamont.
Easy now, darling. We'll come through this somehow.
Not necessarily, but there's the bright side, Mr. Cranston. This little lesson may teach you not to interfere in matters that don't concern you.
I doubt it, Mrs. Gardner.
It really doesn't matter, though. You'll never live to interfere again. The house is deserted.
Not a sound for the past 10 minutes.
How are we going to get out of here?
I'm afraid the door's our only chance.
What about the window?
Latticed with iron.
That woman locked the door.
There may be a key.
Where?
You never know till you look. Maybe in this desk.
Lamont?
Yes?
What's this?
Let's see. Looks like a legal document.
Look. Lansdowne signature.
Let me see that. Listen to this. To the authorities. In my capacity as Theodore Gardner's friend and physician, I become familiar with his affairs, and I regret to say that of the $500,000 he was holding in trust for his nephew Robert, he's disposed of the sum of $200,000 on his personal expenses.
Lamont, does that mean that Theodore Gardner's been stealing from his nephew's inheritance?
Looks like it, Margot. It also means I have the clue to this curious little Chinese puzzle at last.
But I don't let it...
Madam.
Smoke. Thought I smelled smoke.
I'm afraid you do smell just that.
Lamont.
Easy.
We've got to get out.
We'll do our best.
What's that?
Who's there?
Robert Gardner.
Gardner?
We thought the house was deserted, Gardner.
I was left behind to do the dirty work.
Such as?
Setting this place on fire.
Leaving us locked in this room, of course.
Yes.
Is it possible you're finding it hard to do?
If only we could make a deal, Cranston. If only you'd agree not to tell the police about the fact that I killed Dr. Lansdowne.
You didn't, Gardner.
What?
Your gun proves you didn't kill him.
How?
When I found it on the lawn, the chambers were full. It hadn't been fired.
I don't understand what happened.
Open this door. Maybe I can explain.
But...
Open it, man. All right, now. Tell me, where's Janet?
She's gone.
What's she doing?
Home in half an hour. Was arranging to help me get away.
I see. Well, go on. Meet her.
But I still want to know.
Tell her you've gotten yourself a ticket to Tahiti or someplace, that your boat leaves in half an hour. And I think you'll get all the explanations you're looking for.
All right, Mr. Cranston. I'll do as you say.
Good luck, Gardner.
Go on. You think we should let him go alone?
He won't be alone. When he needs help, there'll be someone on hand.
The shadow. Police headquarters?
Yes?
This is Janet Gardner. I'm calling from my home at 825 Terrace Drive.
Yes?
I want to report 2 murders that have been committed since 7 o'clock this evening.
What?
I thought you'd like to know that the man who committed them will arrive at this house within the next 5 minutes.
How do you know?
The man happens to be my husband, Mr. Robert Gardner.
What? What'd you say? Hello? Hello?
Just a moment, Robert, darling. Oh, come in, dear.
Janet, I just came back to say goodbye.
What?
I'm leaving, Janet. I'm on my way.
Where do you think you're going?
Tahiti. My boat leaves in half an hour.
You're not going anywhere, Robert.
Why not?
Because if you take another step, I'll kill you.
Janet.
Better listen to reason, darling. I can say you tried to escape and I killed you in the struggle.
Janet. Then it's true. It's you.
What are you talking about?
You killed them. Both Lansdowne and Squires.
Oh, you're crazy.
Is he, Janet?
What was that?
Is he crazy?
Somebody else in this room.
The shadow.
Your husband isn't crazy, Janet. He's perfectly sane. It wasn't he who murdered Squires or Lansdowne.
He did, I tell you. He murdered them because they knew he killed his Uncle Theodore.
But he didn't kill his Uncle Theodore.
I didn't.
No, Robert.
Well, then who did? Who did?
Nobody did.
But he's dead.
Is he? Who saw him dead, Robert?
Why, I know one now that I think of it.
Exactly. What's more, you'll find the obituary notice in the evening paper. As a matter of fact, Robert, no one was even told he was dead. Except you.
Who's that?
Open the door and see.
Robert.
Open it.
Uncle Theodore.
Yes, my boy, I heard you were in trouble. Murder, I believe. I've come to help you as best I can.
You? But you were killed.
Aye.
A voice on the telephone this morning said you were dead.
Nonsense, impossible. You must have imagined it, Robert. Your nerves, you know.
Well, I heard a voice. I know I did.
You did, Robert. You heard the voice of your Uncle Theodore.
What was that?
It was your voice, Theodore Gardner. You disguised your own voice and announced your death to your nephew. Part of the plot you and Janet worked out together.
What are you talking about?
You arranged with Janet to play on Robert's nervous illness and persuade him that his mind had failed and that he'd murdered you.
You're crazy. Why would I fall in with such a scheme?
To get rid of a husband you didn't love. And for a share of what Uncle Theodore had left of Robert's inheritance.
That's not true.
It is true, Uncle Theodore. You wanted to get rid of Dr. Lansdowne. That was at the bottom of everything. You wanted him out of the way because the doctor knew you were stealing from Robert's inheritance.
That's lies. All lies.
You thought if Lansdowne became an eyewitness to Robert's crime, Robert would kill the doctor for you.
I intended to kill him. He said he was going to the police.
You intended to, yes. But Uncle Theodore out on the terrace saw that things weren't going according to schedule and shot Lansdowne himself to make sure.
Uncle Theodore killed Lansdowne.
And later shot Squires from the same vantage point when he realized that gentleman might renege too.
He shot Squires too?
Yes, Robert. Your murdered uncle was the one who committed the murders.
Whatever you are, you're smart. Too smart.
Where are you going?
Out that door. Come along, Janet.
I wouldn't use that door if I were you.
Why not? Open up. Come on, open up. The house is surrounded.
Because, as the officer says, the house is surrounded. Surrounded by police that Janet sent to arrest her husband for murder.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. This winter, millions of people are mighty thankful they heat with hard coal. All winter long, they're able to keep their homes at any temperature they please. Yes, when you use hard coal, no one will request that you turn your furnace down to conserve fuel. And now users of hard coal can have this failure-proof heating automatically controlled, thanks to the Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator. It's like an electric brain on your furnace. The Temp Master opens and closes the dampers without even a thought on your part. It saves countless steps and saves a lot of coal, too. Modernize your furnace by installing a Blue Coal Temp Master and assure yourself of economical, carefree heating comfort. It will pay you to call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow for a free demonstration in your own home. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs.
Today's drama, The House That Death Built. In a lonely cemetery in New England, 3 men work furiously in a swirling blizzard, opening a new grave. The headstone lies on one side and reads, Ben Falkenberg, born 1878, died 1948.
Oh, come on, what are you stalling for? Get that coffin clear. Well. All set, Lafferty. Well, get it open, Rusty. Yeah. Give him a hand, Windsor. Right. It's got to be in there. It's got to. I've got to make sure. Will you hurry up? You want to freeze out here? Get it open. Get it open. It's open. Well, he's in here, all right. Let me see him. Go ahead and look. Yes. So old Ben Falkenberg finally died. Good. Splendid. All right, let's go. But you hurry, Lafferty. Don't be a fool, Windsor. We've got to get to Falkenberg's house before dark. There's $100,000 waiting in there, and nothing can stop us now.
Lamont? Don't tell me our ski trip wore you out that much, darling. You haven't said a thing for the last 10 minutes.
I was just wondering, Margot. Would it be smart to stop somewhere along here for a while till this storm lets up?
This is pretty lonely country.
Well, here's a house at the top of this hill. They make out the entrance to the driveway now.
Yes. Look, there's someone standing out there by the entrance.
We are in luck. Oh, hey there. I beg your pardon.
Could you give us a hand, please?
What do you want? We don't want to get stuck on the road. Do you think the people in the house could put us up for a few hours?
No.
What?
You know what's good for you? Stay away from that house.
But...
Keep on driving. Get as far away as you can, even if it means getting lost on the road. Get out of here. Get out. Don't ever come back.
The devil, you say?
That's exactly what I do say. The devil's loose in that heap of rotten wood. Now get out of here.
Okay.
What are we going to do, Lamont?
Drive to the house, Margot. I don't think it can be quite as dangerous as our young friend thinks. It certainly can't be worse than a night in a blizzard.
It isn't a very pleasant-looking place, is it?
No, it isn't.
Looks like a heap of rotten wood. It's all twisty, and it looks like an insane architect built it.
Well, if it'll give us shelter for a while, that's the main thing, Margot. Here's the garage. See, there must be a side entrance somewhere.
Good afternoon. I suppose you know you're trespassing.
Who are you?
My name is Lafferty. I'm the butler.
Well,
you want shelter in this house? The answer's no. Most decidedly no. Get back in your car and leave.
That's impossible, Mr. Lafferty.
This house has been closed. It will remain closed until it's burned.
Until it's burned?
Yes, madam. I've been instructed by the owner to burn it. Because fire is the only thing that will destroy the depth and horror in it. Will you please leave?
You have a telephone?
My dear sir, will you be trivial in the face of death?
Of course you have. I see the wires. Come on, Margot.
Stop.
If I'm going to get out of here, I've got to get a tow car to hold me. I'm going to phone.
Now, don't be a fool. Don't go into that house. If you value your life, don't go in there. Rusty. Rusty.
Coming right up, Lafferty.
What are you doing with that gun, you fool? Put that away.
Just covering that Cranston guy in case I was holed up in the garage.
You know him?
Who don't? Lamont Cranston, playboy. Pal of the police commissioner. Dangerous girl, Margot Lane. And look, Lafferty, we've got to get him out of here.
But not with a gun, you idiot.
Oh, how?
The way we decided to get rid of intruders before we came here. Frighten them.
Like that line you handed Cranston?
Yes.
You almost had me believing it.
Well, they will believe before we're finished. Now go get Windsor from the gate. I'll have a few bitter words to say to him. He was stationed there to keep people out. Now we'll have to work overtime to get rid of Cranston.
But how, Lafferty, how?
Leave that to me, Rusty. Leave that to me.
Ought to lead to the main floor, Margaret. Watch your step.
It's so dark, I won't know the floor if I see it. Lamont, what is going on in this house?
Not very much from the looks of it.
Butler, Lafferty, and the young man at the key. What are they trying to warn us about?
I don't know, Margot. Wait a minute. Let's try that door there.
This house is twistier inside than it is outside.
That zigzag labyrinth.
Who are you?
I beg your pardon?
Get your hands up and don't move.
Do you mind putting a light on?
I asked you what you were doing in my house. Speak up.
Your house?
Why, the butler said it was
The
empty.
butler? He said his name was Lafferty.
Who else is outside? Quick.
My dear Miss...
The name doesn't matter.
I think it does, my
Who's
dear.
that? Oh!
Hey!
Speak up. Who is it?
Don't try to shoot again, my dear. You can't see in the dark. I can. If you raise that revolver, I'll blast your hand
Well,
off.
if you don't mind, I think I'll light a match. I'd like to know who's murdering who. Oh, it's a charming situation. Margaret, there's a candle on the table.
Right.
We're all strangers, aren't we? Mr. Lafferty claims to be butler of this crazy house, but he's unacquainted with this young lady who claims to own it.
Mr. Cranston.
How do you know my name?
Now, look, mister, I
Going
warned
in
you.
at the gate. What's your name?
Windsor.
And you, young lady?
Jane Archer.
So, we have a spook house and 3 lying strangers. I suppose you all cover each other with your guns while I phone for a tow car and the local police. Must be a phony.
Don't look for it,
Don't
Mr.
move.
Cranston.
Look out.
Very interesting. United front against the police, eh? What are you people up to in this madhouse?
The green ghost! Windsor! Lafferty! The green ghost!
That was Rusty. Rusty? Well, what the hell? Put away your guns and come out, all of you. Lie a little closer, Margaret.
All right.
Oh. Good Lord. Oh, this is a mess. This man, Rusty, you called him?
Yeah.
Shot 3 times in the chest.
So I see.
But by what? Who shot him?
I don't know. Wait a minute, look at this. There's a trap in the side of the hall. 3 guns set there like a firing line. And there's a treadle attachment to the triggers. As Rusty stepped on it, the trap swung open and the guns in the wall blasted the life out of it.
But what was he screaming? Something about the green ghost.
I don't know, Margot. Now listen, all of you, and get this straight. We're all of us trapped in this twisted house, and some of you have declared war.
My dear Mr.
Margot and I are going back to the living room and call the police. I wouldn't try any gunpowder persuasion, Lafferty.
Really, Mr. Cranston?
Really. I took the liberty of borrowing Rusty's gun while I was examining him. You wouldn't like to trade shots with me, would you, Lafferty? I see you wouldn't. All right, Margot, let's go. Hello. Hello. It's no use, Margot. The line's dead. Blizzard must have knocked the wires down.
Then we're stuck here.
Right. In a house without light, without a phone, and with three maniacs who apparently dislike each other as much as us.
I want to get out of here, Lamont.
I don't know if we can find our way out now, Margot. And even if we could, there's been a murder committed. We've got to find out who's responsible.
But what can we do?
Now, you can sit tight and wait here for me, darling. The shadow is going to pay a visit.
Yes. Step into this alcove a moment. Well? Congratulations, my dear boy. For what? Oh, don't be modest. You were magnificent. How did you manage to make Rusty scream that gibberish about ghosts before you killed him? That was a two-edged sword. With one blow, you eliminated that little man, and you created an air of supernatural menace that will certainly frighten the others away.
You're crazy. You killed Rusty.
My dear boy.
You killed Rusty for his share of the money. You want to split two ways instead of three. Maybe you only want to split one way after you killed me.
Windsor, that's ridiculous. I swear that I never killed... Who's that?
Someone who laughs at two modest killers. With poison in their hearts and doubt in their minds.
But there isn't anybody I can see.
This is the shadow.
The shadow?
What money brought you to this house, Lafferty? Answer with the truth.
Well,
$100,000.
Whose money is it?
It belonged to Jerry Crane.
You lied. Jerry Crane was a thief executed for murder 10 years ago.
Jerry Crane tried to bribe the state's executioner with that money to fix the execution so he'd live.
No man can live through an execution, Windsor.
Well, Jerry thought he could. He bribed the executioner, a man named Ben Falkenberg. Falkenberg was caught and dismissed. He built this house and lived here with the money for 10 years. He died about a month ago.
No one found the money, Shadow. No one. It must be here. It's got to be here. Now, look. Look, Shadow. If you know where it is, we'll split with you. 3 ways. Fair and square.
The fair and square way you split with Rusty?
I didn't kill him. I swear it.
You're a liar.
Now, if you'll help us find it, Shadow...
You cannot buy truth, Lafferty. You cannot buy justice. And you cannot buy the shadow.
Oh, Lamont, I've been sitting here in this creepy room getting the shakes. Well?
Windsor and Lafferty accuse each other of murdering Rusty.
What are they after?
Money. Fortune hidden somewhere in this house by a former executioner named Ben Falkenberg.
What's Jane Archer after? Maybe she killed her.
Maybe. That's going to be the Shadow's next visit. Do you know where she is?
Well, I thought she was...
That's Jane. She's coming down that hall. Come on.
What's the matter?
I don't know. She's in trouble. This is another police spook trap.
She must be further down the hall.
Yes, that same long winding hall where Rusty was killed.
Lamont, I wonder...
Look up. Now, look up ahead, Margot. See that tiny window? In the door.
That's Jane Archer behind her. She's caught in there. Somebody come along! Hurry up! Lamont, that room. Looks like a gas chamber. Like an executioner's gas chamber.
Hold your breath, Jane. Get away from the door. I have to shoot the lock. Get back from the door and hold your breath. Marooned in the twisted house of Ben Falkenberg, who has died and left a fortune concealed in the rotting rooms, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane find Jane Archer, one of the 4 mysterious people who are searching for the money, trapped in the replica of an executioner's gas chamber. Cranston has just fired the 6th shot into the heavy steel lock. Look out now, Margot. I've got to use my shoulder.
What's that? Who's doing the shoot?
Give me a hand, Windsor, quick. Get this door knocked in.
Right. Together now.
Once more, does it? Hold your breath.
What's that?
The gas chamber. Help me get the girl out.
Jane Archie. She's almost killed. Take her arm. Steady. Get that door closed, Margot.
Right.
Now get her down the hall here.
Jane. How do you feel, Miss Archer? She's all right. A touch of methane. Lucky it wasn't cyanide. That kills like a thunderbolt. What happened, Miss Archer?
I was looking, walked into the room. The door started to close. Automatic. Couldn't stop it.
You just got here in time. Searching for what, Miss Archer?
What?
You said you were looking. Looking for what?
Why?
What were you looking for?
I don't know what.
This isn't time for secrets, Miss Archer.
Let her alone.
Well, I thought you two were enemies. You were pointing guns at each other half an hour ago.
I wasn't pointing any gun. Lafferty was doing all that.
Lafferty?
What's the matter?
Where is that? You heard the shots and came running. Winter, why didn't Lafferty?
Maybe because he set this trap, too.
Where did you leave him, Winter?
Wandering around this rotten honeycomb of a house.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Funny. Sounds almost like drops. Yes, it does.
Come on.
But who's pounding? Why?
Where's it coming from?
Wish we were 20 miles away, stuck in a snowdrift catching pneumonia.
Wait, Margot. Coming from this room.
Lamont!
Winter, Miss Archer, in here quickly.
What's the matter? What is it?
I found Lafferty. What? Swinging in the air, his heels banging on the wall. He's been hanged. Better get another candle lit, Margot.
All right.
He's dead, huh?
Another murder.
He's very much dead. Lafferty wandered into this room, stepped on that trap, and a spring noose caught him at the neck and whipped him into the air.
Oh.
What's the matter, Miss Archer?
What?
Don't like murder, hmm?
Lamont.
Who are you, Miss Archer? Why are you in this house?
I can't tell you.
Can't you understand, Miss Archer, that Lafferty was right? This house is filled with death and terror. This is the time for the truth.
All right.
Who are you?
Jane Crane.
Crane? Jerry Crane's daughter?
Yes. Jerry Crane, the man who bribed Ben Falkenberg, the man who was executed. Yes. I'm his daughter. I came here to see if I could find that money. The money he stole from the Chase Bond Company the night he murdered the guard. I had a crazy idea it might help clear the name.
What's the matter with you, Windsor?
You're right, Cranston. It is time for the truth. You'll get a kick out of this confession. I work for the Chase Bond Company. Detective assigned to recover that money.
What?
Yeah, I was playing along with Lafferty and his stooge to find the money. Of course, I figured this house would be harmless after Ben Falkenberg died.
He's not dead.
What?
Ben isn't dead. He's somewhere in this house. He was the green ghost Rusty saw before he was killed.
Oh, wait a second. Lafferty and I saw the body.
You didn't see Ben's body. He's still alive.
Wait a minute. He's still alive and in this house setting death traps. None of us is going to be safe until he's caught.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think I better start looking for him.
Wait a second, Windsor.
Now, look, Cranston, it's my job.
Your job
to...
was the money. Now, forget that. The big thing now is to find the killer. That's my job. You better stay with Jane, Margot.
Lamont?
All right, darling. That's the way you want it.
Now, look, Cranston, you might run into another one of those death traps 2 feet from here.
I'm afraid we'll just have to take our chances.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. We may need it. Come on, Margot. Careful now, Margot. This is our last candle. Keep it burning. We're going to need plenty of light.
You know where we're going?
Well, every time someone went down this hall, they were stopped by an executioner's trap. Rusty walked down a little way, and he was killed by a firing line of guns.
Yes.
Jane Archer went further and was trapped in a gas chamber.
That's right.
Lafferty went even further and was hung in a noose.
Money's at the end of this hall?
Must be. I'm going to follow every twist and turn until we reach the end.
How many more traps will there be?
Wish I knew, darling.
It's like running the gauntlet.
Around this corner. Shield the flame.
Stay close to me, darling.
So slowly. That looks like a flight of steps ahead. Better let me go first.
All right.
Be careful. Lafferty was trying to frighten us off with his spook talk. He told the truth. This house has murder and terror in every corner. There's death. Back for it! That was close.
What was it?
3-foot guillotine knife, sharp as a razor. We'd have been sliced like butter.
Lamont, we're not going to keep on.
Got to, Mom.
Lamont, what'll be next? What'll be next?
I don't know, darling.
Lamont,
Yes?
there isn't much candle left. My fingers are getting burned.
Try to hold out a little longer, Margot. It's the head of the stairs.
What if one of the traps is solitary confinement for life? What? Oh,
What happened to the candle?
just blew out. There was a draft, a sudden gust.
Get back against the wall.
What's the matter now?
Sudden gust could mean a door open somewhere. Maybe another trap starting. I'll have a look. As much as I can look in this.
No, Lamont, I don't want to be left behind, please. Lamont! Lamont, I'm getting all mixed up in the dark. There's so many doors and corners and turns. Lamont! Lamont!
Good evening, my dear. I've been waiting for you. Come in. Come in.
No,
Come in, please. Come in, my dear. Don't scream, please. It's all right. Ben's your friend. Your dear friend. Now, isn't this nice? Isn't this lovely?
it's the death hall. That's the electric chair.
That's right, my dear. That's right. Now come with Ben.
Ben? You're Ben Falcon.
I let them think old Ben was dead, so there'd be company. Friends looking for the money. I've had 3 today. They died well, very well indeed. But not as well as you will, my dear. Now come along.
No,
Now,
no.
Trust me, my dear. Many's the one that I've coaxed to my chair.
No, please, no.
Sit down, child. Enjoy your kindness. Great kindness. All right. Now you're entirely ready.
No, please, no. No.
Don't touch that switch, Walkenberg.
Who's that? Who spoke?
This is the shadow.
The shadow. There's no shadow in this room. It's all bright light and beautiful current. Stop laughing.
What a fool you are. You love death so dearly that you want to die?
No, I don't want to die. I wouldn't be able to continue it by execution.
But you will die for the murder of 3 people in this house.
Oh, no, not me. There'll be no one to tell. No one will know. After this pretty girl now dies, no one will live to tell.
The shadow knows, Ben. The shadow knows the truth.
Where are you? Come out and fight.
You'll be brought to justice, Ben.
I will not.
You'll pay for your crimes, Ben. There is no escape.
I could find you. I'd be safe. I would.
There is no escape, Ben. You'll burn for murder. You'll burn.
Burn. Yes. Yes, burn. I have my own switchboard.
Don't touch those wires.
Current has served me all my life. It'll serve me in death.
Stop!
Back there, Cold?
Oh, we're fine, Cranston. Don't worry about Jane.
You seem to be doing all of that, Windsor.
Too bad he hasn't got 3 arms. Looks like he's having trouble holding on to Jane and the money at the same time.
I've got the money.
Uh-huh.
I can't get over old Falkenberg hiding up in that execution chamber with $100,000 all these years.
Faking his death so that people would be lured into his death house.
Well, the scandal of the bribe and his dismissal must have really snapped his mind.
I think the most ironic part was the way he died by electrocution himself.
Oh, he wasn't electrocuted, Martha.
Wasn't electrocuted.
No,
He was. I saw him die.
not from electrocution.
He was electrocuted. He staggered against the control panel, grabbed the live wires, and was killed instantly.
Not by electricity. By shock.
What do you mean?
You remember the blizzard?
Mm-hmm.
The phone and power lines were down. There wasn't any current in the house. Those wires were dead.
But Lamont...
He died from the shock of his own imagination, Margaret. Then Falkenberg was killed by his belief in his own death.
Today's drama, The Cat and the Killer.
How do you like these two, Lamont?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much of an authority on lovebirds, Margot.
I think they're beautiful. How much are they?
$50 there.
Seems reasonable enough. I wonder if I should, but...
You own this here pet store? Yes. You buy pets? Occasionally. Well, I got one here in this sack. Someone threw it off the pier last night and landed on my boat. Now, careful while I open this. She scratches like the devil. Yeah. Now, ain't she a beauty? Fine-looking animal. You want to buy her? I'm afraid not. We don't have much call for Siamese cats. Well, I'll sell her cheap. All right. Okay. Come on, Kitty. Back in the bag. Oh, just a moment. Where did you say this cat came from? Someone threw her off Seal Pier. Landed on the deck of my houseboat. Guess they wanted to drown her. That's strange. Huh? Nothing. You said you wanted to sell her? Yes. How much? $10, maybe. All right. Now, here's your money. Well, much obliged, mister. So long.
Lamont, I never knew you were fond of cats.
I'm not particularly.
Well, then why...
I believe we'd better be on our way, dear.
But I don't...
Coming, darling?
Oh, all right. Now, will you please tell me why in the world you bought that cat?
It wasn't the cat, Margot. I wanted to buy this collar she's wearing.
What are you talking about?
We'll unfasten it. Now, easy now, Kitty. Yeah.
Why, it does look valuable now that I see it closer.
Odd engraving. Seems to be an Oriental design of some sort. Hello. Look at this printing on the inside.
24 mirrors and Shang. I don't get it.
Neither do I. Margot, if someone wanted to drown the cat, why wouldn't they first remove this expensive collar?
You're the mastermind, dear. You tell me.
Obviously, the person who threw the cat from the pier wanted to conceal all evidence of the deed. Where's Shrevey?
He said he'd wait in his cab for us outside. Oh, there he is, there.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, where'd you get the cat? Where'd you get it?
Mr. Cranston bought it.
And you just bought yourself a couple of customers, Shrevey. You know where Seal Pier is? Sure, it's down in the waterfront by the carnival ground. That's where we're headed for.
Why the waterfront, Lamont?
I want to talk to that sailor again. Perhaps he can give us a further description of that person on the pier.
Maybe I'm just dull, but I still don't get it.
Margot, darling, people don't go around drowning cats with expensive silver collars unless they have a reason. And that reason might be exciting.
Ooh, what are we waiting for?
There's the pier up ahead, there it is. Pull over here, Sweetie. We'll walk down. Oh, what are you going to do with the cat, Mr. Cranston? What are you going to do? We'll leave her in the cab. You can watch her for us. Gee, Mr. Cranston, I wanted to come along. I wanted to. All right, then, Shrevey. Roll up the window so she doesn't jump out. You better lock the doors, too. Okay, Mr. Cranston, okay. Come on, darling, watch your steps. It's pretty hard to see.
Cheery place. Wouldn't be too surprised to find Peter Lorre behind one of those bushes.
You've been seeing too many bad movies, darling. See, that looks like a houseboat anchored next to the pier. There don't seem to be any lights on there, don't seem to be. No, it doesn't. Here, take my hand, darling. We'll jump down to the deck.
Thanks.
Come on. Shrevey, take a look through that porthole over there. Okay. Let's try this cabin door. It's locked.
Come on, listen.
Is there someone in there? Mr. Cranston, don't open that door. I can see a guy with a knife. Oh. Look out! It's the old sailor. Look where that knife come from. He must have pulled it out of his own chest, he must have. Oh. Take it easy, old timer. Who did it? Can you tell us who did it? I don't have the cat. And the cat, I don't have. He's dead. Well, Margot, that cat of ours must be pretty important if someone is willing to kill for it. My cap's over here. It's over, Mr. Cranston.
If we could just find out who that cat belongs to, Lamont.
If we knew that, we could probably solve this murder. I better call Commissioner Weston.
You know, Lamont, I have...
Hey! Somebody's trying to break into my cab. Somebody's trying. Come on. Yeah. No sign of anyone. Well, whoever it was must have ducked into those bushes. Oh, look at my beautiful window. It's all smashed. It's,
Well, at least they didn't have time to get what they came after.
Huh? And the cat's still here. Yeah, but what about my window? What about it? Quiet, Shrevey.
What?
Wait a minute. Found in that brush. Hey, there he goes, Mr. Cranston. There he goes. Hey, you take care of Miss Lane, Shrevey. I'm going after him. Hello.
Lamont Cranston?
Speaking.
I saw you on the pier tonight. You were chasing someone. I'll be waiting inside.
Maybe you'd better come here.
If you want the information, Cranston, do it my way.
Where will you be?
Inside the building alone. And that's the way you come. No police, understand? If you want your information, be there at 8:30.
All right, mister, I'll be there at 8:30. Pull over here, Shrevey. That must be the building across the street.
It's a deserted-looking neighborhood.
Hey, that building's all boarded up. It's all boarded. Maybe I better come with you. They're afraid of the police, Ruby. I better go in alone.
Lamont, that telephone call, it's all so strange. I wish you wouldn't go in there.
It might be a trap, Margaret, but I've got to take that chance. Sooner or later, someone will show their hand. Meanwhile, I can't afford to play dummy. Just stay here and don't let that cat out of your sight.
All right. But be careful, darling.
347, 349. Store here, I suppose. Vacant store, apparently. Put a little light on the subject. Flashlight. That's better. See a light switch somewhere around. See it. Oh, here we are. Now, this looks like the light switch. Right here.
Cranston, in an effort to learn the identity of a mysterious party who has gone to great lengths to regain possession of a Siamese cat, is directed to an address. And immediately upon his entering the building, a terrific explosion is heard. Margot and Shrevey and a cab across the street rush into the building.
Lamont?
Hold the lighter, Miss Lane. I better get this board off of him. I better. Margot?
It's all right, darling. Don't try to move.
Yeah. The board's off. An explosion right after I opened the door.
Are you all right, darling?
My ears are still ringing. Guess I'm all in one piece. That board falling on you really saved you from the rest of this stuff. It really did. So it seems. I wonder what the deal was.
Yes. Why in the world would someone want to kill you?
It must have been the same party who was after the cat. Cat, where is it?
I left it in the cab. When I heard the explosion, I forgot everything else.
Come on. Just as I thought, we're too late.
Too late?
The cat's gone. Well, it looks like we've been outsmarted at every turn. We haven't got much to go on now, only this collar.
What do you expect to learn from that?
I don't know. It's engraving inside 24 mirrors and Chang. It doesn't make sense. Who's Chang? What does 24 mirrors do with it?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Hey, maybe we've been taxing our brains too much. Maybe we've been taxing. Maybe we should go back to the pier and ride the shoots and relax. Maybe we should. Was that Shrevey? I said maybe we've been taxing our... pier. Margot, that's it.
What's this?
24 mirrors. Where would a person find 24 mirrors?
Well, I still don't...
Remember the barker on the pier? His concession was the house of mirrors.
All right, friends, it's just the time since these the house of mirrors, the glass palace.
A briefcase.
The management reserves the right to refuse admission to anyone at any time. Step aside, brother, and let the folks in. Here it is, the maze of mirrors.
I said I'd like 3 tickets.
I said you're blocking the doorway, brother. Everybody likes the house of mirrors. It's something you don't want to miss.
3 tickets, please.
On your way, folks, get out of here and get out fast unless you want to get into real trouble. It's only a dime, 10 cents.
That's the way it is. Shrevey. Yeah? Margot. Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Cranston?
Are you going in, Lamont?
Apparently, we're not wanted inside. Step back here outside. Are we going to hide from somebody, are we going to? Yes, for a minute, yes. Now, I give you the sign. I want you to yell, "Hey, Rube," at the top of your lungs. You got it?
Hey, Rube.
It's an old carnival term, Margot. It means one of the concessionaires is in trouble. All the others are supposed to pitch in and help them. You ready, Shrevey? Yeah. All right, go ahead. Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube! Hey, Rube! Come on. Let's get into that house of glass, quick. This really is a maze of mirrors in here. It sure wouldn't be no place for a guy to throw stones. It sure wouldn't be no place.
Maybe we better start counting the mirrors as you pass.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Keep counting, Shrevey. You mean there's more? Never mind, I'll keep track. Now, let's see. This would be 21, 22, 3, 4. No doorways anywhere. Shrevey, press against the glass on your side. You too, Margot.
Right.
Yeah, I have it. There. Come on, out this way. It's kind of an alleyway. It's kind of... Yes, but look across the way. Doesn't that look as if it might be an Oriental curio shop?
And this looks like a gun in your back, friend. Keep your hands up. Don't turn around.
If I'm not mistaken, Shrevey, that will be our barker friend.
So you're the guy who yelled Rube. I thought I told you to keep out, friend.
We couldn't resist your spiel. You paint such a colorful picture.
Lamont, I think I'm going to faint.
Shrevey, grab her. Hey, what's up? You ought to learn to keep your mind on your work, friend. Let things distract you and people are liable to steal your toys.
Now, look here, friend.
Get up now, Margot. Nice work.
Thanks, darling.
Long explanations for me, so make it fast. Why were you waiting here for us with a gun?
I saw you earlier. I
Figured you were looking for Chang.
And if I were?
Chang only sees people by appointment, and it's my job to keep strangers out.
Well, I'm sure he won't mind seeing me. I'm an old friend of the family. Shrevey, take our friend down to police headquarters. I have a little business to attend to.
Sure, Mr. Cranston. Hey, now, look here, friend. You can't do that. You haven't any charge.
Intend to commit assault with a deadly weapon is a pretty good charge. At least till I can think of a better one.
Yeah, but I can explain...
Explain it to Commissioner Weston. He's a good listener. Take him along, Shrevey.
Come on, you.
Now do we see Mr. Chang?
This time, Margot, I'm not going to take any chances. The Shadow is going to pay Chang a visit.
Who sounds gone? Who enters shop?
The Shadow's come to pay you a visit, Mr. Chang.
I'm sorry. Cannot see you.
No one sees the Shadow.
What do you want, boys?
Mr. Chang, do you recognize this silver collar?
I'm very sorry. I never see it before.
You lie. You sold this collar. Your name is engraved inside.
You know that?
Who purchased this collar?
I cannot say.
Who bought this collar from you? Who owns the Siamese cat? Talk, Chang.
It is cat of Martha Craig. She bought collar for me.
And who is this Martha Craig?
Martha Craig, very rich old lady. She died last week. Leaves $1 million to housekeeper to care for cat.
Someone tried to drown this $1 million cat, Chang. When it wasn't drowned, that same person was willing to commit murder to get the cat back. Who is that person, Chang?
I not know.
Who is it, Chang? Speak.
Very well. I tell you, the cat has cursed me. I tell you, the one you see is...
Look out, Chang!
Lamont?
I'm all right, Margaret.
Oh, I heard a shot in there.
It's Chang. I saw a gloved hand stick a gun through the rear window, and I tried to warn him.
Another.
Yes, and the last, I hope. I know who owns this fabulous cat. We'll pick up Shrevey at headquarters. We're going to the residence of the late Martha Craig.
Doesn't seem to be anyone home in the Craig mansion.
Well, someone left the door unlocked. Why don't we step in?
Lamont, I don't think we're sure.
You say we're selling magazines. Come on.
There's another door open off the hall.
That probably leads to the cellar. Sounds like there's someone down there. Come on, let's have a look. Good evening.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do? Drop a wine vat. Have a drink.
Thank you, no. We're looking for the housekeeper of Miss Martha Craig.
Cora? You're looking for Cora, are you? Oh, Cora's out. I'm Ernest Craig, Miss Martha Craig's nephew. Maybe I can help you.
What do you know about a Siamese cat your aunt willed to Cora?
What do I know about it? Nothing. Nothing except my aunt left every penny to Cora to care for her blessed cat and didn't leave me a cent. Funny, isn't it? I think it stinks. I think...
What was that?
It sounded like a cat.
Came from that wine vat. Here, hand me that bar. I'll pry it open.
Yeah.
It's odd. The lid's just been sealed into place with fresh putty. There we are.
The cat.
Yes, almost suffocated by the looks of her.
Well, the prodigal cat returned. Let's have a drink to celebrate.
Now, wait a second, Ernest. That cat's cost the lives of 2 people already. How did he get down here in the wine cellar?
I haven't the faintest idea, and what's more, I don't care. I know who stole it in the first place, though.
Who?
Henry Powell, the attorney for the estate. I saw him drive away with it last night.
Your family lawyer stole the cat? Did you tell Cora that he'd taken it?
Oh, she was almost out of her mind trying to find it. You see, She just loses a little matter of $1 million if she loses that cat.
Did you tell Cora that the lawyer had stolen the cat?
Yes, I told her. She went right down to Powell's office to see him. She's there now. She wanted to know something funny. I fixed Cora.
What do you mean you fixed Cora?
I told her to make a deal with Powell. If he returns the cat, she'll split the estate with him and say nothing. Huh? He's a cinch to go for it.
And if Powell does go for this deal you cooked up, Ernest?
If he does, everything will be perfect. Perfect. I told Cora that when she gets Powell to confess that it was he who stole the cat, I'll have a couple of cops stationed outside the door to hear his confession. Here's the switch, though. There aren't going to be any cops outside the door. I didn't call any. She's going to be there all alone with him.
Now, wait a minute. Do you realize what you've done, Ernest? Do you realize that if he finds that Cora tricked him into a confession, he'll kill her? He'll have to.
Exactly, my dear Watson. Then Cora will be dead. Powell will burn in the electric chair for her murder, and I'll be broke but happy. Very happy.
You'll be doing a nice long stretch in the penitentiary, Ernest. Lock the door, Margot. We've got to get down to Powell's office as fast as possible.
As you must know, Cora, the conditions of Martha's will specifically state that the fortune bequeathed you was to be used for the care of her cat.
But the cat was stolen, Mr. Powell. You know that as well as I.
Well, now let us say that the animal has disappeared, Cora. Now then, let me draw your attention to paragraph 3 of the will. In the event of negligence in carrying out your entrusted duties, the estate reverts to the executor.
The cat hasn't disappeared, Mr. Powell, and I haven't neglected my duties. You stole that cat. Ernest saw you.
Ridiculous.
I can take this to court, Mr. Powell. You don't want a court battle. Not with a murder on your hands.
Murder?
The paper said the old sailor's last words were of the cat. Won't be hard for the police to put 2 and 2 together. Look, I'll make a deal with you. Give me back the cat, and I'll share the estate with you. Nothing further will ever be said.
You sign a release to that effect?
Yes.
All right. All right. I'll do it, Cora. I did steal the cat. I seal her in a wine vat in the cellar.
You admit it. That's all I wanted to know. The police have been waiting outside the door to hear your confession.
The police?
Open the door and see for yourself.
You tricked me. Just a second, Cora. There's no one here. It appears your plans went haywire.
No one there. Ernest said he'd send the police. Ernest promised innocent.
Ernest is a drunken fool. And you were a worse fool to trust him.
Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, what are you doing with that gun?
Well, it's rather obvious, isn't it, that we both can't share my little secret? Isn't it, Cora?
Put that gun down. Please, Mr. Powell.
Yes, Powell. Put it down.
Who are you?
Don't bother to look around, Mr. Powell. You can't see me. No man sees the shadow.
Shadow?
Late Miss Craig made a great mistake when she appointed you executor of the will, Powell.
The cat. Well, it can't be. I left her to die.
She didn't die, Mr. Powell.
I sealed her in where she could never get out.
Why did you leave her in the wine cellar?
Huh? Well, I thought the Craig mansion would be mine by tomorrow. It was the safest place I could think of.
What caused you to kill the old sailor?
You shipped that cat away.
Answer me.
Well, he said that he sold the cat, and I didn't believe him. We had an argument. Then he would have been able to identify me.
Why did you kill Mr. Chang?
Because we were in it together. I promised him a share to keep quiet. Instead, he thought I had to kill him.
Just as you were going to kill Cora here a minute ago?
She tricked me. She sent it to the police. But sirens, it's the police. This is another trick.
I hear police sirens. Or am I going out of my mind?
No, Powell, you're not going out of your mind. You're perfectly sane. That is the police you hear. And they're coming for you, Powell, to make you pay the full penalty for the crimes you've committed.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The trademark on the things you buy is the manufacturer's way of saying, here's an article of quality. We stand back of this article by endorsing it with this distinctive symbol. Blue coal is the trademark hard coal, the coal that is unique among hard fuels because of its outstanding quality. Blue coal is colored blue to assure you that you're receiving America's finest anthracite. You know that you're getting the best there is, clean, deep-mined, square fracture hard coal from northern Pennsylvania, the world's richest anthracite region. You know that it will burn slowly, evenly, steadily, bring you the best possible heat. You know that it is blue coal, America's finest home fuel. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Scent of Death. A thin, hard-faced young man pushes his way through the row of desks in the front office of a large perfume distributor. He shoulders his way past the private secretary outside the head office, throws the door open, and strides in.
Yes. What is it? Oh, Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie. The guy you told your stooges to keep out.
Now, look, Jackie, there is nothing personal in it. You told me you would cook up a counterfeit perfume that would stand up. The stuff you sent me was so rank.
Okay, so the stuff wasn't good enough for you. But you cut yourself in for a deal and you're playing the full game. Nobody gets out until I tell them they're through.
But if the stuff was any good...
I got some here that's better. This is a very special brand. Go on, smell it.
Well, I...
Smell it.
Certainly, Jackie.
Like I said, that's a very special brand. Reserved for smart guys who think they can renege.
Silly. We're old married people, remember?
Uh-huh. And I also remember what day this is.
Oh, darling, I thought you'd forgotten.
Now, how could I forget my own 5th anniversary? See?
A present? What is it?
Open it and see.
No, let me guess. Feels like...
Mm-hmm. It is. Perfume.
Eau de chanson. Oh, how wonderful. I'm dying to try it. Certainly quite tight enough.
Here, you want some help?
No. There it comes.
Mary, what's wrong? Mary! For the love of heaven, Mary! Mary, speak to me. She's dead. Dead.
seem preoccupied tonight, Lamont. Something on your mind?
Oh, I'm sorry, Margot. I'm thinking about a very interesting case I heard about today.
Case? What kind of case?
A murder, I'm afraid. At any rate, a woman is dead. No one seems to have any explanation of how she died or why.
Are you going to investigate, darling? As if I couldn't guess.
I don't know yet, Margot. Woman's husband is due here now. If it's as interesting as it sounds, I probably will. That must be Barton now. Excuse me.
Mr. Cranston?
Yes.
I'm Barton. I spoke to you on the phone today.
Oh, yes, Mr. Barton. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
This is Miss Lane, Mr. Barton.
How do you do, Miss Lane?
Hello, Mr. Barton. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Miss Lane knows nothing of the case, Mr. Barton, so perhaps you'd better start at the beginning.
Yes, sir. Well, it was our 5th wedding anniversary. We were going out, and, well, I wanted to surprise Mary, so I bought her a bottle of expensive perfume. She opened the bottle, took one smell, and died.
Then, as I recall, you picked up the bottle, and it was empty. Absolutely empty.
Yes. Does that mean anything to you?
It might. Do you remember, Margot, I commented on the mysterious deaths of a number of well-known perfume distributors during the past few months? The dealers were reported to have died of heart attack. There was always a perfume bottle nearby.
Well, what was in the bottles, Lamont?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. An analysis showed no trace of any chemical whatsoever.
The same thing in our case. There was no trace of anything in the bottle.
This perfume, what brand was it?
Eau de Chanson.
I like that brand, too. But it's been so bad lately that any number of my friends have stopped using it.
Might be counterfeit stuff. Why should even a counterfeit want to unload poison perfume? Where did you buy this Eau de Chanson, Mr. Barton?
Oh, I got it at Santine's.
Santine's, eh? It's an exclusive little place. Let's say we do a little shopping, Margot. At Santine's.
Yes, but, Jackie, I'm worried about you and Diego coming down here to my shop.
All right, so you're worried. I'm worried about you selling another bottle of gas to somebody.
But that was very unfortunate.
Unfortunate enough to get the cops on our trail, that's all. Another one of Diego's bonehead plays. He fills some extra bottles with the gas for me, leaves them around. He gets them mixed up with a phony perfume. What a dope.
Oh, it's a good thing we did come down here, Jackie. There were 4 more bottles of that gas in your stockroom, Mr. Santine.
You gotta be more careful, Diego. Mistakes like that might start the coppers smelling around. That'd be bad.
Yeah, I know, Jackie, but like I said...
Yeah, like you said, it was an accident. Well, just don't forget this, friend. The next time an accident happens, it'll probably be to you.
Yeah, sure, I know what you mean. Oh, it won't happen, Jackie, I swear it. Well, I'll be getting back to the lab now. You got a box or something I could put these bottles in, Santine? You know, I'd hate to drop them.
Help yourself, Diego. They're on the shelf in back of you.
Okay. Go now, huh? That is, if you don't want me for something, Jackie...
Don't worry, Diego. When I want you for something, I'll come find you.
You were pretty rough on the old boy, weren't you, Jackie?
Not as rough as it may have to be. These pickings are too sweet to let some broken-down old druggist mess it up to me.
Somebody just came into the store. I'll be right back, Jackie. How do you do? May I help you?
My name's Lamont Cranston. I'm looking into the sudden and rather puzzling death of the wife of one of your customers. Mr. Barton?
Oh, yes. I read about it in the paper. Sad. Very sad.
According to Barton, his wife died right after opening a bottle of perfume he'd bought here.
Surely you don't believe the perfume could have had anything to do with her death?
Perhaps not. But what interested me, Santine, is that your bottle of perfume was empty when Barton picked it up.
Possibly Mrs. Barton had some unsuspected heart ailment and succumbed to it. As she fell, she dropped the bottle, it spilled, and evaporated.
Evaporated? In a matter of minutes, Mr. Santine?
At moments like that, who can judge time, Mr. Cranston?
Just as we walked into your shop, an elderly, heavy-set man in a blue coat and gray hat came out of here. Do you know him, Mr. Santine?
I'm afraid you're mistaken. No one walked out of here.
Strange. Thought I recognized him as a friend of mine. I was sworn he came out of this shop. Well, thanks for your help, Mr. Santine. Come on, Margot.
Not at all. Come in again, won't you?
Well, darling, you didn't learn much there.
On the contrary, Margot, I may have learned a lot.
Think Santine is in on the counterfeit perfume racket?
His customers are ex-bootleggers. He might very well be mixed up in the bootleg perfume racket.
How do you know his customers are ex-bootleggers?
And we saw coming out of Santine's shop as we came in. One Santine denied seeing.
He's an ex-bootlegger? Darling, what a memory.
A veritable storehouse of vital statistics. Name was Harry Yeagles, I remember. Sort of a chemist gone wrong. Headed up a phony liquor racket in the old days.
And you think he's behind this whole business?
Phony liquor, phony perfumes. A pretty close tie-in. Might be interesting to reminisce about the old days with Mr. Yeagle.
If you can find him.
We're going to visit a little waterfront dive. We've got a contact down there that could find a drop in the ocean. He'll find out where Yeagle is hiding.
Hello, Yeagle.
Jackie, you scared me. I didn't hear you come in.
No? Well, don't let it worry you. You won't be hearing me go out either.
Why the gun, Jackie? I ain't done nothing.
You've done plenty. First you sent out the wrong bottles and some dame gets a jolt.
But you said you were going to give me another chance.
I was going to overlook it, Yeagle, until Santine phoned. He told me a private eye major.
What?
A dick named Cranston spotted you coming out of the shop. He must have remembered way back to when you was bootlegging. Cooking alky to drink and cooking alky to smell. He, may be able to add.
Give me a break.
No, Yeagle, like I said, you're going out.
No, Jackie.
Way
please.
out.
Stay, wait 1 second, Jackie.
I got your ticket right here.
Oh.
How long do we have to sit around this intimate little gin mill, Lamont? We've been here almost an hour already.
Be patient, Margot. If Mr. Poindexter can get me that information on Yeagle, it'll be worth sitting here all day.
Mr. Poindexter.
You certainly are annoyed, darling. As a matter of fact, his name is Adolphus Claremont Poindexter. But don't let the name fool you.
You do know the weirdest characters.
Well, this one happens to be invaluable. He's the best pipeline into the underworld I've ever had. A bit peculiar, but valuable. Here he comes now.
How do you do, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane?
Hello.
Sit down, Mr. Poindexter.
Don't mind if I do. Dry work chasing down this character, Yeagle.
Yes, I imagine it would be. Here, help yourself.
Delighted.
Now, about Yeagle.
He's out of the alky racket. He's in another deal, large deal, very classy.
Wouldn't be perfume, would it?
Could be. All I know, it's something to do with chemicals.
You know where I can find Yeagle?
He's a place up near the Westchester line. Wooden house, swell hideout.
How do I get there?
246 Weller Street. Front door's always locked. Side door the only way in. Yeagle's there now.
Thank you, Mr. Poindexter. Come on, Mark.
Don't take any chances, Mr. Cranston. It's a good hideout. The kind that's worth a few slugs to keep going.
Yeagle was never a killer.
Maybe not. But he's tied to a gun-crazy kid who is a killer, Mr. Cranston.
Thanks for the tip. Oh, here. Get a couple of refills.
Delighted. It's dry work. Very dry work. Good day, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
This must be the side door Yeagle uses, Margot. Maybe you'd better stay here till I have a look around.
Nothing doing. If you go in, I go in.
Okay. Come on, let's go. The door's locked. I think this little gadget will take care of that.
Dark in there, Lamont.
Inside, quick, before someone sees us.
Now what?
Stay close to me. See you now.
Oh, what was that?
Chair. I bumped into a chair. Quiet, Margaret.
What is it?
Someone in here beside us.
How do you know?
So I can see him outlined against the wall. Here he comes. Get behind me. I'm going to use my flash. Yeagle! Yeagle. Been shot. There's a lamp on that table, Margot. Turn it on. That's better.
Is he dead?
Oh, from it. Diego, did you hear me? Who did this to you? Who's the head of this racket? Tell me, what was in those bottles?
Jackie, he's your man.
Jackie? Jackie who? Where do I find him?
He's trying to say something, Lamont.
Yes, found the death.
Maybe. Still, Margaret, we got to leave.
Maybe there's something in here to...
Margaret, look out. You're knocking that package off the table.
Lamont, the gas! It's the poison gas!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. Now you can modernize your furnace easily and inexpensively. A temp master will mean wonderful new convenience for your whole family, less chance of winter colds, and a great saving in fuel. It's so easy to heat your home the temp master way. Just set the upstairs thermostat, and the temp master will keep your home at the temperature you want, steady, reliable, and helpful. As the furnace dampers are automatically open and closed, the electric eye thermostat, an amazing new blue coal invention, actually tells you the exact position of those dampers. The Temp Master will bring your family carefree heating comfort for many winters. It is unconditionally guaranteed for 5 years. Only blue coal dealers have the new Temp Master, so call the nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow and arrange for a demonstration. He's listed in the classified section of your phone directory under Blue Coal. And now, back to the shadow. Lamont Cranston, investigating a series of mysterious deaths, finds the body of Harry Yeagle, an underworld chemist. In Yeagle's hideout, Margot accidentally knocks over a package containing several bottles of the gas.
Lamont, it's the poison gas.
Quickly, Margot, we've got to get out of... That's funny.
Gas. It's disappeared. There was a queer strangling odor when the bottles broke.
Yes, I noticed that.
Lamont, why weren't we overcome? If this is the same poison gas that killed Mrs. Barton, why aren't we affected?
Because if it's what I think it is, Margot, it must be breathed directly into the lungs in quantity.
No wonder the police haven't been able to find any sign of it in the empty bottles.
Margot, look here. This is the box the bottles were in. See the store name on it?
Santine.
Santine was lying when he said Yeagle hadn't been in his store. There's no doubt about that now.
What are you going to do, darling?
Ask Santine a couple of questions.
But you've already talked to him, Lamont.
Santine didn't tell much to Lamont Cranston, but I have an idea he'll be only too willing to talk to the shadow.
Liquor to soothe your nerves or quiet your conscience, Santine?
Who said that?
The shadow, Santine.
Shadow. So I meet an invisible man face to face. We are face to face now, I assume.
You're very calm, Santine.
What did you expect me to do? Break down and bare my soul? Oh, I'm not being a very good host, am I? Will you join me in a drink?
Yes, I think I will. Pour it for me, Santine.
Of course.
Put it on the tray. Hold it out.
More theatrics, hey? All right.
What's wrong, Santine? Your hand is shaking. The liquor is spilling out of the glass.
Take it. Take the drink. Where are you? What do you want?
Thought I couldn't see through your show of bravado? Now answer me. Who in this phony perfume racket is responsible for the murder of Mrs. Barton?
Yeagle. He's a chemist. He makes the counterfeit perfume.
Yeagle is dead, Santine.
He's dead?
But before he died, he said a man called Jackie headed up this racket. Who is Jackie? Where do I find him?
He has a place on 61st Street off the drive. The Riverview, apartment 16.
Shadow will have a talk with him. And you, Santine, are going to tell the whole story of your part in this racket to the police.
The police?
And don't try to skip town, Santine. I'll pick you up on a vagrancy charge.
You see what it says here about Diego, Jackie?
Yeah, sugar. Said it was an old gang job. Just like I wanted it, I think.
Santine know you were going to put the chill on Diego? Yeah.
Out, sugar.
I'm in. Where do I meet you and when?
You know where Yeagel's lab is, the old warehouse under the bridge? Meet me there in an hour.
Why down there?
Oh, beautiful, you are dumb, because that's where the money is. In an hour.
Yeah, I'll be there.
You'll be where, Sugar?
Santine's headed for the lab to grab the Combine's dough. He wants me to go along with him. You're to keep the home fires burning.
No kidding. So he's got a date with you in an hour, huh?
Yeah.
He's got a date in an hour, all right. But it ain't gonna wear skirts.
This is the right apartment, Lamont. 6B.
Wait, I hear someone coming.
Yeah? What do you want?
We're looking for Jackie.
Get your foot out of that door.
I intend to as soon as I'm inside. Now, that's better. Come in, Margot. Now you can close the door, miss.
Look, I don't know what you're selling, but I'm not buying any. If Santine sent you...
Santine? Who's he?
Never mind. Get going or I'll call the police.
Now, that's an idea. Why don't you do that?
Oh, I got a better idea. Okay, now, do you go out like you came in, or do two guys in white coats come in and carry out?
You don't need a gun, miss. We just want to talk.
Well, start talking.
We wanted to see Jackie because...
My wrist, you're hurting my wrist.
Sorry, drop that gun. You got it, Margot?
I got it.
Sorry if I hurt you. Just that looking at the wrong end of the gun makes me tongue-tied.
When my man gets back, looking at the wrong end of the gun's gonna make you dead.
You terrified me. Where is this man of yours?
Visiting his poor sick grandma with a bag of cookies.
It'll be difficult, I see. Maybe you better call the police, Margot. Tell them we've got Yeagel's killer here for them.
I didn't kill Yeagle, and you know it.
Maybe. But I'm pretty sure this gun did. Your fingerprints are all over it. It's in your possession. I think the police can take it up from there.
You're trying to frame
Where
me.
did you say Jackie was?
I didn't.
Okay, Margot.
Right. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll talk. He's meeting Santine.
Where?
The old consolidated warehouse under the bridge. They got a lab there.
That's so. Maybe someone ought to pay Jackie and Mr. Santine a visit. Come on, Margot, let's get out of here.
But what about her?
Find something to tie her with.
I know. Stockings. They must be in her drawer.
Hey! Wait a second. They're the last pair of nylons I got.
Don't worry. Where you're going, they'll provide the stockings.
Okay, honey, I'm coming.
Hello, Santine.
Jackie. What's this?
This? It's a gun, Santine. It's got two ends. This end spits lead, this end spits skulls. But you'll find out.
Well, won't you come in?
That's what I was figuring on doing. Now, back into the lab with your hands up. And don't forget Betsy here is nervous. She's liable to bite a chunk out of you if you make one phony move.
I don't know which scares me more, Jackie. You or the gun.
Figured you could cross me, did you? Why, you sucker. You think Sugar would turn me in for a creep like you?
So she told you all about it, eh?
Yeah. She told me you wanted to take a trip. I'm going to see that it's a nice long trip by water with a cement block on your ankles.
You know, Jackie, you've gotten so you really believe you're tough. You're just a little punk that I picked up to front for me.
That's what you think. Maybe you used to be boss Santine, but I am now. I'm running the show from here in.
Interesting, if true. You mind if I take my hands down now? I feel a little ridiculous.
Okay, but don't try any...
Now, I'm the man behind the gun.
Okay. Okay, it's your pot, Santine. I'm throwing in my cards. Take the dough. Take Sugar, too.
Now, that's very generous of you, but you don't really think I was going to shoot you.
Oh, thanks, Santine. I always done like you said.
Shooting you would rob me of a chance to see how this gas of Yeagel's really works.
Oh, no. You're not going to make me smell that stuff.
Would you prefer the gun? Either way you die. One is fast and clean, the other is slow and messy.
Don't do it, Santine.
The bottle, Jackie. Open it.
Oh, it'll kill me.
If it doesn't, I will. Only I'll take longer, much longer.
Give me a break, Santine.
Take the bottle, Jackie.
No.
Take it.
Okay.
That's it. Now open the bottle.
Okay. It's stuck.
It will open. Put it up your face, quick!
Jackie.
Who was that?
This is the Shadow, Santine.
So you did come back. Well, you're too late, Shadow.
Too late to save Jackie for the electric chair, perhaps. But not too late to take vengeance for the innocent people who've died because of you, Santine.
Jackie was the leader. He
no,
killed...
Santine, it was you. Always you behind the scenes. You were the leader. Jackie just a paid gunman and killer.
You think this is the payoff, don't you? You think I'm finished?
You are finished, Santine. In a matter of minutes, the police will be here.
Maybe I am finished. But so are you.
Perhaps you'd like me to smell one of your death-filled bottles, Santine.
Yes. You know, don't you, Shadow? Well, maybe you know what would happen if I smashed this large jar filled with the gas in a small room like this.
Yes, Santine, I know. This entire room would be demolished.
Exactly. I'm leaving here, Shadow.
Don't be a fool, Santine.
I'm coming through. Any attempt to stop me...
Stop!
You asked for it. Gas. Why didn't it explode?
You don't know your chemistry very well, do you, Santine? In quantity, that gas of yours has a bluish color. That jar was colorless. Obviously, Yeagle drained the gas from it to fill Jackie's lethal bottles.
What's that?
That, Santine, is your escort. A car full of men in blue who'll chaperone you until the state seats you in the electric chair.
Did you say that this mysterious gas that the gang used was actually ozone, Lamont?
That's right, Margot.
I always thought ozone was fresh air. I never knew it was poisonous.
In minute quantities, it isn't. But if only 1,000% of the air was ozone, all living matter would be destroyed. Of course, when ozone regains its missing atom, it becomes oxygen again.
Is that why the gas left no trace?
Exactly.
What a terrible weapon to use against defenseless people.
Santine will pay for his crimes, Margot. He'll pay the full penalty.
Now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Don Hancock, and good evening, friends. The mild weather which has prevailed in most parts of the country this winter has been a blessing to homeowners. But many people do not understand that a furnace should be fired differently in mild weather. To save fuel and money during the occasional warm spells, you must keep a deep fire with a layer of ashes underneath. Turn the check damper as nearly closed as you can and still keep your fire safely slumbering. Never overheat your home. That's a waste of fuel. Of course, in mild weather, a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator is a tremendous help because your home can't be overheated with automatic temperature control. Yes, for carefree comfort and for real efficiency all winter long, get a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again,